Good morning, America. I'm Vanessa Broussard coming to you live from Springfield, Missouri for Mike Lindell's Election Summit. We had a wonderful informational day yesterday full of guests and panels, and if you watched, you learned a lot and actually remembered a lot. A lot of it came back to me. Mike Lindell doing a wonderful job of reminding the audience and Americans just what we've been through since 2020 and how we're working toward 2024. So we're expecting a wonderful day here again today. And of course, coming up around 1 o'clock Central Time, Mike Lindell will reveal what he calls his plan to secure our elections moving forward. And he's actually standing by. We'll talk to him in just a moment. But first, we want to thank one of our sponsors, Birch Gold. Birch Gold is a wonderful company that we believe that you should invest in. We know the economy's tough right now. Your IRAs, your 401ks, it may be stressing you out. You may be wondering what's going to happen tomorrow, next month, in the next year or two, even 10 years down the road. Well, you don't really have to worry when you invest with Birch Gold. So go ahead and text the letters RSBN to 989898. Again, RSBN to 989898. A representative from Birch Gold will contact you, and they'll come up with a plan just for you. You don't have to invest all your money. You can do a little bit of your money, and they will make sure that your money is secure for the future. Again, that's Birch Gold. Text the letters RSBN to 989898. All right, the man behind it all, Mr. Mike Lindell, good to see you.
Hey, great to be here this morning. What a day it's going to be.
Absolutely. You have been promoting this day and looking forward to this day for a long time. Tell us.
About a year.
Tell us what we can expect.
Today you're going to see the plan to secure our elections, and it will secure them immediately. And it's never been done before in history. It's never even been talked about before in history. So, and that's going to be during the morning here, the next 3 hours, you're going to need to watch all that because it builds up to the plan. You're going to need that information for the plan. And then once you see the plan, everyone's going to embrace it. I've said this before, it's also going to be like a filtering tool because Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, it doesn't matter. Everybody will embrace it. Remember, 70-some% of the country does not trust our elections now. And everybody will have immediate trust. And the ones that won't, if anyone says, well, I don't really like the plan, well, then they're part of the uniparty. They're part of the evil. Serious. There's no other reason they would not embrace this. So it's going to be amazing.
So, and I liked what you said just now and also yesterday on stage with Lou Dobbs and Steve Bannon. You mentioned we shouldn't select a candidate. We need to elect a candidate. And so it doesn't matter if you're Democrat, Republican, Independent. You believe that you just want a secure voting system and let the people choose who they want.
Absolutely. That's what I've been fighting for 2 years. In my speech yesterday, sure, when I got all my evidence on January 9th of 2021, it explained everything. It was all done through these electronic computers and stuff we can't have in our elections. And now throughout the last 2 years, everyone has seen it. More and more stuff has come out. And then, like I say, people don't trust our elections anymore. We'll end up like, 50 other countries, over 50, where they have, they don't have elections anymore. They just have selections. And they're never going to get rid of these to go to, like France, paper ballots hand counted, same-day voting, precinct level. This is where the ideal voting should be, with no computers in the age we're in. And, people have hacks and problems with computers all the time, and even just defects. Think of that. When you have something as important as election, you can't have any room for failure at all. And that's not even talking manipulation, So so I'm really looking forward to it. It's, there's one thing people have been looking for in our country, I don't care what side you're on politically, is we need hope and a plan, because everybody's out there, they were feeling hopeless. As you've seen yesterday, we brought 50 states of hope, the Hope Report from all 50 states.
And I was going to talk about that next, too. Yeah. That was so interesting to me. I sat here and I watched every state, and having a representative come on from every state. I don't think I've ever seen that done before, where you have a representation, a representative from every state, and to talk about where they've been and where they're going and how they're working hard to make sure that the elections are secure.
Right. It shows there's hope in every state. A lot of these states since 2000, as you see in our scoreboard on the thing where you go back to 2018, what did our election platforms look like? Every state was different. So let's say it's Michigan. They had no early voting. They had same-day voting and all this. So they had an okay score, and it just took a nosedive because they put in all these things that were illegal because the Secretary of State did it and the legislatures make the law. And now what these states are trying to do is make that the law, even though they broke the law. Now let's make the new norm something that we didn't even get passed into, by our legislatures. So, but people that feel hopeless, and they got to see yesterday these people, all the good things that are going on to get us back to a good place, the fighting and the wins, In Michigan, there's been 5 lawsuits, one against the Secretary of State, that no, you can't do that. You can't do that. Our elections are ours. We're the people, And so it was, I wanted to show that it doesn't matter. Everyone talks about swing states. No, this is every single state. Oh, from Oregon. Most people are here from Oregon. It seems like they're everywhere. And Oregon has their voting system. They don't have any same-day voting. It's all, I call it pure crime. It's just, they dump ballots all over as many as they want, pass out these ballots, and everybody mails them in. You have no accountability whatsoever there. So they've felt hopeless for a long time. But now all the ones that have been fighting in Oregon for a secure election, this is what you heard yesterday. And they're, from Hawaii to Alaska to Maine to Florida to California.
California. I was surprised to hear you talk about California yesterday. I think you mentioned it may be more Republican than we think.
Yeah, it's way more. It couldn't even be red. But in California, they're way ahead of the curve. 18 counties there are fighting to go to paper ballots hand counted. It started with Shasta County in California. And these guys, they're way ahead of the curve because their people there, whether they're Democrat or Republican, they know they have to fix what's going on. They know that the manifestation of the bad things going on, from letting you smoke crack in the streets, but you get everything goes there, this craziness. And the people, I don't care what political party, and the people are going, it's opening people's eyes going, we need something different here, and it all comes from our elections, not selections.
I like that saying. So let's talk about your plan. I know you haven't released it yet, but once you release it, can you talk about what's next? Does it have to be accepted by the state?
No, it doesn't. This doesn't rely on legislatures. This doesn't rely on law changes. This goes into effect immediately. Friday morning, tomorrow morning, boom, it's in. We're going to do it in all the fall elections in Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, but you can use it right away in your school board election. There's going to be stuff right away on Friday. There's going to be call to actions that we're going to give to this afternoon. It's a very easy plan, but yet it's never been done before in history.
Well, we are looking forward to 1 o'clock this afternoon. I know you have to get on stage. I want to ask you, we see you fighting every day for America. America loves you. They appreciate you. Anytime we go to an event, they just come up to you, and I'm so grateful for you. So on behalf of the Americans watching, thank you for everything that you're doing. But let's talk about Mike Lindell on a personal level, because, again, we see you out there fighting every day. When you leave these events, what goes through your head? What goes through your emotions about keeping the fight going?
It's hope. It's hope. I'm following what God's led me to do, and it'll be, usually when the event's over, usually there's a lot of relief because I want to do it the way, be able to not miss anything. This has been months in the making. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want. I wish I would have said this was said or this was said. And we pray that everything goes smooth today, and this is one of my biggest prayers because this is so important. We're streaming in 85 languages around the world. And so, for me, for this one in particularly, it's going to be a lot of relief because this one, they're not going to be able to, like the other events I've had, where the media goes completely silent. This one's different. The media out there should all be talking about, once they realize that, hey, this isn't about overturning elections. This is about our country and going forward to have elections and not selections. And like I say, if they don't embrace it, I think the people now, the word's going to travel so fast and go, did you hear what the planet, this is amazing. You know, it's so big that I think it'll almost organically spread everywhere. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I will say this, I will plug this. The one thing we need is everybody putting it out there. And then it's going to, you know, right now this event costs a lot of money to put on. And I've never asked for help. You can go to the LindellOffenseFund.org. That's the LindellOffenseFund.org. You know, when the media says, Mike Lindell lost this money and this money, I put everything I had into everything.
And we appreciate you for it.
So this is the one time I can use help. Lindell Legal or LindellOffenseFund.com or .org. We're always on the offense. And this is the biggest proactive plan in history of the world to secure our election platforms. This is even going to help other countries that are watching from around the world. Other countries go, wow, we have hope again. So it's going to be amazing.
All right, we're going to let you go on stage, but as we're plugging stuff real quick, don't forget about My Pillow, the RSBN code.
RSBN code, My Pillow. You guys, my employees are back. They're back there. They've been attacked over the last month. We had a big threat last night. Stuff calling in their call centers and stuff. So they're getting attacked right now, but like they always do when we we have events and stuff. You got attack groups out there that just attack, and so I really encourage you all. They need help at this time. They need encouragement. So call in that or go to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN. It's our 20-year anniversary too. 20-year anniversary. Where 20 years ago I invented My Pillow, and we put out a pillow. It's 1998 for the queen size of My Pillow, and $29.98 for the king. That's the lowest price in the history of My Pillow. And we also have the new kitchen towels, which are they actually work, right? They're not like hard and they absorb. What a concept! And I don't know how many of those are left. We got those in, and they're going.
I have to get some of those. My mom loves to cook, so that might be a good Christmas present.
Absolutely. What Christmas present? We have over 200 products. People come up to me all the time. Mike, I support you so much. I got all your products. I got the slippers, the pillows and the mattress toppers and the sheets. But we have sleepwear. We have stuff you wouldn't even think of. We have not just dog beds and pet beds. We have blankets. We have all these different things. Bathrobes, everything for the bathroom, everything for the bedroom. All your Christmas gifts could be bought there right now.
All right, support Mike Lindell. He supports you.
Promo code.
Yes, Mike, we'll see you on stage here in a little bit. Thank you so much, and we're looking forward to 1 o'clock. Yes. All right, Mike Lindell, you can see he is fired up for today. We are just hours away from him releasing his plan that he says will secure American elections. We are heading in to about 8:45 here Central Time, 15 minutes away from the program beginning. We also want to talk about, if you're shopping My Pillow, also shop for this. BigTrumpKnife.com. BigTrumpKnife.com. Look how cool this is. Speaking of Christmas and shopping, you might think, okay, Vanessa, it's August, but I start shopping for Christmas in July, so it doesn't all pile up on me at once in December. So that's why you'll hear me from time to time at these events talk about Christmas shopping, because it's easier that way for me. So BigTrumpKnife.com. This beautiful knife has the American flag on it. It has stars and stripes on it. Beautiful gift for the Trump fan in your family. So if you're looking for a just because gift or even just a gift for yourself, go to BigTrumpKnife.com. All right, if you joined us yesterday, you know we had a fully packed day of panels. We talked to Mike Lindell just now about the states. He went through all the states, starting with Alabama, ending with Wyoming. All 50 states, representatives from all 50 states came on stage behind me and talked about the election process in their each individual designated state and how they are moving forward for 2024. Very informational. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, we invite you to go to our Rumble page and check that out. Find your state to see what is going on there. Lou Dobbs joined Mike Lindell last night on stage. Of course, the former Fox News host. It was very interesting to hear him talk. Actually, the first time I've seen him speak at an event, and he gave hope as well. We did have Rudy Giuliani, who was supposed to be here with us yesterday. Mike Lindell says he ended up not coming because of the recent indictment going on in Georgia. He had hoped to be here, but we're sure he's a busy man right now because he is named in that recent indictment coming out of Georgia. You know, Rudy Giuliani is an ally to Trump, always has been. He did speak about the indictment on Truth Social, so while he was not here at the event like he was scheduled to be, he has been vocal about the indictment, and you can find that on his Truth Social page. Looking at what's going on today, the event starts at 9 o'clock a.m. Central. Mike Lindell will come on stage. He'll have several guests. Patrick Colbeck. We'll have Kurt Olson joining us. We'll also have several others, including Professor Dave Clements. So a great list of speakers joining us today here at the event as well. So 1 o'clock, that's the day. So I think we're going to take a break around 12:30 and count down to his announcement, and then Mike Lindell will release what he says will be a wonderful plan to secure our elections. 15 minutes away now from the top of the program. You can see behind me people are starting to come in. We had about several hundred, maybe 400 or 500 people here yesterday. It's a small event center here in Springfield, Missouri, but people are really enjoying it. Of course, Steve Bannon is here as well. He's next to me here by the RSBN booth, and the people love him. He took the stage yesterday, getting the crowd pumped up. They were chanting, and of course, he was the big cheerleader, head cheerleader, leading them all in those chants. So we're excited about today. Yesterday was very informational. We expect today to be even better with the plan being released. Switching gears now and talking about some of the news headlines taking place across America, we want to give our thoughts and prayers to all of the people in Hawaii, Maui especially, going through those fires, losing their homes, their businesses, their livelihoods. We offer our thoughts, our prayers, our condolences to all of the people of Hawaii. We know it's tough. I've been through natural disasters myself, living on the Gulf Coast with hurricanes, losing it all. But you can rebuild. Unfortunately, you can't bring back a life that's lost. Over 100 people have been confirmed dead in those fires. 1,300 others are unaccounted for right now. So you can't even imagine the worry of family members and friends just going minute by minute, wondering if their loved ones are okay. We hope for the best for them. We pray for the best for them. And just know, if you're watching from Hawaii, all of America is thinking about you. And we actually, when we had a representative come on stage from Hawaii yesterday, she broke down in tears crying for that beautiful island that is now mostly in ruins. So we will be there with you along the way, and the pictures coming from there are just devastating. But again, thoughts and prayers to the people of Hawaii, and especially to the families of those who have lost loved ones. Also in the news, Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida introduced a new bill this week called the National Prayer in Schools Act. Representative Gaetz trying to unlock religious freedom in every classroom. He is wanting to bring back God into schools, and so he introduced the National Prayer in School Act just this week to Congress. And I think that might go off and come off the heels of what parents are worried about all over the country. You know, what their children are learning in school classrooms, school libraries, public libraries, what books they're reading. Parents are concerned about sending their kids off to school and wondering what they could be learning in classrooms. And so Representative Gaetz wants to make sure that prayer is brought back to school. I've talked about this before. This has also been introduced to Congress from Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene from Georgia. She has introduced recently the Protect Children Innocence Act, and that is a bill that would charge a person who performs gender-affirming care on a minor. that is huge because that is going on right now too. It's almost disgusting to even think about. So what Marjorie Taylor Greene is wanting is this to become a felony, serving 10 to 25 years in prison if a person performs this kind of act or surgery on a minor. Also, this bill would prohibit taxpayer funds being designated to perform those surgeries. So that's a bill also being introduced to Congress. So 2 bills right there that parents should be watching, guardians should be watching for the children and protecting our future. When it comes to Ukraine, Biden also wanting to ask Congress for $40 billion more to send to Ukraine to fund the government there. So we need to watch that as well. Our thoughts on that one. When we got problems here at home, we have problems again right now going on in Hawaii. So Biden is sending all this money. He's asking for $40 billion more to send to Ukraine. We know in the past he's been sending $1 billion a month to Ukraine, again, to fund their government. America first. That's all we can say here for today. And just keep that money here in our homeland, because there are people here in need, veterans here in need, a border that needs to be secure, and, of course, a natural disaster going on right now in Hawaii, where I'm sure they could definitely use that $40 billion. I just mentioned immigration. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton was also supposed to be here for this summit. Mike Lindell mentioned yesterday that he was unable to make it because of what's going on with election integrity and the questions surrounding the 2020 election and how we're going to secure the elections in 2024. So Ken Paxton was unable to make it. Ken Paxton and Governor Greg Abbott have been huge and trying to protect the Texas border. So that has been kind of a conflict between the federal government and the states on making sure that these immigrants, these illegal immigrants, aren't coming into the country. But, when you come to these events and you hear from people from the Midwest and from the East Coast, it's not just the southern states, the border states, that are having a problem with illegal immigrants. These people here are telling me they're seeing it in their states as well. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Alabama, and that's not a border state. And one of the state representatives there told me that they are seeing it as a big problem in Alabama. I traveled the next day to the East Coast, South Carolina. A state representative there told me the exact same thing. He's on the East Coast, South Carolina, the Carolinas, all the way up, even going into New York and to Maine. Every state needs to worry about this. So just because you don't live in a border state doesn't mean that they're not coming into your towns, into your neighborhoods, and into your child's school. So you really need to pay attention to what's going on with the border and the plans there. We know President Trump started the 400 miles of border wall, and the Biden administration, I believe, has failed us when it comes to protecting our border. If you don't have a border, you don't have a country. And so the states are doing what they can to make sure that our border is secure. But they are fighting every day, and we thank those who are on the border in every state protecting us and trying to do the best they can for America. All right, that's some of your top headlines for today. Taking a look behind me real quick, people are starting to come in. There's a hospitality suite right next to us, so people are bringing in their breakfast and getting ready for this summit to kick off 7 minutes out from the start of this event. We're months away from our primaries. 2024 will be here before we know it. Of course, the first one is Iowa caucus. That's January 15th of 2024, the Iowa caucus. You're first up. And so we will see what happens as we head into the fall and into the new year. Next year is going to be very busy. As a conservative, I've been looking forward to 2024. So I'm sure it's going to be jam-packed with all kinds of information every single day as we get closer to the November election. People starting to cheer now because Amazing Grace is playing. All right, Birch Gold. We want to thank one of our sponsors, Birch Gold, for allowing us to be here today. They do a great job of protecting people's funds all over the country. Invest in gold with Birch Gold. Text the letters RSBN to 989898. The economy is tough. People are concerned. What's going on with IRAs, 401ks? And so you don't have to worry when you invest with Birch Gold. Now, we are just days away from the Durban Accords. That's the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in the past 80 years. On August 22nd, BRICS nations, including Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are expected to announce the launch of a new international super currency fully backed by gold or other commodities. This is part of their long-term plan to supplant the U.S. and also the dollar as cornerstones of the global financial system. So again, how can you protect your IRA or your 401k from the fallout from this landmark announcement? Diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get a free information kit. If you text RSBN to 989898, you can get a free information kit on gold IRAs. And decide for yourself if a tax-sheltered retirement account backed by physical precious metals is right for you. There's a monumental shift going on right now among nations that control 1/3 of the world's GDP. And again, as I just mentioned, that kicks off on August 22nd. So arm yourself with information to protect your retirement savings. RSBN is all you need to text to 989898. And a representative will call you to set up a plan that's just right for you. We are 4 minutes out now from the start of this program. Just to give you a quick rundown, the program starts at 9 a.m. Central. There will be a small break as we count down to Mike Lindell's plan. He has a plan, he says, that will secure our elections. He wants to reiterate that this is not a Democrat thing. This is not a Republican thing. This is an American plan, he says, to not select a candidate, but to elect, that the people will elect a president. So, or just a congressman or whatever the case may be, your local school board. So he wants to secure our elections, and he says he has a plan that will work, and he says it could start tomorrow. So we are looking forward to that plan. He's been working on it for months. And so he is just going to announce that today. So it's a very exciting day for Mike Lindell. That's coming up around 1 o'clock. But he wants to make sure that you know, and I want to let you know as well, don't turn this off. We are going to be live streaming the entire event because he is going to be working up to that announcement coming up at 1. So very informational. Yesterday was a good start to what we can expect today. Again, if you missed yesterday, you can go back to our Rumble page and catch the full live stream from yesterday. Check your state. Representatives from each state took the stage. It goes in alphabetical order, so you can scroll through to find your state to see what's going on there and also how you can help in your state. We get that question a lot from people when we go out on these events and to these rallies. We hear from people who say they're starting to get involved, and that's the best thing you can do is get involved in your hometown. Join an organization, become involved in the election process by becoming a poll watcher or a poll worker. More eyes on our election process, the better. The more people involved, the better. And that was a message that came out yesterday as well. You hear from Steve Bannon. You hear from General Flynn, who was here yesterday. You hear from Mike Lindell, of course, and others who say, you, the people, are going to change this country. So it's up to us to get to work because they can only do so much. Mike Lindell can put on these events, and he can go on stage, and he can preach and talk and come up with all these things to help save the country, but he's one man. We have to back him. We have to back what you believe. Anything that you believe will help America. So that's why you should get involved in saving our country in the form of however you believe. 2 minutes out now. The countdown is on as we get started here in Springfield, Missouri. Mike Lindell said it himself today. was a lot of money for him to put on this event, but the people are appreciative here. They said they didn't have to pay to come in. They didn't have to pay to be here. He's feeding everyone well. He's taking care of everyone. He's telling America, come on in. I've got this covered. I just want you to come get informed. Decide for yourself. This is what's going on. You decide what you believe and how you can better fix America. And so the people here are very appreciative of that. I know you at home are very appreciative of that as well. The announcer just came on and told people to start taking their seats because we are just moments away. I want to remind you, if you haven't done so already, go to rsbnetwork.com, sign up for our newsletter. We will send out updates and latest breaking news going on if you sign up for our newsletter. We're also on Truth Social, Rumble. If you're on Rumble, make sure you sign up for Locals to get exclusive content there on Locals on Rumble. Hello to everyone watching on Rumble. I'm also on social media as well. You can find me at Vanessa Broussard News on Instagram. I'm on Facebook and on Truth Social, Vanessa Broussard. Join the conversation. We'll be here all day and night like we were yesterday until about 9:15, 9:30 in the evening. And so we're going to do that again today. So make sure you follow me and join the conversation. And if you have any questions or any comments, we'll make sure we have that discussion. I love to talk to some of the viewers on air. So be sure to follow me and join the conversation as we are just seconds away here from the program beginning. Top of the hour now, 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time here in Springfield, Missouri, as we kick off day 2 of Mike Lindell's Election Summit. I'm going to turn around real quick and see where we're at. Mike Lindell is on, not on stage. He's actually on the floor talking to people right now, so we may be a few minutes out. He's a loved man. I'll tell you, I go to so many events that Mike Lindell attends, and when he steps out of a car or into a building, the people just flock to him. They love him, and Mike Lindell will not walk away until he greets every single person and takes selfies with every single person. He's definitely a people person, loves the people, and we know that in his actions and his fight for this country. He's doing it on his personal dime. He's doing it on his personal time. And so we thank Mike Lindell for his fight for America. All right, checking in again as we wait for the event to get started. If you're doing a little shopping today, don't forget about getting a knife. I love this knife. Super cool. BigTrumpKnife.com. BigTrumpKnife.com. If you believe in taking America back with President Donald Trump in 2024, then you need this massive statement-making fixed-blade knife. Trump 2024 is laser-etched on a stainless steel blade with a waving American flag. And a stainless steel half guard keeps your fingers from slipping. The patriotic handle scales are crafted of a blue panel that has Take America Back. That is etched in white, surrounded by white stars, and a red and white striped acrylic panel. The fixed blade knife comes with a belt sheath for easy carry. So make sure you go to BigTrumpKnife.com. That's the biggest Trump knife for American patriots. And be sure to know your state and local regulations on knives before purchasing. Again, make sure your regulations in your state and in your city before purchasing your Big Trump knife. BigTrumpKnife.com. All right, people are still coming in as we get ready here for the Election Crime Bureau Summit. Mike Lindell mentioned to go to LindellOffenseFund.org, LindellOffenseFund.org. He says, you know, he never asks for funds, but if you can donate, you heard him just moments ago here on RSBN asking for donations if you can do so, because this has been a long fight for him. He's spent a lot of time, a lot of energy, and getting this country back on track. And so if we can help him, that would be great. LindellOffenseFund.org. People are starting to take their seats now. Mike Lindell still talking to people and greeting people. So we're not starting right off the top of the hour, but we should be starting here momentarily. Taking a look again at some of the guests that we will have here with us today. Joining Mike Lindell on stage, we'll have Patrick Colbeck, Dr. Doug Frank, Jeff O'Donnell will be here, Kurt Olson will be here. He was with us yesterday on stage, along with Mike Lindell, General Flynn, and Steve Bannon in a panel. That was a very interesting panel. The crowd loved it. They were chanting. They were excited. So Kurt Olson will be joining Mike Lindell on stage again today. Professor Dave Clements will also be here with us today. So a very important day for Mike Lindell and the summit he's putting on here in Springfield. He is now on stage. I believe we should be starting here momentarily for day 2 of his election summit. Give a quick programming note for you. If you've been following the latest indictments on President Donald Trump, one just came down this week from Georgia against President Trump. He is expected to give a press conference from Bedminster on Monday. RSBN's Brian Glenn will be there, so be sure to watch RSBN on Monday as President Trump addresses the nation. And what we're hearing will be an address about Georgia and this latest indictment against him. His 4th since March. He was indicted in Manhattan in March, on March 18th, in the Stormy Daniels case. Then again on June 9th, that involved the Mar-a-Lago raid. Then again on August 1st, that involved the 2020 election, and January 6th, that was in Washington, D.C. And then again on August 14th, the Georgia indictment came down. Again, he has to turn himself in by Friday, August 26th. Monday, he'll hold a news conference in Bedminster. Several others, 19 people, were named in that Georgia indictment, including Trump ally, friend, attorney, former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. So we'll see how all of that plays out on Monday when President Trump will address the nation. Okay, the program is starting.
Good morning, everyone. Would you pray with me this morning? Would you stand and bow your heads this morning as we acknowledge God this morning? Father, in the name of Jesus, God, we just praise you, God, for today. And we just worship you ahead of time, God, for everything that you're going to do. God, we just thank you, God, for bringing us hope, God. You are our hope, God. We put our hope in you. We put our trust in you, God, because, God, you never disappoint us, Lord. And, God, we're praying for hope in our country. We're praying for hope in the nations. And, God, we're just crying out, Lord, that as you unfold what your will is, God, with this plan, God, that your will would be done and your kingdom would come to our lives on earth as it is in heaven. And whatever you're wanting in Jesus' name to secure our elections, God, we're asking for miracles and breakthroughs for our election platforms, God, to be transparent, to be secure, to be safe. And we're just asking, God, that you just have your way. In Jesus' name, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Brennan House for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Good morning. Join me in the pledge, would you? I pledge allegiance and then join me in singing our national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light. What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back your host, Mike Lindell.
Good morning, everybody. The day is finally here. I want to talk to everybody from around the world. We're streaming in 85 languages today. The plan to secure our elections, and it secures them immediately, needs to be, you need to take the time right now to tell everybody you know to tune in today at frankspeech.com. I'm gonna kind of frame this morning or what's going to happen today, and no, I don't have a teleprompter. You know, we've been working for 2.5 years, some of you even longer than that, to secure our elections. Over 70% of the country does not believe that our elections are secure anymore, and that's very sad. But what I'm here to say is, well, why in the times we're in, and you've seen yesterday when I did the segment, what got us here. When I did that, you know, I'm talking about all the hard work that you guys have never given up. It's like as soon as you go in for a lawsuit that should be very easy, and all of a sudden the judge says, no, I'm not looking at it. Matter of fact, I'm going to sanction you even for asking me. Or you don't have standing. Or you go to your legislatures, and most of them are Republican. You go there and they go, no, you can't do that. You can't go to paper ballots hand counted. What are you thinking about? We went through this in Arkansas, where they had a county that went paper ballots hand counted, and the Republican legislatures in Arkansas put up a thing, if you do that, we're going to defund you. We had in Missouri, where we went out, where all of you went out last year at this time, and I said we need to get cast vote records, or we're going to lose our country. And everybody did, went out there. But a lot of the states, like in Missouri, this lady asked for her cast vote record under the Freedom of Information Act, and they sued her. They went after her. Shane Scholler, I mean, he's a Republican. You know, it's disgusting. So all of these things, but yet, even though the pushback and all the hard things we've done, well, about a year ago, I'm sitting there and I'm praying, and God gave me this plan, at least the seeds of it. and said, we have to do something. We can't wait, God, until after the 2024 election. Our country will be gone. We've gone. And I was very excited, but and I've learned during these 2.5 years, this is all in God's time, because they're going, well, Mike, why didn't you come out with it right away before the 2022 election? Because we weren't ready, and it wasn't the right time. This is the right time, okay? And I'm telling you, when we lay this out, the plan, it goes into effect immediately. Friday morning, tomorrow morning, everybody. This is the most exciting thing. And everything you've all been doing will become so much easier. I mean, it'll be easy. If you have anybody that blocks you now, it'll be like, they will be called out and going, what, and not a Democrat or Republican. This isn't about that. It hasn't been about that. This is about us having elections instead of selections. Well, now I'm going to take you back because I've got to frame this up. I've used this analogy when I've told people about the plan. I've used this analogy of Al Capone. Now, Al Capone was a gangster in the 1920s back in Prohibition, and they couldn't get him on murder. They couldn't get him on racketeering. They couldn't get him on bootlegging. They couldn't get him on gambling. But they had all the evidence in the world. They had all this evidence. Why couldn't they get it? Because he had the judges in his pocket or in fear. He had law enforcement in his pocket or in fear. He definitely had the people in fear. And he had the media on his side. The media. He had bought off all the media. Okay, and he even had early voting there where he could see what he needed and he could put in who he wanted for politicians. Does that sound familiar where you're all at in this country, where we're all at? Well, what they did is one day they said, well, let's go at him from a different angle. And they got him on tax evasion. You all know the story. He ended up in Alcatraz, okay? It was sitting right in front of them, right? But now we're not getting the machine companies on tax evasion, okay? So what this does is I want to tell you, they have all of the companies, or what we've been told one common thread of a lie, no matter what the machine brand, whether it's Smartmatic, Dominion, Hart, it doesn't matter. ES&S, let's not forget the big one in the country. And there's more, but all of them, we've been told the same lie by the machine companies themselves, by legislatures. When you guys walk into your election official, you've been told this lie. The media has told this lie from one spectrum all the way to the other spectrum. Not one of them has said the truth, okay? And you know what that truth is? The truth is they were on the internet, all of them. The big lie is they're not on the internet. We're not on the internet because you know what they're blocking? They're blocking what we've had since day one is the cyber evidence. They can discredit all the cyber evidence by saying what? We're not on the internet. It's impossible. You go in, we've had people on the ground. We got 250,000 people on the ground from Hawaii to Alaska and every other state in the country. They get to their officials, they go, it's impossible in my county, we're not on the internet. Well, who told you that? Well, the machine companies did. You ever heard that? How many people have heard in this room? I want you to stand up if you have heard that the machines are not on the internet. Every single person in this room and every single person watching has heard they're not on the internet. Okay? This is one lie, and this morning, don't ever let that get out of your head. Okay, they told us, and from people down here all the way up to the top, they're not on the internet. They're not on the internet. I'm going to show you a video right now that we're going to watch because I want to take you back to this place right now. Okay, so let's roll this video.
Do you swear to tell the truth or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
Colorado is considered one, if not the safest state in the nation to cast a ballot. None of our voting equipment is connected to the internet.
So, as Secretary Griswold pointed out, voting machines are not connected to the internet for a reason.
On election day in a precinct, are your machines hooked up to the internet?
No, not by any stretch. We go through a number of certifications, government certifications, and the first one is at a federal level. So those standards mandate that election systems, such as ours, are designed to work in a closed system, air-gapped, no internet.
Why would you want to get rid of the machine?
Nobody trusts them. They're tied to the internet, and they work at.
Well, ma'am, they're not tied to the internet.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
What is the vehicle for the transmission from the ICP? Is it cellular modem versus VPN?
It is a cellular modem that can be configured in a VPN. Right?
Yeah.
Well, ma'am, they're not tied to the internet.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
Currently in Chicago, Cook County, we work with Verizon to secure that network.
What wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have?
We support a variety.
Well, ma'am, they're not tied to the internet.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
When people talk about certain things, they're undermining our credibility. As an example, in the state of Wisconsin, the voting machines do not connect to the internet.
Oh, come on.
Yes, they do.
They do.
Okay?
Yeah. Absolutely.
They do not.
The voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Local election officials, though, they say really a cyber attack's unlikely. Georgia's voting machines are not even connected to the internet.
That it's really hard to
It's almost impossible to hack that machine. In most cases, voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I have seen concerns raised that even if voting machines are not connected to the internet, that if they have the capability to connect to the internet, they may be able to be accessed remotely. Have you looked into this issue in your machines? No, we have not, because we would never consider connecting them to the internet.
In his conference call this month with state election officials, Johnson, Department of Homeland Security head, urged them to guard against potential intrusions by taking basic precautionary steps, such as ensuring that electronic voting machines are not connected to the internet while voting is taking place.
As you know, the Commonwealth of Kentucky does not allow for the transfer, as we heard earlier, for unofficial election results via modem or other cellular connectivity. And to that end, modem components do not exist in certified fielded equipment in the state, and the ES&S equipment here does not support the ability to modem.
Does having Wi-Fi networks available at polling places mean voting machines are connected to the internet? No, that's not true. An expert told Lead Stories that assuming that the existence of a Wi-Fi network means that nearby voting machines are connected to it is incorrect. The claim appeared in an Instagram post on November 8, 2022.
To be clear, you don't have to actually have hands-on contact with a voting machine to hack it. If it's connected to the internet, you can get into it from anywhere. Although on that front, many election officials insist you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Our machines are not connected to the internet, and they're not going to be connected to the internet.
No state is on the internet. I find it difficult to hack something that's not on the internet.
Our voting systems are never connected to the internet.
Can you talk about the ways that these devices have been marketed to election officials?
Yeah, one of them you've already mentioned is that the vendors will sell the systems with a wireless modem in them to election officials and tell them that they don't actually connect to the internet, that the wireless modem goes over a cellular network, or it's got a firewall, or it's got some other, it's on a private network, it uses the VPN, it's not the public internet. All of that is untrue.
My colleague just mentioned this very body conducted months of hearings and testimony and took questions about all of the concerns about the 2020 election, including that these machines were hooked up to the internet, and found no evidence to support those claims.
2016, people in positions of trust told us it would be almost impossible for hackers to change the outcome of a national election because voting machines supposedly never connect to the internet.
Those things are not connected to the internet.
Voting systems are controlled state by state and don't fall under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. Typically, voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Voting machines has denied that their voting machines are connected to the internet.
To an update on the Arizona election audit, the independent investigator charged with looking into Maricopa County's election equipment confirming that election equipment was not connected to the internet.
The most important thing to know about Georgia's voting system is the voting machines are not interconnected to each other, nor are they connected to the internet in any way.
Our vote counting machines are never connected to the internet.
For remote access software?
Yes.
We no longer install any remote access software. That process was discontinued in 2006 and is not allowed by any of the EAC testing.
Mr. Poulos?
Chairperson, we've never had any kind of remote access in our Dominion products. Capabilities. But I will say that I do want to draw a caveat. Some of our tabulators have are designed around the ability to have an external plug-in modem to transmit unofficial results after polls close.
Our voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Those are not connected. Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
On Twitter, lies about voting machines have been a top midterm narrative, including falsely claiming the voting machines were connected to the internet. And where'd they learn that? The internet.
Hello? Okay, there we go. Okay, everybody, you see the common lie that was told to everyone in the world? If you're watching from other countries, you were told this lie when they took your country. Because if you're not connected to the internet, they're trying to tell you, how could you have this cyber evidence and all this stuff? Because you couldn't have been in there. It couldn't have even been in the room. That's like saying having murder committed, but you're going, well, I wasn't there. Well, we think you were there. We see you there. And they're going, oh, no, we're not in that room. We're not connected to the internet. We're not connected to the internet. I could sit and show you probably a month's worth, every day, 24 hours a day, of people that said, and you've all heard it yourselves, county officials, everyone all the way down. It could be a school board like, well, we're not connected to the internet. We're not connected. That's impossible. We're not connected to the internet. We're not connected to the internet. I want to put this in your head so much this morning. We're not connected to the internet. That's the lie. Don't ever forget that they lied to us. When we leave here today, you can't forget about that lie. If you lied about that, remember you lied about a lot of other stuff. Okay? So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you over the next hour or so here, I guess, is evidence that we have that they were connected to the internet, but not cyber evidence and not stuff like this. Evidence that came right out of the machines itself, which you all got. The cast vote records, the registration, the voter rolls, okay? So you're going to see what they can't say that they weren't connected to the internet when we got the stuff from the machines. There was stuff that we could get under the Freedom of Information Act, which you all got, okay? And I'm going to show you right now Patrick was there. He was there, and he's going to show you evidence he had firsthand, and then we're going to show you what we could get out of the machines. Evidence like he has firsthand evidence, they've been all just, the media doesn't put it out there, so it's been all just, we don't care if you have evidence they were online. They weren't on the internet. They weren't on the internet. They weren't on the internet. You say, what? I got a picture. They were on the internet. No, they weren't on the internet. Lead stories. One of the things I want you to see up there, that says lead stories. You guys, that's Alan Duke and a guy named Martin that's overseas. He lives overseas. I believe it's Belgium. They have 3 other employees. All of them, every time you see fake news or false information, they were hired by Facebook and Twitter. Everything you got covered up. They're not on the internet. False news. That was Alan Duke and Lead Stories. Before we get to there, I'm going to tell you about Alan Duke. I went to him and we had 100% evidence, which was a Tina Peters Mesa County image This was the only one we have inside the machines that showed they were on the internet. We gave it to Alan Duke. And Alan Duke looked at it, his people looked at it, and he signed an NDA with us. This before I released it, put it up on Frank's speech. And he looked at it, and I called him up. I said, well, are you going to tell the world about this now that everything we've been saying is true? And you know what he said? He goes, Mike, we're fact checkers. We go out there and tell things that are false, not things that are true. Isn't that, this is what, and I'm going, you got to be kidding me. So I say it again, shame on you, Alan Duke. Disgusting. But anyway, let's move on. We're past that. I still have a little thing back then, because I thought back then, wow, we show the world. Wouldn't it be something if the lying Facebook fact checkers and Twitter fact checkers would have came public and said, it's all true, everybody. But you know what? Like I said yesterday, that was over a year and 3 months ago. It wasn't the right time, okay? Because we went and found out everything we know now. Another year later, we know who the bad guys are. We know who the good guys are. We know what we know. People have been woke up. Their eyes have been opened. You guys have been there, and more people with their eyes open that we have to secure our election platforms now. So I'm going to go to Patrick, and he was there. Why don't you take it from there with the what you've seen firsthand?
Yeah. First of all, a little bit of background. I'm a certified Microsoft small business specialist. I'm an aerospace engineer. I worked on cabling design for the International Space Station. Plus, I served as vice chair of the Election and Government Reform Committee in the Michigan Senate. So kind of a unique experience background. And when I went into the TCF Center...
He's a rocket science, you guys. When you hear...
I work on the payload for the rockets, not the rockets. Okay. But anyway, all these people that are asserting that there is no evidence of these machines being connected to the internet, well, I'm an eyewitness of the fact that these guys are connected to the internet, and anybody who knows Windows operating system knows when you go down that little right-hand corner, there's this little icon in there that indicates that the machine is connected to the internet. That was on every single one of the 25 ImageCast Central tabulators that were high-speed tabulators at the Detroit TCF Center during the November 3rd, 2020 election. And by the way, it was on all the adjudicator workstations that all of these machines were networked to at the TCF Center as well. And I have two other people witnessing exactly what I saw, which was that icon in the bottom right-hand corner. So you can't say there is zero evidence of these machines being connected to the internet. By the way, during tabulation, although it doesn't matter if it's during tabulation or not. So I'm a certified Microsoft small business specialist. I've established a few networks in my day. They were connected to the internet. And what the weird thing is that it's not even against the law in Michigan to be connected to the internet, yet they're still denying it, which begs the question, why? All these guys had to do, and I asked them to do it, was roll the little mouse cursor on these machines over that symbol, and if you do so, it says connected to the internet. They refused to do that and said, you know what, you're just going to have to trust me. Well, I don't trust them. All right?
And I want to interject. So you see what were they hiding? They were hiding because if they admit that they're on the internet, maybe somebody would have made them open up the machines and show us what's going on.
Yep.
But they had to have that big lie. We're not on the internet. If they don't have that, they got nothing, because everybody knew that with the manipulation. But you can block that by just keep saying, I wasn't in the room. I wasn't in the room. I wasn't in the room. We're not on the internet. We're not on the internet. We're not on the internet. We're not on the internet.
Yeah, by the way, to show how secure they were with their internet connections, in 2022, when I was going through on a walkthrough beforehand, their actual router had the user or admin name and password written on the outside of the router. So if you really believe we got secure elections, think again. But back to election night back in 2020, not only didn't I trust them regarding the tabulators, but actually I noticed that there was I just decided to go off and take a screenshot. That was from my phone on election night, all the wireless networks that were active on election night. Now, all the laptops that were out there with the poll books, the electronic poll books, they all had the ability to connect wirelessly to these Wi-Fi networks. And what are the odds that something called AV_connect was maybe used for absentee voting tabulation at the TCF Center? We don't know. right? Because they're not providing any of this information. What did they do in Maricopa County? Was the one that they held out, the data that they held onto. They refused to give up the routers. They refused to give up the Splunk logs. That's what they're adamant about.
And wouldn't you think if you know, I've said it before, if you're innocent, you know, you've seen it yesterday on when I was on Jimmy Kimmel. Well, why wouldn't they just open it up and say, we're not on the internet. We have nothing to hide.
Right.
Think of this. If you're one of the brands like ES&S, think of these guys. Omaha, Nebraska, the hometown boys, right? They're the biggest company in the United States of these machine companies. If I'm in business, okay, if they call it a business, I call it a lot something else. But I would say, hey, you know, when you had Dominion and Smartmatic in the public eye suing everybody and everything, and ES&S, if I'm them, I'm going to say, hey, come and look at our machines and open them up. You know, we're not on the internet. We have nothing to hide. But yet they lied and said they weren't on the internet. It's a lie through all of them because they're all on the internet.
And you know, when I put in an affidavit in a court filing regarding this, the judge, his name is Judge Timothy Kenny, he made sure that all the court cases related to election fraud was routed to his court in Southeast Michigan. When it was presented to him, his assessment of my evidence that that these machines were connected to the internet was, he said, because Colbeck was looking for fraud going into the election and he found it, his testimony is disqualified. That's like an NFL referee who's trained to recognize interference being told that, pick up the flag, sir. You know, you were looking for that interference call, so you're not allowed to go off and make that call. That's what we're up against. So I did a little bit of digging after I got out of the TCF Center, and I said, you know what? This is a contract between Dominion Voting Systems and the state of Michigan. And by the way, it's got similar provisions for ES&S and Hart InterCivic inside the state of Michigan as well. But these are diagrams directly from their contract with the state of Michigan. And it's for their election management system server. It's not just all about the tabulators that I said eyewitness were connected to the internet. It's also what's called the election management system server. And in their contract, they gave four options for configurations on it. And I want you to look at the top of every single one of these diagrams. That word internet kind of pops up on every single one of these configurations. So every option you had for an election management system server was connected to the internet. Why is that a big deal? Because in cities like Detroit, the only way you get precinct level results is via the election management system server. You don't get it from the tabulators because they blend a bunch of precincts into one tabulator. The only way you get it parsed out into the individual precincts that they use for the certification of the election results is from these machines, which are never publicly tested, which are at the core of the discrepancy that we saw with the 7,060 vote flip from Antrim County, from Trump to Biden. You guys remember that? They tried to dismiss that? Well, that's because they never tested these election management system servers, and they had a different configuration for these election management servers from the tabulators. So guys, this is a big deal. These guys connect to the internet, and if you're getting your official election results from machines that haven't been tested, and they're connected to the internet, it's kind of a big deal.
Well, not if they're connected to the internet. They lied. They are connected to the internet. There's no wiggle room here, everybody. They lied. This isn't an if, okay? This is they are.
And here's
they
more.
They lied. If I have to sit here for a month, I'll spend 24 hours a day to show the whole world. If the media comes out tomorrow and says, oh, we didn't lie, I will play it 24/7 and until whatever.
and in support of that, Mike, you're not the only one saying that they lied. This is the Election Assistance Commission putting out a little nastygram note out to ES&S saying you're advertising that your machines aren't connected, don't have any modems associated with them, and this is not true. So it's not just a Dominion problem. ES&S is engaged in this as well.
All the machine companies.
Hart InterCivic, all of them. So it's plenty of room to go around with this internet connection.
There it is. Remember that, ES&S. They may have violated rules. May have. Now, something. It sounds to me like they have. This assistant commission. Is this a big deal?
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Well, then why did they say may? Why didn't somebody look into it and say you are?
Yeah, we've got a lot of cases where people are identified for not following the law. I mean, I talked about Jocelyn Benson breaking the law 5 times. Well, she just got her hand slapped and said, "Oh, okay, I won't do it again." Yeah. You know, that's what we're getting. So we need to start having some consequences, and that's where the American people come in, and that's why today's so important, because now we're going to equip people to hold them accountable.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, good stuff, Mike.
And that's not the plan, what he just said. Just hold people accountable. We're going to do that too. Thanks, Patrick. You're awesome. Hey, grab your clicker, or do we need the... Patrick, do we need the clicker here? Okay. Okay. Now, I believe we have Dr. Frank. I'm not sure who's coming up next. But what we're going to continue to show you is the lie. They lied, they lied, they lied. They said they weren't on the internet. What you just seen there, here, it's an eyewitness. What we're going to show you now is things that came out of the machines. We don't get to see inside, but under the Freedom of Information Act, you can get certain things. One of the things which I got in every state in 2020 was everybody's voter rolls. Who registered, who voted, and you know, you have ages and everything in every single county that voted, the age groups, everything. And also the cast vote records. So I think, is it Dr. Frank? Who's up next, you guys? Come on, Dr. Frank. Okay. All right. Now, do you have your presentation?
I think it's loaded. Let's see if they bring it up.
Okay. Let me give you a background here on Dr. Frank. Well, first of all, tell us what your background is, a personal background.
I'm a scientist, did that for 40 years, inventor, building electron microscopes and laser scanners and stuff, equipment. I did that for a lot of years, not paying attention to elections, but doing my civic duty and voting every year.
But you're not what the media calls you, a math teacher, right? A little more than that?
Yeah, a little more than that. 60 scientific publications, cover articles on the leading journals in the world.
Right. And I'm going to tell you, when I met Dr. Frank, I was doing the movie Absolute Interference. I met him for the first time, and when I did those movies back then, it was all live. It was we didn't edit, in real time. Stop that. Let's start over. Kind of like what we're doing right now. And when he started telling me about what he had found inside these machines, through the registrations we all can get under the Freedom of. I had to pay a lot of money for them. I think Alabama charged me $40,000, which was, highway robbery by John Merrill. Anyway, when I heard his thing, I'm going, wow. It 100% proved they're on the internet and they were computer manipulated. Yes. And it was like a perfect marriage going for everything I had for the cyber evidence that they kept blocking, saying, we're not on the internet, we're not on the internet, we're not on the internet. Remember, what he has comes from the machine company, comes from our states. It's not made up out in the sky. That's why they've never been able to discredit him when he's out there going around the country and warning people, warning counties, and he does that. And now they changed it. Instead of the media attack him, they just call him the Johnny Appleseed of election crime, right? So go ahead and go through and show us what you have.
Well, the question people always, we're talking about machines here, and we're talking about how about the machines being connected to the internet. But people need to understand it's not just that thing you put your ballot through. It's also the EMS, as Patrick was just describing. Right. It's also the poll books. There are all these connections. And I remember in the state of Ohio, for example, we showed that all the Dominion machines were talking to one another as well as being on the internet. So when we talk about machines, we're not just talking about one thing, we're talking about a lot of things. And then just
polling books, tabulators, printers,
exactly.
All of it. Everything that's run through computers in our elections.
And just yesterday, the Epic Times showed this vast network that all of them are connected through. So it's not even just the internet, it's also the cellular network. So there's all these electronic connectability things that are going on. Basically, we just got to get rid of it all. We got to vote Amish. We got to vote all paper, no machines. Yes.
Right. This isn't the plan either, but we've got to get there.
That's right. I'm getting there. So one of the questions Mike asked me is, he says, well, what would a machine without what would an election without machines look like? That's a great question. Well, but what he's really asking, I think, is what does an election with no fraud look like?
With no computer crime.
No computer crime, exactly. And so, but the problem is how do you find an election that's got no fraud in it? So here we are in Missouri. Last year, Ann Kelly was taking me around and introducing me to the clerks throughout the state. And the last day, we were sitting there with the head clerk of the state of Missouri, and he was explaining how safe their machines were and how they weren't connected to the internet. And I said, well, let's just set that issue aside for a minute. Let's just talk about your voter rolls, because I could show you that your voter rolls are being used to hack your elections. And he goes, oh, really? Yeah. And so I started explaining everything. And after about 10 minutes, he just leans back and he says, yeah, we know we have tens of thousands of ballots being stuffed in our elections. He says this, and Kelly goes, what? She says, if you know this, how can you, I want you telling the clerks. And he says, well, because if we told the clerks how many ballots were being stuffed in our elections, the whole state would blow up and everyone would lose faith in our elections. You think? So anyway, you get the point. I think that's all I need to tell you. They know, and he was so happy to tell me the whole lore of all the ballot stuffing that's been going on for years. So the reason I tell you that story is because how would you know if an election didn't have fraud in it when we have decades and decades of history of fraud? Nevertheless, we can show what it's like without machines, and that's what Mike is really asking. Also, where would you get the data? Because we didn't really have electronic databases for the last 60, 70 years, right? Those are more recent additions. So what does an election without machines look like? Well, when did all this start? If you look back, in every state now in the country, in every state, the voter rolls are growing faster than the population. And when you first say that to people, they say, well, gee, Dr. Frank, that's a good thing. We're getting everybody registered. No, that's not a good thing, because in 8 states, they have more people in the voter rolls than they have people. Okay? And you might say, well, what's bad about that? Well, if you have a lot of people in the rolls who aren't real people, and you're mailing ballots to everybody, that's a problem. So,
just get your opponent on that there.
I'm sorry. That's what you just touched me. I didn't know what I was doing there. Sorry about that. So I'll give you an example. Here's one example. This is from Kentucky, the state of Kentucky. This is their voter rolls. You notice over time that the voter rolls are growing faster than the population. You can see here, the voter rolls are growing faster than the population. Here's their 18 and older population, goes right by, and right before 2020, there's an extra little surge. The rolls go right past the population. In fact, they're up to 105% of their people registered. That's a sort of interesting thing. Judicial Watch sued them. They've been going around the country suing people for this problem, and they were required to remove hundreds of thousands of people from the rolls, which they just got put right back in again. So in other words, they're not really cleaning the rolls. They say they are. And it ends up, I just don't want people to think it's one county only, so I'm showing you 70 or so of their counties. And if you remember, Adrienne Southworth was here yesterday, and she said, yeah, we've got 80 counties now with more people in them than more people in the rolls than they have people. So that's a problem. Judicial Watch sued the county of Los Angeles in Southern California. Just this February, they were required to remove 1.2 million people from their voter rolls because they were illegally in the voter rolls. And think about it, in California, they mail every one of those people a ballot. That's a problem, do you think? Within 2 months, their voter rolls were right back full again. So how can that happen? Is there some clerk sitting in her office going, oh, gee, I'm going to add people to a roll? You know what? No, it's because they're connected to the internet, and it's a simple algorithm controlling that. And that's what I described to Mike in the movie Scientific Proof. So that's interesting. And how are they doing this, and why are they doing this? And what is their justification for being connected? The rolls are connected to the internet. What's their justification? Well, something happened in 1992. It's called NVRA, the National Voter Registration Act. And after NVRA, in every state now, I've done 46 states, 800 counties, boots on the ground, 3,000 counties I've analyzed. In every single state, you have this sort of thing. I know this is a complicated graph, but if you look back here in 1996, you can see a huge surge of influx in one county here in Pennsylvania. I was just using this as an example. I'm showing the age of the people being added to the rolls by year. And you notice there's this massive influx of voters who are not real voters. They actually didn't even vote that year. I've looked those people up. They started stuffing the rolls with people who are not real voters over the years. Because if you're going to cheat on the internet, if you're going to cheat and flip votes, if you're going to cheat and add votes, you need to have names for every one of those votes you're adding. You need to have names that you can assign ballots to. And if you don't have them in the rolls, you have no credit line to use. And so that's...
You guys hear that? I like that. You have no credit line. You have to have those names. So that's why the early voting falls right into their plan. Right?
Oh, you do not. Yes, early voting, you're basically telling the bad guys who's already voted so they know who to stuff for. So that's why. So this is just one example. I can go into more detail, but you get the point. The problem is that every state now, every state in the country is doing this, and I just wanted to give you a couple of examples of that. So, for example, this is Pennsylvania. They're since 1960. Remember, we're wondering, what did elections look like before machines? That's sort of the question we're pondering here. Notice that the population since 1960 in Pennsylvania, you can see it kind of growing there. But look, that's the top line. That's the voting age population, the blue curve. Look at the black curve underneath it. That's who's registered to vote. Wait a minute, after 1992, look, their voter rolls suddenly started surging. But their population didn't surge. Why are their voter rolls surging? That's happened in every state. The reason it's surging is because they're giving themselves that credit line. They're registering people who are not real voters. They don't always vote at first. And then you notice, like here's the red curve. The red curve is who actually voted. Well, gee, as soon as they started inflating the voter rolls, oh, lo and behold.
Here, I got a question.
Yeah.
So when they're inflating them there, when they were adding to voter rolls before, was it by hand, and then all of a sudden computers came in?
It was when computers were starting to be added in the 90s. They started. So see,
right. Does everybody understand that part? Okay.
Yeah. So the turnout. So I don't have time to show you every state in the country. So what I did is I added them all together. So you can see this is for the whole country. This is the 18 and older population, the blue curve, and you notice that as of 1996, suddenly the voter turnout, the black curve across the whole country has been going up, and the number of votes has been going up. We suddenly became more patriotic. I don't think so. And what happens is if you do simple math, you can say, look, the number of votes is growing faster than the population by about 10%. And that's basically where all the phantom ballots are coming from. If you're going to cheat with machines, you need names to assign to, and that's about 10%, about 30 million of our population. And so the voter turnout is also become more erratic since the addition of machines. And you can see that really clearly. I'll just give you one example from California. By the way, you notice right off the bat, California's population of 18 and older people is starting to diminish, but their rolls are growing. Their rolls are growing, but their population is going down. Interesting, huh? But notice how the voting, presidential, midterm, used to be pretty stable, and it's become more erratic. As soon as they added the machines, look what's happened. And that's a trend I see in every state in the country. And what's also very spooky is if I show you state after state after state, they all have the same shape. So suddenly all the states in the country are behaving exactly the same. How could all the states be behaving exactly the same?
Especially since they're not online.
How could that possibly happen? How could that possibly happen? So this is sort of external evidence that the machines must be operating.
Right.
Anyway, I just show you how it's more volatile. Now, this is the money shot, as we like to call it. It used to be, and this is before machines, that you used to vote in your local precinct. You would go in, you would sign the book, we would give you a ballot, you'd fill it out. It was your local neighbors, everybody knew everybody, you could make sure everybody was the real voter. And then at the end, you would, count up the ballots and turn in a number. That's the way we used to run our elections. Well, we don't do that now. In every state in the country now, it's taken 2 decades, but it's that way now. Our rolls are centrally controlled. And I use this example from Wisconsin. I'll show you a second example from Wyoming. Notice that this graph shows you from 2009 to 2021. And I showed this graph in official testimony in Wisconsin. And I was showing Robin Voss, and I said, notice, he's the Speaker of the House there. I said, notice that right before 2012, the rolls suddenly surge, and then they vote, and you take people out. And then midterm, it surges a little bit, and then you take people out. And then right before 2016, the rolls fill right back up again. It's like, wait a minute, why are the rolls all full? And then after the election, this is what's particularly stunning, they remove a fourth of the voters. They remove a fourth of the voters from the voter rolls. And I said, sir, and they're all back again by 2020. How could that possibly happen? You know what his answer was? we have a lot of turnover in those 3 largest counties. 25% in 4 years, I said. I said, besides, look at all of your counties. Every one of
I want
your
everybody
counties.
look at that. Does that look like they were online?
Every one of your counties follows the exact same pattern. How could that happen? And one of the messages that you hear is, oh no, we can't have widespread fraud in our state because every county runs their own elections. You think so? I don't think so. And that's month to month.
So it's like that one movie, Identical.
Yeah, identical, yes. So now that's Wisconsin, and some people might say, well, not in my county, and that's one of the things I'm doing tonight.
Right.
Not in my county. Well, here's Wyoming, the most conservative in the country. Here's their 3 largest counties, and you notice the same thing. Wait a minute, they're all behaving exactly the same. And by the way, let's look at all of their counties, and you're going to see they all have exactly the same pattern. Okay, so this is evidence of machine manipulation of the rolls, centrally controlled, and we don't even, I mean, this can't happen naturally. This ain't natural, buddy. Okay, and by the way, in Wyoming, their rolls changed 25% in 2 years. In Wisconsin, it took 4 years to change 25%. So it's even worse. They didn't even know this was happening to them. That's one of the things that's so eye-opening to me about this is I'm just going around the country showing people their own evidence, their own data.
I want to tell you, back when, it's been a little over 2 years now when I met you, and the demonstration back then was very just in its infancy. And
yes.
Are you surprised that it's this widespread in every county and every state in the country?
Yes. When you first had me on that movie Scientific Proof, I had only done 5 states at that point.
Right.
And I was still looking for a conservative state, because Republicans are good and Democrats are bad. I was still looking for a place where I could not predict the elections. But then, again, I'd only done 5 states. Now I've done 46.
Right.
And I remember when
46 out of 50 is already done, you guys.
Thanks.
I mean, this guy never, ever, I think he's only been home, I don't know, a week in 3 years. I mean, I hear it's just on the road. He cares so much for his country, and they can't argue his evidence because it comes right out of the machines. They've lied. They said they weren't online. And I used to go into states and go, like I was up in Ohio. This guy wanted me to endorse him, and he goes. I said, do you think there was election crime with these machines or whatever? And not in our state. Donald Trump won. You're out. If you're running for office and you don't even have the wherewithal that you should have looked into this and care about I'm the biggest. I don't know what you would call the word. The word I hate the most is these politicians go, I'm all for election integrity. That's about as weak a word as you can find. Solve the election crime in our country.
Yes.
Protect us against the election crime. This isn't about integrity. That's such a weak word. Oh yeah, we're all for it, and they're running on this. It makes me sick. These politicians that are running on like election integrity, like Ron DeSantis down there. Oh, I'm all for election integrity. Really, you wouldn't even listen to us when we told you your machines were online.
Right.
Wouldn't even listen. Walked out of the room. So anyway, that's
all right. Very good. Well, I explained that what I'm able to do is the same thing as being able to roll a 20-sided die 83 times. You walk into a county, you roll a die 83 times. You walk into the next county and you roll the die 83 times, and it's the exact same 83 numbers. That's a sort of mysterious thing, isn't it? And yet when you change states, it's a new set of 83 numbers. If you see my longer talks, you know what I'm talking about. But it's an algorithm. I showed it to Mike.
Yeah. Let me explain that one a little. What he's saying, rolling that. You can pick any county in the United States, okay? I'm going to pick my home in Minnesota, Carver County. And when he did this, I actually did this. So yes. I picked an age in my county, 37.
Yep.
Okay? Age 37. The percentage of 37-year-olds that voted in Carver County in the 2020 election was the same as every single county in Minnesota. And it's the same in every state, but it's just a different starting point in every state.
Yes.
Okay? So that means, and we brought this, I'll give an example. We brought this to John Merrill, the Secretary of State of Alabama. Okay? We bring it in. One of the first states I went there with Dr. Frank. And I said, your machines are on there. No, we have the most secure machines. They're not on the internet. Well, we showed him in Alabama We had pick an age, John. He picked an age. He picked a county. We showed him every county was the same.
Yes.
And it was like 0.001%. He goes, well, Mike, that's not, we could be off by that. He said the same percentage of people. He's trying to say that. I go, oh, how about this, John? You have 4,600 people on your voter rolls over the age of 110 that voted. And he looked at me, he said, we live pretty good here in Alabama, don't we, Mike? That's what he said to me. I said, that's sickening what you just said, John. I said, don't you care about your state and your country?
Yes.
But once again, he was part of the cover-up. That's the only way you can explain it. He's a Republican Secretary of State. By the way, they got to our Secretary of States. They got to him. I'm telling you, that's one of the biggest blockers we've had. There's still a lot of good attorney generals out there, by the way, so we've got a lot of hope there. But the Secretary of State,
boom.
So what I want to tell you is you look at these patterns and you see, pick your state and pick a county, and you could say, okay, the 35-year-olds, 37-year-olds, 42-year-olds, the same percentage in every county, and you go, well, is that normal? No, it's not normal.
No,
ever. They're all over the board. And so anyway, keep going down.
Yeah, well, you said give me multiple states of examples. So I'm just showing you, here's 6 different states, and I can predict it in every state. But you notice every state has a different shape, yet I can predict it in every state. Why? Because it's controlled in every state. Anyway, that was just giving you 6 states. Here I can show you another 6. And basically, since we're asking the question, how has it changed over time, this is a simple way to show how the shape has changed over time and as well. And the graph closest to you is what elections used to look like before we were stuffing them with ballots. And then as you move back, it's every 2 years. This is one example, one county in Pennsylvania. As you get closer and closer to the present, you notice that suddenly a whole bunch of other people are voting. A whole bunch of older people that didn't used to vote are now voting, and a whole bunch of younger people that didn't used to vote are now voting. And that's the stuffing that's going on.
Well, when you say stuff and explain that, you're just pulling names is what he's saying. You're pulling names.
Yes.
That's that, what do you call it, that credit line.
Yeah.
They're just names. They're not people out there stuffing these. It's computer stuffing. They're names. And when you don't have enough names, okay, when you run out of names, this is another thing they'll do when they're not on the internet. Now what they'll do is they'll just vote for these names. They'll go for names that don't usually vote, or that are, these fake names, people that are deceased. But they'll also, when they're panic, they'll pull people and then just vote for them, right? The computer, I got to use these names. I hope they don't vote. I hope they don't vote. And that's why you have thousands of people, like in California in the Newsom runoff, or the Newsom, whatever they were doing with them there, that they were voting yes or no. People got there and they said, you've already voted, by the tens of thousands in that runoff, because that wasn't an early voting where they could grab the names. So they just had to go ahead and vote for people. You watched in real time go from 200,000 yes to no in real time. And they're not connected to the internet? I mean, come on. So keep going.
Sure. So I've already shown you how the voter rolls are manipulated in every state. I gave 2 examples. But here's an example of how the turnout is manipulated. It's hard for me to show you a graph for every county all at once, right? So this is a way for me to show you every county in California. I just picked one state. And this is from 1990 to present. And you notice this is the number of people who turn out in every county in California. And at the beginning, over here on the left, you can see what random elections used to look like before machines. But notice what's happened over time here. Now the state is working exactly in sync. Every county is voting out.
What's the one line that's off whack there?
That's one county. It's Modoc. It's a tiny little county, and nobody.
They don't have machines.
They probably don't.
What?
They do hand counts for their municipals. So that's it. I bet you that one's not connected to the internet.
That's the one that's not connected to the internet, everybody.
Right. I'd have to go check that out. But
I don't even. Yeah. I mean, because in math and in power of numbers,
yes,
they don't lie. It's fact. You can't. It doesn't go 1 + 1 is 2 + 4 is 4. I mean, numbers don't lie. And when you get the power of numbers, when it's that many, then you get these patterns. It's impossible. It becomes impossible without manipulation, without being on the internet.
And if you're going to have manipulation by computers, you have to have an algorithm, and that's basically the 6th-order polynomial, which we've talked about. Watch Scientific Proof to get more detail on that. But the point is, The sixth order polynomial is different in every state. And I just wanted to show you two different states. This is Colorado, the upper left, and Nebraska, lower right. You notice the shape of the sixth order polynomial is different. And it's different in every state. But once you know that, with 6 numbers, I can completely control an election in a state. I don't need anything else, just 6 numbers. And it's a simple equation. That's the point. And I know we don't have to get into that.
And I want to tell you, I'm going to say this, because I had to wrap my head around this. So let's say if they didn't do that, let's say you had a county, you guys, let's say you had a county, my county, Carver County. And if you didn't grab all these different ages and set it up, you know, like that, if somebody ever looked in there and you had 20,000 25-year-olds vote and nobody else, right, you'd be caught, right?
Yes.
Kind of like, and I'm going to tell it again, kind of like in the state of Georgia a year ago. That lady, that nice lady down there, she's a Democrat, her and her husband, 3 Democrats, everybody. And she wakes up in the morning and she had lost. She was supposed to have won, but she checked out and she got 0 votes in her own precinct. Think of that, 0, her and her husband.
Where she voted for herself.
And the way things are now, if they'd have gave her 2 votes, they'd have said, I'm sorry, ma'am, nobody loves you but your husband. But they gave her 0, so they had to look into it. You understand that? That's such a deviation. It's 0. You better find out. There's obviously something with the computer, right? And I think this is a good time to inject the other story down in Georgia. So this lady, anyway, they had to open up the machines. What a concept. They found that she had 3,700 votes, which put her from 3rd to 1st. And they did it immediately. Quick. Okay, now, about 7 counties over, 3 more Democrats. This lady, she gets 4,600 votes. And I could be off by a little, I don't know, Alan Duke can fact check me. I don't care. So 4,600 votes. She wasn't on the ballot. Now, let me tell you, explain that. She wasn't a write-in. Her name wasn't there to check. She had said 2 months prior she was going to run. In fact, I think she announced she was running, and then she backed out right away. So now she gets 4,600 votes. Now there's a guy here, and they want this guy. This guy was going to win. And this was done across our country in other races too, like Tina Peters for Secretary of State in Colorado. You bring in a no-name person, and then you set it on the internet, and you pull votes from this person to give to the no-name, and then this one wins. Okay, this lady that got 4,600, okay, they had to look into that because she's not on the ballot. It didn't even make the news. That should have been headlines around the world, right?
Yeah, yes.
Should have been headlines around the world because there's a deviation we can all, she wasn't on the ballot. So anyway, what they did, they looked into it. I don't know if I'm pretty sure it was Crooked Brad Ratzenberger, the Secretary of State, Republican, down in Georgia. You know what they said? It was a programming error. I thought they weren't on the internet and programmed, but here's the key, everybody. In order to program that, remember, they had to type in her name. Let's not forget that. They had to actually type in the crime. It's disgusting, and everyone, this is when, in our country and around the world, it's so hard to wrap your head around that this could even, how could they do this to us in all 50 states? Well, you've been provided tools, computers, where you don't have to have 1 million people out cheating, which it would take to do what's happened to our country. It would take millions. Like I told you yesterday, I can't imagine people are genuinely good people. I'm not going to grab, 5,000 people. All right, everybody, nobody's looking. Let's run into Wisconsin and vote illegally because we don't live there. Or dead people going, if their relatives going, let's vote for, my dad that passed away. Let's put his name down. That didn't happen. They lied to us. They were on the internet. Keep going.
All right, one last example, and then I think you guys will get the point. This is an example from Missoula, Montana. The top curve, the blue curve, is the population by age, and the gray curve is who's in their rolls by age. That includes the inactive voters. And the black curve shows you by age who's registered to vote there. It looks like they've got just about everybody registered to vote. It looks like above about age 60 or so. And here's who supposedly voted in 2020. The red curve is who voted by age. In other words, everybody above about the age of 40, 95% and more voted in their election. I don't think so, but that's an interesting curve to see. But this is why I'm showing you this, because in Montana, the voter rolls we got shows you how people voted, whether they voted in person, that would be a real election, or whether they voted by mail. Here's who voted by mail in Montana, Missoula, Montana, the next curve. But look at this. This is who voted in person. Okay?
Look at that, everybody.
It's a different shape altogether. In fact, let me help you see that by just, it's different in every county. And let me show you, I'm trying to get this done. Here, this black curve is who's registered to vote. Here's who voted in person. And I think that's real. People show up, they vote for real. And it's different shape in every county in Montana. I can't predict that, but guess what? If you add in the machine manipulation, if you add in the mail-in ballots, suddenly I can predict it. And what we're really saying is basically the computers enable them to know who's voted and not voted. You have who's real, who voted by mail, who's real, but then the algorithms fill it in, and so you want to know what an election looks like that has no election fraud in it, no machines in it. It's unpredictable.
It's unpredictable. Now, I want to say this, everybody. I tell you, this is even 100 times more powerful than when we met. I'll tell you, you've done the world and our country the best service imaginable.
Thank you,
Dr. Frank. But just hold on. I want to say.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go ahead. Dr. Frank, everybody. God bless you, sir. You guys, before I bring out the next guest, I want to tell you, so what he just showed you there, and in fact, Dr. Frank, I want you to come back out here. I want to show that last slide. It's very important, if you can. Come back out. I want you to put up the day of voting in person. I want to show everyone, because I really want to talk to you about that. There's a lot of talk out there about ballot harvesting and early voting and all this stuff, right? Remember, they need, what do they call that, credit? They need names, okay? Now, so the bottom there is, show where they voted in person. That's the in person. So you see, okay, go ahead and show it.
This is the in person, this gray spot, this 18%. Right. And then the blue is who voted.
And you see that, the people that voted early, all the counties are the same. If you take the fraud out or the computers out, it's all over the board. You can't, it's random. Of course it would be random. You can't say this many percentage of 25-year-olds voted, this many percentage of 32. And we have another example. When we're bringing out the cast vote records, we're going to show you of all the cast vote records we have in 2020 and 2022, we've only found 5 counties where it wasn't computer manipulated. And you know what it showed? It's identical what he says. It's all random. It's what it should be. You can't predict 6 Democrats come in, 2 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and you certainly can't predict, let's take 2 25-year-olds, now we want 3 37-year-olds. You can't do it except for they were online, correct?
Yes, I cannot predict who votes in person. And I gave you 3 examples. I kind of went speedily before. But this is 3 examples, 3 different counties in Montana. I can't predict who votes in person and I can't predict the outcome until you add in the machines. Then I can suddenly predict every single county.
So in your mind, this stuff that's out there where they're saying, let's go ballot harvest, you think that's probably a good thing or bad?
Oh, it's a bad thing. You don't want to give them any knowledge. You don't want to, so that they know how to stop.
Right.
Yeah.
Or how,
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's and we're going to talk about other stuff. We're going to get into all that later on today.
Sure.
Talking about, because we don't. By the end of the day, everybody, when we announce this plan at 1 p.m. Central Time, that's going to secure our elections immediately. It's going to unite everyone in the country. So you have these things out there that everybody wants to do some, everybody wants to do some. A lot of them are misconstrued in what is the right thing, what is the wrong thing to do. But we've got all the knowledge now. We have a plan. We have a plan that aligns everything up beautifully. So, and I'll tell you, I'm very surprised. I didn't realize how far and how many counties and the real people in person, where of course it's random.
Of course it is.
Yeah. So once again, I would throw it for an encore here. Thank God bless you, Dr. Frank. You guys, as a hero, he is a hero in this country beyond heroes. I just want to really show that what an election should look like. And by the way, everybody, if you before I get up Jeff O'Donnell out here, before I get him out here, I want to tell you all something. When the cast vote records is I think Jeff's coming up next. Is Jeff O'Donnell ready? Okay. Anyway, I'm going to tell you that. Okay. So before I get Jeff O'Donnell out here, we got cast vote records, and the cast vote records, everybody, what we found is only 5 counties, I believe, in the whole United States of the 2 elections. A cast vote record you're going to see either shows computer manipulation or it doesn't. There's no in between. It's kind of like what we're learning. You either in this country right now, you're either a traitor or a hero. There's no in between, right? And with the politicians. And so anyway, when we found those counties, and I'm not even going to get into all that, where we found them and stuff, that didn't have any computer manipulation. There's a whole other reason for that too. But when we found them, it was in the 2022 election. I took that and I extrapolated, had guys extrapolate the numbers across the United States. Well, our country is 68% red if you take the computers out. I mean, and you think about that, and I'm not, and I'm just saying that this isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. Maybe that'll be afraid of Democrats out there watching, going, oh, with this plan, I don't want secure elections. Well, then they're part of the problem. But what I'm saying is, all the money that we spend on campaigns, if you're watching out there, campaigns and the resource and the hard work that people go through backing a candidate, and getting behind a candidate, like we all got behind our great real president, Donald Trump. And you clap for that. But that's, I don't care if it's, I don't care what party it is or a school board election or whatever. By the way, this plan will work on those too. It doesn't matter. If you put in all these efforts and just to have it stolen from you, and it's like building up our lives. Whatever we've done in our lives while we're here, and then by a press of a button, it's gone. Everything's gone. So I'm going to bring Jeff O'Donnell up here right now. Everybody, let's give him a round of applause. He's another hero in our country.
Loaded in. Okay. It should be.
Okay. Well, Jeff, what Jeff's done, I'm going to give a background there. First, Jeff, tell us what your background is. What have you been doing for decades?
I've got about 40 years in as a software computer engineer. In the last 2.5 years, I've been doing what a lot of the rest of us have been doing, trying to fix this
But your credentials are you're
software, yeah.
Software,
software, hardware engineer,
right. But I want to tell everybody that about a year ago, I met Jeff. It was in June of 22, and he had been doing all this work for the country, and cyber guys out there and lawyers out there for me, and for all of you, and I did a appreciation day, and actually it was, I'm going to tell you, it was in Bedminster. I had it up there, and it was going to be a big donor event, and I said, you know what, I changed my mind. I'll just keep pouring my own money into it. I want these guys to have an appreciation dinner, and I just put, rather than bringing donors, I just brought people in, my cyber guys and lawyers and everybody else that had worked so hard, and people on the ground, leaders, brought them all in together, and our great real president came in and talked to him how much he appreciated all this stuff. and it was just an amazing night. But the next day, I get there and I'm meeting with Jeff and about 4 or 5 other cyber guys, and we're talking about the evidence. I had all the cyber evidence and stuff, and all of a sudden it comes up about cast vote records, and I had heard about it, but I hadn't dug into it, right? And well, what's a cast vote record? And they're telling me about these cast vote records, and then they also said the states can get rid of them after 22 months after an election. So we were up against a timeline of September 3rd of 2022, okay? So I said they explained a cast vote record, and I'm wrapping my head around it. Now remember, and I'll see if I can explain it good. So imagine if you watch a football game, or you missed a football game. You missed a football game, and you go and you get a site and you get the play-by-play of the game. It's a play-by-play of the game, and you're in the order of the game, and so you get this, and you start going through the first quarter, and the score's 7-7, then it's 14-7, and then it's 21-14 in the third quarter. All of a sudden, fourth quarter comes and it's 14-3. Okay. That's kind of weird, right? And I'm going, okay, so that's what a cast vote record is. The order that the votes come in, it's like a replay of the election, but it comes from inside the machines, everybody. Remember, they won't give us anything, and they're not on the internet. And so it comes right out of the machines if you request them under the Freedom of Information Act, which I learned from Jeff. And then I want you to imagine, am I saying that right about the football game?
It's a great analogy.
And Jeff told me, we were talking last night before this presentation, and he said, yeah, and Mike, I said, imagine, because now we're watching these cast vote records come out, and you see that. You see this pattern, and votes you can't go 2 + 2 is 4, + 1 is 3. You can't do that. It's a play of a football game, the replay. And then I said, I'm looking at that, and Jeff says, well, imagine too if all the games in the state were the same. If you looked up all the scores, let's say they had a football game in every county, or in every machine, or and all the scores come out the same. You've just seen that with Dr. Frank. So the cast vote records validate the registered voters that Dr. Frank stood up here. And where did we get these? We didn't get them from cyber guys. We got them from inside the machines. This is what I want to tell you. They lied about being on the internet. They lied, they lied, they lied, they lied, and they lied, and they lied. And all across the world, they lied. Not one person did you see earlier in that video said, well, they are on the internet. No, they lied. Every person lied. And every person followed that lie. Instead of wanting to look into things, they said, well, they're not on the internet. It's an easy excuse, isn't it? And so Jeff, I want to tell you, and then we went out because of all of you. It was a year ago in this very place where I did a call to action for everyone in the country to get your cast vote records under the Freedom of Information Act. And you did. And I'll tell you, we got about 1/3 of the United States for 2020. So thank you all for that. And had we not got them, that was God's timing. I'll tell you this, because it would have been really bad because they delete them all. Now, a lot of states pushed back. In fact, the next day after we did that call to action, there was states around, representatives and politicians from around the country. I remember Kentucky just slamming Mike Lindell in the media. He's going to ruin the 2022 election. The clerks are so busy. They're so busy getting the cast vote records everybody wants. How dare him that the public knows how to ask for something that we need to know, right? Well, then you go to San Francisco Township, and San Francisco Township in California. Now think of this. This is San Francisco. They got smart. The clerks are really busy getting these cast vote records. They just put a button and put them up with a computer on their website and said, "Hey, you all get to see it. It's under the Freedom of Information Act." They didn't have any work to do. They had an IT guy put them up there and let everybody see what's inside these cast vote records. But yet the rest of these, and mostly Republicans, by the way, across our country, went south on these cast vote records. The state of South Dakota would not give us one cast vote record. Shame on you, South Dakota. Okay? My state of Minnesota said we don't even know what is a cast vote record? It tells you, the federal government tells you what it is. Well, we don't think we have, and the lawsuits got put in there to get these cast vote records. Well, just about a month ago, Minnesota put forth a bill and passed it and said, if we figure out what a cast vote record is, we're never going to give it to the public. Seriously. South Carolina is trying to put a bill through. If you don't even ask for a cast vote record, we're going to get rid of even you asking anything under the Freedom of Information Act. This is what we're up against, everybody. But we've got it. It's too late to close the gate. We got the cast vote records we needed. That's it, okay? And thanks to all of you. So now I'm going to tell you, now I'm going to ask Jeff some questions here. Well, first of all, you want to go? I think we should show. I'm going to ask you first, and then we'll show the slides. When you went through, I believe we got over 1,000 of the 3,000 some counties, about a third of the 2020 election. And then in 2022, I think we got about a fifth of the United States. But of the 2020, or of all the cast vote records, you've looked at roughly around a little over 800. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
A little over 800. Now, of the cast vote records you looked at, well, first of all, I'm going to ask you this. A cast vote record, am I correct in saying there's either computer fraud or computer manipulation, or there's not? It's one or the other. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I found.
That is correct. So it's either one or the other. Now, of all the ones you've looked at, is there any that weren't computer manipulated?
No.
No. Not one of the ones you looked at. Okay, well, but you actually had, of the counties of those elections, but you did find what a real election should look like, that you went out and got a cast vote record that shows what no manipulation other than the 2020, right? Do we have a slide on that?
We do.
Yeah, you guys got to see, just like Dr. Frank showed you, the cast vote records collide perfectly with his, okay? So, let's see. Okay, hold it. So here's where we got. All of you did this. All of you went out there. You know, remember we have what's called the Cause of America to everybody, which we have all the groups going out to all 50 states. But we did this call to action with all of you last year. And this is what they got. The green ones, we got the cast vote records. I'll say it again, South Dakota. Now, how did we get Minnesota? I thought they wouldn't even give them up.
At the last moment, I think one was smuggled out in a rail car.
Oh, we got one out of there, okay. Wow, there's hope in Minnesota. Bring yesterday back, there's hope, right? Okay, but you still see South Dakota. I want everyone to know, why would South Dakota, red state, Governor Christie know him, why couldn't we get those cast vote records? That's weird, you know. I haven't asked her, but I just found this out about a week ago. What do you mean we don't have South Dakota? I mean, I couldn't believe it. But you look at some of these other states, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, no cast vote records. And I know a little problem down there. Some of these states go from the bottom up, where you can make decisions of your election machines and everything. Some of them go from the Secretary of State down. Down in Louisiana, I thought there was a good Secretary of State. His name was Kyle Ardwin. Well, I went to him. We met with him and what did he do? He wouldn't give them cast vote records because he's the almighty there. Disgusting. And you remember that Louisiana, you have all these things when they had the Haldeman report came out. And that, by the way, the state of Louisiana is Dominion's oldest customer. They've had them the longest. The machines there the longest. But here's a guy at the top that did nothing for the state of Louisiana to help out. He acted like he was election integrity. Remember that word? But anyway, I just wanted to point that out. Some of these states where we didn't get them, it's just horrific. And these are, what do you see there? Most of them are, do you see it? Red states.
Most are.
Look at that, red states. This is not a Democrat or Republican thing, everybody. This is to secure our election platforms and save our country. If we don't save our elections, it's over. It's over, but look at that. This is what we've all been up against. We've been up with these Republican blockers in these states. You just look at that. I can't even believe that. South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Missouri. Right here in Missouri. Missouri's gotten so far with hand-counted paper ballots. Did the first one in Osage County. Beautiful, the Show Me State, but yet they couldn't get the cast vote records. That's under our Freedom of Information Act. You know what happened here in the state of Missouri? A nice lady went to get the cast vote records, and she put it in, and they charged her. The guy pressed charge, a guy named Shane Scholler or something here. Is that his name? Did I get it right? And he's running for Secretary of State, and he stopped the cast vote records and he charged a citizen that watched this event from, charge them. What are we up against? This is bizarre. I couldn't believe it. This nice lady gets charged, and she's just watching the show and says, under the Freedom Amendment, we showed everybody how to get the cast vote records online, just to put an email in and request them. So she got charged. This is disgusting. I'll tell you, here in Missouri, if you don't call it, that guy should be held accountable. Shane Scholler. It's disgusting. And so anyway, and he's running. Is he running for Secretary of State here? Running for Secretary of State. Remember, the Secretary of States, I haven't found any of them out there. I haven't met one that I would trust right now. There's a few I haven't met, so maybe they're out there. But anyway, so I just want to tell you, this is a part of what we're up against. And when we get to the plan, remember, this plan's never been done before in history. If you're watching from home there, we're going to announce a plan today that secures our elections immediately. Friday morning, they're all secure, everybody. So, but it's stuff like this that I want to show you. This 100% proves, and I'm telling you, just because you think South Dakota didn't give us their cast vote records, we did get their voter rolls that, like Dr. Frank had here, and we went through. Every state, we have one form or another to show they were 100% on the internet, okay? So Jeff, why don't you keep going here? Okay, look at this. So when this expected mail-in voting pattern, this would be if you didn't have, like we drove with Dr. Frank. This is a percentage, because they kind of explained it to me last night. This is two candidates, and let's say it would be 50-50, they'd be on the same line. It'd be like flipping a coin. 100 times it should get closer to 50-50. If you had am I saying that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Yes.
If you're flipping a coin 1,000 times, it should get closer to 50-50. So let's just say two candidates were 50-50. Okay, this would be they would be, you see in the beginning there where you're flipping that coin and you got that little bump because you could have 8 tails and 2 heads in the beginning. You flip it 20 times, it could be 14-6, but you start flipping that thousands of times, you get closer to true. And we're showing you here two candidates that exactly ended up tied, okay? So that's why you're showing that line. It's a lot easier to show it this way. Like I say, in the beginning, you're going to see that. Now, can we see the next? Now, look at this. This is Mesa County, Colorado. Now, you see, these are the same two 50% candidates, right?
Well, actually, no. But this is, it really doesn't matter because it's just, if one got 40%, right, whatever, it's still the same coin flip thing. It will get closer and closer.
It was right. 40%. So instead of going straight, it's going straight up.
Right. So you can imagine it as if it was a 50-50, but it is actually representing what the true.
Right. So you should never have whatever the true is. Or it's the randomness coming in a vote. In early voting, it should be just like Dr. Frank showed you here, which if you took the machines out, that's what early voting would be if there was no computer manipulation. But instead, it's this. Now, you look at this Mesa County, Colorado, okay? This is a Dominion machine, okay? You see in the beginning there where you should have had the coin flip and it's there, and now all of a sudden you get this trajectory straight up. And now you have slides of all the machine companies, right? Here's another one. Now, this is Pima County, Arizona, ES&S. You see in the beginning where you have the coin flips or whatever, and there's another one, the Smartmatic. They only have one county in the United States. Los Angeles County, California. Isn't it funny that Smartmatic started lawfare and they sued Fox News on February 4th of 2021? About, you have one county. You think what are you making a lot of money off one county? But yet you're the one that came forward and sued Fox News? You guys, is that weird? And they did it on February 4th. You know what came out February 5th? Two things happened. Fox fired Lou Dobbs. He was here yesterday, the great Lou Dobbs. But also we came out with the movie Absolute Proof. So not one conservative media talked about that movie on February 5th. Coincidence? I don't think so. That was the start of lawfare. Smartmatic, there they are. Here's another one. Look at that one. Clear Ballot, there's another company. Let's bring them in the mix. Maybe after today I'll get sued for $20 billion for all these companies, right? I don't care. Marion County, Oregon. Hart, Inner Civic.
Another player.
Yeah, another player, Hart. Okay, so the point is here, all of them said they weren't on the internet. Look at, you can't, Jeff, is it possible to go up there if you're not on the internet? Is that machine manipulation? 100% is that machine manipulation?
Yes.
100%. There's no wiggle room. This is computer manipulation. Okay, let's go to another county. New Jersey. Okay, Dominion. There it is. ES&S, Frederick County, Maryland. Now explain this. What would here in Georgia, what would you say? Why would it go down and then go up? That's really wild.
The algorithm is actually having to fight against the true votes that are coming in. And that is where the real art of that comes in if you're trying to steal an election. So what you're seeing there is, I believe, a reaction to an unexpected number of votes early on, which caused it to have to dip down a little further than they thought they would have to.
Right. So in other words, everybody, what that would explain, there were a lot of votes. I'll just say it. Probably here it was a lot of votes for Donald Trump, and they had to react the other way. Okay, I watched it in real. You're going to see this in a little later when we talk about when David Clements talks about what's it called, research, Edison Research out in New Jersey on the election night. It's very similar to Cast Vote Records. All our votes go through Edison Research in New Jersey. It's a monopoly. They go through there, then they go out to all the media companies, but I thought they weren't on the internet, right? Well, when you see that, you'll see patterns that are impossible, like drops of 20,000 votes, like in the Herschel Walker. You'll see Carrie Lake, you'll see Katie Hobbs get injected with a couple 100,000 votes, and they injected too much. They actually had to give Carrie Lake a bunch of votes to make it look good for the public, because they took so much in the beginning. I mean, this is what you see in a so you see. Did it surprise you as you went through these that the magnitude of that it was that many, that it was every one?
I never expected going in that it would have that magnitude. I expected to see a lot, but the fact that it's so pervasive,
right,
even surprised me.
Right. When you looked at when we got into 2022. Did you think maybe it would change, or how about primaries? Have you checked? Do we have cast vote records from primaries?
For the 2022 primaries, we got a fair number.
Right. Did those look manipulated?
It's a very interesting question, because yes, to answer the question, yes, they did. But in looking at the data, as far as, in my opinion, you can see them trying to, because they knew we got the cast vote records.
Right.
They knew what we saw. And they made adjustments in the primary. Right. They made more adjustments in the 2022.
Right. I'm gonna tell them that. I'm gonna say this one. A cast vote record, remember, is the order the votes come in. Down in Carrie Lake in Maricopa County, I'm going to go through this, everybody. I'm going to go through this example. A year ago in her primary, I stood right here on this stage and said, everybody vote same day. It's harder for them to cheat. And everybody did in Arizona in that primary. They wanted to take Carrie out in that primary. By 11 o'clock at night, all of the early votes had already been counted. And they had finished counting. She was down by about 10%. And Carrie and I were on the phone. We said, well, let's see if it holds out, the theory. Wasn't a theory, though. We already knew. Here come the day of votes, and they came rolling in. 75% Kerry, 25% Hobbs. The other lady that she ran that they wanted in, the Uniparty wanted in. Remember, whatever that gal's name was. Hobbs was in the general. But so Kerry's running in this primary, the Republican primary. She's down by 10%. The day of votes came in by 3 in the morning. Kerry was up by 12,000 votes with about 90,000 left to count. Now, what did they do there, everybody? Do you remember? They shut it down. Sound familiar? They shut it down in the middle of the night again, and we waited. The world waited, but the world was watching. It said, what is going on? Why is it taking 3 days to count those votes? And finally, they're all in this thing going, I don't know how we're going to do this. They probably went and asked Brad Rassenberger over in Georgia, what do we do? We only have 90,000 votes left. How are we going to cheat? Brad probably said, you waited too long. You should have pulled more names. But they had to say, you know what? We don't have enough left. The world knows there's only 90,000 left. And it's 75-25 Kerry traditionally coming out of that county or that place. They had to finally make a decision. We'll have to steal her election in the general election. Okay? So what they did, now here comes the election last fall on November 8th. I woke up in the morning, we told everybody, do it again, vote same day. Okay? I woke up on the morning of November 8th and I was so happy. It was all over the news, even Fox News. There's problems with machines in Arizona, in Maricopa County, and other places. At the same time, I was getting texts from all over Kansas. I'm getting text messages from people in Kansas, and it was kind of strange because they're going, Mike, people are voting and it's changing Democrat votes to Republican. I couldn't even believe it. I'm going, wow, this is great. This is a uniparty thing, right? The machines. So I thought that would be it. Finally, these are going to be exposed. They're going to go, okay, enough's enough. But what they did, I'm telling you, this is what they did. When they planned this, they shut down 262 machines on purpose in Arizona in that election. When they did that, when you came in, it's, put the ballot in the box. Put the ballot in the box. Those ballots essentially became mail-in ballots, and they could do whatever they want with them. They turned them in to this early voting, basically turned them in from this kind of ballot to that kind of ballot. Okay? Now, the narrative was, people waited in lines and they were disenchanted and now, boy, we've got to embrace early voting and mail-in voting. Wrong. They want you to do that. Nobody left those lines. They went and voted somewhere else where the machines worked. Even Carrie Lake did that. She went and voted. It was real easy going over to a little Bloor County or Bloor area. But they knew what they were doing. They planned it. Okay? And so what I'm saying is these when they don't have, like you heard with Dr. Frank, when they don't have the people's names to pull in that early voting, they were trapped there. But I'm getting to the point here. But you know what, Maricopa County, because we had them. We went after him. Kerry Lake went after him. We have the great Kurt Olson here. You guys have seen him. They're relentless. And we went after it, and went after it and took it to court. The Supreme Court there, they're back to court, it's still going to court. We're not giving up. But one of the things Maricopa County did, they took the cast vote record and they scrambled it, like putting it in a blender. Okay? And what excuse did they use to put it in a blender? Remember, it's the order the votes came in. They used the excuse that if you drove around, somehow you knew when everybody went in to vote that morning, if you knew the first person that voted, you would know who he voted for. So we can't let that happen. We have to protect their vote. That's what they used. And they put them in a blender. So what Jeff's saying here, they knew. these cast votes records. That was right out of the machines, and they knew we had them because they lied. They were on the internet. They lied to us, they lied, and they lied. But the good news is, you all got enough, and it's too late for them. They were caught, okay? They were caught. So they can do everything they out there to stop us from getting them. Yes, South Dakota, you succeeded. We don't need them now, okay? Good for you, Special K. You can just sit with your little cast vote records because we got your registered voters. All these things say that all of them were on the internet. All of them. So, and I want to say, I'm going to say one more thing on the cast vote record thing. Down in Miami-Dade County, okay? In Miami-Dade County, did we get they all get the cast vote records for the 2020 election?
Yes. Yeah.
And very easily, if I recall.
Yeah, it was
They right here you go.
Pretty good, yeah.
No problem. Here's Miami-Dade County. Okay? Well, last January, you know, I look into deviations in these machines. That's all I do is look at math numbers every day. My company, every single day that goes by, I could tell you, pick a deviation. You get a deviation, you better look into it because you need a different input to get a different output. And I sat on my show on Lindell TV, and I'm going, and it hit me, I'm going, what do you mean DeSantis won by 11% Miami-Dade County? And I'm going, that's a deviation, you know? And I hadn't said anything bad about Ron DeSantis. And I said, that's a deviation. I'm going to look into it. I said it live on my show. Now the media came out, said, Mike Lindell says Ron stole his election. You know, of course they killed it right away because they didn't want people looking into that, right? It came out and then they buried it. It was amazing because now people know if I do say something out there and the media attacks me, they know I'm using him to get the word out. You can expect after this event, the media will all go Fox on me. Boom. They're not going to attack me. They're going to go silent tomorrow morning while all of you know the plan and the whole world knows the plan. Okay? But here's what, thank you. So Miami-Dade County, I said, you know what? I called up Jeff, and that night I put a shout out to the country, go get Miami-Dade County and Florida's cast vote records. Well, they went to Miami-Dade County, and you know what they said this time? No, you can't have them. You can't have them. We're going, well, what's changed? It's under the Freedom of Information Act. You did it once. What did that change? Did Ron change it? Who changed it? Well, nobody changed it. So I went on there, and again on my show and said, hey, everybody down in Miami-Dade County, they're not giving you our cast vote records. It's your right to have them. Well, then they finally gave them to us, correct?
Yes.
They gave them to us. So Jeff looked into that one. I said, hurry up and check this one if you can. There were two counties I really wanted to know. That one, and I wanted to know the 2020 election, LA County, with the one county Smartmatic has. You know why? Because they're suing me for billions of dollars and suing my pillow that did my employee-owned company. This county, this one county. Well, let's go to Smartmatic first. With Smartmatic, and you did you did LA County, correct?
Oh yes, oh yes.
Was that? Were they on the internet? Was there any machine crime there, computer manipulation?
Yeah, lots of it.
Lots of it.
Wow,
okay, I'm going to ask you this. And didn't you find something interesting there? You guys, now this was Smartmatic machines, and I could be saying this wrong, but in Mesa County, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, which we actually have the image from inside the machines thanks to the great Tina Peters. And yes, thank you. So that image, which we'll talk about in a minute because Jeff he investigated that for 7 months. You actually have that exact image so that it's like having been better than a cast vote record. But what did you see in LA County with ES&S and you got a Dominion Mesa County?
They show essentially the same mathematical change over time.
So the same algorithm, the same pattern.
Yeah,
that's 2 elections away. One's the 20, or no, it's 2. I'm sorry, same election.
Mm-hmm.
but two different companies, ES&S and Dominion. And remember, Smartmatic only has one county, LA County. So you would think I'd be able to take that into these lawsuits and go, hello, how am I defaming this company? It's right here. You know, because they've never let my cyber evidence out there because why? They're not on the internet. They're not on the internet. But you know what? No, you got to drag it out in courts, Mike. You got to spend another $10 million so we get past the 2024 election, and then we can all say you're innocent and everybody go home, but your country's gone. I always tell my lawyers, right now, we're doing this right now. We're not waiting till these lawsuits play out. The plan is now, we have the plan to secure our elections today. 1 o'clock Central Time will be shown around the world. But I want to say, now we're going to go back to Miami-Dade County with old Ron. Now, in Miami-Dade County, did you find something very interesting in the 2022 election?
Yeah, it looked normal.
It was normal. There was no computer manipulation. Now think about this. This is what I was surprising you with. You see that line there with that we showed you earlier? That's Miami-Dade County. There's no computer manipulation. Now why would they do that? I don't know. A week after that, Ron DeSantis was sitting with Libby Locke on a little round table, national televised. And you know who Libby Locke is? She's the law firm Claire Locke, okay? They've done one thing. That's the whole firm that sued over 200 people and companies in this country, like Mike Lindell and MyPillow. My mom says, well, Mike, I really like Ron. Yeah, he's sitting with the lawyers for the companies that sued your son and your company for billions. And you know what they were talking about, everybody? Ron DeSantis is talking to her. The whole thing was about making it easier in Florida to sue people for defamation. Now you think about that. And Ron even wanted to make it, if you're on TV or whatever, if you're a journalist and you badmouth the governor, you got to have permission. I'm serious. You can't make this up. So I say to you, yeah, I don't know. All I know is that we finally have an example of a county that we thought was blue, that they convinced us was blue, that they lied to us, the propaganda. All those inner city, they all vote for the Democrats. Rubbish. That's the Uniparty telling you that. Don't ever forget this isn't a Democrat or Republican thing. This is the Uniparty, CCP, globalist, deep state, the evil that's taken our country. That's what it is. That's what it is. So down there, they wanted Ron to look real good, and they just said they made a big mistake because we caught him. They just said, hey, we don't even have to do anything here. Just let it be a normal election. Does that tell you anything what the rest of this country could look like? We did that, and that's where I said we did it as 68% red. We're not a 50-50 Democrat, whatever, when they call, the left, they like transgenders and all this other stuff. Rubbish. People want a joyful life while we're here. They all want the same things. All of us do. We're all people. These are the Uniparty, the globalists telling you this and dividing our country. Donald Trump is one of the biggest unifiers of people this country's ever seen. Period. He does problem, solution, and what will it manifest to help all people. It doesn't matter if you're red, blue, whatever. He had to pick a party when he ran. He's seen problems in both parties. He had to, which one said, I'll pick the R. Well, I'm telling you, when we get through this, the party of common sense, you call it the Donald Trump party, people are pouring into this bucket from both sides. I think probably even faster from the left. Because they see how they've been lied to. They've been lied to for decades. So I want to tell you, with the cast vote record there, why would the Uniparty do that? Why would Libby Locke, for the minion lawyers sitting there? You guys, this is how deep this goes. I know it's hard for everybody at home to wrap your head around that it's so horizontal. That yes, it happened in Hawaii, it happened in Vermont, it happened in Oregon, and it certainly happened in Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Dakota, all of you. You know, we've had more blockers blocking us in these red states than all the blue states put together. I told you yesterday, California with Dr. Frank running around there like Johnny Appleseed. And then you have the great Shasta County where they stood bold. Kevin Christ stood bold and said, I know I want to do what's right. He came to me. He came to me and said, you know, he prayed. He prayed and said, you know, I have to stand firm on this. I said, yes. He said, you're going to be hope. You're going to be hope. You got to have courage. And he stood up with courage. Because he stood up with courage, and you had Johnny Appleseed, Dr. Frank running around planting seeds, there's 18 counties in California. They're ahead of the whole curve that'll go probably to paper ballots, hand count in the next election. Remember, everybody, that the end goal for our elections, and this we're not talking about the plan today. Where do we want to get to? What's the best elections in the world? I've talked to France. I've talked to the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, which got rid of their machines because of Clint Curtis. Okay, all these countries have same-day voting, paper ballots, hand counting. That's what we have to get to. Okay, period. You know, all you Republicans, I know the RNC convention's next week. You all better sit and talk about that. What we the people want. You're representing that party. You better want paper ballots, hand counted, precinct level, signature required, same day voting. Okay. And anyway, so you go back to Miami-Dade County. And we've seen that, and so we know what this country could be like without machines. And I will tell you this, as you've seen on Jimmy Kimmel when he said to me, if your friend Donald Trump, if it was reversed and he was selected, would you still be sounding the alarm? And I said, absolutely. I will tell you this, and I want everybody around the world to hear this. If I knew, just like we know now that this country is 68% red because of what happened in Florida where there was no machine manipulation, if it was the other way around and it was blue, I would still be sounding the alarm like you've never seen. Because this isn't about two parties. This is about us having elections. If they're really elected, I'm okay with whoever gets elected and not selected. You talk to countries like Venezuela, I talk to them all the time. Brazil, I'm friends with President Bolsonaro. I talk to these countries, Australia, even Canada. They don't feel like they can get their countries back because how can you get rid of these computers? They know it was the computers, but they can't get them back. You know, let me tell you a little bit with Brazil. Brazil, this just happened this last election. They warned us. Eduardo Bolsonaro, his son, the president's son, came to the Cyber Symposium, the first event we had 3 years ago. And he stood on that stage, the most beloved president Brazil's ever had. And he said they're going to take our country with machines. We're trying to at least have a backup of paper ballots. And their we'll call it parties, said, no, it's just machines. Now they have same-day voting, just a screen, just a machine, right? They could be hollow, everybody, and have two little lights on them. Bolsonaro, or, the other candidate, name is Lula. Fresh out of prison. He was in there for 8 years or whatever it was for crimes. He was the president of Brazil, crimes against his country. So he's in prison. The cartels say, hey, I know, let's really ram it down their throat and let's pull him out of prison early, 6 years early to run for president. Okay? They do the election. 15 million votes are taken. We watched it in real time. My cyber guys watched it in real time. 15 million votes taken from President Bolsonaro. They made it look close, oh, so close, a couple million votes, right? Well, you know what you could have done? They could have been hollow, and they just pull out a thing and say, and the winner is, fresh out of prison, Lula, the greatest president ever with crowds the size that you've never seen in Brazil for President Bolsonaro. And in Brazil, they all stood up, everybody. They said, no, we're not taking it. Crowds a sea, like Donald Trump's rallies. And you know who didn't cover it on TV? Fox News, Newsmax, CNN, ABC, NBC, CBS. It didn't matter. None of them covered it. None of them. You know where you've seen it covered? frankspeech.com and RAV and RSBN. That's where you've seen it. And so Bolsonaro, he comes over here and then he says he's waiting, and they're sit there, the military there can look inside those machines. They can. It's in their thing. They can go in there and they say there's a problem. But they're evil leaders, of course, that's how they got them in. The leader of their Supreme Court people or whatever it was, that's their version of their Supreme Court, said, oh, no. You do not get to look inside these machines. And they're saying, why? They didn't say because they're hollow, which they probably are, could be, and who knows? It doesn't matter there because you don't get to see what's inside. So Bolsonaro, he went back there. If y'all seen 3 weeks ago, you know what they did to him? They said, we'll be okay. We're not going to charge you with anything like they're doing here to our great real president because he contested an election. They said, you shut your mouth, but then you can run again in 8 years. 8 years. They're telling him he can't run for 8 years. And you know who got sentenced there? The people of Brazil. They're the ones. They got sentenced there. And they remembered, some of them remember, they're getting a good lesson. They remembered how Lula gave them all the free stuff, right? Free stuff when he was there, and so they had him brainwashed with the propaganda. Remember, in Brazil, there's only one conservative media outlet, and they're censored too, kind of like our Fox, okay? But what they did with Lula then, when he gets out, he hit the ground running, just like we had here in the U.S. Oh, there's no more freebies. We're going to destroy Brazil, the great nation of Brazil. And they're doing it as we speak. They're our hope, everybody. What they're watching today, we're going out in 85 languages. And I'm telling you, when you all hear this plan at 1 o'clock Central Time today that secures our elections here forever, or immediately, nations around the world like Brazil will have hope too, because this plan will work for them too. So anyway, we got a little off track there. Jeff, you've been a hero to our country. I mean, for all the work, he works nonstop, like Dr. Frank. Every waking day he gets up. He's even, during this time, I don't know if any of these guys have had vacations, kind of like all of you, or time off. I'm glad you all probably have My Pillow, so you might not sleep much, but it's quality, right? There's a commercial. Use promo code PLAN. How about that? We'll use promo code PLAN today at My Pillow. PLAN. That's the new promo code. Then they can all sue me for using that promo code too, right? So use promo code PLAN at mypillow.com and also, everybody, at mystore.com. People forget. I'll do a little commercial right now. You don't mind, do you? You guys, mystore.com, with all the attacks on our country, right in the middle of all this, 2 years ago, I set up I put millions of dollars into this other platform called mystore.com. You know what it is? It's entrepreneurs and people that have USA products. Well, I know what I went through in fighting all this stuff out there. I give them a safe place for them to put their products up, their vetted products. So you go there to mystore.com and you help out these entrepreneurs and you buy today. Use the promo code PLAN. They all need your help too. My employees, I want to tell you this. My employees, last night at My Pillow, there was another big threat that came in. And this is just what goes on. It's almost like they're used to it, but it was a threat, and they actually this was a real person. They got him. And it was a call from I think it was Indiana or Illinois somewhere. And they don't realize we can track you. Hello. You think there's internet? What? Phone lines have you mean to say Tim Cook knows where I'm at? So they got him, but my employees are back there making pillows, and they have careers there, all walks of life. You know what it's done? We have Democrats, liberals, conservatives, Republicans. Some of them don't even support Donald Trump. But I'll tell you one thing. all in many different walks of life, from Hispanic to Asian to black to white, it don't matter. This has united us at My Pillow like you've never seen in history. And this is what, and you guys, all the stuff that's going on in our country, like I told you yesterday, all these negatives, you know what it's done? It's united us as a people. I have neighbors, remember our neighbors, and you get on there and you'd have to argue about, you shouldn't have to argue if transgenders or whatever this nonsense is right or wrong. And your neighbors, you know that. How many neighbors do you have that argue that? I mean, not too many. Not too many. Oh, they're putting me on a timer. What's going on? What? I can't believe it. Okay. Well, hey, wait. Jeff gave me some of his time, didn't you, Jeff? Besides that, I think we're on the internet and there's extra time. It's rigged. Hold on. There, I got 20 more minutes. No.
Time drift.
Okay.
Like it's called time drift.
Yeah, time drift. Yeah, pretty sure there'll be. Wait a minute. It says 20. Somebody manipulated it. All right, everybody. And but Jeff, I can't say enough. And everybody in this room, how many of you have worked with Jeff or that know that Jeff's done some work for your state? That's unreal.
Thank you.
Yeah. They call him, he's been made fun of on Jimmy Kimmel. When you're made fun of by Jimmy, you know you've made it. But he's his website, what's the web, Lone Raccoon?
MAGA Raccoon.
Mega Raccoon.
MAGA.
He's not alone anymore, it's mega. But God bless you, Jeff. And we're going to see Jeff this afternoon. Again, you'll see Jeff will be returning. So let's give him the biggest applause in history.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, hold. Okay, I know we got it. I was going to say, I want to put a video up now. I think it's, I'm not sure. Anyway, we had the Mesa County image. That's what I was going to put up. Can we quick put the report? Jeff was also a part of the Mesa County with the Tina Peters thing where they went inside the machines, okay? I'll show you this in a second, but leave that up there, everybody, for a second. Go ahead and put it up behind me. Now, let me tell you that when Tina Peters did her job, and they were in Colorado, they were coming in, they called it the trusted build. And then what they did is Dominion and crooked Jenna Griswold, the Secretary of State of Colorado, they deleted everything of the election of 2020 and all the machines in Colorado. But Tina Peters and other clerks you didn't hear about, they did backups of their computers like you would before they come in and take it. You hit the backup button. Well, anyway, when they did that, it became a fiasco now. But for 7 months, after the Cyber Symposium, when I met Tina, and she was actually on stage there, they've attacked everybody in Colorado. You all know that when they took my phone that time in a Hardee's, that was because of Colorado. I'm going to arrest me. I wanted to be arrested. You all remember that? And but they're trying to see what it happened to do that we did, that something was done wrong in Colorado. I'll tell you what was done wrong. The cover-up of the crime that Jenna Griswold and Dominion tried to do. But they're caught, okay? And now we have inside this machine, if you see there before and after. Now this, where it says you have the server name and all this stuff we can't read, okay? This is posted, and I want everyone around the world. I've had this on Frank's speech. They did report number 1, Jeff O'Donnell and Walter Doherty. They had done for 7 months, and other guys dug into this, cyber, and they did report number 1, report number 2. Then they were coming out with report number 3, and I said to all the lawyers, I said, you know what? The report, nowadays nobody cares about the credentials and about a report. Why don't we just put up what was inside those machines, those 2 sets of books? And the lawyer goes, oh, Mike, you couldn't do that. You might end up in jail. I don't care. I've been in jail. So I put them up there. And you know what happened? The media went silent. They didn't attack me. I'm still here. I've asked to go to jail. They won't do it. Seriously. Whatever it takes to get this out there. So you know what? You can go right now to frankspeech.com. You're all watching this. Scroll down and you're going to see a big square that says inside the machines. There it is. You're a cyber guy. Anyone out there said there's no evidence. This came right out of a machine. This is if we opened them all up, what we would be able to pull out before and after. So I just wanted to say that before I bring out. And now let's bring out, remember it's on Frank's speech, it says inside the machines, a big square there. So now I'm going to bring out Professor David Clemens. There he is. Everybody knows him. Let's give him an applause. He's been working. Now, he knows his stuff. I'm just going to let him run with it. I'll tell you, he's been doing. He's been fighting against the machines. I think. When was your? I'm going to ask you. When was your aha moment? We did before what you were before yesterday. But when was your aha moment that says I'm all in with these? If we don't get rid of them, we're done.
Well, November 3rd, 2020, I had the aha moment because I used to go after drug traffickers. And if you actually compare what we're seeing to vote trafficking, it's exactly the same thing. You've got people that are concealing behavior. And if you're going after drug traffickers, guess what they use? They use electronic equipment too. There's a forensic capability that we have as investigators to go after bad people. It doesn't change just because we're talking about elections. So my shock and horror, though, is as I learned more about the tabulators, as I learned more about the poll books, about election night reporting, I just could not fathom that it could be this pervasive.
Right. And could it have been done? The big lie, they say the machines aren't on the internet. Have you found that they're on the internet?
Oh yeah, and we'll get to it. We'll get to it right now.
Yeah, and you guys, I'll kind of frame this. I think this is the election night reporting. Remember I told you earlier, is it called Edison Research?
Yeah.
Right. When I told you earlier, Edison Research is a lot like the order the votes come in, just like the cast vote records. So take it away.
All right. Well, brief recap. You have to think about voting as an input-output process. Machines are everywhere. One of the big lies that you've been told is that we just think there's one machine. But if you look at this diagram really quick, you've got 3 inputs here. You can either walk into a voting center, you can use the U.S. Postal Service, you can use one of those Zuckerbucks drop boxes that are all over the place. There's actually a 4th input we're going to get to. But when you walk in the door, the first thing you're going to do is interface with this thing called a poll book. It looks just like this iPad. And guess what? If you have a voting convenience center, and most states have them, those poll books are hooked to the internet by law, meaning if you look at the election code, it's required. So that's the first big lie. You get your ballot, you go ahead and go in the ballot box if you can fill out your ballot. Some places you don't even get them. Some other jurisdictions, the machine fills out the ballot for you. And then you interface with this thing that looks like a giant trash can. And it might as well be. This is the tabulator. This is where you really throw away your vote. We have all kinds of conclusive evidence of chip modems being affixed to motherboards, which provides remote access capability where you can subvert these. You can subvert these black boxes. So these are hooked to the internet in many, many jurisdictions. We've confirmed that. Regardless, at the end of election night, you're going to retrieve data sticks, USB sticks, and upload them into this thing called an election management system, which by law has to be networked, meaning it's hooked to the internet. So I've got this blue rectangle that encompasses machine after machine after machine, all of which are connected to the internet.
What? They lied to us?
Well, but what I want to focus on today is election night reporting. You see, after the clerk receives all of the devices and uploads them to the election management system, we have to see the reports, the results somewhere, right? And typically you'll find it in one of 2 places. The Secretary of State website or on TV. So there are 2 companies that are responsible for election night reporting for the most part. It's a conglomeration of 2 entities. One is CITL. CITL has a monopoly on election night reporting. And here's what you need to know. They're foreign owned and they're based out of Spain. So the people that are responsible for getting us our data, these aren't American companies. This is not in America. The other thing is Edison. So what happens is CITL provides its data to Edison. Edison publishes what you see on TV. So that's what you see on the trackers, right? The CITL data, the Edison data is the same. So there's different anomalies that you probably see that tip you off to knowing that there's something wrong. So let's watch something really quick and see if we can make sense of it.
Following video example, CNN experiences an on-camera switch in their reporting for the state of Pennsylvania. The county source is feeding live on television a count of 1,690,589 votes for Trump and 1,252,537 votes for Biden. The time is approximately 11:08, 28 seconds Eastern Standard. The next time Pennsylvania is shown on the screen, there are 1,670,631 votes for Trump and 1,272,495 votes for Biden. The time is approximately 11:09, 1 second Eastern Standard. Live on television, CNN demonstrated a 19,958 exact vote switch from candidate Trump to candidate Biden. This means Trump lost nearly 40,000 votes.
Here's another example. In California, Gavin Newsom was up for recall in 2021.
Newsom number stays anywhere close to that. 1.874. Where did they go? California to continue those policies.
351,000 votes in favor of Newsom's recall were deleted live on TV. So these are examples of the Edison stuff that you're seeing on TV, informed by Seidel. So the first phenomena that we saw across the country were unexplainable vote switches or deletions that always seem to favor the pre-selected candidate.
Here, can I ask you this, Professor? So what I was explaining to him before, like cast vote records, this Edison research and this is, you can't go, am I saying this right? It's the way they come in, so you're adding votes. So 4 plus 4 is 8, plus 12 is 20, plus 6 isn't 12, right?
Well, you're asking an attorney. Don't get me on. Don't talk about math with me. But what I can tell you is that there is an impossible sequencing of votes, and that's the impact of the cast vote records, which you just addressed, right. Is this linear drive towards a predetermined outcome, and that's something that was reflected in the tabulators. On election night reporting, we see a different algorithm because it's different data that you're looking at. But this is the other phenomena that you've all seen.
Here we go.
This is what got everyone's attention was this thing where we've got on election night, we look at the cumulative votes of competing candidates. This is Trump versus Biden. Now, you'll see here the winning candidate at some point is Trump, and he's winning handedly in Wisconsin. And then all of a sudden, you see this massive injection for the losing candidate, that would be Biden, and all of a sudden, Trump's votes stop for the most part, and Biden takes the lead. So many of us saw this. This is what has become known as the F curve or the fraud curve. And it's become meme-worthy. This is basically the banner. This is the flag that is flown by all the fraudsters out there, right? Now, the reason why this is important, when I just showed you Wisconsin was a state where you saw this impossible spike. We saw the same F curve in all of the swing states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, etc. Y'all follow me? So what could account for a spike like that in Wisconsin? Well, here we've got surveillance footage in Detroit, where after the polls closed, after 2 o'clock, when they stopped counting and sent everyone home and there was no independent observers, here we have ballots being loaded onto dollies. At least 4 trips, accounting for hundreds of thousands of votes. So you manipulate the machines, and the ballots are more or less the cover-up, because they're going to feed these into the tabulators, into the system. So when you see these giant spikes, folks, they have to have the paper trail. But do not miss this point. It's the machines that optimize the environment. And that's one of the things that's missed out on a lot of folks out there. So is it just Michigan? Well, look at Michigan here. We got several F curves, spikes, throughout that state. But it wasn't just Michigan. We also have Georgia. Now, Georgia had a similar interference after 10 o'clock at night through the form of Ruby Freeman, Shea Moss. 10 o'clock under the pretext of a water main break, Republican poll watchers go home. And we saw inexplicable spikes in the election night reporting data. It wasn't just on election night. They had a runoff election. So here's data from January 4th. Remember Loeffler, the race there?
I think that happened because I prayed they'd take both senators.
Yeah. But once again, you see the F curve. The Republicans were going to win handedly.
Yep.
Okay, but you have the spike, and the selected candidate was able to emerge victorious. Now, what we're seeing here is evidence of an algorithm, but it's a particular algorithm. When you start looking at these races a little bit differently, something pops. So thus far, we've been looking at graphs where you've got two candidates, but if you actually do something that's quite interesting, look at Trump and divide his votes by Biden's votes, you have a Trump to Biden ratio. And when you do this, a picture will leap out at you. And it's of a PID control, a proportional integral derivative function. And if you don't know what that is, it doesn't matter because you use it every day in your life. Think of your cruise control in your car. Think of your thermostat. Okay, so when you look at a cruise control, you set it for 55 miles per hour. And if you're on flat terrain, really don't have to worry. There's not a lot of adjustments that have to happen. But if you hit that hill, you're not going 55 anymore. Your speed's slow, so the PID control has to click in. And when it does, the algorithm sets into motion what? You got to increase the gas to bring it back to the set point. You crest that hill. Now you're not going 55 either. You've sped up. You're going 58, 57, 56. The algorithm has to kick in, get back to the set point. So it applies the brake, okay? But the thermostat is something that everyone here is familiar with. So let's look at this video here. You want to set your temperature in your house to 70 degrees. So you crank that furnace. And look, it's going to get to that set point. This is a PID control. And what happens is over time, it reaches the set point. It's got to make a correction and come back. So you've got a series of, different things that are going on with your thermostat. And you'll actually hear the thermostat crank on, but it doesn't need max heat every time. Just make the adjustment. It's got to stay at 70 degrees. So you can actually hear your air condition come on and off, right? Now let's look at elections. And I'm going to give an example of Georgia. This is the Trump to Biden ratio when we're looking at election night in Georgia. You've got interval reports. And what you need to know here is that that set point means victory for Biden. If Trump gets above it, he wins. But if it comes back to that set point, he loses. So we see Biden vote injections, and then we see an impossible arrangement of data throughout election night. So what's going on right here is to maintain this set point, just like you want to maintain that 70 degrees in your home, they have to have 50-50 ratios. So when you have a batch of votes that come in from election night reporting, guess what the ratio was? 50-50. But we got to keep it there. We got to maintain the set point. So the next batch of votes comes in, it's 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. How many batch sets in a row do you think happened in Georgia? 55 batch sets in a row at 50-50 to maintain that flat line to bring it in.
Wow.
But over time, you need to drive down with greater precision to make sure that you definitely get the set point. And so what happens is over time, we saw over 90 batch sets of votes where Trump got 49.9% versus 50.1% from Biden.
Wow.
In a row, over 90 reports from this sidle data that we were able to monitor in a row. Folks, you can't out-cheat or out-vote the machines. It's going to find its set point. It's pretty horrific. Okay, and we're finding this function, by the way. It's not just Georgia. In every single state, all 50 states, New Mexico, Colorado, Arkansas, when we do a Trump to Biden ratio and graph it out this way, you see the PID control in every single state. Now, some of you might be asking, well, I live in Wyoming. If this worked, why didn't we get Biden there? Folks, the reporting has to be tethered to reality in some way. So you've got a bunch of states that everyone knows it's Republican. But make no mistake, those elections are also modeled. And the casualties in those conservative states are being seen during the primary election. You're actually weeding out the legitimate candidates during the primaries.
The uniparty.
And you're left with the rhinos.
Uniparty.
You're left with the rhinos, okay? So every state we see this. We also saw it in the swing states, but something interesting happened in the swing states. They set their algorithms, but Trump voters turned out and destroyed the modeling projections. They thought they had it figured out. There was enough early voting to see who showed up. Now they can make a list as to who hasn't shown up. And when you've done that, you've got all of the data you need to create your algorithm. Well, in Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, those places, we the people showed up. And they had to do something. They had to stop counting.
So I'm going to ask a couple of questions there, Professor. If they would have had, if everyone in those swing states, if they would have voted early, they would have been able to correct it on that line before all the same-day voters. Is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, it's kind of like, yeah.
Right.
But in these areas, what happened on election night? This is what happened.
Election workers in Allegheny County are back to work after pausing counting overnight.
Butler County had to press pause on counting ballots.
Nevada, meanwhile, has stopped counting votes until 9 a.m. on Thursday.
A water pipe has broken in State Farm Arena. State Farm Arena is where they were counting the absentee ballots of Georgia's most populous county, and now the tabulation has stopped.
It's Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, but also Beaver, part of our county to county, Butler and Westmoreland. They've all stopped counting for the night. They've gone to bed. They begin the process at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Good morning, Heather. They did have to press pause overnight. They will be back in a few short hours, expected to resume counting around 8:30 this morning.
Fulton County is now going to stop counting at 10:30 p.m. and will resume their count at tomorrow morning.
They basically stopped counting tonight. They're going to start counting again in a few hours. It's already tomorrow morning, right?
The election workers stopped counting those mail-in ballots at 10 o'clock. They will be back again tomorrow at 10 a.m.
And Nevada says it stopped counting the votes yesterday, election day, but they don't say why. Why did you stop counting them?
Here's where it gets really bizarre. Fulton County, most populous county, it is Atlanta. They just stopped counting at 10:30 p.m. They stopped counting their absentee ballots. They said they'd pick it up in the morning.
But the counting in one of that state's biggest counties has stopped. Mike Armstrong is in Pennsylvania. Mike, we're talking about Allegheny County. That's the area around Pittsburgh. What's happening?
What happened is that you overwhelmed their algorithm. Right. And they had to reboot. So what they did is they shut down. And if you look at the Edison data, there's this thing called the Edison Zero. They had to reboot and basically bring down the election night reporting system. And there was a moment in time where there was no record there digitally. So what happened is they had to create new set points in the swing states. And the other places, they didn't have to do that. They modeled it enough thanks to early voting, thanks to ballot harvesting. They were able to model it. But in the swing states, where there's a convergence of we don't know if the Republicans are going to win or not, we have to shape perception. And you have to understand, when you're talking about election night reporting, this is all about the media, the snake news media, creating perceptions. But they stopped the count. Now, there was a plan. The plan, we believe, experts believe, that they wanted to embarrass Trump by winning Florida and Texas. That didn't happen. So the others were a must. But every once in a while, you're going to have some propagandists projecting things that are implausible, but they'll tip their hand. And this happens right in this video, thanks to Bernie Sanders.
But it could well be that at 10 o'clock on election night, Trump is winning in Michigan, he's winning in Pennsylvania, he's winning in Wisconsin, and he gets on the television, he says, "Thank you, Americans, for re-electing me. It's all over. Have a good day." But then the next day and the day following, all of those mail-in ballots start getting counted, and it turns out that Biden has won those states. At which point Trump says, "See, I told you the whole thing was fraudulent. I told you those mail-in ballots were crooked."
So how in the world did Bernie Sanders know 10 days prior to the election the key states that possibly needed to stop counting and needed the reboot? He didn't, they weren't certain, because there's uncertainty when you talk about the swing states. But what he did is he projected something in the future where we thought, well, I guess since Bernie said it ahead of time, it's plausible. That's a trick that the election cartel likes to pull out, just like they like to tell you that Democrats prefer to vote by mail. We actually looked at the data there. That's not necessarily true. In many states, it's the same. So with this, One of the other things that you have to keep in mind is that when you start looking at the Edison data real time, you'll see something that's going to shock you. And this video you've probably seen before if you've been following Jeff O'Donnell's work. But you need to understand this, is that Seidel is receiving the election data directly from the election officials in at least 9 states, meaning there's no projection. This is raw data. And when you look at raw data in an election, would we all agree that elections are supposed to be additive processes? So each interval report, you would expect to see more votes, not deletions. More votes, not deletions. Well, look at this real-time video of the Edison reports. You got total votes at the top, you got in-person votes in the middle, you have mail-in votes. And look how it pauses, and there's oscillation and deletions. This is the algorithm trying to figure out the math problem that is you. And if I let this video play to its completion, you'll find out it wasn't just Pennsylvania. We've got 3 counties in North Carolina. We got 3 counties in Georgia. And guess what? In Georgia, we know for a fact that Seidel directly contracts with the state to get that data. So you should not see any deletions. You should see no oscillation. So you have absolute manipulation, and this is all possible because of how wide open these systems are to the internet. So, projections. Sometimes they'll actually admit to you what they're showing you on TV isn't real. Case in point, watch this.
Remember I told you about this estimated vote in, right? Remember it was about a half an hour ago, it was at 99%. It's dropped down a little bit now. That suggests that, you know, there are votes out there, and we said this number could change throughout the night because it was an estimated vote in, it was a projected vote, and it's gone from 99 down to 95. And the margin there, well, I mean, you can do the math at home, is roughly 3,000 raw votes between McCormick and Oz at 11:30 at night here on the.
Okay, so he just told you, oh, we thought we had 99%, but guess what? The wrong candidate's winning. So let's get to 95%. He's admitting to you that what they're reporting you are not actual results that happened in Pennsylvania. But on this type of nonsense, and what you just saw with that Edison data going back and forth, races were being called on razor-thin margins. Perhaps you remember this one.
I think that's interesting, and I think that we're in the process now of getting to the point where the legal challenges or what the asks will be from the Trump campaign in some of these states. They still believe that President Trump has a path to 270, and on that call, they are still, Harris, convinced that Arizona is not done. Obviously, we dealt with that last night and early this morning on the program. And our decision desk stood by its decision to call Arizona, still does. But they are correct that there are more Republican votes coming in parts of Arizona.
So let me just say this, folks. You had a razor-thin margin in Arizona. Brett Baier called it, based on what we just saw with the projections being off and the impossible deletion and oscillation. Should they be making that call at all? No, they shouldn't. And historically, the call was always made at the precinct level. The people that counted the votes were the ones that called the races. We've got it backwards. Now you've got the machines doing everything. And you've got CNN and Fox News telling you who won. And the judiciary, the legislators, are loath to challenge this narrative because they don't want to be bullied by the media. So I'll end with this point, and I'll take whatever questions Mike has, is the fourth input, and this is the one that's probably the most dangerous. This is where we're at now. In all 50 states, the Center for Internet Security has entered into agreement with your Secretaries of State. This group called CIS. It's a public-private partnership, and they're installing these things called Albert sensors, which are within the firewall. You've got a computer that can look around and look at all of the different moving parts of your elections. They can monitor your election data real time. And even though there's a firewall, there's a tunnel into the firewall, which allows them to change things through the internet. And when you look at the integrated software that's used across the country, you've got a couple vendors. It's just like how you've got Dominion, ES&S. They all have the same foundational flaws. Same thing with the integrated software. So if you're using bPro, NoInc, 10X, VR system, guess what? They have a fully integrated system, they can access and go right through that firewall and make adjustments. So when Dr. Frank tells you about the impossible artificial automation of our voter rolls, that's where they can do it. If you want to overwrite election data and have your cast vote records look the way they do, they can go right through that firewall and they can change them on the internet. We're not guessing, folks. We've pulled the contracts. We know it exists. And if you go to the vendors' home pages, they brag about how they're tied into all aspects of the election: voter roll management, tabulation, election night reporting. You put it all together, you've got the ability of the Department of Homeland Security, through its thugs, its cronies, to monitor election data real time and make adjustments. And the cast vote records and everything that we're showing you with these algorithms are proof of the manipulation. So that's where we're at right now. That's why I'm excited about Mike's plan later today.
Right on. He knows. Okay, I'm going to say two things. So they've got the one common lie that they told us. You just heard this. You got your tabulators. You got all these things on the internet. You're going from all these places that the professor just told you. They lied. They lied. They lied. They lied. The common lie was they all said they were not on the internet. What was that to block? That was to block us from ever looking at all the cyber evidence we've had for 2.5 years. I've told you this, guys, before. Now I'm going to, before you leave, Professor, I showed he's one of now 15 people in the world that know the plan. I told him yesterday. I did tell you the whole plan, right?
2 days ago, yes.
And in your expert opinion, with everything you see going on now, does this plan secure our elections? And will it secure our elections, and will it do it immediately?
I think what your plan's going to do is put the deep state in a corner, because when you understand, the system, we're driving their behavior to try to manipulate elections in a different way. So I won't give the reveal, but I will say this: that my pitch and plea for the last 2 years is to get we the people to show up to your local community meetings, to get in front of the people that administer your elections and certify your local election results. And this plan is going to equip you to do something in a very powerful way. So I can't wait.
Professor, there's a hero, another hero. You guys are seeing the heroes of our country today. Let's give them a great applause. God bless you. You guys, if I'm not asking questions, I'm sitting here mesmerized. Both what he's shown you, and Dr. Frank, and I've seen Jeff's, but not totally everything. But I'm seeing a lot of this for the first time. They've dug so deep over since the last time I've seen their stuff. It's even more magnitude than I could ever think. Now I'm gonna have I believe it's why don't we're going to take a 1-minute break, and then, okay, guys, our 2-minute break. Why don't we break? Go ahead and go to commercial back there if you can. And we'll take a 2-minute break, because I've got a couple things I want to add to this before. Remember, everybody, 5 minutes? Yeah, okay. Why don't we show, what do we want to do? We're going to take a few minute break, everybody. We'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. Vanessa Broussard here with you on Right Side Broadcasting Network, coming to you live from Springfield, Missouri for Mike Lindell's Election Summit. There is a quick break in the program as we get ready for his reveal at 1 p.m. Central Time. Mike Lindell has been promoting a plan for secure elections, and he says he has a plan to put in place to make sure elections are secure. He's announcing that plan at 1 o'clock. And real quick, before the speakers start talking, we want to remind you to invest your money with Birch Gold. Text RSBN to 989898. Again, RSBN to 989898. Protect your retirement. Protect your future with Birch Gold. Text RSBN to 989898. Now back to the program.
As far as we are in uncovering what they've been doing with these machines. And so I want to start off with something that is, what, as Mike would say, what a concept. The Arizona legislature a few months ago passed a resolution, among other things, that required the voting machine companies to meet DoD supply chain security requirements. These machines, the electronic components, are manufactured.
Real quick, everyone, we want to remind you to get your big Trump knife. If you believe in taking America back with President Donald Trump in 2024, then you need this massive statement knife. Trump 2024 is laser etched on this knife with an American flag, and also has Take America Back in white, surrounded by white stars and a red and white striped acrylic panel. BigTrumpKnife.com is the website to go to. The biggest Trump knife for American patriots. Be sure to know your state and local regulations on knives before purchasing. Again, that's on BigTrumpKnife.com. We will go back to the program.
Doors that can be created in these machines through the microchips and motherboards that are installed on them. Back in 2018, Bloomberg came out with an article called The Big Hack, How China Used a Tiny Chip to Infiltrate U.S. Companies. And so this has actually been employed. Now, this wasn't with respect to voting machines, but a motherboard is a motherboard. They all use the same types of components and the same kind of general architecture. And so what was happening here is that these companies like Apple and Amazon all of a sudden noticed internet communications, spikes in communications that were coming from their servers and their machines. They traced back to China going, how the heck did that happen? And it's because there were components on the motherboards that contained code or other types of hardware that enabled that communication via the internet. That's where it went over. So, in Wisconsin, there is a wonderful patriot named Peter Beneger who has been on election fraud and illegality for several years now. He's been just diligent in submitting public records requests, which is something we've said that everybody out there can do. Public records requests are every citizen's right to get transparency in government. So in Wisconsin, he submitted a public records request to various clerks. There are 1,800 wards in Wisconsin. They're a subset of the county where elections are conducted. He asked for the tabulator tapes. And when he found those tabulator tapes, he noticed something really strange. The tabulators were instructed to transmit the results up to the county, which is a disclosed event. However, immediately after that, a second communication pathway opened up over the internet, going to an unauthorized facility called WiskNet. So anybody from Wisconsin should remember this, because this is happening across the state. Dominion tabulators in Wisconsin are running what's called firmware. What's firmware, Clay?
Firmware is a low-level system that basically tells the hardware how to communicate with whatever operating system or applications that you put on that hardware.
And so this is the technician menu where they can change things like the day and time for daylight savings time, log review files. What's a log review file?
A log review file is basically as the system starts up, it runs through hardware checks, it lists those logs, in case that way the technician or anybody that operates the system can evaluate if there's an error or issue. And so it basically records every event from with the hardware checks through the operating systems and applications on the system.
Now these are files that you can request as a public records request. And in fact, after Peter discovered this, all of a sudden the clerks started refusing to produce them. So what are they trying to hide? Again, these machines, they're using the complexity of them to try to hide information and to pull the wool over people's eyes about what's going on. So we look at this slide. This is a tabulator tape. This is what was produced. And you'll see that the voting results of a test run before the election, because they test the machines before the election. And those results were being transferred to wisnet.net. That's an unauthorized recipient. So Clay, what happens if you open up a communication path before an election to an unauthorized entity?
Well, what it's going to do is it's going to expose the system to attacks. It just opens up another, what we refer to in the security field as an attack vector. And so what you never want to see is like the IP address like this, which is called a world-facing IP. I'm not going to get into all the network stuff, but with that, you research and you find out it's connected to WISNet. So the system's connected to the internet. And people will give the excuse about VPNs and all this stuff. But here's the thing, when it communicates out, it goes from routers to router to router. It hops. Good enemy or security people can grab any part of a packet and use that. You heard Professor Clements talk about a tunnel and going through the firewall. You get a piece of that a piece of that information, you can get back through that hole. So world facing, this exposes the system to vulnerability.
To the world. When you say world facing, you mean this system,
yes, to the world.
Wisconsin's election systems, these tabulators through that IP address were exposed to the world. And so that's a security vulnerability that they're trying to hide. They don't want you to find out. Peter found that out by happenstance. And again, after he got these records and filed a complaint with the Wisconsin Election Commission, all of a sudden clerks began refusing to turn this information over. So what everybody needs to do, we talked about yesterday, which is all of us coming together. Our power is in numbers. Those clerks should be peppered with public records requests for things like the tabulator tapes. Everyone, they should get thousands of requests. The politicians, the legislators in Wisconsin, and other states, by the way, not limited to Wisconsin in terms of getting the tabulator tapes, but legislators, we should be peppering them saying, why are these machines open to the internet? Particularly when they say they're not. Why isn't this information being disclosed? These are our elections. Why is this information hidden from the people that own the elections? And so this is where, when we talked yesterday, that they fear us coming together. So this is where the call to action is to start going out with public records requests to obtain this information, to going after the legislatures, to get them to do their job, which is to secure these machines. You know, the legislators in Arizona, as I said, they did part of their job. They enacted a resolution to meet DoD supply chain security requirements. Why isn't everybody else, why isn't all 50 states, why aren't legislatures doing that? As Mike would say, what a concept. So this is just another iteration of the tabulator tape where voting results for the August 9th, 2022 primary are being shown transferred to wisnet.net again. It's a nonprofit private company.
You want to talk about the hops?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the hops. When Clay said that this is exposed to the world, so this is where it first goes, which is to Eau Claire Technical College, part of the wisnet.net network. And then why don't you run through it? go through the slides if you want to control that part, Clay, and we'll go through how far this goes and what it means to hop around and what the danger is from that.
Okay, so first let me explain to hop, right? When you send something out on the internet or even on a closed network, as they claim that they have things, the packets, the data has to move from system to system. It's just not one line. Otherwise, you'd have a lot of straight lines, and it's just not technically possible. So the data gets broken up into little segments, and it travels along, and it goes different ways. The interesting thing here is, if you're within one state, it shouldn't leave this state. When I analyzed the IPs and did what's called a trace route, which basically means I just followed the path that data would get sent. I did it from two ways. I did it from my home in Alabama, and then I did it a different way using a server that was overseas. And what I will tell you is the stops that went from overseas were less. How is the path shorter to get there than it would be when I'm in only a few states away, right?
So you mean it was going overseas quicker than it was going to you?
That's correct. So, and there's no reason that it should ever happen that way. The thing is if you look, these are paths that show the
They're going
routes
to Chicago, Denver, Seattle.
When technically it should be
Nationwide?
going, right. And technically it should be going from the precinct that it's at, maybe a couple of hops or jumps within that city or within the state, and go straight in to the central command where it's supposed to be deposited. And as you can see by the graphic, it's going all over the place. And what I will tell you is, each time it makes a stop, there's a chance that attacker can get in. And again, he only has to have a segment of that data to be able to get inside, because you get enough information to realize, hey, it's called like a man in the middle. I'll insert myself in, and I'll establish communications and go through that hole.
So let me ask you this. We talked about supply chain security earlier and how motherboards, which are assembled or manufactured in China, can contain components that are a backdoor. And so we don't know how that second IP address was opened for communication. Again, it's an unauthorized communication. Is it possible that a microchip installed on a motherboard assembled in China could have contained a command that instructed the machine to open up that second IP address and transmit that information?
It's highly possible. What I want you people to know is these chips have been discovered before. With a chip like that on the board, it could do anything. Right? There's a thing, everybody understands admin privileges, right? When you're at the level of the board, you're going to have what's almost called like God mode. You're going to be root. You can move around and do whatever you want to the system. So could I transmit data? Yes. I could install malware. And what I want to give you an example of is everybody has a cell phone, right? There was a USB charger you plug into your laptop that could charge your phones, right? 10 years after the fact that it went off market, I think I'm okay to say that it was ever ready, right? That made this product. It was made in China. 10 years after the fact that it went off market, they found they were installed with malware. And they infected thousands upon tens of thousands of computers. And that's the one thing is why the supply chain and following DoD standards is that. There should be no foreign entity putting any parts inside the voting system.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to move on to an actual manifestation with China on our election systems. How many of you have heard of Conic, Inc.? Well, that's a good number. How many have not heard of Conic? That's still a good number. Conic is a company that provided back office infrastructure systems for election departments throughout the country, and in fact, they're international. They're in Australia and other companies. It was founded in, I believe, 2004 by a man named Eugene Yu, who's a Chinese national, and the company's located in Lansing, Michigan. True the Vote, which is Catherine Engelbrecht and and Greg Phillips, who are American heroes for what they've done. Through some confidential informants that they were working with, they discovered that through Conic, there's huge amounts of data from election workers, their personal identifying information, other information about the infrastructure, machine IDs, I believe, and other components were residing on a Chinese server. All this information was on a Chinese server. This information, after a year and a half, working with the Detroit office of the FBI, nothing happened with it from a law enforcement perspective. In fact, Greg and Catherine received a call from the folks they were working with saying, Washington is coming to shut this down. And in fact, 2 Department of Justice attorneys came down, shut down the investigation, threatened Catherine and Greg that they would be charged with improperly accessing a Chinese server, which was untrue, by the way. It was wide open. This is what we're dealing with. Elements within our government are covering up and facilitating Chinese penetration of our networks, our election infrastructure. So Greg and Catherine went public with this information at an event called The Pit, where it was disclosed. And there happened to be an assistant district attorney from Los Angeles at The Pit. When he saw that information, or his assistant, they initiated grand jury proceedings. That ultimately led to the arrest and extradition of Mr. Yu to Los Angeles. How many heard about that? That's terrific. Well, we need more people to know about it. But a week after that, Gascon, the LA District Attorney, dropped the charges. So this is what the indictment said. That's the first page of the indictment. This is the grand jury indictment of Mr. Yu. The important parts, these are overt acts 6 and 7, where it states, on or between October 10th, 2019 and October 4th, 2022 in the County of Los Angeles, the crime of conspiracy to commit a crime in violation of the Penal Code, a felony, was committed by Eugene Yu, who unlawfully conspired together with another person or persons, and I'll just quickly read through it, to commit the following overt act and acts in the County of Los Angeles. Overt Act 6. And how many of you have seen this complaint, by the way? Very few. This is downloadable. And we'll put this up on Frank Speech if it's not already there so that you can see it. On or about 2019 through October 4th, 2022, Eugene Yu and other employees at Conic Inc. were providing services to Los Angeles County using third-party contractors based in China. Based on evidence recovered from a search warrant executed on October 4th, 22, and by the way, there's a gentleman in the audience whose name is Harry Horry, who participated at the behest of the Los Angeles County District Attorney to execute the search warrant and seize this information. Discovered that Conic employees, known and unknown, were sent personally identifying information of Los Angeles County election workers to a third-party software developers who assisted with creating and fixing Conic's internal poll chief software. Do you know what poll chief is, Clay?
Yeah, that's the one that controls your voter registration, all the poll books, and how you operate.
And would it also include the back office infrastructure?
That's what I always lovingly refer to as the smart sheet, right? Because once you have that back end, that's something that even if you go and audit the machines, it's not going to be detectable. And that's where you can manipulate the numbers, whether provisional, election day, UCAVA votes. It's basically the brain. You're controlling the brain of the whole election system.
And I want to emphasize the one point. It's a backdoor that's can be undetectable.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the key point. Overt Act 7. On or about August 18, 2022, Luis Navargoy, He's identified here as a project manager for Connick's contract with the County of Los Angeles. If you recall, Professor Clemens talked about Seidel. Luis Navargoy worked at Seidel for 6 years. Look at the connections between Seidel and Connick. This is a network that has metastasized through our country. And by the way, there is what's called an API between Connick and Seidel. And what is an API and what does it allow you to do?
An API is basically a set of instructions that tells you how to create code to work with other applications. It's like to interface. So if you have two different products and you want to share stuff and you have an agreement with another company, it can take your instructions, translate them into their instructions, and therefore you can exchange data. It allows you to interconnect. And so the main thing you've got to understand is these agreements between these companies, and when they exchange things like APIs, they're interconnecting. So even if your state's contracted with the one company, they're inadvertently, without knowing it, connected to a different company that's totally out of their purview.
And here's where it gets interesting. Where over at Act 7, this was confirmed via a messaging app, DingTalk, that any employee for Chinese contractors working in Pole Chief software had, quote, super administration privileges for all Pole Chief clients. What is a super administration privilege and what does that allow you to do?
Super user privileges. If you understand anything about being an admin and all that, that's not, to be an administrator on a system, it's not to be at the root level of the system. And normally when you say root level, you talk about Linux, Unix-based systems, but it also, in different terms, still applies to Windows. So you're at the system level, the very bottom level. So if a user's granted super administration or super user permissions, they have the authority to work at the system level, which gives you complete and total control.
Is there a phrase that's called?
Yeah. You can often refer to it as God mode.
So the God mode, that's the type of control that Chinese CCP contractors had on these election systems, which are also connected to Seidel and possibly others. And what happened? The Department of Justice, attorneys from the Department of Justice shut this down. You haven't heard a peep about Connick since those charges were dropped. This is what we're up against. Public records requests. Everybody should be peppering their election departments for any information regarding Connick, regarding Seidel. This again gets into the communication pathways with the machines, but this is our power. Our power legally is to expose this. And we expose this through public records requests to get that information. So we have the power. We have the power. People just need to exercise that power. And it's not just one request. People like Catherine and Greg Phillips have done, they have sacrificed so much to bring this information. They were actually thrown in jail by a federal district court judge for refusing to disclose the identity of their confidential informant they were working with to get this information. Rather than being celebrated as heroes, they were thrown in jail. Now, the Fifth Circuit reversed the district courts holding them in contempt and ordered them released from jail. What is interesting, that judge left the case. And when Catherine and Greg and True the Vote and their attorneys, who I'm working with, by the way, there is more to come with Connick, so beware. When their attorneys started issuing discovery subpoenas on Connick and discovery requests, you know what Connick did? They dropped the case. They don't want this information exposed, but it's coming. So with that, we're short for time, but everybody needs to exercise their power again. Thank you.
We've heard it at congressional hearings for years.
Our voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Those are not connected. Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
And we knew that wasn't true.
And cybersecurity expert Kevin Skoglund wanted to prove it. So he and 9 other independent security consultants created their own search engine looking for election systems online.
We found over 35 had been left online, and we're still continuing to find more.
Voting machines themselves are not designed to be online. So how are some voting systems getting online? We got a first-hand look when we visited ES&S, the largest manufacturer of voting machines, and talked to CEO Tom Burt.
Okay, why is there a Sprint thing here and a Verizon thing here?
There's a small percentage of jurisdictions in the country, a lot of them are in Florida, who have decided that they want to modem unofficial results to the election office.
You know, you do wonder sometimes whether or not our thirst for quick results sometimes may be interfering with our thirst for accurate results.
You know, Cynthia, that's not my place to judge that one. Again, these jurisdictions have a need for that.
ES&S insists while there are 14,000 of its modems in use, there are firewalls separating those modems from the public internet, and that the modems are turned on for just seconds. But Skoglund says that's not enough.
We're seeing Illinois and Michigan.
Last summer, Skoglund's team found ES&S voting systems online in at least some of the precincts in 11 states, including the battleground states of Florida, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
If you were able to get inside these systems, could you do more than perhaps mess up the preliminary results? Could you actually get deeper inside the system?
Absolutely, and that's my biggest concern.
Top computer scientist Andrew Appel agrees with Skoglund.
Once a hacker starts talking to the voting machine through the modem, they can hack the software in the voting machine and make it cheat in future elections.
In August, Skoglund took his results to election officials and the press, assuming the systems will get taken down. We were astonished when he showed us some of those systems are still online.
Modems in voting machines are a bad idea. Those modems are network connections, and that leaves them vulnerable to hacking by anybody who can connect to that network.
We should make sure that voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Period.
Period.
The good news, Lester, experts told us most of the country votes with paper and pencil. Those ballots counted by scanners without modems. That means audits and recounts are possible. Now, having said that, they urge jurisdictions using modems and touchscreens to get rid of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Patrick Kolbeck.
Wasn't that a nice video? That's all the stuff we used to be able to talk about before November 3rd, 2020. Pretty damning from my perspective. And the bottom line is, if you haven't caught the theme of this morning, is that these machines are connected to the internet, right? You guys get it? They've been saying it was okay to say it before November 3rd, 2020. And we've got a lot of evidence to suggest that it's been connected well after November 3rd, 2020 as well. So I'm going to talk about a little organization called the Center for Internet Security. How many people here have heard about that organization? I bet you the people that are listening to this online, nobody's raising their hand. And I found this organization out. Some of our fellow meddling kids brought this to my attention over a year ago. And at the time, we were drinking from a fire hose of evidence that we were dealing with, you know, that evidence that they say doesn't exist, and it's tough to go off and sort it and triage it. But in my exploration for what I think is one of the most important data points on any election, which is the vote tally, I have passion for understanding the vote tally from the time a ballot is inserted into a tabulator all the way until it's reported out on the bottom of the screen on CNN on election night. I want to know where they're getting those numbers. And that quest led me to explore this organization called the Center for Internet Security. And I want to share some of the things that I found out about it, because here we are talking about the fact that there's a lot of people denying these machines are connected to the internet, yet they're using an organization called the Center for Internet Security to secure their elections. And why do I mean that? You guys familiar with critical infrastructure component designation by the federal government? So every time they've got a critical infrastructure like our power grid, like our food supply, they create what's called an Isaac Center and designated a critical infrastructure component, and that Isaac Center is for Information Sharing and Analysis Center. And along with that, they create a little data center that they use to kind of act as a war room. Or for me, with my aerospace background, it's mission control. We have to try to identify, are all systems go or not regarding that particular infrastructure component. Well, in 2017, elections were added to this. So they created what's called the Election Integrity Isaac Center. And in a trend that is very disturbing for me, what they did is, instead of it being a government agency, they contracted out to an organization called the Center for Internet Security to manage this information center, this mission control center. And this Center for Internet Security is located in Greenbush, New York, and it's funded by the Department of Homeland Security to the tunes of, the last time I looked at it, was over $27 million a year. Now, what are they funded for? Well, what they do is they deploy something called an Albert sensor. And they've deployed these Albert sensors all across America, and these Albert sensors are essentially internet traffic cops for local municipalities and their electronic voting systems. They monitor the traffic, internet traffic coming in and the internet traffic going out. And oh, by the way, they sip off the side of this and provide a little data stream back to their data center so that they can monitor the status of this data. And I just want to kind of put in a little highlight here from a psychological perspective. Anytime they call something a smartphone, smart grid, smart home, smart city, they think you are dumb. And so this Albert sensor, of course, it's named after Albert Einstein, right? And so they think this is the pinnacle of their intelligence. So just from a psychological profile perspective, they think they're smarter than all of us, and they're capturing all this data around our elections using these little Trojan horses called an Albert sensor. And by the way, that Albert sensor that I just showed there came from Lincoln County, Washington. We had some pretty tech-savvy commissioners out there that initially deployed this Albert sensor because they said it was going to protect them from malware. And a month after they deployed that sensor, they found out that they were subject to a ransomware attack. And they were never notified by the folks out at the Center for Internet Security. So they immediately proceeded to get rid of the Albert sensor, and so did a lot of other counties inside the state of Washington. And so the Albert sensor is essentially sitting behind the network firewall for their election system. And like I said, it's routing that data that's coming into that election system to their centralized data center. Now, what kind of data are they routing? Well, what is our election data? We have voter registration data from our state voter registration database. We have our voter history data. Who gets the ballots, who voted, how did they vote? We have tabulation data from our tabulators, from all these precinct tabulators that they say are not connected to the internet, right? We have all of our election management system servers. In other words, this organization has access to all of our sensitive election records. All of them. All in a central place. So in my quest to understand that vote tally and those little data streams that plop by on the bottom of the screen watching CNN or Fox News for election night results, these guys had access to all that information before anybody else. Let that sink in for just a second here. They're essentially a trusted man in the middle. And if they wanted to subvert the integrity of the elections, you know, me looking at an outside observer would sit there and say, well, that would be kind of an ideal spot to go off and maybe make a decision to stop voting across 5 battleground states at a given point in time. Maybe go off and deploy a PID controller like our professor was talking about to actually manipulate the elections across all the different states. Which, by the way, you know, when you look at that Edison Zero, it was across all 50 states. It kind of points to the idea of a central command center. And maybe it's not the CIS that's responsible for it. Maybe somebody tapped into their data stream. We don't know. Why don't we know? Because in that trend that we're seeing with all of our elections right now is that they are outsourcing more and more of our election operations to non-government organizations. CIS is a non-government organization. So do I know exactly how they operate inside? No, not really. And I can't issue a Freedom of Information Act request for them because they are behind the firewall. They are operating as a Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. And what each and every one of us needs to do is act like Toto and pull that curtain back. They're not the only NGO that's doing this, but they're one that for me is most concerning because it's led to a better understanding of the fact that they are trying to put as much of our election behind the wizard's curtain as possible. And for me, that's kind of frustrating because if you want me to believe in the results of an election, if you want me to stop talking about election fraud, I need transparency. I need to know exactly how this is being worked. So to give you an idea of the scope of the Isaac Center, they're literally in all 50 states plus 5 territories. As of 2022, they had over 3,200 members. They're typically deployed, and as you can see in this chart, in the counties. That's where they're typically deployed. That's where the control nexus is, if you will, which is where we have those election management system servers typically, right? That's where they're aggregating results. Those are the machines that are connected to the internet. And as I've discovered inside of Detroit, those are also the machines that are providing the official results that are used for certification. All right, I also want you to note that all of our electronic voting system vendors are members of the EI Isaac Center, and we don't know what data they have access to in a centralized manner. We also have NGOs, other NGOs like Democracy Works, which has funding ties to organizations like the Open Society. And if anybody knows what the Open Society is, you know where the funding for that group comes from, George Soros. So guys, this is a concern to me, and I hope it's a concern to you. Maybe everything that they're doing is completely on the up and up. That's great. I hope they are actually trying to secure our elections. But I'll tell you, the fact that they're operating behind the curtain with sensitive election record data makes me very concerned, and I think it should concern every American. And it got me so concerned that I decided to go off and issue FOIA requests where I could issue FOIA requests, and that was with some of the members of some of the public government members of the Isaac Center. And one is my home county of Wayne County. That's where Detroit is located. And in there, I asked them for a copy of their agreement with the Center for Internet Security. And I found it very interesting that they provide a service called Endpoint Detection and Response. And in it, when you actually drill down into what they're talking about in context of that service, what they are allowed to do is inspect network traffic in a decrypted state. So every time we finally get somebody to admit that they're communicating via the internet, what happens? They say, oh, but it's encrypted. You can't go off and get access to it. Not for these guys. This is the wizard behind the curtain. The wizard gets to see everything. And do we know if they're modifying data before they send it back? There's a two-way flow of information on this. We have to peek behind this curtain and understand exactly what they're doing. And by the way, they say that the reason that they're looking at the decrypted state is for the limited purpose of identifying malicious activity. In other words, they're just looking for malware. Now, if that was the case, it kind of raises some eyebrows when you look at the questionnaire that they sent out to some folks out in New Mexico, because they seem to be asking all about what kind of election processes that they are engaged in at that particular location. That seems like they're interested in much more than malware, and it looks like they're trying to create a target profile for that particular jurisdiction. So, I don't know about you guys, but I think this is worth investigating a little bit further, don't you? And by the way, if they don't want to share this information with us, there's a real easy solution. Just get rid of the dang machine so you don't have to worry about the internet connection. All right, so I just want to leave you on this subject with this basic question that I mean, I think it's so obvious that maybe even somebody in the media might actually report on it. For all the people that say that these machines are not connected to the internet, please answer this question. why would the Department of Homeland Security pay over $27 million a year to the Center for Internet Security to secure our election infrastructure if our election infrastructure is not connected to the internet? It doesn't take any Albert to figure out that we're being lied to. So this is a big deal. I encourage all of you to explore more on this. Gateway Pundit's done some great articles on this. Also, I've got some posts out at letsfixstuff.org that drill into this. Guys, this needs to be investigated. And the fact that it's a non-government organization that has access to all this information should send chills up the spine of every single American that's out there. And when you look at who's on the management staff out at this nonprofit organization, which are all a bunch of former Intel operatives, FBI cybersecurity, NSA, 35 years, unknown, unnamed agencies. Guys, we need some questions, and we got some folks in Congress that hopefully can help us out, because even though they are not subject to Freedom of Information Act requests, they are subject to something called a subpoena. And about time we started peeking behind the curtain of this Wizard of Oz known as the Center for Internet Security. All right, guys. Now we're about to begin the countdown into Mike's revelation of the plan to help restore election security. And but before we do that, we got some audience participation for you. If you haven't done so already, you're going to need this for the afternoon. If you haven't done so already, please get out your phones and go to either your Apple App Store or Google Play. And I want you to go off and download Frank Social. If you haven't downloaded it already, and by the way, I apologize to Renee because I forgot to capitalize the S in this chart. So please forgive me. But anyway, scan this. If you want to go to the Apple Store, do the one on the right. If you want to do the Android, go on the left. And by the way, once you do this, please ask all of your network that you have to do so as well. And Frank Social, when you've installed it, it actually provides a nice little convenient link to help share your information or share a connection to Frank Social with your complete social network on other social media applications like Truth Social, Twitter, now that that's relatively safe again, even Facebook and all those other guys. Please download this. I'm going to leave this up here for a second, and then we're going to start into the countdown for Mike's revelation of the plan. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Get ready for a wonderful afternoon.
Okay, everybody, like you heard Pat Kolbeck, we're counting down to the plan. Make sure that you download. Part of it is you've got to get the Frank Social app right now. If you're looking out from around the world, get it right now. It's going to be very important. So Frank Social, go there to the App Store, get it right now. And we're going to be taking a little break, but I want to tell you why I'm up here. So if you see behind me, it says LindellOffense.org, LindellOffenseFund.org. I'll tell you right now, we need, and I haven't reached out before, but we now need your help. We've been funding from all over the world, all over the country. I've been pouring money into to everything, and with this plan, all the lawsuits, everything else going on in this country, not my personal stuff with my little $8 billion deals. These are stuff we need to secure our elections, to get our country back. So if you can, the LindellOffenseFund.org. You guys have seen that up behind me all day. I told them to put that up. We can't do this alone. We need help on that part. And you're going to see something. You've all probably wondered what's inside this here, and you'll see, well, that'll be part of the reveal in a minute, or in, I guess, about a half hour. So anyway, the LindellOffenseFund.org, if you guys can go there, even if it's $5, $10, whatever you can do. We've been, what we've been doing was I've been doing with that fund, we've been vetting things that come in. That money doesn't go out to other things. All these other problems we have in our country, it goes to one thing, to secure our elections, to help secure our elections. All the money everyone pays all the time for campaigns, and they put in money into candidates, this money will be the best money you've ever spent in history. Ever. This, I can tell you that, and no, it's not tax deductible. You know, okay? This is, it's a C4, it's what it is. And it's very private, too. No one's going to know that you put money towards the LindellOffenseFund.org. So it's very private. And I'm putting it out now, and I'm putting it out because it's not, it's been going on for 2 years, and I never ask anybody for anything like that. But like I say, this has gotten so big because of, actually it's because of all of you that have been on the ground, and everyone's going, you know what, we need more help, we need resources. You all have great things going on, like we heard yesterday, but then they don't have any help when it comes to funding, whether it's a citizen going and getting or doing to get a law change or a lawsuit, or whatever they need, or whatever help that they needed. And so please help out there, LindellOffenseFund.org. And I think Brandon House is gonna be coming up here because we are gonna do some commercials, live commercials. Brandon's so good at it. And I've got to go get ready to get this. Once again, everybody, if you're watching from around the world now, get the Frank Social app. Frank Social, you already are watching on frankspeech.com. This is different. You're going to need this for the next couple hours, the Frank Social app. And get that. And then, is Brandon here? He should be up shortly. Okay, I guess he went from the cameras over here. Everybody's so busy, but you guys, we got this lunch break. I know you've sat here nonstop for 2 days now, for a day and a half, but you guys are awesome. I'm so excited, I'll tell you, we need to pray right now. I don't want anything to go wrong. We got to pray that not that they don't attack the live stream we have to the world right now. They've tried, by the way, they've tried. And so far God has protected us and covered this with his glory. And we are going to, you're going to get, after seeing all morning, what was the biggest lie they told us, everybody? They're not connected to the internet. I'm going to push that one more time to everybody. If you're looking around the world, all of them said that. They're not connected to the internet. Well, we've caught them in a lie. You've seen it right out of the machines with everybody we put on stage here in the last 2 hours. What I wanted to do is put the people on stage. Where did we get that? Where did they get their information? They got it from inside the machine. And from the internet. They were on the internet. We have 100% evidence. They were on the internet. You know, they've been blocking this. They've been blocking this. It's been a takeover of our country. And this is it. We get one shot at this, everybody. One shot at this. And everything you've all done, everything, ever the hard work and everything has led up to this, that we have a plan and we have hope. And and God did give us grace for such a time as this. God gave us great grace. We imagine where we would be sitting if we didn't have all of this we've gathered over the last couple of years, or all that's been revealed to everybody, to the world. So, we got, I guess, the countdown. We have 31 minutes left. If you're watching from home, remember, go get the Frank Social app right now. There's 2 apps, Frank Speech, Frank Social. Get the Frank Social. You're going to need it to guide you through that over the next couple hours. It's part of it. And Also, I want everyone to let everybody you know right now. Now we need more people watching than has ever watched an event ever. You need to send out, hey, the plan's going to reveal. 31 minutes left, everybody. 31 minutes left. If you're watching, everybody share it. Say it's going out now. It's going out in the 30 minutes. Get everybody on. If you're watching, tell everybody in your office working from, if you're in the office, say, hey, you guys, in a half hour, we all got to get in front of the TV, in front of our phones to watch this plan being revealed to the world. So that's what it is. That's the call to action right now. This plan, the only way it can fail is if it's not watched by millions right now. So here's Brandon. And he does such a good job at Lindell TV, one of the best hosts. The guys, it's like real journalism, Brandon. What's up with that?
That's what we try to do.
Brandon does, a lot of times, as you all know, I've been so busy getting this plan ready the last few months, I missed my show.
All right, everyone. This is Vanessa Broussard coming to you live from Springfield, Missouri, with the Mike Lindell Election Summit. You can hear Mike Lindell right now. We are less than 30 minutes now out from what he says is his plan to secure our elections. So that is going on here at 1 o'clock Central, a little less than 30 minutes away. It is a tough time in our economy right now. If you have money saved in 401ks and IRAs, you know that it's almost giving many anxiety watching the dollar amount dwindle almost daily. So what can you do to protect your future? Invest in gold. We are days away from the Durban Accords, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar's global dominance in the past 80 years. Now, on August 22nd, BRICS nations, which includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are expected to announce the launch of a new international super currency fully backed by gold or other commodities. This is part of their long-term plan to supplant the U.S. and the dollar as cornerstones of the global financial system. So how can you protect your IRA or your 401k from the fallout from this landmark announcement? Diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. Historically, gold has been a safe haven in times of high uncertainty, which is right now. Get your free information kit on gold IRAs and decide for yourself if a tax-sheltered retirement account backed by physical precious metals is right for you. Text the letters RSBN to 989898. There is a monumental shift happening among nations that control 1/3 of the world's GDP. And again, that kicks off on August 22nd. So arm yourself with information to protect your retirement savings. Text RSBN to 989898. All right. Well, we have a speaker on stage just talking about the importance of funding Mike Lindell and his effort to help America and Americans and our election systems. That's what he's talking about right now. We want to talk about a little bit of what Mike Lindell went over today already. If you're just joining us as we get closer to the 1 o'clock hour, they started the day with what they believe went wrong in 2020. It was a panel showing lots of graphics on some information they say they found that 2020 had some discrepancies in. You've heard Mike Lindell talk about it just minutes ago. He's talked about it all morning. He says there was misinformation being put out there about no internet connection to the machines. He says that's a lie. He says they all have connections. They're all connected to the internet. All machines are. They showed evidence of algorithms. They showed graphics of registering voters who are not real voters. And what Mike Lindell says is that this means votes are growing faster than the population. So he's basically saying there are more votes out there than there are people. Talked about fixing the vote. He went state by state, showing evidence of algorithms breaking down the numbers. And as you heard Mike Lindell talk about yesterday, and as well as this morning when he came on stage to talk to us before the event began, He says he wants the candidate, whether they're Republican or independent or Democrat, to be elected by the people, not selected by a small group. And I think that's important to remember, that he really doesn't care or mind what party you're with. He just wants elections to be fair. So he's really hit on that and promoted that a lot this weekend or this week to get the word out that regardless of your party or what you believe in, it doesn't matter to him. He just wants elections to be fair. And again, he will be going over that here at 1 o'clock Central from Missouri. Looking at some of the news headlines, I was just checking my phone for the latest poll numbers for the national Republican primary. These numbers just came out and were put on Truth Social. Right now we have Trump at 60%. Vivek Ramaswamy coming in at 13%, second place. DeSantis falling to third place at 8%. That's the latest poll coming in. Now, President Trump has been on Truth Social today speaking to his followers, and he says he's also beating Biden in a head-to-head matchup in the polls. So that's a look at your latest numbers for today, is that in the national Republican primary, President Trump has 60%, Vivek Ramaswamy has 13%, and DeSantis has 8%. So those polls have shifted significantly because DeSantis was in second, and now Vivek Ramaswamy is making his way and his name known, and President Trump is leading by, over 40 points, percentage points, and the more he gets indicted, the more they keep attacking him. We're looking to see, or we're seeing by the polls and these numbers, that his base keeps growing, and so looking at the first indictment in March to now, President Trump's numbers have definitely gone up. Also, want to let you know that our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Hawaii. That's been talked about in conversations here this week. People are just gathered around talking, maybe eating lunch. Hawaii is on our minds. It's on the minds of Americans, and so our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Hawaii. We see the pictures coming in. We see the videos coming in on social media and also on the news, and it's just devastating to watch. 100 lives lost. Over 100 people have lost their lives. 1,300 people are still unaccounted for. So very sad, tragic situation going on there. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Hawaii as you start to find answers, rebuild, but don't lose hope that help is on the way. Continue to say your prayers, and there's going to be some good that comes through out of all of this. All right, so they're telling me to see. Okay. Okay. All right, getting a note from one of my photographers here. Continuing on with some of the news headlines. So we talked about the latest poll numbers. We talked about Hawaii. Just this week, Representative Matt Gaetz out of Florida, he introduced a bill that would bring prayer back to schools. Representative Gaetz wants to, get a hold of these kids who are seeing what's scaring a lot of parents, and that is maybe something in the school library or in your children's textbook. And so we have seen that lately, the worry on parents about what's going on in our child's school. So Representative Matt Gaetz says it's time to put prayer back in school. It's time to put God back in school. So he has initiated this bill that he has proposed just this week to bring back God into our schools. Now, I know the state of Louisiana has done that just in the last week or two. They have made a big effort that has been successful to bring God back into school. So we're seeing that push. We're seeing that movement. I think parents and our legislators are saying enough's enough about what the Democrats are trying to shove down our children's throats and our throats as well as parents. And so we're starting to see this push of we're not taking that, we're bringing God back. So it's good to see. Representative Matt Gaetz and these other states bringing back God into our schools. Also going on in the news, I've been following this. This one happened a couple of weeks ago. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the representative out of Georgia, introducing the bill, the Protect Children's Innocent Act. I really like this one. This bill would charge a person who performs gender-affirming care on a minor, and that felony would make the person serve, give them a sentence of 10 to 25 years in prison. And what this bill also does is it makes sure that taxpayer funds are not going toward this surgery. So again, that's the Protect Children's Innocent Act, introduced by Marjorie Taylor Greene, to make sure that anyone who performs these gender-affirming surgeries on a minor are sent to prison for 10 to 25 years. So that's a look at some of our top stories from going on around the country today. We are continuing to watch the latest out of these indictments going on with President Trump. The first indictment coming down in March. 4 since then. We had the Stormy Daniels case indictment in Manhattan, followed by the Mar-a-Lago indictment dealing with the boxes. When the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago. Then we had the indictments coming out of Washington, D.C., where President Trump was accused of being involved with the January 6th attacks and then also dealing with the 2020 election. And then just this week, the latest indictments coming out of Georgia dealing with the 2020 election. So a lot going on following President Trump. He was supposed to have an event, I believe, this Saturday. That is not going on. He does have until Friday to turn himself in. That's Friday of next week to turn himself in, as well as the other people named in the indictment. 18 other people, including former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, was named in that indictment. He's been very vocal on Truth Social. So if you're on Truth Social, make sure that you follow Rudy Giuliani as well. He has been vocal about what's going on with the latest accusations against him in that indictment. We want to take a break real quick and talk to you about BigTrumpKnife.com. If you want to go there, please do. BigTrumpKnife.com, the most beautiful knife for all the Trump fans out there. If your family loves Trump, if your friends, coworkers love President Trump, even if you do, buy yourself a knife. BigTrumpKnife.com. Go ahead and get yours today. Beautiful words written on there, etched in there. Also the American flag and the stars and stripes. BigTrumpKnife.com is the website to go to. So if you believe in taking America back with President Donald Trump in 2024, then you need this fixed blade knife. Trump 2024, again, is laser etched on a stainless steel blade, the waving American flag, and a stainless steel half guard that will keep your fingers from slipping. The patriotic handle scales are crafted of a blue panel that has Take America Back in white, surrounded by white stars and a red and white striped panel. Again, this fixed blade knife comes with a belt sheath for easy carry on BigTrumpKnife.com. Now, make sure that you know your state and local regulations on knives before purchasing. Again, make sure you know your state and local regulations on knives before purchasing. So that's BigTrumpKnife.com. All right, we are less than 18 minutes away now from Mike Lindell's plans, how he believes we can secure our elections. He did mention going to LindellOffenseFund.org, LindellOffenseFund.org, to look at the website there, and then also donate if you can in his efforts to continue doing what he does across the nation. Right now, as we wait for the plan to be released, we are looking at MyPillow.com, and we have someone on stage just talking about the wonderful merchandise, I guess you can say, the mattresses, the pillows, the slippers, the new kitchen items Mike Lindell just talked about this morning on MyPillow.com. Of course, if you go there, you can use the RSBN code for a discount as well. So that's what we're doing right now, is having a live commercial on mypillow.com. So now 16 minutes away from Mike Lindell releasing his plan. Talking about President Trump, I just mentioned that he is now at 60% in the latest polls, followed by Vivek Ramaswamy at 13%, and then third place now is Governor DeSantis of Florida, moving into third. I want you to look at President Trump's website. On his website, there's a tab that says Agenda 47. Click on that website and you will see everything that President Trump has planned for when he wins in November of next year. And I want to go over a few of those with you. One of those is making America energy independent again. He wants to restore law and order. A lot of times in a lot of these Democrat-run cities, we see officials wanting to defund the police. He wants to better protect the police. We're seeing all the time on the news, more and more every day, crime is on the rise from Atlanta to Chicago to Los Angeles. All of these cities across America are seeing high rates of crimes. And so people are actually shutting down their small businesses. They're boarding up their windows because of the looting, of people just coming in and stealing, holding a gun up to them. Whatever the case may be, the crime is high, and people are just fleeing these towns because they can't take it anymore. These are their livelihoods. And so it's very sad to see that the police in some of these cities, they have their hands full. And so while the Democrats, for the most part, want to defund the police, President Trump, he says he wants to restore law and order in America. He also says we are on the verge of World War III. He will definitely prevent World War III on day one in office. He says he will fix and improve the economy. That, I believe, is a promise that he's already made in his first term. So he made it, and he lived up to that promise. And I just believe that he could do it again in his second term. We saw lower gas prices. We saw lower grocery prices. We saw lower prices just going to shop with your family. For back to school, you probably saw for back to school shopping this year, you spent more money than you have in previous years. The stock market was booming, reaching record highs under President Trump. People were able to save. People weren't working 2-3 jobs just to make ends meet. So President Trump saying he can fix and improve the economy and the current situation that we are in now. He's also a big fan of the veterans. Just weeks ago, kicking off a veterans initiative, Trump's for Veterans initiative. And so he says he will take care of the veterans, including our homeless veterans. There should be no question that should even be a problem in America. Our veterans should be taken care of the minute they come back home from war, from overseas. Take care of our veterans, and it's sad and shameful that some of these veterans are homeless. They come home and they can't find a job. They're homeless, and so President Trump is making it one of his top priorities to make sure that our veterans are taken care of. And of course, he wants to protect what children learn in schools. Not too long ago at an event that he was speaking at, he says, it's really sad that I have to say this, that we have come to this, but I will make sure that our children are protected in schools when it comes to gender, which bathrooms they should go in, should men participate in women's sports. So that's what he's looking at right now when it comes to protecting our kids in school, and that's all on DonaldJTrump.com. Okay, I'm going to back up for a second as we continue talking about Agenda 47. Looking at the time, it's behind me, so sometimes I have to scoot away to make sure I'm seeing the time right. Just over 12 minutes away from Mike Lindell's big plan. So check that out. Again, going back to Agenda 47 as I watch the clock, DonaldJTrump.com is where you can find Agenda 47. Not only does he have a list of what he plans to do for our economy, he is also providing videos of him speaking about what topics and issues matter to him most. DonaldJTrump.com.
Extra soft comfort foam transition layer, the plush transitional comfort foam,
As we continued the countdown, 11 minutes and 44 seconds. Birch Gold, that's the way to go. Speaking of the economy, as I just mentioned a while ago, we're struggling to make ends meet, struggling to pay taxes, struggling to pay insurance, struggling to pay grocery bills. You name it, Americans are struggling. So what can you do to save money? Because right now people aren't able to save because you're just trying to stay afloat. So what can you do to save? It doesn't have to be a lot, but you can invest some into Birch Gold. So you can text RSBN to 989898. Protect your future, protect your money. I know 401ks and IRAs are in jeopardy right now when it comes to how much will I have when I retire, or will I be able to provide for my family in a year or two, 10 years from now. So it gets you a little anxious just thinking about it, but have some relief when it comes to Birch Gold. A representative will call you, come up with a plan for you. You will get a free information kit. So all you have to do is text the letters RSBN to 989898, and a representative will call you.
He didn't tell me. He went on Twitter, took a picture of his feet in the slippers.
Going back to some of the issues we're seeing right now in America, talking about President Trump's Agenda 47 and what he plans for the future. We talked about the veterans that are homeless right now in America, but there are homeless people in some of these big cities, record number of homeless Americans. I speak to people all the time. I travel all the time, and I'm seeing more and more people laying in the streets, sleeping on corners, under overpasses, you name it. And it's just really sad to see the number of homeless people in our country. Let's talk about fentanyl and our border. A wide open border under the Biden administration. President Trump started the border wall, which he promised during his 2016 campaign. He started 400 miles of that border wall, finished those 400 miles, but he still had some to go before his term ended. And so we have a wide open border right now, and the states are doing what they can to protect America. What we're seeing are these illegal immigrants coming over. Many of them are criminals, and they're bringing drugs with them, and that includes fentanyl. We have hundreds of Americans dying every single day from fentanyl poisoning. So we need to make sure we close the border. President Trump says he will finish the job once he gets back in office. We also want to talk about senior citizens. I know if you're watching right now and you're a senior citizen, Social Security. It's hard to just live off Social Security right now. Inflation has gone up. Again, the cost of living has gone up. Everything is higher. But when you're living off that paycheck, it gets harder for you to make ends meet. So President Trump hasn't forgotten about you when it comes to surviving off Social Security.
Let me just say this. If you're looking for
So again, that's on DonaldJTrump.com. Go to Agenda 47, and you'll see more of what he plans to fix as president. And a lot of that is what he already started fixing whenever he was president and has just fallen under the radar under the Biden administration.
only one model, so they're not going to have some of these things. So there are some of these items that are closed out when they're gone. They're gone. There are some items we were promoting on the air regularly. We don't promote them anymore because they're gone. So I would recommend if you want to get some for some of these for a gift.
All right, we're just under 8 minutes away from Mike Lindell coming back on stage for his big announcement. He has been promoting this for months, especially in the last couple of weeks. He wants everyone to watch. He is airing this all over his website in 85, I believe, different languages all over the world. He says this will help protect our elections. And so we're really eager to see what he has to say in just 8 minutes, coming to you live from Missouri here in Springfield. We've had a great list of speakers since we've been in Missouri. We had General Flynn yesterday. He was actually here today for a little bit before he had to catch a flight out. But General Flynn took the stage yesterday. Steve Bannon is here. He's next to us. He was on the stage yesterday in a panel with General Flynn and Mike Lindell as well, getting the crowd energized, getting the crowd pumped up, chanting about hope. Don't lose hope. There's still hope for America. The good news is there's more good than bad out there, and so the good have to come together. We have to believe in God and believe that everything will be okay when it comes to protecting our country and keeping it just like our founding fathers wanted it to be. So General Flynn was here. Lou Dobbs, wonderful speech last night. Former Fox News host, had a lot to say about elections and the state of the country, what he believes is going on in our country. If you missed that, you can go back to our Rumble site and check out his speech. I believe it was one of the last ones last night to end the evening. So you can go back and see that as well. We did have what I thought was very interesting, state by state, a look at what each state is doing to protect our elections and to give an update of sorts on what's going on in each designated state. So they started with Alabama, ended with Wyoming yesterday, and just went through each one with a representative from each state to talk about this is what's going on in our state. Here's how you can help. And so it was very informative. Again, if you missed that and if you want to go back and watch, it's on Rumble. You can go to your state. It's in alphabetical order. So again, they started with Alabama, then Alaska, Arizona, and then went all the way to Wyoming. And then you can see what's going on in your state and get involved if you can in your hometown, whether that's a Republican organization, whether that's becoming a poll watcher or a poll worker. There is something that you can do. There's something that every American can do. So keep fighting the good fight. And like Mike Lindell says, don't lose hope for America. Okay, again, we want to talk about Trump Knife. Love it. Go ahead and go to TrumpKnife.com. Beautifully etched words on there, the American flag, the stars and stripes, so beautiful. So if you want to go to TrumpKnife.com, get yourself a knife, get your family member a knife, but make sure you know the regulations for your state and city before making a purchase on that knife. So TrumpKnife.com. Okay, let's see. At the time, I had to step away to see 4:20.
For American entrepreneurs. So as we scroll down, one of the first things we're going to see, of course, is the Michael 20th anniversary. We've been over that. Let's go to the
And I want to make sure I clarify that is BigTrumpKnife.com. BigTrumpKnife.com. The biggest Trump knife for American patriots. BigTrumpKnife.com. All right, 4 minutes away now from the announcement. We want to thank you all for being here with us the last day and a half. If you aren't doing so already, go to rsbnetwork.com. See all of the top headlines and articles there. We have a wonderful team of writers who do a great job of keeping Americans informed. So you can go to rsbnetwork.com and also sign up for our newsletter while you're there. We are on Truth Social and across other social platforms as well. Rumble. Make sure you sign up for locals. And if you want to follow me and join the conversation, I've had several people write in today. Thank you for writing me. I'm on Truth Social at Vanessa Broussard, and also on Instagram, Vanessa Broussard News. So on Instagram, I have the news at the end of my name. So Vanessa Broussard News, and on Truth Social, Vanessa Broussard. So thank you again to all the viewers who continue to support us and support RSBN. We really appreciate you, and you give us momentum to keep going. I can say that for myself when I see all the people here at these events and I see you on social media. It gives me that push to keep fighting the good fight and to keep going for not just myself and for my neighbors and for you, but also for my child. And so for all the mama bears out there, like Carrie Lake says, mama bears are going to save this country. So again, everyone stick together. That was the message yesterday. That was the theme yesterday. Don't lose hope. We have hope together, and we're going to keep pushing forward together. Taking a quick look at the time. Okay, just a little over 2 minutes away now from the plan from Mike Lindell, how we can secure our elections. And Mike Lindell says that this can start immediately. He was live with us this morning. He said this can start as early as tomorrow. What could it be? I have no idea. We are less than 2 minutes away, though, from finding out what that will be. He says he's been working on it for months. He's been in the plans for it for months. So we will definitely see what Mike Lindell has up his sleeve and what he plans to do and what he says will secure our election. 1.5 minutes out. Go ahead and share this with all of your friends. Mike Lindell's also been pushing for everyone to hit that share button. The more people who know, the better. Repost, retweet us. I would say retweet us, but it's not Twitter anymore. It's called X. And I'm not sure what they call that anymore. Re-X us on X. And also share all of our posts as well. And that's coming from Mike Lindell. Make sure that we get the word out. Less than 1 minute to go here in in Springfield. Branson is just right down the road from us, about an hour drive. Springfield, Missouri. We're inside the Springfield Expo Center. About 500 or more people here. All starting to walk in. If they haven't received a seat yet, they're getting theirs right now because we are a little over 30 seconds away from Mike Lindell revealing his plan. And you see Mike Lindell is always so energetic and so outgoing. I can't imagine what's going on through his mind right now because he was pumped up this morning on air when we talked to him. So I know he's got that adrenaline going right now, ready to announce his plan. All right, 10 seconds now until we turn it over to the stage to hear Mike Lindell's plan. Let's see what happens.
Asking for this on subscription. Now, why are they asking for it on subscription, folks? Because it works, and they run out.
Well, we're just going to have to wait a little longer.
Asking for it on subscription, so they're working to get that on subscription. In the meantime, you can order it at mystore.com. Use the promo code PLAN. Now
Yep. Okay, so we are going to let him wrap up about some of these products he's talking about on mypillow.com. We want to remind you to go to lindelloffensefund.org, and you can donate there. And any minute now, we should be hearing from Mike Lindell. Here he comes out on stage right now with his plan that he says will save our elections.
Bit, everybody. I've been watching every day, right? All day long. Okay. All right. We're going to get ready here.
So we can hit in the middle.
Do we need this?
He needs this connection. Sure, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay, is he coming out here right now?
Yeah, you want him out here right now?
Yeah, tell me. Come on. I don't need this, do I?
Keep it up there.
Okay. All right, everybody. This is a moment we've been waiting for. If you're watching from, I'm going to say hello to everyone watching from around the world. We're streaming in 85 languages. And I just want to say a prayer here that we don't, because that everything works, Lord. We've waited, I've followed this plan that you gave me, and I just pray, Lord, that this goes off, that the word gets out of this plan to every person, that they can spread the word, and that this is the answer, this is the hope we've been waiting for, Jesus. We pray that every part, that people understand, that people realize that, hey, that we have to have secure elections, Lord. We have to, if we don't have elections, we have nothing. It's over. And Lord, we thank you. I thank you, Lord, for every part of this, for every person that's been part of this, for every person that is in our country. I pray for every single person in our country that they can be told that, hey, we have a plan that's going to secure our elections, our sacred elections. And we ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Okay, we got a little bit of setup first. Here's Jeff. Tell me when you're ready.
You can see down there.
Just tell me, are you ready? Just get in position. Okay. Just give me a sign when you're ready. Are you ready? Okay.
Do it.
All right. I've been telling you all, we've been told a lie over years now that the machines are not on the internet. If anybody just watching that just tuned in now to frankspeech.com or any of the other networks that are running this, and this morning we went over the biggest lie we've been told that's blocked all of our cyber evidence and everything. We're not on the internet. 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 I'm sorry, there's nothing to see here. We're not on the internet. We have been told this by every. Hello? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Please, Lord, get us through this, Jesus. That'll give Jimmy Kimmel something to talk about, right? Okay, this was the lie that's been told to every person in our country. It's also been told around the world to their countries. These electronic voting machines, from routers to printers to polling books to the computers, they're not online. Well, what if I told you that there was a device that's been made for the first time in history that can tell you that that machine was online? Okay? You know when you come into a room and we all got our cell phones and it lists off all the internets in the room? And then you have to have passwords and so on? Well, if you had one of those internets, and what if there was a device that showed you, hey, there's a device on my network. There's a device online. And then you could tell what the device was, where it was at, what the name of it was, ESNS 60503, and you knew the second it went online. Well, this is what we've been working on for over a year, and I'm going to show you, Jeff's going to show you a demo. This isn't a demo. We have it, everybody. We have it, and then I'm going to tell you. And what if and what if I was to tell you? Well, we'll save that part. Let's do this part of the plan first. We're going to. Okay, so Jeff, why don't you show them what we did? What we did in Florida with this device, we went in and we did a. Jeff will show you that. Why don't you show?
Clicker. I think the clicker. I think
okay.
Hopefully they have it ready to go.
Okay, do you guys in the back, do you have it up there?
The video?
Yeah, they're ready to go?
No, I said the video, yeah, they need to.
Okay, then what, no, I'm talking in the back.
The Election Crime Bureau is proud to introduce the WMD, or Wireless Monitoring Device. The wireless monitoring device is a sophisticated network connection monitoring system, designed specifically with election security in mind. We have been told that our election computers are never connected to the internet. The WMD will put that to the test, by detecting and reporting, in real time, Wi-Fi connections in county and state election offices. All internet routers and access points will be reported, as well as any devices to which they connect. The WMD incorporates many years of research and state-of-the-art development. It is a low-weight, low-power device that uses only passive signal detection to detect online systems, and it will never interfere with any normal network operations. When an online connection is detected, the Election Crime Bureau Master Alert System will be quickly notified, and the alert will be displayed on the alert web page. You will note that there are two boxes located to the right of the screen. These boxes display the information about the access points at the top and the wireless clients at the bottom box. The sheer amount of devices can make analyzing the map difficult, so this website gives you the opportunity to deselect any of the different kinds of devices. Note that the points on the map are color-coded to simplify identification. As we deselect and update, those types of devices are removed from the map. Clicking on a device shown on the map displays additional information about that device in the bottom information window. Currently, the MAC address, the hardware vendor, and the first time the device was detected displays. Additional information will be continually added. The nearby checkbox allows you to view only the devices with the strongest signal, which in most cases means that they are nearest to the WMD detection device. This allows you to filter out devices outside of the immediate area. All information is securely archived for later analysis. The wireless monitoring device is ready to be deployed in any election, from local to presidential.
Now, let me tell you, everybody, we now can catch them in a lie. Okay? And now they're all, everybody's watching from home going, well, you could have made that video, right? They could all say that, right? Well, how would you like to see it demoed right here in this room? Okay, do we have a camera outside?
We should. I think we're set.
Okay, everybody, if they're ready in the back, you guys need to watch the screen. Here we go. This is coming at you right now, everybody, outside the building.
This is what they came for.
Special delivery, everybody. Special delivery. Here we go. And what we have here, by the way, under that thing here, you see what was under the black thing before that with the surprise? But here it is. This device.
Mike.
This device. I'm so excited I forget to use a microphone. You guys, this device, as it flew into this building, this wireless monitoring device, it just grabbed all of your cell phones, everybody in this room, every device that's on the internet right now. And let's see, can you put it up on the big screen? Now, what this does, when this gathers information, I have a command center. I'm not even going to say what state, so they don't go after that. But there's a command center where this information goes down, it flashes, it'll go, router online, just went online in Missouri, right? It goes there, it comes back, and now here's what just came in. As we came into the building here, you see all the cell phones there, all the computers. We've got all these things up there, like you've seen that we pulled off that we did in Florida. Now, can you take? Okay, he's blowing them up a little bit. So if you went there, each one of those. Now, can you tell us? Like you see, they're labeled cell phones, other, and this. Now, can you take out all the cell phones? Now, this is what we would be doing. This is as it goes through this filter. Imagine it's election night. Now, we already filtered this out. We were showing you that there's no device in the world that does what this does. Okay, it doesn't. It's passively captured, but now it's going to tell you which device. So he just took out all the cell phones. Okay, now let's take all the backstage off.
Yeah, that's hilarious, actually.
Okay. You see these? You can drill it down to anything. Now, when we have, and we've done it before. Now, we haven't been able to get. We didn't want to take the chance. We could have got some machines in here, some actual election voting machines. We had them. We had access. But you know what? You see what happened in Michigan where they went after Matt DePerno and all of them for having a machine, right? I didn't want to take that chance. This is too important to the world, okay? I'm telling you what we can do now. If you're in a room and you're here in Springfield, Missouri, and you're in this room and this is an election room, beep, 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 the router just went online. This red alert goes out there and boom. And I'll tell you in a minute how you're all going to know in real time, okay? But we catch them in every single lie they've ever told. If they lied about being on the internet, what do you think they're hiding, huh? But now we've got a way to monitor. We've never had this before in history. They can't lie to us anymore. And I want to ask you, Jeff, so if we, when this travels, oh, by the way, you guys, this isn't, we're going to have these devices. For this fall's election, we want to get every single parish in Louisiana covered. We're doing this right now, okay? Right now. Mississippi, Kentucky, you have local elections. Anyone that has this, everyone that has an election, I don't care if it's your school board election, you got this device, and you know what? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. And so Jeff, I want you to explain when you what we're doing with the filtering. So let's say you have let's say it comes down and you have a printer. Mm-hmm. Does it show what does it show exactly? The IP address? What is it all? Tell us what it's going to show to us.
Yeah, it will show the IP address, what is the internal, what's called a MAC address, which is like the hardware identification of it, and will also show what it's named on the internet.
So will we know the brand?
Yeah,
we'll know the brand.
Yeah,
huh?
we will actually
Remember,
know
they
the
all
brand.
lied.
Yes, and we will know that. We will know tablets.
Polling books, it doesn't matter.
Polling books.
It will know exactly.
We can identify.
And remember now, so let's say you're all in this room and you're all in there and voting, right? We can filter the cell phones, filter it down, and by the way, you can turn it on, turn it back off. It says what's eliminated, what's not. Let's say you had people in there. By the way, if you have people in there where they're doing cell phones and they're using that are tied in with it, it'll detect all this stuff. So you catch them in a lie that they're on the internet, and now we say, what are we going to do with that information, right? How are we going to get that? How are you all going to see that? We've got ours, right, Jeff? I mean, is there anything else you want to show everybody?
Well, I kind of just wanted to, if you don't mind, point out one of the exciting things about this is it is proactive in that it lets us know when new devices come online.
Yeah.
And
real
real time.
It's real-time crime.
And this thing can even send out text messages to people saying, hey, a new access point or a new printer came online in such and such a place.
So you get that when you're having this. Let's say you're a county clerk and you have one. Let's say the machine companies have lied to you. And we've all been through that. You go into the county clerks and go, well, my machine, they told me they're not online. If they have one of these, they're going, it just went red. And they're going, hey, our machine just went online. Our router just went online. Our tablet went online. Shut her down, right? So this is, and this will show up right away in this red alert. Kind of like Ghostbusters. We got one, right? We got one. But it goes, so what I'm going to do, and I'm going to tell you, now I'm going to tie into this because let me tell you, the there's other kinds of crime out there. You know, there's other that we see all the time, right? And I'm going to tell you in a minute, but that the people out there right now that we have reporting, I guess I got to backtrack here. This is just one alert. This is a red alert, okay, that the machines went online, right? So if you're a clerk or if you're all of us now, all of you at home, you don't want to know this too, right? Well, we've had whistleblower sites. You've had, just like I told you, I think yesterday or today, when Kerry Lake's the race was going on and all those machines broke there, they said they were broke down in in Arizona. I'm looking at Kansas going, people are sending me texts going, Mike, these votes are going from Democrats to Republicans. The Uniparty, remember, they show no shame. They don't care who they want, right? Well, the text I was getting was from my team, okay? And we have a thing called Cause of America. We're 250,000 strong in all 50 states. Now, if you had, and other affiliated groups. So if you're putting up stuff on, let's say, reporting crime, right? If you're out there reporting things, hey, there's drop boxes here, these machines aren't working here, and they're saying they're doing this and this, or you see anything out there, well, any whistleblower site, the downfall is that if the public's reporting it, you all know what happens, right? You get false reports. You get the bad guys putting up stuff, so you all look over here instead of where you need to be looking. But what if you had 250,000 people in all 50 states in every county in the country, and you had all these people, they're the ones that you trust to be able to report all this. That's what we've had over the last 2.5 years. We have 250,000 people. It's even bigger than that. I'd have to ask them the affiliate groups, and maybe it might be up to 500,000, it might be 1 million. But it's all of you and all the people that are out there. Well, now, in fact, and why don't I pause there, unless you want to stay here, Jeff. You want to stay here for this? You go.
I'll
shuffle
okay.
off. If you guys, I guess if you want to, just go ahead, bring her out here. I want to talk about why Jeff's leaving. With this device now, we all say, oh, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff O'Donnell, he's a hero. Thank you, Jeff. I'm trying, believe me, we weren't scripted on this plan, right? I just want to get out there. But this catches them in the lie. And now if you had 250,000 people or 500,000 people, which we do, we needed a way to report back to you the cause of America. So if we, what we have, and now I don't know if I have the thing here. Okay, here we have. So here you see, you're identifying, when we have people out there with the cause of America, my team, they're out there, and I'm going to show you here. Let's say you see houses that have 5 or more registered voters, and you get there, and all of a sudden there's one person living there, and nobody else voted, and there were phantom voters, right? So you have, or let's say over here where houses that have one more person over age of 75. There's all these things where we're out there checking. And this is a different kind of crime, right? This is a different thing. All of a sudden you're going, hey, there's 5 people that says 9 people voted in this house and only 1 person lives there. And then you go there and it's nobody lives there or just that 1 person and they might not have even voted. Now they're reporting this stuff at the Cause of America. They're reporting this all the time. So we get this. But what we have now is we have a tool you all downloaded. It's called Frank Social, and I'm going to have Renee come out here. With this app, okay, when Renee comes out with this app that you just all downloaded, if you haven't, get franksocial.com, the Frank Social app at franksocial.com. With this app, you're going to be able to see what she's going to show you, this real-time crime. All the reporting, everything we're out there, you're going to be able to see the red alerts in your own county. You're going to be able to see all this, okay? And so we will now become a policing of our own elections, okay? We will not have to, we instantly are policing our own elections. And is Renee here, you guys in the back? Okay. Okay, we're going to head up. We've kind of went through because I want to bundle this for you. What you're going to see when she shows you this Frank Social app, when she shows you this, you're going to see a real-time crime stream, constant crime. All these reports coming in from every device, from every Cause of America person that's out there on the ground. They're out there putting in things they see, taking pictures. And it comes right back to this app. So you're going to be able to sit in your easy chair at home. And you're going to sit there and go, what's happening in my county? They said they're not online. They said there's no crime. And ding, 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 ding. But we'll need one thing for you all to do, and that will be to share it everywhere. You're sharing the real-time crime. You're sharing the lies that they've told us. Okay? That they told us that they weren't online. Okay? So this is Renee has she's part of the team that developed Frank Social, and what I want to show you here is now. So you got to follow this. So now we have a device, for the first time in history, can catch them in a lie. Okay, having this device, and then. So this goes back to the command center, right? And this comes back in real-time crime. And then you have all of these other crimes that are out there being reported by our big team at Cause of America. Now they're all going to come into the Frank Social here. And when you get there, why don't you go start, as you would get on there, you click elections, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, can you hear me now?
Yep.
When you land on Frank Social, you'll first, when you sign up for your account, you'll select your state. So you'll automatically be following the Cause of America for your state. But when you get on the app, you'll end up in the Frank feed, and you'll see the tab that says elections.
Right. So here, I'm going to backtrack a little bit on there. So when there's 50 states with the Cause of America. There's all 50 states are on there. So when you get on there, like she says, now you're clicking on elections, right?
Correct.
What that elections is, that's all 50 states reporting. Let's go back to the first square. This actually happened here in Missouri. One of your clerks actually said, no, we're not going to. I met with this guy. I met with them 2 years ago, and I said, you guys, with all these people in Missouri, right? The Secretary of State and all of them. I met with them all. And the guy says, no, our machines are secure. They're not online. Well, then he finds out they are online, so he's trying to cut the wires, right? So this is, so as you go down here, you'll see Colorado, you'll see crime. This is stuff that's going on right now. You guys can find out what's going on right now, today, tomorrow morning. You're going to just go, every day stuff's reported. This is the real-time crime line stream. It's a real-time crime stream from all 50 states. Now, if you add, you add these to it, you're going to see, because that's going to be the biggest red alert, right? You got election night or even in the early elections, or those machines, when they go online there, you've seen it all today, right? You've seen all the lies. This thing's going to pop up. Now I want to show you, when you sign up, right, you get whatever state you're in, then you're following say Missouri, correct? So this is here's all the Cause of America. So if you go to this site and you want to find out what's going on in Hawaii. So there's the Hawaii call. Click on Hawaii.
So if I click on Hawaii, it takes me to the Hawaii page. Internet.
Okay, so
I'm trying to get up Missouri.
Okay. Well, what's that? Okay. You know what? So while we're loading here, because this, you guys get the gist of the reporting, right? You're going to sit in your easy chair at home on your phone or whatever, and you're going to see real-time crime coming. You're going to know when a box goes live. You're going to know when a router goes live, a polling book goes live, and everything. Okay? And then it all goes through. It was a good question here, because we're going to take questions on this. What's the range of this box? 100 to 200 yards. But you don't, and it goes through buildings, it doesn't matter. Okay, you've seen it as it came in as a drone. It was collecting that, it's collecting as it's flying. It could fly over the whole city and keep collecting, right? It could collect every single device here in Springfield. It would just keep flying in a stream of those coming online. And then you lose it. The closest you get, which I guess, as Jeff has told me, I didn't, but the closer you get, that's fine. Just put this regular screen back up. The closest you get, obviously you want to be in the polling places, but you could be outside or whatever. But just think of the clerks. Think of if they want, if you wanted one in your own county or your own precinct. I mean, it's every single place. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, it don't matter. This touches them in a lie that they're online. It's us against the machines and the uniparty, everybody. That's it. Do you agree? And so maybe we will take some questions, but so what we have, if you the plan, you guys, when we have these machines catching in real time. By the way, it only takes, I think, 30 seconds to go from any place in the United States, including Hawaii and Alaska, 30 seconds to a minute, where this thing, just say you just turned it on, that router or the EE, they just turned on the Dominion machine or the Smartmatic or whoever is Hart, Diable, whatever. And it goes bing, back to the command center and back, and your device or you at home sitting there are going to go, we got one, and it's right in your own. And all of you out there that have went to your county commissioners or you've went to your election officials and they've said, well, ours aren't online. Well, think how they're going to feel when their machine's going that they were lied to. My advice to them is get rid of them now. Get rid of them now.
That's all right.
Because you can't lie to us anymore. And maybe some of you guys, maybe some of the clerks really believe it, that they were duped or whatever. Maybe we were duped. I was lied to, and they were lied to. The lie goes right down the line. It's a lie line. A lie line. Lie. Well, we're not going to take it anymore that if you're fifth in that line of lies. We're not going to take it. There's no excuse if you're an election official in charge of a county or precinct or parish or whatever. There's no excuse anymore. You're going to get caught, so you better, and it's not going to be an excuse that, well, I was lied to, and they lied to them, and they lied to them, and they lied to them. The big lie that they were not online is over, everybody. That's over. And so when these... And not just that, I wanted to make this more powerful than just being online. So then part of this was when we developed the Frank Social app to be able to, and you need the people. We needed 500,000 people. We need a couple million people. All the people, and we've just there's a lot of other groups out there that we're working with, and now we'll all connect with them. So they're the trusted people that are out there in the field, and and they take a picture, right? They take a picture of something going on. Like I get on my phone all the time, text messages during election. But until this time, we didn't have a total centralized location for a real-time crime stream where everybody can see it. I try and put it out with Frank's speech, tell everyone and to tell the world. Now, if everybody's got the Frank Social app and you're getting the crime line, and now you go, whoa, this just happened in my county, and you share that out with everybody you know, especially the election officials that tell you they're not online, right? Because we've been lied to, and they are online. And everything they block, and
I can't get the Wi-Fi.
that's fine. They're all downloaded. Yeah, that's internet in the building. So to pull up the computer. But anyway, we've showed you with the Frank Social app. Now you're sitting at home, and you're sitting there, and you want, I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, during the election, wherever it was, you want to find out what's going on right in your backyard. You can filter it down, everybody, and say, hey, we've got six things going on here at the same time. One of the things too is cool is all of a sudden, let's say it's the device and it catches that this county's online here in Springfield, and now you can see, wow, there's 7 counties just went online. They're popping up like whack-a-mole, right? Which is what's going to happen, you know. Unless, I don't know, if they get out in front of this and take them all offline, if I was the evil, I don't know what their plan's going to be, because we've got them now. And I'll tell you this. So let's say, like I had on the election night of 2022, or the morning, when you had all that stuff going down in Arizona, and I was getting these reports coming in out of Kansas, right? I couldn't believe it. These are Democrats votes flipped to Republican votes in Kansas. And you all say, well, why? You've kind of been educated today about all that, right? Well, now, if you're living in Kansas, you'll have your Frank Social app, your crime line here, and you're going, whoa, look what's happening here in my county in Kansas, and let's see if it's other place in Kansas. They're going to pop up, just like little lights, and the ones that are, you'll be able to tell too if the common they filter it out, so the common crime, we'll call it common crime. So there's common crime. So, these are all online. These are all flipping Democrats to this. These all have people that are in there, and they're not letting people get in, like you've seen other stuff, like Republicans not being let in the door or putting paper over the walls, right? You'll be able to find if it's going on in other places immediately, in real time, everybody. So, and now you'll be able to report that, or send it out on all your social media and everything. And I'm going to tell you that right now, too. The way we get around the media and the way we communicate, the communication hub, and when you have Frank Social there and you got your real-time crime and filter it to your counties, you need to share that out on every platform you have, which right now, when you get home, don't just have one Suckabucks Facebook or Twitter or Truth Social or Gab or Getter or Instagram or Telegram or Cloud Hub. Frank, you got to get an account on all, because even if you have 10 friends or 20 friends, it doesn't matter. You need to share it on all the platforms and just get the word out there. You know what I'm saying? We got to communicate that. Now, once that's all out there, everybody, here's what this is going to manifest to. I'm going to take you through an election night. So let's say it's election night this fall, and I'm sitting down in Louisiana, and I'm sitting in my easy chair going, wow, this is going to be good if we can finally catch them. And all of a sudden, bam, my own county, red alert, pops up on my phone. And I'm going, okay, let's see where else it's happening. Well, these machines are going online, right? And now I'm taking it and I'm sharing that out, right? And I'm sharing that out. You get all that going on, and we're reporting all that. Now I'm going to bring you back what the manifestation of this is. Everyone in this room, and a lot of people, over 250,000 that at home, which are part of this Cause of America and part of these other groups, that have went out there and they have tried. Over the last 2.5 years, they've went to their legislatures and their politicians, and they want law changes or to bring us back to, a fair election with paper ballots, hand counted, same-day voting, precinct level, signature required. When we go out to them, they say, oh, no, these machines are great, or this is great, or whatever. Or we go to our county officials, they say, oh, their machines aren't online. Now we're going to have the tools to say, you lied. You lied. That's a big lie. And when we have the elections this fall, we're going to have, that'll be the prototype to the world. just like Osage County here, right here in Missouri, showed the world that paper ballots hand counted could be done this last spring, and it was done beautifully between Democrats and Republicans working together. They got done within 20 minutes of all the machines, which, by the way, sometimes take months to get the count, right? So this will give show the world that they lied. Okay? And then you know how much easier it's going to be for all of you to go to your official in your city who controls the elections, and we want the machines gone. We want them gone. We don't want to have selections. We want elections. Period. Right? Is that what we want? And I'm telling you, everything you've all been doing just got a lot easier, because now when I can see going up to even officials I've dealt with and say, okay, do you want to take a chance? Like the guys in Missouri that said they weren't online, they realized we're going to start cutting wires. Why don't you just get rid of them now? In every single county that everyone lives in, you need to go there and say, you know what? Have you heard the plan? We're going to be watching you. We're going to be watching you. You can't lie to us anymore. We know, well, that you could have been part of the lie, the stream of lies, the string of lies. We're not going to, but that's no excuse anymore, is it? It's not an excuse. We have a complete way to get the real-time crime in now. And then also, one of the things this works too is you're out there, and all the people that now are in the cause of America and that are in all these groups. We have tools now where we're going to be out there. And by the way, all that stuff that goes into a reporting tool, you know, it would be worthless if we didn't trust the people that were reporting it. You guys need to understand that. This is so important. I had all these groups I call every Monday night. I talk to the whole country, which goes out to 250,000. But I talk to all the leaders, and we're going, and we sit there and we have fought. We have fought with lawsuits. We have fought with canvassing. We've fought with petitions. You name it. We've done it all because we love our country. But when we get there, we get blocked, or it's slow, and we're running out of time because our country's getting destroyed. For the future of the American dream and our kids, our grandchildren, and everybody will embrace this. And the people now that are out there that are going, well, maybe they won't be watching me. Wrong. We will be watching. Okay. I guess I just got a note here. The reason, which is great, everybody's logging on to Frank Social, so from the building, which is good. You all listen,
good.
Right?
Keep downloading.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Okay, you're good then.
Right,
Thanks, Renee.
And I think the important thing is that you can post on Frank Social the truth about the elections, the crimes that are happening, and your voice won't get canceled and you won't be shadow banned.
Right. No, that's right. And everybody, and that's all of you too. Let's go back. I'm gonna validate, like when you see all this stuff on Frank Social, I can't say enough. You're gonna know that it came from real people we trust. These people, I filtered them for the last 2.5 years. They're the most hard. A lot of you are here, probably most of the audience here, you know, and all of you. So the information coming in is real, it's true, it's real-time crime, and so what we need to do with everybody at home now talking to everybody at home across this country, and across the world for that matter. Now imagine sitting there at any time and want to go, you know what? I'm going to just check on them. We are now the police of our own elections. You have one thing to do in the comfort of your own home, and I'm not talking to the hard work, people running around out there that are that want to do the physical. They want to get out there. They want to take the pictures. They want to feed the real-time crime in. They want to be out there and a lot of the ones that have our monitoring devices, that they're online. I'm talking to the people at home. We all need everybody now. I don't care who you are. You get to sit at home and you get to your own county, your own town. You're going, I'm going to pull it up. When you download the Frank Social app, I pull it up and I see stuff happening right in my own town, right in my backyard. And you can make comments on there. Hey, is anybody doing anything about this? You can talk maybe it's your neighbor that's the county official going, look at this. Now you're going to have some stuff to show them. Because what you heard yesterday, I think it was General Flynn said, we need to go from the ground up, from us up, the people up. Did you all hear that? Well, we needed tools to do that, and now we have it. You need tools to be able to show, because they've lied to us. They're not online. Cyber evidence doesn't mean nothing. These mathematics, these 100% facts don't mean anything. But when you're in your own backyard, and you're sitting in your house every day and you see an alert go off on that Frank Social app, and that Frank Social, and you go, gee, we got a little problem here in Springfield. We got a little problem. It's in my neighborhood. You know, there's filters that are going to go right down to your neighborhood if you want. Okay? So here it is in your own backyard. And now you can go to that person that argued with you and say, look at this. This is real. It's right here. Okay? All the canvassing we did out there, they've been doing that, and the canvassing has been disgusting. You guys, what we did for 2.5 years, groups on the ground would go. You take the voter rolls, like I showed you before, and you'd filter them in a town. Okay, so let's say it's my town, Chaska, Minnesota. We filter it down. I've lived there all my life, right? Filter it down. People that 6 or more that lived in a household that voted, right? So you filter them down. I could look at him and go, wait a minute. Amy's been living over there by herself for 40 years, and it says 9 people voted from her 1-bedroom house. But we might want to go down there and check it out. Maybe they changed. Nope, it's still Amy. But there's all the 9 people. Then we check on them, everybody. We find out 5 of them live in another state that voted. 4 of them are deceased. And then we go back to our county official, or a county that covers our elections, and they go, you've all been there. You go, look at this. They go, you're the best county official ever, but look what happened in our county. And they all become defensive. I didn't do that, Well, you didn't do it. That box did it over there. That computer did it. But some of them still go, it's impossible. They're not online. They're not online. They're not online. So now, can you imagine going in there now, same scenario. And I go into my person, I'm going to go, they're online. Okay, we got you. They're online. And and by the way, when you show them, you're going to be able to see, like Jeff said, the name of the computer, the name of the router, where it's at, this MAC address. Going, there it is. And remember, this is captured in time. So, can you imagine? There's a lot of stuff we're going to be able to do. Go up to the sheriff and go, hey, we got some crime committed right here in our county. It's illegal to vote in another county. These people names well, that wasn't the crime, everybody. The crime was that computer crime that we've all seen happening. So we as a nation, we as people now, we are going to be the police. They can't lie to us anymore. Is that exciting? They can't lie to us anymore. We're going to save our country now. All the stuff we're doing, everybody, all the lawsuits out there, all the stuff going on, where this is being proactive, where we're going to show the world, we got to get rid of these computers, right? But in the meantime, all the stuff going on, we're catching them in real-time crime. It's kind of exciting, You'll probably get, very addicted to watching this real-time crime going, hey, we got one in our neighborhood, and we have, if you get addicted to it, that's okay. That's probably a good addiction for now, But it's to me, it's the answer, and I do want to take, if any of you have some questions on this, if there's anybody have any questions. Hey, hold on, could someone come out here with Pat? Can you have it for questions?
Hi, Mike, thank you so much. My name is James Clary. I'm a local resident I've worked the polls here in Greene County. At the end of the night, the results, the ballots are all packed up, the results are put on a zip drive, and that package is taken to the clerk's office. So I think that's the point where you might have problems.
No, that's all we covered. The problems we've seen, all these things, you've been lied to on there too. It makes it look to you like nothing goes online. Believe me, at some point they go online. You're seeing they have to go. You got the Edison research. You got all the stuff that you've seen up here. I don't care if they package them up in a bow. When it finally goes online, it's red alert. And if you see any other things like people burying ballots or suitcases going under tables or trucks pulling in, now you're going to have all of that across the whole country in real time, you guys. Real time. Absolute real time. So if it's happening here in Missouri, you can look, well, it's happening in 3 other places. Okay? Where are we at?
Hi, Mr. Lindell. Rick Weibel from South Dakota. What spectrum is this device actually detecting? And especially with the DS450, that motherboard is made in Germany using the European standards, not the UL spectrum.
Okay, I can't hear what you're saying at all.
Rick Weibel from South Dakota. Curious as to using the UL spectrum for the radio frequencies, what range? And with the DS450, that's a German motherboard using the CE European range.
I'm sorry, it's muffled. I can't hear it from here. What's he saying? Don't worry. You know what? Questions about this device, trust me, it's been a year in the making. It's all covered. Every single part is covered. There's no holes. I don't care if it's German internet, Italian internet, China internet. It doesn't matter. They're caught, okay? That part, anything you think there's holes in this, there's not, okay? So I'd really like questions like, I can tell you, is what can we do as ourselves to do this? Go ahead. 100%. A cell phone, it doesn't matter. You've seen every device go up online. This device that captures anything that's online, and when it goes online, at that exact moment in time. And it knows when it goes offline, and it knows what device it is. It knows each and every one of your phones. Now, it doesn't go inside. You know what I mean? I want everyone to know that. These devices, they're perfectly legal. They don't go inside. They're just capturing, like when you go into a room and you see all these internets that show up on your phone. Well, imagine if someone was stealing your Wi-Fi at your house. Now you would know who's doing it, and you'd know what device was taking it, right? That went online. That's all it is that now we know the other side of the coin, what device, when it went online, what the name of it was, what the IP address was, where it's at, and is it a router? It'll even show that, a router, a printer, which machine, is it Dominion, ES&S, whatever, and where it's at, an exact location in real time. It was a good question. She said she's a precinct judge, and she said, where does that device need to be? Within 100 yards. It's a legal device. You can bring it right in and just, you'll have it, and you just have it with you. You can set it anywhere. You've seen the drone. As that drone flew over, it gathers. We've done this half a year now. I've watched this on drones. You're capturing every device, whether it's a watch, a car, it doesn't matter. All that stuff you've seen up there was this room. That was every single device you had that was online. And if we would have shut everybody's phones off and took them off the internet, that would show, they're all going to show when they exact went off. And you could pinpoint each person in this room. You know how they track cell phone signals? They did that in the 2000 meals. You don't think they're going around with, that's just the GPS part. Well, this part, so if you have one in your own precinct or county, whatever, it's in this, this building would go out, I believe it's 100 yards. I think they even can be set for more. But you can be, it's not like you'd want them in there. So you would want them in there. We want these officials to know that they were monitoring them. And they would want to know that too. If I'm an official and I'm going to take the chance in any election going forward, that when everybody's been saying get rid of them, and now I'm going to take a chance that the machine, who's telling the truth? The machine companies or the evidence? They're online, everybody. They're online. So it's like, if I'm an official, I'm either A, melting them down right away, which you'll probably get in trouble for that, right? At least at this point, till we get ready. But I would want to get rid of them immediately, because I don't want to have to answer to my town, my precinct, my friends, and say, why did you keep this? Don't you care about our country? Do you see what I told you yesterday, how this is going to filter down? If you don't want to have our elections policed, are you the uniparty? Are you in on it? Well, anybody you question now, or anybody that questions us on this plan, they've got a big problem. Why would we not want to watch our own elections? There are elections.
Mike, what happens if Google and Apple try to take your app down?
The Frank Social app?
Yes.
We got a backup plan, but that's a very good question there. They can't take down franksocial.com, but the app, I guess they could that, but we have a backup plan, which I'm not going to say the backup plan, okay? That was a really good question, though. Let me tell you, everybody, I've been attacked for 2.5 years every day. My company just again today in the back, just attacked. You can't even believe. So I always have to have backup to backup to backup. When they attack my pill, we've had cyber attacks, you name it, it's happened to my company. They've tried to do everything but shoot me, right? And I'm sure they tried that once. I do a lot of my speeches like this. I don't know. Hello, thank you very much, hold still, remember that one?
Can you hear me?
But we have it. We have that backed up, and we have everything backed up. Like at My Pillow. By the way, at My Pillow, I even have 2 separate factories and everything duplicated, because if something happened, you can't get interruption insurance. All my stuff is in real time. When you see my commercial, those are real time. That commercial has to do it during that time. During this, we have to, it all happens in real time. Remember, this is real time crime, right? Well, we'll talk about that.
I guess I have a similar question to that, and that is, Josephine County, my name is Holly Morton. Where would we get them, and how much approximately will they cost?
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you right now that up until now, my plan was that we would be giving them out for this election, and that was my plan, but I ran out of money. And that's why you see that LindellOffenseFund.org. If you're a big donor out there, or if you're a micro donor, what we're going to have up is when we talk about the election crime bureau site, and we're going to talk about that in a little bit. You're going to find out how you can help everything going on in this country, even in your own backyard. They're going to imagine this massive site. I'll tell you a little bit about it now. About 7 years ago or 6 years ago, I developed the Lindell Foundation website. It took millions of dollars, and I thought, you know what? People like him, and they like in their own backyard. But I had tested it in 105 countries or 102 countries around the world. So you could beam in to an exact need in your own backyard, or you could expand out and donate there. It was like this massive fund me site. but it was you knew what you were putting the money to. You knew what it was going to do, and you knew, and it was like this pass-through where every dollar went to this and this and this, and that got put on pause. I started actually in Detroit. I spent so much time in Detroit there. We were doing it as a prototype there to try it out, and then these 105 countries. Well, then. I don't know, I think the problems came along, like where I started getting attacked starting in 2017. So that was one piece that got put on pause because I set up another thing that was the Lindell Recovery Network for addicts. And when I set up that, to me, that's where my passion was, to help addicts. And by the way, you can go to LindellRecoveryNetwork.org. It's free. I used to be a crack addict. I set up, it's free, everybody. If you know someone in addiction or that feels hopeless out there, get them there. And I will tell you this, getting off addiction at that site is just a bonus. Finding Jesus is the real win. And so anyway, with this Lindell Foundation website, it stood on a desk for about 5 years now. And when we talk about that, that's where we've had for 3 months been taking that back in and working on this Election Crime Bureau site, which you're going to hear about in a little bit, okay? There's other tools you've got to hear about today, and that is one of them. So anyone out there looking for, right now, like I say, I would like it to get enough donations where I can make them all, get them all. We've got enough that we're producing to get these fall's election. We have to get the big ones covered this fall. And we can mass produce, and yes, we do need funds. But I didn't want to make this before the world like Mike Lindell's he's grifting. You know what, people? I got to be the worst grifter that ever lived if they call me a grifter. I'll tell you that. I got $60 million and just borrowed another 3 weeks ago, and it just completely wiped out on money, right? And but like I said, I think I said it to the Washington Post once. I said, I will spend every dime I have and borrow every dime I can until the last dime is spent to save our country. Thank you. Hey, Raj.
Hi, Mike. How are you? Good to see you.
Mike, are you going to still answer? We're going to come back to the plan and stuff again, but I want to bring up the important part. One of the big pieces to this is that we have people reporting the things, or the people. And by the way, we know if there were people, there's no way to set off a fake alert either. So if you'd have people out there that had one of these, we would know where they're at and everything too. So they couldn't. The reports are real coming in, but also, and because I did it in where I had at Frank's Speech, I had report crime. I think it was crime.frankspeech.com, and I had everybody, all these reports coming in. You guys, we got thousands and thousands in the 2022 election during the 2 weeks, 3 weeks after. And when we got them all, everybody, it took an army of people to go through them all, and then you get to one. Wow, this looks good, and you find out it was a lie, that somebody just put it in there, or you find out that this one here was more important. We had teams of people, but they'd all have to come back to me or to a couple other my key people to come back and go, oh man, I got to look. It's what to leave in, what to leave out. These two, there was so much evidence and stuff that poured in, everybody. That poured in. It took so many people that and then you're going to hear about that at the Election Crime Bureau. But one of the things is the trusted input. You have to have trusted input in order to take all that and go do stuff with it, okay? Which you're going to hear about the Election Crime Bureau, which we already have that set up. So all this input. But one of the things is with the Cause of America, what we've done for over 2 years now, and met with all these other groups that are umbrellaed under there. If Renee was still here, when you go to their Frank Social, let's say it's Cause of America Florida. Everyone that's underneath that, think of Cause of America as just a name on that site for your state, right? Well,
all these other groups are there, and one of the biggest fighting groups that I ever seen was Defend Florida. And Raj is in charge of Defend Florida, and I'll tell you, what these guys did down there, I mean, it was amazing. How much canvassing did you do?
We have 67 counties, and the volunteers of Defend Florida canvassed 32 of those 67 counties. This was when people were still saying there is no problem with the voter rolls. What is a voter roll?
Right.
But a lot of that work that the volunteers did, and it's you and I, it's what they did that put voter rolls on the map for Florida.
Right.
And we've had legislation passed since then, last year, to address that.
Right. But what I'm saying is these groups, like Defend Florida, I guess I'm bringing Raj out here. I want you to what was the thing that when we came to you with, like, it's Cause of America, like I say, that placeholder, have one voice, everybody, that we have. One voice. Think of it as a hub of a wheel of information. And Raj would reach out to me or reach out to Cause of America for resources, for information, everybody. We provide information like the data. Remember, we have every voter roll in the United States. All these groups need these things to do their job so they can report the real-time crime. You got it? So I wanted Raj to come out here. I mean, what do you think of the Cause of America and having these groups? How important is that?
Mike, this is not a single sport. This is a team sport. And what Mike is talking about, I just want to impress on you, is so vital, because when you go back, you have to embrace other groups throughout the country. And Cause of America is your hub to do that. Specifically, what we did, we needed access to certain high-ranking officials in the state of Florida that we could not open the door to. We tapped the Cause of America network, and someone in that network was able to open the door. We needed to get word to Mar-a-Lago. None of us had access to that, but someone in the Cause of America network had that. So my friends, this is so vital. My friends, the opposition is more funded. They've been doing this for longer than we have. They have more resources. The one thing that we have that we are not tapping is each other. And Cause of America is your pathway to tapping these groups. If you want to know where is a spike in voter registration, you may not have a data guy like Chris Jersky on your team. That's why you need to tap Cause of America. You may not know where drop boxes are being deployed. Cause of America is your conduit to do that. So my friends, I'm imploring you, when someone comes to you and starts bad-mouthing another organization, just walk away. Just walk away. That's all.
And thank you, Raj. And this is what, now that my biggest point isn't, us getting other groups and stuff, which they're all going to come on board now, I would hope. But, because we need a centralized communication system. And now everyone watching at home, I just want two things to know. The input you're going to see is real, and there are trusted people out there that are putting in the input. We have been dealing with, 2 years now just on Defend Florida. And there's many, many groups. I believe there's upwards of 100 other groups across all 50 states of the bigger groups. I'm sure there's probably upwards of 1,000 of smaller groups, and they have needs. They have needs out there. They're all doing all these good things being done. You heard yesterday from all 50 states, and you heard the hope. They're out there going, maybe they need a lawyer, maybe they need more funding, whatever. We've been doing all that with this hub of a wheel in the communication. All you have to do at home, everybody, when you have that Frank Social app, is do one thing. Keep an eye on your crime in your own backyard and the country, and then share it everywhere, or use that information to go on the ground, go to your officials, say, look what's happening here. You're going to have it now. That's the beauty of this, is it's trusted information coming from people that have been vetted and behind saving our country for over 2.5 years. And Raj, I'll tell you guys, I use you guys for example all the time. Let me tell you what Defend Florida, when they went out and canvassed, I think they canvassed more than any other back then. This was a couple years ago. And we took in Florida, remember I've told you the cyber evidence I have that from January 9th, Remember, the biggest state that votes were taken from in the country was California. Makes sense, they're the biggest, most population, whatever, was 1.5 million. Second to Texas with 1 million. And third was Florida with 960,000. Well, what we did is we took the 960 that I had from the cyber evidence, and then we took over here and we used the cast vote records and extrapolated those numbers that came into between 900 and 1,000. Then we took Defend Florida's on-the-ground canvassing because they went right to the problem spots, so we were able to pinpoint and filter down. And we took that, and that was between 900,000 and 1 million. So you had 3 different camera angles of the same same diamond heist, right? And so all the things we've been doing for 2.5 years, now you can all be a part of it. We needed one thing, everybody. We were missing one thing because we don't have the media. We don't have the judges. We don't, just like, remember I told you when this started, the El Capone, we don't have the media, the judges, the politicians. We don't have the election platforms that have all been corrupted. But what we do have is all of you to get the word out. Because we have to get the word out. And now we have a device. We have real-time crime. Remember, you're taking fake social, and now by the way, there's going to be on their end, and at Frank Speech, you're going to see a demo on that later too, where you're going to be able to share all the platforms. You see something on there, you're not only commenting on your own backyard, talking to your neighbors and stuff or whatever going, because you can filter it down to that too and say, hey, look at our town. What's going on? What's going on in your backyard? What's going on here? And comment on those and, hey, what should we do about it? Well, what are we going to do? Right? But then also, you're going to be able to share that out on every social media platform. And you're going to see it later on about Frank's speech of watching where the podcast, that's a unification. Wait till you see that app, by the way, the Frank Speech app, where it's all podcasters that have come there. And all the information there come there, and the TV channels we have there. And they'll be able to get that information out. And why is that important? Because it's going to be a lot easier to go to our officials and say, look at this is real. We have to beat one thing. Our voice has to be bigger than the evil's voice. That's it. Remember when I told you, everybody, when I told you yesterday, when it went down our voice to a little dot on January 7th and 8th in 2021. Remember that? And that little voice was that little dot, like on an old black and white TV that got so small we could barely see it. Well, that voice, it didn't pop to life all at once. But over the last few years, it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. Now it's got to get bigger than this world has ever seen in history, because we're up against every other kind of media out there that is the propaganda being put down and the lies. And the biggest lie we were told, let's not forget this lie tomorrow, because we don't know what they're going to do tomorrow. You think, who knows? Fox News gets on there and they'll come out to try and beat us out to the punch. The machines, this just in. The machines were online, but it's okay. I don't know what they're going to say. I don't know what the new lie is going to be. But I'll tell you what, when you hear that lie tomorrow, if you hear that lie tomorrow, you're going to go, are you lying now or were you lying then? Okay? Were you lying now or were you lying then? So that's going to, that's very powerful, everybody. But my guess is they're going to go silent on it, so it's going to be up to all of you to spread the word of the plan. But I want to thank you, Raj. You guys are so awesome. I just want Raj up here to validate that this works, this communication hub, where we have a hub of all the resources and all the communication more than anything. We have one group, like he said, they needed something. We know over here, so we were able to ask that group, have you done this before? Remember, everybody, when you go into business, I want to tell you this. Here's an advice for anybody going into business out there. You go into a new business, you find people that have been there before so you don't make the same mistakes they made, or if they've done something good, you want to duplicate it, right? When I got way back in November and December of 2020, and I'm doing my own investigations. Well, then when it really got big in about January and February and March, we reached out to a lot of other people that had already done a lot of machine investigation. I'm not going to name their names, but I don't want to have to redo what they already did. And that's where we're at. And so by having this communication, we know where the successes are. Do you know, it's like this here in Missouri. Do you know how many people across the country, probably not many, know that the first election here with Linda Rance, right out of Missouri here, hand-counted paper ballot, election was already done. Democrats and Republicans sitting side by side, and it got done here in Osage County, in Osage County. I don't know what county this is, but it was in Osage County, Missouri, and it was done just a couple, 3 months ago. They got done the same time, 10 minutes later, the machine, 100% accuracy, and everybody trusted it. But the world needs to know about this. Thanks, Raj. Thank you. We have Raj Ahan. He's a great leader. And
ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Colbeck.
And you guys, I want to say this. So things we hear that you heard from all 50 states, these are the things people need to hear. Like if you're in California, Shasta County, where they went machine free. It spread through California, and they were brave. Okay.
Election Crime Bureau time.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
I need a clicker there, please.
Okay. All right, so what we're going to call, is this mic on?
Yep, we're good.
Okay, so what I was telling you, so now I'm going to follow before Patrick goes through the Election Crime Bureau. I'm going to tell you, so here we have a way now to monitor the biggest lie. They're not online. We have a tool now. We have thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people on the ground doing what they've been doing for 2.5 years, reporting the crime. And it all comes back to now the person sitting at home, and they're going to spread the news about that crime. But there's another piece, and this piece has been worked on. We've been going, think of siloing it out, the Election Crime Bureau. This is what we've done now, this organization, where what do we do with all that crime that's coming in? And Patrick's going to tell you about that now, of this other tool we have that so you know where this is going, and you know then that we're dispersing out. What needs to go to lawsuits? What needs to go to help people on the ground? What needs to go for a sales pitch to your county clerk? Go ahead.
All right, well, now the key is how do you convert that plan into action? It's really what it comes down to. So you need a persistent organization. The bad guys have hundreds and hundreds of organizations that are committed 24/7, 365 to making sure you don't have any freedom anymore, that they can steal the elections away from us. We need organizations that are equally equipped. It's got to be persistent. We can't just simply show up 3 months before the election, try to figure out who's running for office, and then say, hey, maybe I'll be a poll worker this time. Nope, the days of the easy button are long gone. If you want to keep our freedom, it takes eternal vigilance, and you got to put effort into it. And that's what Mike is setting up here with this Election Crime Bureau. It's providing a persistent organization. We can't have a moment of truth summit every single year. We can't afford to go off and do the election summit every single year. We need to make this a part of our daily lives. All right? So let's go through. And I want to make sure everything that's been done with all the different resources we're putting out at your disposal, it takes an organization to make it work effectively. And
hey, so, before we get into that, because I didn't say at the end, now that you all know it, plan, you're watching at home, and this is a shout out to anyone that wants to put any money into anything, whether it's a candidate, whatever you want to do to help save our country. Here's what you need to do. The Lindell OffenseFund.org. There's a way to put checks on there, everything. You want to get a hold of me directly, if it's a big, big donation, I'll come out and say, hey, we need your help. We need the help. With this thing, what we're telling you now about the Election Crime Bureau, that takes money, and that's what runs everything. The lawyers I have hired, the cyber people I have hired, everything that I've been paying out of my pocket, everything. I mean, every person that you see out there, most all of them have come from where I have put it out, and I need your help now. The Lindell the Lindell Offense Fund. We're always on the offense. And I want to say one more time, this isn't for my big billion-dollar lawsuits with these criminals. You know, those are over here. That's cost me tens of millions already.
All this money is going towards helping you and helping all Americans
save this
to finally
country.
expose this garbage that we've been exposed to for years upon years. It's about time we got back into the fight, and this is how we're going to go off and do it. So in addition to being an aerospace engineer, former senator, I'm also a former management consultant, so I think in PowerPoint, which is an illness that I'm trying to recover from, but you're going to go through a lot of the information that describes how this organization is intended to run.
Patrick and I argue. I go, I don't need a PowerPoint. Yes, you do.
Yeah, right. And by the way, we're working on some graphics around defining exactly what the plan is so everybody can share it with everyone, because the media is going to try to define what it is, and we want to make sure that you guys have a
I believe them. What do you all think? How many think that the media is going to go completely silent after this event? Okay. You know, because I can't think. I tried to think. How are they going to say they didn't lie? I mean, it's going to be pretty amazing.
Well, this may be why they go silent, because now we're going to go into management consultant org charts.
Right.
So
this is my organization here now that we set up the Election Crime Bureau. So you see at the top, and Patrick will go through it now. This is where all the real-time crime reports and everything come to. When we have those groups out in the field that need help, like Defend Florida, this is the hub now that runs the engine, where at the top there, when I'm sitting there and I'm hearing from all these divisions and getting reports and setting this up, yeah, go do, help these guys, help these guys, help these guys, and right?
Yep. Yeah, this is the lay of the land. So up at the top of the helm, obviously, we got somebody named Director here, and he's been directing us since the beginning on all these activities. And now we're putting it all together and providing all the structure that we need to be effective at everything that we're talking about doing. So it's basically 4 different operational units. We've got an election.
I want to say something quick. When you just said that, I've been so busy doing that. You guys, just think if I wouldn't have invented my pillow. I don't get much sleep, but when I do, it's quality.
I definitely haven't gotten much sleep lately. So we've got the election crime unit. That's a primary, action threat, if you will, associated with how we go off and monitor exactly what they're going off and doing in the elections. Then we have a communications unit. And you've seen some of the facets. We'll go into each one of these a little bit more detail in a little bit. And a financial unit, which is very, very important, because, we're literally being outspent by Zuck bucks to the tune of billions of dollars to none, in many cases. While we're scrambling and rubbing pennies together to get $3,000 for a FOIA, right? Well, yeah, but I mean,
Mike is.
But I mean, across the board, there's all these grassroots groups that are out here are facing that challenge as well. I mean, when they're going off and saying it's going to cost you $7,000 to get a list of voters, I mean, right. I don't know about how many of you guys have that sitting around in your wallet, but I don't. So So this is really when you're talking about.
You guys know how much it cost me to put on this event? $1 million, and I borrowed it. That's how important this is. I'm serious, you guys.
This is a bit. This is for all the marbles, folks.
This is it.
And so we need your help supporting this, and then the continued operations, obviously. And one of the reasons I had struggled in politics was I didn't know how to ask for money. So, we're going to be asking for money.
But it's there. We have to now.
We have to. And so then the last is the operations unit. So that's the back office. That's stuff every organization deals with.
Right. And before Patrick goes on, there's names behind all this, and we're not putting them up there for a lot of reasons. I'm sure you all know. Okay. I don't mind my name being up there. You can see that director. That would normally be my picture. They already know me. A lot of these people, there's lawyers up there. They don't want their name. Why? Because look at all the other things that have been attacked. Look at the greatest lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Look what's happened to him just this week. So
we're going to do a little bit of a deep dive in each. I want you to understand. I mean, the key takeaway on this is not that I know how to use smart shapes in PowerPoint. The key takeaway on this is that we put a lot of thought into how this is going to operate. We got a lot of thought into how to make this idea of the plan turn into something that can last not just for one election cycle, but in perpetuity. All right, so this is not something that is intended to be okay, we present it at the summit and then we're done. No, this is something we want persistent.
But before he says that again, I got to say, because you're sparking my mind here. Everybody going, what is the end game we all want? I just want you to, the end game we all want is paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, signature required. Amen, huh? That's what we have to have, period. So if this plan will get us there, but in the meantime, now we have the biggest tool to use because of they've been stopping us or at least holding back everything, right? Holding us back because they fail it in 2024. If they can push it by there, our country's gone. Okay? This gives us the tools to get to that beautiful place we need to be. And by this fall, this fall, the way it's laid out now, it's on God's time. This is beautiful because I'll tell you what, in 2024, it's going to be a pretty amazing election when we have paper ballots hand counted and no machines.
All right, so now we're going to go deep dive into the business model. And this diagram here, for anybody who's never seen one before, I call it a SIPOC model, or otherwise known as a technical term as Gazinda-Gazada model. All right? So it's just talking about we as an election crime bureau, who are we connecting with? We're talking to partners like Raj. We're talking with Cause of America. We're obviously talking to donors, advisors, but we also want to make sure that the information that we're collecting here is going out to law enforcement, and it's going out to prosecutors, and it's going out to the media, and if they won't put it out, we'll go around the media. All right, so that's the core operation for the Election Crime Bureau. And I want to drill down into specifically the Election Crime Unit branch. We got 3 different areas of expertise there. One's a cyber unit, and you're seeing some of the aspects of that today with the WMD that was released today, the wireless monitoring device, all right? We've also got a legal unit. Yeah, go ahead, yeah. Thank you, Vanna. Yeah, that's right. And then we got a legislative unit talking about model legislation and pulling that together for everybody and providing guidance and policy advisory for that. So there's the Gazinda-Gazada for the election crime unit. So next is financial unit activities, and as you can tell, this is a very important part, and don't forget the Lindell Offense Fund, and just share it with your friends and family.
The Lindell Offense Fund funds the Election Crime Bureau. It funds it all. This is the only thing. And that was before it was me. And now I need your help, okay? When you go back one slide. I want to tell everybody this. You see these slides here on those units. Where's the units? You had 3 things up to the units. When you see the cyber unit, those are teams of people. You've heard some of their names. A lot of them don't want to get their names out there. I mean, you've seen Dr. Frank and Jeff O'Donnell here. They're out there. These guys out there, and they keep getting attacked. But there's a team behind that unit, right, that you don't even know about, and you've never heard their names. And then same way, that legal unit. You've got Kurt Olson. Everybody knows who he is, but there's a lot of lawyers behind there, too, that are getting paid that are part of that team that you don't know, okay? And then you get over here, the legislative unit. Those are not just people, but those are teams of people that know legislature, that are going out there, and we're finding out where we can go, where the breakthroughs are be. From now on, we're going to have doors that open, like the prayer that we pray to God, open doors that no man can shut, and shut doors that no man can open.
So the Election Crime Unit is kind of the main hub. When we're starting to talk about everything we're talking about the Election Crime Bureau, that's kind of one of the key areas. But let's get into the financial unit just a bit. So this is fundraising, and it's not just for the operations here. It's for, as we get above, and we get into the point where we can actually support broader activities, the goal is to help support a lot of other folks and a robust set of needs that you are going to help define.
Here's what you have. I told you a little while ago about, in fact, I don't know if we have the website up.
I got screenshots, yeah.
Oh, you got a screenshot?
And the donation.
Okay, all right, we're going to show you that in a minute. As we get through this, I want to show you, because remember I told you about my foundation website. This is the back end of that you're going to see in a minute, so go ahead.
So, and this is it, to the point. Okay. So go to Lindell office one.
Okay, so if you go, this is the crime bureau there. Now, when you went to needs, click on needs. Okay.
I can't.
Oh, you can't.
It's not interactive.
All right. Okay.
I can
Let's
point.
pretend we were on the website, and you can all go there. You can go to the website, and if you click needs, what we're going to have right now, you see one need, Lindell Offense Fund, right? But what we're going to have is just like I told you when I had a. And when I had around the world, yeah, there's an example, but I'm going to go back. When I had around the world, and I had 105 countries, and it would come up this thing, it'd tell you what the need was. We had videos, you know, of telling, it was the backstory of what that need was, right? And then we did it in the country, like I say, in Detroit. They might have needed this over here on the west side of Detroit, needed this park fund, whatever it was. Well, now what you're going to see up in election crime, but you're going to see needs, micro needs, like this. Needs where you'll see money raised, goal, Antrim County wireless connection monitor. Once again, if we have these up there, when we do put these out there, so you can have one in your own county or own thing. Before today, I wasn't going to do that because the media go, you know what, Mike Lindell's trying to sell a device. And then I thought today, is that so bad? I'm not making money on them.
Yeah.
I'm not making money. I want to get them out there, but I can't afford to get them out there. So we will probably have up there each county, if you want them in your county, you can go there and click and help get one of these.
So the bottom line is you can help.
In fact, I just decided that's what we're going to do.
So you can, just to clarify, you can give overall to the Lindell Offense Fund, and that's what we're asking for you to do right now?
Because that's what, right. And then we'll have micro needs up there. Right now, the Lindell Offense Fund, we've got to get enough to get these in every single parish in Louisiana, Mississippi, Kentucky, the big elections this fall. So that's what we need for that. That's immediate. And that is absolutely immediate. And because we're making these as we speak. But they, you guys, there's a lot that goes into one of these, right? And
by the way, the only reason these are sample right now is we want to start, we go through an actual approval process for each of these needs.
That's right.
This isn't
Right. So, and where are these needs coming from? Let me tell you where they're coming from. These are real needs. They're coming from the cause of America. So they're out there. They know your area. They know you have a cause of America in every single state, every single county. So you'll have that. So where you'll be able to, if you have needs, we're going to know about it in your county. And believe me, the needs we're talking about are not for other, you know, we need a homeless shelter over here. I'm sorry. This is money that's needed to secure our elections today. That's it. Because everything that manifests from that, everything that manifests from those elections, and we need to have elections, not selections. So every need that's up there is going to help save our country and secure our elections. That's it. You can trust me on that. It's not going to be going to save the whales. I'm sorry, it can't. Period. I know they're all great needs out there, but they're the biggest need we have is to secure our elections and save our country. Then you can worry about all that stuff later.
And you guys have heard a lot about the importance of Cause of America, especially over the last few minutes, right? Well, Cause of America is one of the ways that we're going to use to actually screen some of these needs.
Well, screen them all. Right, that's where they're coming in from. Because the other groups too, it all comes in this umbrella. So we get it, we look at the need, and they'll be putting these up, these GoFundMes, whatever, and whatever that is. And by the way, when they get up there, and if let's say the needs met early, then it goes into the general fund. We'll tell you all that. The lawyer's got to put up all this legal stuff, right? Which always bugs me. It always moves too slow for me.
So Cause America is going to help do the vetting too as well. So guys, we need these ground troops, not just at election time, but all year round. And we know there's lawsuits that are going on. People need to be defended. These lawyers that are being attacked need to be defended. This is how you can help out. Right now, though, please focus on Lindell Offense Fund. Really, we got to...
trust me, every one of these is going on right now. And can you imagine if... these needs come in, and I've had to, for the first time, it started this spring, where I've had to turn down people, and I'm going, this is so important. But I couldn't find other people even to help out, to put money into it and say, call me up, Mike, we need an attorney. I said, we can't afford one. Or we need a cyber guy, and I'm on my cyber guys, I don't have they're spread out, their work, and they can't, and I don't have enough to bring on other ones to pay. This is where we're at, everybody.
So what's really powerful, I think, is that, guys, you're actually funding an organization that's been well thought out. You're funding
it's already ongoing. Not thought out, ongoing. We've been doing it for 2.5 years.
So, guys, this is real stuff. There's a lot of effort and time that's been put into this. And right now we're kind of in the mode where at the end of the rope, we need your assistance to step in and get other people that are likewise interested in the security of our country.
Let me tell you what you all can do. You can, everybody watching from home. You all know if you're in the RNC or you're out there and you're Republican campaigns, or for that matter, you're out there and you're a Democrat. Go to your big donors so we have fair elections and have the donors donate to that fund and fill it up, every single person. I don't care who it is. You want to secure our elections, that's what we have to have. And it don't matter if you got someone out there that puts in all these candidates. They're the ones that have the most money to lose. Why? Because they're dumping money into a flush toilet. You know, your candidate doesn't matter how much he campaigns. It doesn't matter how much money you pour into him. Does everybody understand that? It doesn't matter how much money you spend to campaign anymore when it's already written out there for you what the election outcome is. The evil knows the outcome. It doesn't matter how much money you waste. In fact, they probably enjoy that.
Yeah.
They probably do. You don't think all those networks, those TV networks, the TV money that goes in there, you think the TV, think of those guys. Let's think of Fox News and CNN and all those campaign ads that they get that make My Pillow ads cost more. And you're just flushing money down the toilet, giving money to these big outfits for campaign money to go spend money on TV when they were going to win all along. But because a machine stole it from our American dream, flush the toilet. Right. So I'm telling you now, is everybody, you want to save our country, you put money into the Lindell Legal or the Lindell Offense Fund.org, and I'm going to have anybody out there that, you know what, I want to tell everybody. I started doing donor events about 2 years ago. I did 2 of them or 3 of them. You know, I didn't raise a dime at those ones, 5,000, whatever it was. I did another one where I reached out to individuals, and there's people that have helped. I can count them on one hand. One of them's here, and I'm not going to tell you who it is, but one of them's here where it was a big amount. One hand I can count on, because here's what I believe. People want to help, but they couldn't wrap their head around, oh, Mike Lindell, he just wants to get rid of all the machines, and that's such an impossibility. I'd be wasting my money. He's such a good fighter, and he's out there every day and spending his fortune. Or maybe we think Mike Lindell's got enough money, and he could just go until he's buried. And that's a good, you know what? Both of them are probably good arguments. If I'm out there going, well, Mike's got enough money, and you know what? He'll never be able to get rid of the machines. That's such a, nobody will, it's an impossible task. Well, I'm here to tell you, now you've seen the plan, it's not so impossible, is it? God gave us this plan, and with God, all things are possible. And now I would hope that everybody, that all those people across this country that want to save our country know where to put the money. They know where to put it, because I am promising you with every sales pitch I've ever done, this is it. You don't get to sit back, and we talk about courage being contagious. We have the people that have courage, everybody. They're in this room. There's hundreds of thousands of them out there. Most of them have quit their jobs and volunteering. They're trying to save their country. They've whole lives, you've seen yesterday, devoted. They spend 12, 18 hours a day trying to get someone to listen, a judge to listen, or their county clerk to listen. We've been taken over by these computers. 51 countries, 52, Brazil being the last one, have lost their freedoms forever because of these computers. And we get one shot to save our country, and for that matter, save the world. And this is where you need to put your money right now. Every dime you can spare, the Lindell League or the Lindell Office Fund.org. It needs to support all the people that are out there right now doing the work. There's people out there, do you know what I do? I have borrowed money so many times where I didn't have it to give money to people that didn't have the money. One of them is on this stage right now. He spent every dime he has, and I borrowed money last week to give him money to give so he could come here and do this, all the work he's been doing.
Yeah, this guy, Mike's heart is all in. I've never asked this man for a dime, yet after every single time we go off and volunteer and provide help, he always provides the financial help. So, because Guys, he's got a heart of gold. You guys know it. Many of you have sacrificially given to come here to this event yourself. Now we need to share this word out to as many people as possible. And, many hands make light work. I always talk about one of the ways you can go off and take back our country and restore the voice of the people is that with some simple mathematics. You know that, big donors obviously have been very frustrating. They're not contributing as much as we'd like them to see, but we want them to contribute. But you know what? 10,000 $10 donations equals 10 $10,000 donations, right? So you may not have a lot of money, but you know what? It's the same amount of money. And if you have that mindset, you just donated $10 per month for an election cycle. That's $2.4 million.
It's for our country. This isn't about a candidate anymore.
And we outnumber the bad guys, and it's about time we let them know it with our pocketbook and with our voice. And the key on getting it out with our voice is one other aspect of the Election Crime Bureau organization that Mike's been laying the groundwork sacrificially on for years, and that deals with the communications unit. I mean, Frank speech, what do you think that is? That's a way to go around the media and provide communications directly to people.
That's why I built that.
Frank Social.
That cost me almost $12 million, and it was a burn rate of $1 million a month.
Cause of America.
I'll tell you one thing. I would have flown every one of you here, and you know that if you go back a couple of years when I had the money to do it. But this has been, why do you think they came after me and sued me? It ain't the $8 billion. It's the tens of millions of dollars I'm paying on lawyers and everything else to fight that. That's a big distraction for me. I don't even care about that. You think I care about losing $8 billion 2 years from now? I ain't going to lose that. It's all a facade. It's all a distraction and a big lie. Every one of those indictments for our great real President Donald Trump, every fair lawsuit in this country, when you get past if we get past the 2024 election, oh yeah, you all win. All of us would win. Well, then we've lost our country. So isn't this the plan, the perfect timing in history, everybody? We've got all the tools now.
So don't underestimate the power of this communications unit and the fact that we've already put all the effort into developing these assets. They're there. They're there for the taking. And now it's a matter of everybody using it. And one of the key things I want to remind you, everybody, of, in the Frank Social app, if you go into your profile area, there's a little link, and you can share that link with everybody on Twitter, on all the other social media networks. Take advantage of that, because that'll plug them into social media, and that'll expand the effectiveness of this communications unit. Imagine going around all this censorship. I don't know about you. I'm sick and tired of being censored. I'm censored by Amazon. I can't advertise my book on there. I'm censored by PayPal. I'm censored by LinkedIn. I was censored by Twitter. Now it seems to be a little bit better.
Patrick, too, you guys, so on Frank Social, with that over there, you're also, it's a sister over there to Frank's Speech, where I have Lindell TV. And we have a lineup. You've heard the Emerald Robinson, Brandon House, we've got Steve Bannon, all these lineups of people that a lot of the focus, or most of the focus, is on what? Election crime. Okay? Stuff you're not going to see on Fox News, on Newsmax, or Salem Media. They're not going to talk to you about what's going on, the positives, right? So one of the things is, what you're going to see when we demo Frank's speech is those clips that we're going to put over there, they're also going to be over on Frank's Social, where you can just pick it and just share that out. So we're sharing out, just like the summit. One of the things, and we're going to have calls to action I'm going to do later in the day. Later in the day here, I'm going to give you calls to action. Some I haven't even told you yet, because they're still working on two things that I thought of in the back. I go, wow. And this is a way tomorrow morning, I said to you all, wonder what the evil's going to do. Are they going to go silent on us, or are they going to go into attack mode? Okay, it's going to be one or the other. But I have a way tomorrow. With the part where they go silent, that's the part actually that scares me the most, I'm telling you, going silent. Okay? Because we need this plan, everyone in the country to know that we have a plan, that this plan's there. But I have a plan on a call to action I'm going to tell you later today that's going to solve that for tomorrow morning. Trust me. And all of you will be involved in that. And it's very easy. You can do it from the comfort of your own easy chair tonight.
And as we start getting more and more media folks that realize that what we're talking about is true, and they frankly can benefit financially by getting the word out, because then they won't suffer the same fate as places like Fox when they get rid of folks like Lou Dobbs or Tucker Carlson, right? When they start waking up to the fact that what we're talking about is important to their viewers, we're going to make sure that we have another mechanism to amplify your voice. So this communications unit is very powerful. We've got organizations like Turning Point, et cetera, that are all working and rowing in the same direction with everything that we're doing.
Now, by the way, everybody, I told you there were 15 people that knew. I flew out to Turning Point and met with Charlie Kirk and Tyler Baller, and they when I told them, they were going, wow. You know, and I couldn't get to everyone before this. It's like My Pillow. When you have My Pillow, for radio host tries it, now they believe in it. They're selling it from the heart. Well, everyone I had told, including General Flynn and everyone, I wanted them, what do you think of this? And from the heart, they're going, this is it. This is it. This works. We got them in the biggest lie that was ever told to us, the lie that blocked us getting through those doors we needed to get through.
Mind you, it's not their only lie, but it's the one that we can demonstrate with the resources we put out right now. And so, anyway, so we've also got Cause of America. That's kind of like our grassroots communication effort. I mean, we've got calls every single Monday night that are going on right now, and you get to be kept up to date.
By the way, they have employees, a lot of them. I've been paying them for 2.5 years. That's out of my pocket.
Yep. And then, don't forget, we got the Frank Speech platform. So he's actually got 3 live stream broadcasts, and all these other podcasters that we've seen out here with folks like Emerald Robinson and Joe Altman, who you're going to hear from a little bit later. So guys, and Steve Bannon and all the folks you guys know, they're all out there with a whole, and Sharona, and we've got podcasters.
These were put on there. Well, those are Lindell TV 1 and 2, but all these podcasts we put on, these are people that lost their homes way back on January 7th and 8th when they were deplatformed, remember? Then when they tried to turn out our lights forever, they were deplatformed on Vimeo, Evil YouTube, and all those other platforms. Yep. Did I say, it's amazing, by the way, I'll say something about YouTube. RSBN's been live streaming this, and I still can't believe YouTube hasn't took it down. That's a little mini miracle, I'm telling you, everybody. Somebody dropped the ball, and it's too late now if they've already seen the plan, right?
I feel a little bit like I'm in the land of misfit toys, from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. But I'll tell you, it's a home, and there's a promise around that, and I'm confident that the pit that they dug for us, they're going to fall into, and everything's going to be turning out just fine, guys. All right, so operations, because everybody loves talking about back office operations, so we still have accounting, HR, IT, and legal, and I'm just going to fly through that quick. But here's kind of the information technology suite. So when we're talking about IT, just want to give you a quick overview of how some of these tools are working together with one another. I mean, Mike's had a lot of foresight on it. It's almost like he's had some divine inspiration and guidance on this to go off and put these tools together beforehand.
Just on Frank's speech, every came along in perfect timing. You know why I made Frank's speech? This was the spring of 2021. When I came out from January 9th, the evidence, and the famous picture at the White House running around with martial law papers, just a little bit of thing after January 6th, right? So they go in, and the media, they attacked every vendor I had. They attacked I had 2 things overseas. They attacked them. They attacked everything you could attack day by day by day. But what did I do? I kept going, hey, did you hear about China? Did you hear about these machines? Did you hear about Mike, you lost 4 more retailers today. Did you hear about the machines? The bad media attacking me, I was able to get the word out. I didn't care how much I got attacked. I didn't care how far it went down, because I had seen that this was these machines, it wasn't about one election now, it was over. And it was so critical. But I will say this, if you look up there, does everybody remember on Newsmax, it's very famous, on February 4th of 2021, I went on Newsmax, and there were 2 reporters, and My Pillow had just lost the Twitter, which was historical. But let me give you a little background about that. The media didn't attack me for like 2 days. It got as we streamed into February. So like 2 days, they didn't attack me. So I'm going, I got to get this back in the news. I'm being ignored, right? So I go, I'm laying in bed, and I go, it's like 11:30 at night. And remember, I had already lost my personal Twitter. And I'm going, maybe if I get I lose My Pillow's Twitter, that would make worldwide news, right? And I'm sitting there, so I'm getting on Twitter, and I go, I go, this is what at Jack Dorsey, this is what at Jack did to me to take my Twitter down, or my personal Twitter. The last post ever was my Lindell recovery director that wrote this beautiful thing about me about my past. And anyway.
Well, guys, there's a lot. I'll give you.
But let me finish this.
Yeah.
And they, and I just think of that letter. And anyway, so she writes this. So I'm laying in bed, and they didn't take it down, right? And I put up another post, and now it gets to be like midnight. I'm going, I got to get up in the morning. I got to get to bed. And I'm going, finally I said, at Jack, we know you were in on this crime, this election crime. We know you were in on this. And all the bots and trolls would go, take him down, Jack, take him down. And he took my Twitter down, my bill of Twitter. When morning hit, it was worldwide news, the #1 story in the world that a company, not a person, lost their Twitter account, right? So it accomplished what I wanted. So now I'm going on, but let me tell you this. All the media, including Salem Media, where all their hosts, remember back then, I couldn't go on to talk about, they're all going, Mike Lindell lost 3 more retailers today, let's all support him and buy pillows. But I couldn't go on there to tell them why I lost why they're attacking me. You understand that? I couldn't go on to say why they're attacking me. So what would I rather lose? My money or my voice? I'll take my money anytime. They could attack me all they want. I couldn't lose my voice. So anyway, I go on Newsmax. And I'm landing at this airport in my plane, and my assistant, she had texted me, and you get down to where I didn't have a signal, and it said the text was, Mike, whatever you do when you go on Newsmax, don't talk about the machines. Okay? Well, I didn't get the memo, okay? and I went on Newsmax. And I get on there, and they got this guy, and there's a gal and a guy, you've all seen the clip, and they go, if you don't look it up, says, Mike, you lost your Twitter account. Boy, cancel culture. And I go, did you hear about Dominion? And I'm starting, and the guy, he went ballistic, and he's going, mute me, Mike, we're not talking about machines here. And he got a list. We here at Newsmax do not believe there was any election crime, blah, blah. He's trying to read this, and they muted me. Then I come back on, and he sets it down, and he goes, so Mike, and he started asking me another question about the Twitter. I go, did you hear about Dominion and China, whatever? And he goes, because I'm not going to listen, right? I go, why am I not telling you why they took my Twitter? So he rips his microphone off and leaves the stage, everybody. Does everyone remember seeing that? You know why you've seen it? Because it was the #1 story in the world that day. But you see what I'm saying is, so that was, it kept the news, it kept me in the news of telling everybody, the world, we have evidence, it's the cyber attack beyond anything you've ever seen. China's taken our country. And when I say that, we all know CCP, the Uniparty, the deep state globalists. I knew that then because we had this evidence that the only explanation was these computers. So everybody, they attacked. Now, on February 4th, when Smartmatic sued Fox News, that started lawfare. You all know that. But there was something that was coming out the very next day, and that was absolute proof. Now, we put that movie together in 7 days. And I'm telling you, you know what? Everyone asked me, Mike, was there every time you were afraid during this whole time? Only once, and that was 10 days before the impeachment trials. Remember that? That was impeachment trials in early February of 2021. And I'm sitting there, and I'm not able to, nobody's listening. I'm losing everything. They're attacking me, losing box stores. And then I heard, I imagined those impeachment trials that we would all be able to go on there. I'd be able to go on with the evidence just like the OJ trial, right? And we'd all see the evidence, and we'd get our country back, and we'd get this apology, whoever did it, whatever it was. Well, then I got a call from one of my senator friends. And he said, Mike, they're not going to let evidence be shown. And he goes, and I'm going, and now I flushed down because now I'm going, okay, here's a guy running around the White House, said martial law, looks like a secret agent, and you just had January 6th. And all I could think of is, it wasn't even so much what they're going to do to me, but it was like, it's over, right? And I just, and I'm going to God, please, God, how can I be handed this, but nothing to do with it? And,
Guys,
and I prayed, and I prayed that day. But thank you. But I prayed that day, and I got down on my knees, and I said, God, how can we be given this? Give us grace. I said, we need something right now. And it was like right away, because we couldn't communicate this to the world, this evidence that I had. It's not what I had thought was going to happen. We'd be able to put it out there. And it was like right away, do a movie. When I'm going, how can I do a movie in 7 days? And I wanted it to be out, in my head it was doing, and it's got to be out by that Friday. The impeachment trials were the following Tuesday. And they were all about that there's no evidence, remember? And so by a miracle, we put that movie together in 6 days. Patrick, you were there.
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody. I didn't know all the people that came for that movie. I had never met them. I didn't know Patrick, Matt DePerno. This was all miracle that this was put together and done in 7 days. Actually, I think it was 6 days, actually. But anyway, on February 5th, when we launched Absolute Proof by 9 a.m., and I could tell you the backstory as I'm driving from Brandon's house. First time I had met him, too. And we made this movie, and we only had one copy of it. And I remember all the security had left except for one guy. And we had to have this done by 9 a.m. because it was going to be shown. And so he's piecing it together, giving me this drive I had to take out of there. And I remember I had to go to my hotel, and I said, keep the security guy here to protect that copy. I remember heading to my hotel, and I get there, and it's like, you know what, I'm not even going to go into that, but there was something happened there, and I got pulled over, and I thought it was a bad guy behind me. And I'm going like this, and he's following like this, and it's the middle of the night. We're the only two on the road. And here I'm just going to hit the gas to Florida, and to take off. And he turns on his lights. It's a cop, and he goes, Mike Lindell, he says, are you done with the movie? And we hadn't even told anyone. He had heard as a neighbor. And I go, yeah, we're done. And I said, I got to get to my home. He gave me a police escort there and all the way back. I was a miracle. But anyway, so this comes out the next morning. And I think you all need to know this. This launched at 9 a.m. the next morning, all the way up to February 4th. I was attacked every day from morning till night by media. Every single day. That's all I did for 18 hours a day. I'd let them call me at midnight. I don't have a PR person. It was just me getting on the phone, talking to the New York Times and CNN, Politico, Huffington Post, the Daily Beast, the Daily Mail, all of them just attacking me relentlessly. They're writing their articles, and I go, yes, I lost 3 more regions. I would spread out the disaster so that I could keep it in the news. Spread out the disaster as my company just, well, when this movie fell on February 5th at 9 a.m. and it went live to the world, I'll tell you what, you talk about going Fox on someone, which I mean silent. Every media person in the world, it went completely silent. Google blocked it. You couldn't Google my name. You couldn't Google Absolute Proof. You couldn't Google nothing. They took over Google. They took over my Wikipedia. You couldn't even do anything. Okay? You could not do anything. You talk about silencing someone. But you know what? People were so longing for the truth that 150 million people seen that movie in 4 days. In 4 days. And that was all of you sharing it. It was 2 hours long, and then YouTube made a big mistake. They forgot to take it down for 2 hours, and you know, it was too late then that it got out. But they broke YouTube. They took that out. They took it down on Vimeo. We broke other platforms because there were so many people hitting it. And then one platform, by the grace of God, stayed up so everybody could watch, right? But here's the point I'm getting at. You talk about communication. There's a point to all this. So the point I'm getting at, from February 5th on, every single journalist in this country, I have hundreds of them, everyone's got my cell phone number. Every single one. You know, and went by, no one. I would call them up, they wouldn't answer. Text them, I get no text. Silence. 17 days went by, everybody. And that scared me. I'm going, you could have all the evidence in the world. They want to silence someone, they can take you out of the loop. And that scared me. I'm going, what? How do we ever get anything back? How do we ever get this out there now? So I had to get back in the news again to be able to spread the word. So I called up Swin. He worked for the Daily Beast back then. And I go, Swin. I go, at least Swin, him and we've argued so many times, you know. I became kind of indirectly with all these I call them the left media, right? One guy that works for the Daily Beast now, I made him read my whole book. I usually do that. I read my whole book and I witnessed to him for 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon about Jesus one day, hoping to turn him. I said, what went wrong with you? His name is Zach. You know, because he was born in a Christian family or whatever, and then he got in college, and they just, you know, brainwashed him, zapped him, you know. Well, anyway, I called up Swin. I said, Swin, I said, you know, Dominion hasn't sued me. Why don't you go ask them why they haven't sued me? And he goes, you know, I go, be a real journalist and go do some work once instead of being lazy and just attacking me every day. Go ask them once. Give them some account. Why aren't you suing Mike Lindell? Because I'm thinking they're not suing me because I got all the evidence, right? And if they sue me, I can show all that. So he goes over to Dominion. Ding, 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 ding. Goes over. Hey, Dominion, how come you're not suing Mike Lindell? Oh, we're going to sue him. Yeah, we're going to sue him. So Swin calls me back. He goes, yep, they're going to sue you. I go, well, why don't you do a story about it? So he did. He puts out, Dominion's going to sue Mike Lindell, blah, blah, blah. I'm waiting, and 3 days go by. I call up Swin. I go, Swin, you better get over there to Dominion and tell them chop, chop, or you're going to be known as fake news. True story. So he goes over and he tells Dominion that day. The next morning, Dominion sues not just me, but they sued MyPillow, an employee-owned company, and they attacked them. And that one, now, you know, that wasn't in my thought. I'm going, what did they've done nothing, and you're destroying them, their families. And so they come out with this, but it worked, though. They started calling me. Now, I had made a movie, Absolute Proof, but I had made a short half-hour version. I want to all hear this because to see what we're up against in our communications. So I had made a half-hour version because I knew what was going to happen, right? The first gal that called up, I think her name was Kathy. I think she's for the New York Times. I can't remember. But she was the first one to call, 6:30 in the morning. I figured they'd call earlier than that. If, you know, they don't care when they call me. I've told them, call me anytime because I needed to get the word out, right? So they called me out and go, Mike, Dominion sued you. Might have been a little later because I don't know how but they by 6:37. So anyway, yeah, that's Central Time. So it was like 7 o'clock. She goes, Mike, Dominion sued you. Dominion sued you. I go, Kathy, you don't call, you don't write. I said, did you watch Absolute Proof? No, I didn't, but Dominion sued you. I go, you didn't watch. I said, all the things you attacked me for all the way up until February 4th, and I told you all your answers would be on February 5th. You didn't watch what I had for proof there? She goes, no, but Dominion sued you. She wants to write an article. You go back. I made a short version for you, Kathy. You go back and you watch this half-hour version of Absolute Proof, or you can lose my number. You're never going to get an attack story again. And she goes, but. I said, no, you're the first one that called me. And I'm sure every other of them did this. Every other one of these rotten journalists like you did the same thing. So she went and she watched it. Now I'm telling you, not one of them. This went on all morning where I had to send them over to watch Absolute Proof, the half-hour version, and they would come back to me, and then they do their hit job, and I was able to get the word out again. Yes, I lost 6 more retailers. Twitter, blah, blah, blah. Yes, Dominion sued me and my company for $8 billion or whatever it was. But did you hear about, I'm answering them, did you hear about China? Did you hear about our machines? Did you hear about we're going to lose our country? Don't you journalists care? But it was able to get it out through all the garbage, where all you heard. Now, the last caller, it was like 1 in the afternoon, my favorite. Her name is Susie, and she's from, I believe, the Washington Post. It's been so long now, I've told the story a million times. Washington Post. She calls me up, and she talks over me. She's a little snot, and she goes, and she sits there, and she is Asian, and she calls up and she goes, Mike, Dominion sue you. And I go, Susie, did you watch Absolute Proof? No, but Dominion sue you. And and her and I have had, and I go, Susie, you're gonna go watch this like everybody else had to. She goes, no, I gotta get this report. I go, you're gonna lose my number, and you'd be the only reporter in the United States, but for that matter around the world, that I don't take their call. She goes, I said, go watch it right now. It's 28 minutes long. So finally she goes, okay. So she goes and watches it, right? But I'm timing her. It's like 14 minutes and she calls me back. She called me back and I go, Susie called me back. I go, Susie, did you watch it? Yeah, I watched it. What? No, Dominion Susie. I go, Susie, what was in it? Tell me what was in it. I don't know. She goes, Sidney Powell, whatever. And I go, wrong. She wasn't in it. Now you got to go watch the long version, Susie. It's 2 hours long. So she had to go watch 2-hour movie, right? Let me finish. So after that, the reason I'm telling you this story, right? That took I was able to use those lawsuits for only about 4 or 5 days. But that stretch from February 5th, that silence, where I'm sitting there, and you've all felt it that have had evidence now, or had a story, or you come up to me, I have stuff from my county, I have stuff here, I have a lawsuit, I have thing going on here in my backyard. Mike, can you get it out there? Can we get it out there? Somebody needs to hear me. That's how I felt, and I felt so alone there that I've got all this and I couldn't get it out. So I said, well, how do you solve that? Because I was blocked on every network, including the Salem Medias and the Newsmaxes. Stuff I expected to have me on and tell the world. But so you know what I said is I got to build a platform. I got to build my own platform.
Guys, you know how authentic Mike is. He's just laying his heart out for everybody here, guys.
I'm going to tell you, that's why I built Frank Speech and Lindell TV to get the word out to all of you.
And Mike, this is why I feel guilty coming out and putting my time. There's a whole train system running in the back there. But guys, the story is compelling, and I think a lot of us folks in the audience here feel the same way when our voices are silenced. And what we're doing here with the Election Crime Bureau, what we're doing with the plan, is providing you with a way to amplify those voices and get your words out there, get your stories out there, like Mike has sacrificially invested to make sure that he can get his word out. So guys, this is what it's all about. This is what you're all going to see on the plan. And now I think the next person we're going to have talk is about Frank Speech and how to get that word out to as many people as possible.
Well, this is the Frank Speech will be part. And let's give Patrick the biggest hand. He put this all together. So when I'm going to have Joel Altman come up here, but I'm going to tell you. So when I built Frank's Speech, when I first built it back then, they said, Mike, this will take a year to build, 2 years. I said, no, I want to build it in 2 weeks. We have to. The country depends on it. And we pieced it all together, if you all remember. We just put it together, and I was just pouring money into it. I don't care. And I bought all my own servers. And then I bought these protector things. They're called polyaltos or some things. They protect you from bots, from things breaking in. And I bought, like, they were $500,000 a piece. I bought 4 of them. I put servers in 2 different places in the country. So they did. And what did they do? As soon as it was built and we went live on Frank's Speech, and they attacked. But the one thing, they were attacking over here, all the podcast, the structure over here was going to be the social media site. But you know what they didn't? They couldn't get to? And that was the stream of my voice that kept going out on Lindell TV. So I was like, here, look over here. Go ahead and destroy. They got mocked on TV. Jimmy Kimmel, look at my social media site. All the media, look at this. You know, we didn't care because the voice went out during that time. But now, just in the last 9 months, over I believe it's over $2 million. It might even be upwards of $3 million now. I don't even know. I've spent for a time such as this right now on Frank's Speech a complete overhaul. So this will be the best communication hub. And this is video part. Remember, you have Frank Social. That's your tool. You watch everything and communicate over here. But then you have Frank's Speech. This is what we're streaming on in 85 languages in real time. Let's not forget that technology, huh? 85 languages, you know, in real time around the world. This was built for now. We have to have this. We needed a hub where you have this, where people are willing to speak out about election crime, about our platforms. Remember, the Election Crime Bureau is to prevent crime going forward, election crime, and to answer or to hold accountable crime, past crime, you know, so that we have both things going on. We have to hit them on all fronts is what we're doing. But the most important thing we needed was a communication. And that's what we have now. So, Joe, come on up. Joe Altman, everybody.
How you guys doing?
How long? Hey, how long? When? How long is
40 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Okay.
Depends on how much you talk.
Okay. I've already talked. You know what I'll probably do? I actually might leave the stage. I've got the stuff back at my pillow, the stuff that's going on right now, and I'm sure he knows what to expect. So while he's getting ready, remember everybody, the LindellOffenseFund.org. LindellOffenseFund.org. What? Well, thank you. I will have, you know what, we'll have someone come around. You know what I'll do? I'll tell you what. I'll personally come around right now if you want to come and get you. But Joe's going to start with Frank's Speech, everybody, and go through that for you. What we've done, there's technology in there that no platform has in the world. Okay? Thank you.
No pressure. All right, so who watches Conservative Daily Podcast? All right. So, you know, I stepped away from technology for a couple years. I got involved in this quite by accident. I think I'm the only person in the world that people get sued for just interviewing me, which is kind of weird. For those of you that don't know, I was a tech CEO for about a decade, built my company on a cocktail napkin. I love data. I love technology. It's something that I've had a lot of passion for. The other thing I have a passion for is our country. And I feel like, how do I put this? I feel like sometimes if you have a plan in your life, just tell God that, because then he has a sense of humor and he will take you a different direction. And so I stepped away from technology, went around the country talking about the election fraud in the machines. I built this model back in December of 2020. And you know, for that I got canceled pretty hard. My companies got attacked. But I felt like it was the fight that we need to all be in, right? And there's many of you from different states that have been in that fight. But one of the things that I started to recognize very early on in this is that technology is the thing that's going to win the fight. They talk about AI, they talk about these platforms like Bards and ChatGPT, And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Gateway Pundit broke the news that Google is now going to censor, silence, and remove independent media from their search engines. Think about that. Google is going to remove independent media as a source from their search engine. You know, when I went to Mike and I started talking about frank speech, I had built this data platform that allowed for you to create personas where you could tell what people liked or what they were looking for, so you had a better user experience. You didn't spend a lot of time, you know, fumbling through the Googles with somebody that would pay the most to be the top one, but wasn't the most relevant content. And it creates a better user experience. And many companies came to me and said, Joe, will you sell us your data? And I'm talking about big checks, 10 million, 15 million. We're going to pay you, give us access to this data. Most of the things that you have in your devices, like your phone, allow for, basically, if the product is free, then you are the product, right? You are the thing that they're looking for. And so when I got involved in this with Mike, I was like, Mike, what I would like to do is I would like to change the direction of what frank speech does so that it incorporates the ability to protect the data, your data, but also give you the opportunity to profit from or use everything in one place where we can push out and stop using big tech, which frankly has been weaponized against us. So we give them our money and they come after us. I want to stop that from happening. So frank speech is a free speech platform. When I talk about platform, there's a lot of different things. Like, how many of you have more than one social media account on your phone? Like all of you? and how many of you look at multiple news sources when you're looking for what relevant news is out there? So you're constantly fatiguing yourself by running from place to place to place, trying to get the most relevant information, and then you have to use this thing called discernment in order to tell you what is real and what isn't real. And we are always looking for truth. So what I wanted to do is create something inside of the platform that Mike built that allowed for that single source of truth. It allowed for you to get all that information in one place, and then if you decide to engage in those particular environments, you have the ability to do that. So here we are today. Now, we launched the brand new web platform about 3 weeks ago, and frankly, it didn't go well for the first 7 days. And then it did. And one of the things that we wanted to do is get out a video platform that had simplified code. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then I'm going to talk about what is going to come with version 2, version 3, and version 4. So we wanted to improve the mobile use, improve user experience, simplify the code base, add a robust database structure to it, which allows for your information to flow from frank social to frank speech, also have news and social aggregation as well. And then poise frank speech as a competitive platform for truth and freedom. Now, one of the things that we've seen is like Rumble came out and said, we won't censor you. That's not true. They do censor you. And they censor me. I'm on that little government list where most censored guys, so they must not like what I say. But we wanted to take all of that, put it in one area, and then we wanted to give you the options of being able to use it in a multi-platform environment. So obviously some of you use it on Roku, Apple TV, Android TV, Fire Stick, which is the thing that's coming now. And then we wanted to give the ability to connect into your cable provider so that you can just have the ease of turning on your TV and just plugging right into whatever channel, whatever source you want to plug into. So we want to take social media. How many of you have trouble following certain people because it doesn't show up, it's shadow banned, or you can't get access to certain content? So we want to take social media to what it can be to what it should be. We want to stop shadow banning. We want to re-engaging users with content they choose to consume. We want to showcase everything in one place and reconnecting communities. We want to give you the ability to connect with each other as well. And a lot of that has to do with sometimes we engage with things like Amazon, which, by the way, you can't have Amazon delivered at my house. I don't know if they can deliver at your house. You can't come bring Amazon to my house. Or Starbucks. How many of you guys have commie coffee? So you won't put your hand up now, will you? Yeah, I see you. I saw a couple cups as I walked in. I went like this. But we want to give you the opportunity to connect with each other. How many of you were a part of something during the pandemic where you were a part of a Facebook group or something else and the group just disappeared? How many of that happened? How many times that happened? Or you go to share it with your friends and they go to find it, they can't find the group. Or they shadow ban you or ban your account or twice delete you from Twitter. Or do everything they can to make sure that the message of truth, which we're finding out now is actual truth, can't be heard. So we're gonna change that. So, why are we digging into technology? Why are we digging into this? Technology is the thing that actually stole your voice. The voting machine stole your voice. The intricate NGOs and government organizations collectively together using APIs, machines, mail-in ballots, and a sophisticated group of bots and traffic and companies like Google that were suppressing information and serving up information to you, some of you, or your kids, or your grandparents, or your parents, or your spouse, that was different than what truth really was. And so 4.8 billion users are on social media across the world. The average usage is 2 hours and 24 minutes. I hate social media, so I don't spend that much time on it. 6.6 platforms on the average a user uses per month. That means you're on Twitter, you're on Truth, you're on Gab, you're on Getter, you're on Frank Social. I mean, you could go down the line. And what you're looking for is active engagement to consume information. That's why we use social media. We've used it as a platform to engage and to advocate for the things that we believe and to connect with like-minded people. And to also have discussion and debate with people that don't agree with us so that we can figure out what true north is, what is true truth. So 59% of the total population have social media identity. 73% of North Americans are on social media. 82% of internet traffic is video. 95% of messages are retained when watching. And 86% of online viewers use videos to learn new things. This is fact. So then we look at how you go get content. You go everywhere. If you go to Twitter, by the way, they show you everything except for what you really want to watch, right? I mean, Ed and Brian Krasenstein, right, show up on my feed all the time. I don't follow them, but they're always giving me content that's just not true. It's not truth. It's propaganda. It's carrying the water for radicals, in my opinion. So we wanted a way that we could bypass all of that. So we want to aggravate the influencers and businesses you follow all in one place. We want to create a marketplace. Never miss a post again, support the truth, and support freedom. It'll also start to eliminate things like bot accounts. Nearly 40% of the accounts out there that engage with you are not real. And let me just say this to you. If their ideology, if this radical ideology, which is nonsensical, if it was so pervasive, they would not have to create bot accounts in order to create an environment where they're mimicking a message that's just not true. So as an influencer, you can connect your accounts you want your followers to support. You can share your posts, videos, written content, and more. You can do that all in one place. So Gab, Getter, Twitter, it doesn't matter what accounts you have. As you engage at 3 levels. One, you have the live environments, you have the shows, you have Emerald Robinson and things like that that are put out there on these live accounts. You also have influencers, people, you can become an influencer. And then you have users. So you have 3 different levels of accounts, and you have businesses, which are subsets of having different influencers underneath it. But the way that it works is that you get the ability to tell people that you want to share your content. So you are the holder of the keys to let people get to see your content. And then we start dividing that content into certain sectors that allow for you to engage individually with your social accounts that you choose to share with the world. Influencers get the same ability. But you get to get it all in one place. You don't have to go to Twitter and find Professor Clements or go to Truth and find President Trump, you can see it all in one place and you can engage from that platform. You also have the ability to share your story. So we built this on a content creation environment that allows you to post your videos, share your posts, promote your community, syndicate to other platforms, and share your messages. The idea of this is that how many of you, I have to ask you this question, how many of you feel invisible? You know what I'm talking about? You feel invisible. You don't feel like you have an effective voice, that the only effective voice you seem to get is one that they give you. They get to choose in Conservative Inc. or on the left whose voice is the voice of reason. It locks out almost 95% of the general, I call it public, or Americans. So we want to make sure that we can break that. So you can start creating social posts, articles, videos, live streams, emails, SMS, reporting, audience management. You can actually send messages to your friends. Let's hypothetically say that you have a message on truth and you want all your friends to get it. Is all your friends going to see a post that you post on truth? But you can using this platform, because with push notifications and the ability to send emails and texts, group texts from your own cell phone. So your cell phone number, when you press a button on here and you say, I'm going to set up a group with Sally and Mike and John and Paul, and you say, hey, this is my group, and you push that button, it's going to share that article, it's going to share that message via SMS, text message, directly from your phone. And then here's what's going to happen when you do that. All of a sudden, it's going to populate that group onto your cell phone, so now you can start the engagement with individual people in your community right away. I mean, imagine that. Right now, you send it individually. You have to grab it, put it over here. But this is going to be a platform that allows you to text through the platform, but also re-engage on your cell phone. Okay? Pretty trick stuff. You're welcome. All right. So I want to show you some other things of what's coming. And I'll start by showing me. If you go to Frank's Social or Frank's Speech, we actually rebuilt the platform so you have the ability to pick between 3 live channels. We are going to be redoing all the channels that are there now. These are the stuff that you can activate through Roku. You also have the ability to look at recent posts that you looked at, clips of different events. So you don't have a lot of time, you want to spend 2 to 3 minutes and look what Emerald's saying or what Brandon's saying or what others are saying. You have that ability. You can go to live and choose between the different live platforms that are live. This will support up to 90,000 live channels at the same time with 5 million simultaneous users. That's just more people across than that will ever be on this platform across the globe. You have news aggregation. So again, anybody ever used to go to the Drudge Report? All right, well, this is the Drudge on steroids. Because this allows you to develop your own content based on, here are the groupings or the information that I want to consume based on those particular categories. You get to choose it. You set up on the back end, so you're actually telling it what kind of content I want to get. I want to get Gateway Pundit, National Wire, Epoch Times. You tell it what content you want to get. You tell it even down to the local level what content you want to consume, which here's an interesting little tidbit. What if you could write articles? What if you could write articles that are important about what's happening in your community and it show up in the feed for other people inside the community? So this will allow you to do that. You'll also have the ability to obviously have Frank Social, which will integrate into it. And this is where I get into what is it going to look like? What is next? The reason why we're showing you this is really simple. Did anyone hear about what they just did to Glenn Beck on Apple Podcast? They canceled him. They removed 3,300 podcasts for Glenn Beck from Apple Podcast. And then they said, oh, we made a mistake, so they added back on 1,500 and left the other 1,700, 1,800 off. So Google is telling us what information we're allowed to consume. The government and others are telling us what misinformation and disinformation, that we're conspiracy theorists and election deniers. And I got to ask you this question. Based on the immense amount of evidence that you've seen, which we've only presented a small portion of that, why is that not enough to get us back to hand count paper ballots, voting day only, in person with an ID? Why? Yeah. So we have to learn to work the problem. We have to come up with alternatives. So I'm going to talk to you about those alternatives. We built this so that you have the ability inside of the app. By the way, I was going to show you the actual app and the actual, but since Frank Social got attacked when it was up here before, I was like, no, I don't think I'm going to do that. You have the ability to go home, and in the home you can go through and look at different feeds. You can pick the channels that you'll actually watch. You can look at videos in real time, from live videos to any of the other information that's been put out. You get to decide whether that information comes in from single sources or from other verified sources that you may want to listen to, or things that are breaking. So it'll all be based on an intelligence on the back that tells you what's trending. On the social media side, it's going to give you the ability to toggle between Twitter, Gab, Getter, Facebook. Nobody goes there anymore. Actually, some of you do. Truth. Is there any others? Did I miss any? Rumble. Well, no, Rumble's on the video side, but it will be connected there as well. The idea of this is to see relevant content in real time, to be able to look at the content from people that you want to follow in one place, and then if you choose to engage with that particular content, you can then hit a button and either go over there and make a comment or make it directly from the platform. Is it convenient? Yes. No. But you would have to be a member of Twitter to actually comment on that particular post. The other thing is let's say that like the Lahaina fires that they just had, and you want to share that information quickly with your community. This has the ability to recognize that that is a newsworthy event, and it has the ability to then carry forward that message to people that are in your circle of influence. The idea is to hand power back to you in order to build your community, not allow for them to build a community around you and make you a part of I don't know, a slave? All right. News the same way. You have the ability to pull in all the different content that you have out there. Gateway Pundit is probably my favorite. I get a lot of my information from there. But then I built this other thing that I thought was interesting, and this all came about by Mike Lindell had his book on audio. So we were able to add that to some of the sites you have on MyPillow, but I wanted to build out a podcast environment. I want to give you the ability for them not to have an ability to cancel any of the podcasts or any information, again, handing you back free speech. And then you can literally go through in this and you can create other channels. So there's other things that as you hit create, it'll give you the option to say, what else are you trying to create? You can build it, send it over to the developers, and they will figure out a way to add that into this one platform. Any questions? So it is an ad-based platform. So the question was, what if they're paid platforms like Epoch Times? So depending on how these relationships and these conversations go with them, the idea is to have more free-flowing content and to get them more access to users. So it is an ad-based platform, and then the ads that will be sold on this platform will be directly related to people who support free speech. So we'll no longer have to see bad advertisers. Yes, ma'am. You know, I'm going to talk to you about that in a second. That's going to be at the end of it. I'm going to tell you how you can get involved. It's going to be great. Yeah, you're going to love this. And by the way, Mike can't tell you about that, but I can. I'm so glad he's not up here. Thanks, Mike. Love you, Mike. So let's look at it from the influencer standpoint. From the influencer standpoint, you get to go through and look at videos. So as you start digging deeper into those particular channels that you have, you get to go through and look at the different social posts. I use Twitter X for a reason, by the way. I truly do hope that Elon Musk is looking to make it a more free platform. I think his choice for CEO probably goes against what he was trying to accomplish, but we can only hope. Same with news. You have the ability to go through and carry through news. Now, the news can be at a national, state, and local level. So let's say you have something happening in your community. This can drag in state publications and local publications, as well as give you an opportunity to create your own publication within the environment. Podcasts. So you have the ability to have all the different podcasts that are up there. You can upload them, download them. The app will give you the ability to store those inside of the app natively, or you can store them, obviously, non-downloadable and just pull them down and through a feed. Any questions? I like interactive. You like it? All right. So then I want to talk about what we can do on the back end. You can create campaigns, develop your own audiences, have integrations. So let's say that you use CRMs and you're a business or you're running a campaign, you're running for a certain office for Senate. You'll have the ability to register, because obviously you have to register those campaigns, and you'll have the ability to create content libraries, keep your own pictures in there, draw from those pictures, draw from those documents. Even if you wanted to take documents related to a specific court case and share those up to specific groups so that we can start consolidating and working together with some of the information we have from a state-to-state basis. See, a lot of what's happened to us across the country is that we are greatly divided, not any longer by Democrat or Republican, but by Americans and the evil demons that seem to be permeating our society. So this will give you the ability to make Facebook posts through this. We'll see if we can get Instagram. They don't play nice with others typically. But this will give you the ability with all the platforms, Truth, Rumble, to basically push everything through a single domain. And the idea is this: spend less time doing it and more time consuming information while allowing yourself to be the ambassador of truth, allowing yourself to reach out and talk to other people about what you've either experienced, what you're seeing, or what you believe, and then have a conversation about it. The last part of this, I think, is that they tried to do a presentation based on Frank Social. So I want to talk to the guy that literally was doing a DNS attack on us. One thing about being a tech guy and having the teams on it is that I got you. So that little jerk that stopped the platform from you from registering, you now can go register. We have a fix in place, but that's when you know that things are actually going your way. That's when you know that they're clawing at the rock, is when they try to do everything they can to disrupt the truth that's being told. And they use dog whistles like misinformation, disinformation, while burning down buildings and killing innocent people. Any questions? Yes, sir. Sir, say it again. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely will help you. So it's sorry, say it again. Well, one of the biggest complaints we had, so the question is, how is this going to be better for you when you have relevant music videos and things that you want to upload, and how can you make sure that you can have adequate reach? I assume that's what you said. And that it hasn't been very user-friendly on Frank Social in the past, correct? So it's almost like Facebook 2010. You guys remember that? The little wheel that spun forever? We get so mad at it, we just throw our phone, but we'd always come back and look for it again, like, all right, is it done yet? Is the wheel of death done? Where's my relevant content, right? So yes, the object is always to create a frictionless environment, a frictionless experience. And so as we start adding in features and getting more of your input on what you're looking for, where you'll have a place that you can actually go in and say, hey, these are some of the things that we're experiencing. What if we could, eliminate some of these features and add these features? So this will never be a finished product, but it will give you better access, and it will have a more frictionless environment to be run with that'll give you the ability to share with others. And you can make money on it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to sell it to everyone. Just kidding.
One of the concerns my groups have had is whether there's good data security and whether Big Brother is watching everything we're saying in our chats and all of that. What about that?
Yeah, so in 2015, I migrated away from Amazon AWS and Microsoft's Azure platforms, and I built my own servers. One of the things that Mike did, which was brilliant, is that he never used AWS and he never used native platforms in order to store data. Now, with that, I'm collecting your data. I'm just going to tell you right now I'm collecting your data. But it's not for sale. There's no ability to sell that data, remove that data, and how we deal with data privacy is that we remove PII and we strip it down to a shadow. I still have to have the ability to figure out what is friction and what is not friction with you individually. I still have to figure out what relevant content is for you so that I don't start serving things up that you have no interest in. Otherwise, the platform becomes useless to you. But that data security will be tied to something that looks like a shadow. There'll be no ability for them to get your address, phone number, name, any of that information. That'll all be stored and pushed out, and basically destroyed. And the only thing that'll be left is your ability to control your own data and how people engage with you. And here's the last thing I'll tell you about this in particular. When you go to Google and you hit an ad, you pay a VIG to Google to do business with that business. And many times it's not a relevant experience. So what we're going to do is turn it around, and as advertisers engage in the platform and you choose to engage with advertisers, they have to pay you in order to have an opportunity to sell you a particular product or service. So you build a bank. Yes?
Android phone?
Sir?
The app is not working?
Yeah, no, it's not working.
Okay.
We're fixing it right now. We got a clown show guy that's basically hitting it 20,000 times a second.
Okay. Thank you for what you're doing, Joe. Appreciate
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions?
How are you going to finance this thing?
Ha! My man. Have you guys seen Denzel Washington? Every movie is like, my man. I'm the white version. So there's two things that are happening that you need to know about. One is that I went to Mike and I was like, listen, I will put my technology into Frank Speech. So I need you to understand something else. Mike did not say, I'm going to give you equity to do that. I mean, I stepped back into technology in November of last year, and very quickly, clients came back to me and said, now that you're back in tech, we want to do business with you. So the Lord has blessed me immensely and given me a lot of gifts. And so being able to step back into it, I thought it was time for me to give more. And so I went to Mike and I was like, I'm going to use all the technology. We have this thing called Prometheus Intelligence Technology. It's a system that learns your habits and behaviors. So we're using that as the backbone behind it. And then I just started giving him all the other stuff that I've used over the years and saying, I'm going to put this in the system without getting anything in return. In other words, he didn't offer me anything, and I didn't ask for anything.
Thank you.
But then I went to Mike and I said, what if? You know, why is it that the CIA and the FBI stand up and create more billionaires across this world with companies that's not really relevant? Why do they do that? And why do we not have an opportunity to get a bite at the apple at the ground level and contribute to something that actually is meant to preserve our basic freedoms? And so Mike's like, so what are you saying? And I was like, well, let's go public. So there's two things happening. We're not going public yet, okay? But there's a crowdfunding environment that will happen. I can't say when it's going to happen, but a crowdfunding will give you the opportunity at a very basic level to contribute and become a part of it. And then we have another offering that we're doing right now that's to raise about $30 million that is open for sophisticated investors. And you know, we built out pro formas and the ability to make money in the platform very quickly. And because most of the technology costs were a burden that I had initially, it cuts down on our need to spend money on R&D when I've already done it. So if you are a sophisticated investor, and I say that not because I'm trying to insult anyone, but you're a sophisticated investor, you can send me an email. I'm going to actually put this on TV. I got to figure out, hey, Apollo, can I have an email? Can you get me an email, please? I just need an email, somewhere that people can send me an email. Yeah, I would love it if I would send it to you, actually. That sounds great. Only because I get 3,000 emails a day now, so if you add to it, it could be. Okay, Apollo APOLLO, at conservative-daily.com. And you can send me a message and I'll have a conversation with you. I'll share some information with you. I want, and this is the last part, I think I'm out of time. I don't even know if that thing ever started, but what time is it? Am I out of time? 3:42? I got 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm 5 minutes. Mike didn't ask me to, yes.
Please repeat the email address for everyone. Would you please, Joseph?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Joseph too.
Hey.
Please repeat the email address, and I have a question.
Yes.
For everyone here and for Mr. Lindell.
Yes.
Have you looked at Bitcoin? You're looking for money. You're looking for a good investment. Do you know what Trader University is? Do you know who Michael Saylor is? If not, I'm going to send you some information about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sounds good. Apollo, APOLLO, at conservative-daily.com. So some of you know my story, right? I'm not going to tell you my story, then go find it. No, I'm just kidding. Read one of the 4,000 articles at like the Washington Post or some of these other leftist magazines, and then if you have a great imagination, you can see that none of it's true. But so I didn't get involved in this for the same. I didn't wake up. I wasn't the guy that got involved in election integrity. I was the guy that got involved in my community burning. That's how it led me to this. I was a tech CEO that watched one of my friends die. He committed suicide because the stock market dropped by 1,000 points. It was just awful. And so I was watching Antifa and these guys burn down buildings and do really bad things to us. And so I stepped out to help the community during that, built technology to help restaurants so they wouldn't have to close, and just started giving it away for free. Like nobody gave me any money for it. I'm a 2-time Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year finalist. And by the way, I don't want any accolades. I believe that God gives you gifts, and if you use them, He will reward you. The road less traveled is usually the best road. What's right is rarely popular. What's popular is rarely right. But when I first got with Mike and I started talking to Mike, he was carrying the burden of all this on his shoulders by himself. He was just walking, and some people took advantage of him, and I saw that there was just a lot of chaos in his life. And I was like, well, that's the man that I need to have a servant mentality with. I'm just going to go in and help Mike. And so I did, and I have. And it's one of the reasons why, as I sit down and I go through this process, I don't ascribe to conservative Inc. You know, the idea that someone should have a voice and that we should just follow them blindly when they tell us to bank your vote. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life, right? You cannot bank your vote. You cannot outvote the machines. You can't. And you can't outvote mail-in ballots. But I think the providential part about this is that I am a system architect expert. And they never imagined in a million years that I would be the guy to step forward after they said that I lied when I told the truth, to say, all right, well, let me just prove that Dominion is a faulty system. Let me prove that ES&S and Smartmatic and all these different systems are complicit in the behavior of stealing the voice of the American people at every level. And so Mike was literally in that fight. Mike was doing the hard work. Mike was doing the things every day and just running and plowing the fields. And many of us were looking towards President Trump or looking to Mike Lindell or looking to Steve Bannon, and we were like, okay, what are they going to do next? How are they going to save us? And then I just decided that it's not Mike that's going to save us, it's us that is going to save us. So there is a 4-step process, right? If you want to, I want you to engage in Frank's speech. Start using it as something that you engage with. Frank's social, recruit other people, become an ambassador of truth. But you are actually the key. You are the one that can get in the gap. And that 4 steps is to pray first, right? Start everything with prayer. The worst thing that could happen to us is that we would become the very thing that we're fighting against. Tim Rantham, how you doing, brother? We do not want to become the very thing that we're fighting against. Second of which is we have to stand. You have to make a decision to stand. If you are sitting on your butt having a conversation with someone, then you don't believe in enough of what you're saying that you're willing to stand up for it. So you have to stand. So as I close up, I want you guys to do something. Stand up. I'm not, because this is a small mic. I end every time I talk with this. You were born for a time such as this. God placed you here at this time. He brought you here because restoration is the thing that needs to happen in our communities. The women that are here have literally held together everything that has happened in our community. Even getting the opportunity to save our nation is because of the women that are in this room and the women across the country that have stood up while men have been out working. So I want to say thank you to you, because I was one of the apathetic. I was one of the blind ones. I was one of the ones that was concentrating on just making money, just taking care of my family, because I thought that's what it was about. But now it's time. Men would say, well, I have to go make money. I have to protect. I would rather eat ramen noodles than watch my children suffer for my inability to stand up for truth, to stand up for the integrity of this country. So men, it's on your shoulders. Men that are listening, the men that are here, it's on your shoulders. I don't care how old you are. It's time to stand in a place of interposition between those that would do harm and those to be harmed. And even the people that are speaking up that are swayed or deceived, those people need to be protected as well. So no matter how many punches you take, no matter how many times they slander you, reputation is a thing that man can screw up, and character is a thing that God will judge you by. So as you stand, the next thing you must do is you must speak. You must use your voice. So let's just hypothetically say that I was Joe Biden. I'm not. Use your voice. Is that all you have? You're with a bunch of people that think the same way you do, and that's all you have. I'm going to tell you something. The reason why it's difficult to speak is because they want to use guilt and shame to drive you from the truth. They want to drive you into a hole where you hide because it's more convenient. It feels better. And I'm going to tell you, Mike gets on that screen every single day and he speaks, and people ridicule him. They make fun of him while he invests everything that he has worked his entire life for you, because he loves you. It is not about pillows. You know what it's about? It's about truth. It's about our children. It's about our grandchildren. It's about the sacrifice that they had when they ran onto the beaches of Normandy and literally died knowing that they would never have kids, never have a wife. They walked off that boat and did that so that they could preserve just the idea of what this nation is supposed to represent. So don't we have an obligation to do the same thing for them? So we pray, we stand, we speak, and then we act. We act. Nowhere in any of that, biblically or otherwise, does it say, wait for President Trump to save us. He's under indictment in 4 different cases. And he gets on the TV and he smiles and he says, I will not quit you. But did we start quitting him? Did we stop speaking? Did we stop standing as a shield for the man that has literally stood up for each one of us? Did we stop speaking truth? Did we stop letting them know that the devil does not have a place here in our community? Are we going to meetings? Are we signing up for precinct leaders? Are we doing everything that we can to protect our country and to protect him, give him cover? Are we doing what we need to do for Mike Lindell, to give Mike Lindell cover? Are we doing what we need to do in order to give our kids cover? I want you to think about this. I don't care if I go to jail. I don't care if I die. I don't care if I am hurt. Those are sacrifices that people made long before me for generations. So you must pray, you must stand, you must speak, and you must act. And if you do those 4 things and you stay faithful, and by the way, if you act, go back to prayer if you feel like you're becoming the very thing that you're fighting against, because it will reset you back to the standing, the speaking, and to the acting. Listen, I'm going to build this technology. I'm going to do everything I can to pour everything I have into it. I have some of the best teams out there. We're going to build some of the best partnerships out there. And we're going to develop something that gives you back your community. But I need you to do your part. God bless you all. I'm going to head out. They got other people to come in. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Patrick Kolbach.
All right, everybody. Now that you guys are all stretched and ready to go, now you're ready for the call to action, right? And Mike's going to come up here and close us with this as a reminder, but I just want to hit it off real quick, all right? Call to action. There's a lot of stuff that we're talking about doing today. Number 1, download Frank's Speech app, right? We just got done talking about it, why it's important, and get it out to all your friends and family. Please, that's our blowhorn. That's how we can get the word out and get around the censorship. Then download Frank's Social app, right? Get that out so that we can help communicate. It's a mechanism to help us report on election crime and share stories that matter most. And also it's a way to reach out to our friends and family on other networks to bring them into a communication network that's not going to be censored. The next step, if you go to electioncrimebureau.com right now and you click on the home page, you're going to see a pull-down menu that Todd, back with Mike, drinking a lot of Coca-Cola backstage, just so you guys know. It works better than toothpicks. So, so there's a petition on the home page. You select your state, and there's a state-specific petition for you to fill out to send to elected officials to help get rid of the machines. All right? And we're also working on additional petitions around things like the model legislation we talked about in the state scorecards. All right, so there's a lot of stuff that's in process. Essentially, electioncrimebureau.com is going to be a very good resource for you to help coalesce on what needs to be done. And then the last part, which Mike made a very important discussion around and just laid his heart out on the line, guys. You know how authentic he is. That's why we all love him. And because what you see is what you get, guys. He's got everything laid out on the line for this. So, and he wants to help other people in that process, right? Folks like myself, folks like all the folks that he's helping out with Cause of America to help make this mission happen. Please go off and help out in that. Now, right now, there's only one need up there. It's getting it into the general fund that he's got. But I'll tell you, and it's not you that's here, right? Obviously, if you can help, do so. But we need to build that network of people that are financially supporting it. He's not doing this just for him. He's not doing it just for his family. He's doing it for each and every one of you and for future generations. He's been given such a good gift, and he wants to share that with other folks. And the passion that you see coming out of Mike comes from knowing the truth. He's been in the bad situations of life. You guys all know his story. He's laid it all on the line, and he's fearless about what the future has in store. That's why he's willing to go off and risk everything to go off and make sure that the truth is told. For me, it harkens back to the end of John, the Gospel of John. If you guys remember, right after Jesus Christ was sacrificed brutally on the cross, all of his disciples were huddling up in another chamber, locked in a room, freaking out because their leader, the one that they thought was going to deliver them from the oppression of the Romans, sound familiar? was killed. He was murdered. But what happened after the third day? He appeared to them. What's the first thing he said? Peace be with you. And all of a sudden, those same folks that were running around knocking their knees up in that upper chamber were out there boldly professing the truth of his resurrection. Don't you see that passion in Mike? It's like there's a boldness. They went back to the same people that crucified Jesus Christ and started talking smack to him and said, no, guys, I know you guys killed him, but we're still here. And no matter what you tell us not to talk about, no matter how you try to censor us from talking about this, we're going to do it anyway. Because we're not answering to you, we're answering to a much higher authority. And that's what it's all about. That's why you see that passion in Mike. And that's also why he's so tough to put into a specific time frame for his speaking slot. So, all right? It's got that passion and authenticity, and that's why everybody loves him. And so, guys, so when he's making that plea, he's not doing it for his sake. He's doing it for all of our sake, okay? All right, so these are the call to actions that we're hoping you can do right now. But there's something else that Mike and I were talking about. This isn't a one-time event. I mean, this isn't something you just pop in and say, okay, everything's fine now. I did my duty. I went to the Mike Lindell event this year. No, we need to have some ongoing dedication to this. That's why Joe was talking about Frank's speech, about using this as our communication blowtorch. That's why Renee's talking about Frank's social and getting active on that. In particular, use it as your special area around election-specific stuff to get the word out. There's a lot of other platforms out there, and we definitely want to share information with those platforms too. But here's something that's special. We know it's not going to get censored. It's not going to get shadow banned. We're going to be able to get the word out to you. And you can build a special little collaboration portal for you to get your word out. All right, so that's kind of what we're trying to do in ongoing land, and I could swear I had a third one. There it is. All right, when we get the needs that have been approved through the process that I outlined on the needs management process, once we have authorized needs posted on there, then we're going to have the equivalent of a Give, Send, Go or GoFundMe donation page. So if you've got a project in Montana, for example, Lisa, Teresa, maybe there's something you got out there like a hand count demo or something like that, and you need $500 to buy something on Amazon to demonstrate how easy it is to go off and do, right? Put it up in the needs. And once it gets funded, then after it's an approved need, once it gets funded, cut you a check and you guys can get moving. There's a lot of things that we like to do in the grassroots that frankly just don't have the financial support needed to get it over the finish line. This is what we're building with this whole plan with the Election Crime Bureau, is the ability to go off and reach out to other people in an organized, vetted, and trusted way. So we've got the one-time call to action here for what we're doing today, what you can do right now. And then, and it's not just for you in this room, it's for the people that are watching, and it's for the people that they're sharing all this information with. Please get that information out there. But there's a one-time call to action, and then there's the ongoing calls to action. Make sense to everybody? I'm backstage. We're working on a documentation of the plan that we can share with everybody and put it out there. We hope to get it out tonight, if at all possible, or at least a summary of it for everybody to be able to share. And it'll feature a summary of these calls to action as well. But if we don't get it out tonight, just please be patient. It takes a while for the caffeine to work through the system sometimes. So thank you guys very much for your time here. I appreciate it. And I think next we're going to talk about a fun little subject that a lot of people don't like to talk about. So we know that when we're talking about what our plans are, that there's a lot of people that would like to make sure that those plans don't come to fruition, right? And we've all met this in our respective states. We've all met it in our own personal lives, that there's a lot of, as Mike calls them, blocks or obstacles that are put in our way. So we thought an appropriate way to bring this plane in for a landing for this event is to start talking specifically about some of the obstacles that we expect that each and every one of you are going to be facing as we go out back into the world. We got the plan. Now we're going to go try to deploy it. What's going to happen when we do that? All right, so we addressed some kind of like the top 4 obstacles that you're going to have speakers come up and talk about each one of them individually, and then interweave into that discussion some of the tools that we've discussed here and how they can be used to overcome those obstacles. So, by the way, this is our cut at addressing these obstacles. You may have even better plans than we've got on how to go off and overcome these. That's why we have communication mechanisms like Frank Social and Frank Speech. We want everybody to contribute, everybody to share, okay? All right, so here's a list of obstacles that we came up with just to get the ball rolling. First of all, obstacle number 1. How many people have heard the narrative that says voting machines are not the problem? There's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with these, right? Well, we've already proven everything about the vulnerabilities and everything, but how do you go off and approach that? Well, we got some technical experts that are going to address that up front here. Dr. Walter Doherty is going to lead a team to come on and walk us through how to address that obstacle and provide you with some data. Obstacle number 2, when we get rid of the machines, we're going to be going to hand counts, right? Well, those are just impossible to do, aren't they? We can't do hand counts. Never mind the fact that that's how we used to do it up until, 60 years ago? But now we're in the era of Common Core math, and maybe it is a little bit more difficult. You never know. So we have to show them specifically that hand counts are indeed possible. And Linda Rance, who's been doing this for a long time, is going to walk us through how to approach that obstacle as well. The third obstacle, we're going to bring up Dr. Frank. How many people live in those solid red counties or solid red states where they say, no problem here. I don't know why you're so concerned about the machine. Stop taking away our toys. Well, Dr. Frank's going to address that directly, and he's going to talk about what's worked with him in places like Shasta County, California. Yeah, that's right. California is actually getting rid of machines. How's that? And then I'm going to wrap it up with a discussion of something that is the countercurrent that we're dealing with in today's society, which deals with the topic of misinformation and disinformation. Now, they're trying to make it seem like we're the ones doing that by just asking for more transparency. But I'm going to talk about the roots of this program, who's involved with it, and how we can overcome it. Sound like a few obstacles that we need to address? All right, well, thank you guys very much for your attention. And you've heard the plan. Now we're going to hear about how to overcome obstacles to the plan. All right, so we're going to start off with a distorted slide. That's not the way it looked when I came up here. It's not fitting into all right, anyway. And I think we're going to get the voice of God introduction here from Tim for our first speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Walter Doherty.
Thanks, everybody. Great to be back with you. I want to introduce this next set of obstacles from the perspective of what you can expect when you go in to talk to your county officials. So it might be your election administrator, might be your county clerk, might be your county commissioners or supervisor, whatever they're called in your state. Obviously, if you go in with guns blazing and say, these machines have got to go, you're probably not going to get a very positive reception. So what we want to do in these next 4 segments, talking about obstacles that you may encounter and some possible ways of dealing with them in a more positive way. So the first obstacle that you may encounter is, well, there's nothing wrong with the machines. You can trust them. So that means that you have to have some information to come back to them and say, no, you can't. So what information can you present that would bring home the message that you can't trust the machines? Well, the first big piece of evidence that you can't trust the machines is one that we have thanks to Tina Peters, the county clerk and recorder in Mesa County, Colorado. TinaPeters.us. You can link to all of her information there. So, as county clerk and recorder, she was responsible for the elections in Mesa County and received notice from the Secretary of State that a Dominion technician was going to come in and update the software. So, being a responsible person, she asked, is this going to delete anything? Because after all, a county clerk and recorder has to maintain records, and records includes, for example, federal elections. Records must be preserved a minimum of 22 months. So that's federal law. States can extend that, and Colorado has. So Colorado extended the retention period to 25 months. And it hadn't been 25 months since the November 2020 election. This was in May of 2021. So she said, is this software update going to delete anything on my machine? And the technician said, well, yes, that's how we update it. We erase your whole disk, and then we install the new software. And she said, you are not erasing anything on my system until I make a backup. This is not only required by the laws that I just mentioned, it's also a best practice for anybody with a computer. Would you keep your money in a bank that didn't make a backup every night? What if there was a fire or a tornado? You'd never get evidence of how much money was in every account back. So it's just good practice to make backups, and that's what she did. Now, the ordinary way of making a backup is you have some important files on your computer, and you just say, copy them to a USB drive, and I'll put it somewhere else. That copies those files. So that's just an ordinary backup of some files. What she did was to make a forensic disk image. And what this amounts to is a bit-for-bit, 100% clone of the disk. So it copies all of the files, but they are in exactly the same location on the disk. It copies all of the deleted files, and they are in exactly the same place on the disk. It copies all of the random zeros and ones in the empty space on the disk to the same place. In other words, it's 100% bit-for-bit copy. It's a clone of the disk. And it's also accompanied by a chain of custody. So the person who makes a forensic disk image then signs a statement that says, I made this disk image at such and so date and time, and I handed it over to this person, and they sign for it, receiving it. So you have chain of custody on that. So she made the backup of the system. Dominion came in, erased the disk, installed the new version of the software, it's 5.13, and then she made another backup. It's kind of a before and after. What did my system look like, the election management system? And then gave it to her legal team, who gave it to Jeff O'Donnell, that you've seen a time or two before, yesterday and today, and we'll see again in a few minutes. Jeff is, among many other talents, a database expert. And so databases you can think of as just being kind of the next step up from a spreadsheet. So instead of just a spreadsheet, it's really a filing cabinet. And every drawer has a bunch of folders, and every folder has a bunch of spreadsheets. But these are super spreadsheets because one cell in the spreadsheet say, get this number from this other spreadsheet in this other folder in this other drawer. So that's why it's called a database. It's a collection of data that's organized in a particularly useful form. And so when Jeff O'Donnell looked at this forensic disk image, he found a bunch of databases, which is what you would expect. And then he found something he hadn't expected, and that was a second set of databases. Now, if you run a small business, or a big business for that matter, an IRS examiner shows up and sees that you have two sets of books, they would probably find that a little curious and want to investigate further. And so when Jeff investigated further, what he discovered is that the first set of databases was used. Will this go to the next slide? Maybe yes, maybe no. All right, now we've got it, except that went too far. So here we go. So remember, the question is, but you can trust the machines. No, you can't. So here's what Dominion says is in the server. They say that up here at the top, represented by the folder, there are ballot images coming in, basically photographs of each ballot that's been scanned. Then they go into a tabulation database, which is kind of the inbox for processing. And if the marks on the ballot are unambiguous, then the machine says, all right, I know how they voted, puts that in the adjudication database, and then it's added to the election results in the bottom database. What do I mean by unambiguous? Well, if there are two candidates and the bubble for candidate A is completely blank and the bubble for candidate B is 100% filled in, then the machine says, I can tell they voted for candidate B. However, what if there are some marks in both bubbles? So this can happen naturally if someone puts the pen down on one bubble and they say, oh, I meant to vote for the other person. And then they fill the second bubble in 2/3 of the way. Now you got marks in two bubbles, and it's not perfectly clear to the computer which one to count. It asks for a human review. So then the human reviewer, deputy clerk, or whatever, will look at it and say, well, there's only a tiny mark in A, and bubble B is 3/4 filled in. I can tell they meant to vote for B, count this as a vote for B. And so that's the technical meaning of adjudication in the election world. It has a different meaning in court, but in the election world, it's determining the voter's intent. So that case, the human reviewer was able to ascertain the voter's intent. Suppose both bubbles were exactly half filled in. Now, the machine says, I don't know how they intended to vote, and the human reviewer says, I can't tell how they intended to vote either. Overvote. Don't count this race, just count the rest of the ballot. So that's the way the processing is supposed to work. So here's what Dominion says is in the machine. What Jeff found is there was a second tabulation database and a second adjudication database, and the records in them weren't the same. So reconstructing the sequence of events, it's kind of like looking at your bank statement where you can see the order that checks and deposits came in to get to the final result. So there's a journal in the database that basically says, I first did this, and then I did this, and then I did this. It's just a record of the actions that were taken. It became clear that after about 25% of the votes were counted in the first set of databases, some but not all of the ballots were copied to the new second unauthorized set of databases, and then it proceeded to the end of election. So that's what happened in November 2020. But remember, this backup was made end of May 2021, which means there had been another election since then, specifically the municipal election for the city of Grand Junction. So as is the case in many counties, if the county owns the equipment, they will contract with the school board or the city to run the municipal election. Once again, after about 25% of the votes were counted, a second set of databases was created. Some, but not all of the ballots were copied to the new second set of databases, and the election proceeded. And in the case of the municipal election, the winning margin was about 3,000 votes, but the votes that had lost their chain of custody, they didn't get moved from one database to the second one, was 8,000. So if I tell you that you won your race by 3,000 votes plus or minus 8,000, what if I said, we have no idea who won this election? And so that's what Jeff found in the forensic disk images that Tina Peters made. Can you trust the machines? No, you can't. So this was such a startling discovery that the legal team said, we have to have this verified independently. And that's when they called me, and I went through all of the steps that Jeff had done without just having him do it and my look over his shoulder. So I redid all of the analysis and discovered that that was in fact correct, that after about 25% of the votes were counted, a second set of unauthorized databases was created. Some, but not all of the ballots were copied, and the election records were deleted that had been on the first image that she made before the software update and not on the second image. So, can you trust the machines? No, you can't. And if you'll go to tinyurl.com/mesa-report-3, there's a video where Jeff and I are interviewed about Mesa Report 3. And if you expand the description down at the bottom, there's a link to the actual report that is posted on Frank's Speech. The next item that I would like to talk to you about are the 3 reports related to Professor Halderman. So he's a well-known computer scientist, been very active in the election field for many years. And I'm using this term in quotes, but these are 3 reports that have connection to him. So the first one, he and another professor were engaged by Donna Curling in the case in Georgia against Secretary of State Raffensperger. And they were given a short period of time, I think it was about 2 weeks, to actually examine a Dominion voting machine like the ones that were used in Georgia. And in that period of time, Professor Halderman and the other professor discovered, again, something very startling, because what they were looking for was how easy would it be to hack into this machine. And their conclusion in their report was that there are at least 9 critical national security vulnerabilities in this machine. That is, any hacker anywhere in the world could break into this machine and alter files on it. That report was submitted to the court in this case, and the judge sealed it. Professor Halderman begged the judge to send his report to both Department of Homeland Security, CISA is the Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency, as part of DHS, and to Dominion, so that they could fix these 9 critical vulnerabilities. And the judge refused, kept it under seal for quite a long time. I think it was over a year, but I'd have to check the actual dates. Finally released it, and then everybody saw, oh, the Halderman report has been released. You can't trust these machines because they have all of these critical national security vulnerabilities in them. So the report then was sent by the judge to CISA, and they engaged a government contractor called MITRE to do an analysis of the Halderman report. Their analysis basically said, you don't have to worry about any of these vulnerabilities if you keep the machines completely locked down. Well, we all know that the machines are not kept completely locked down, and so They did not test the machine themselves to see if those vulnerabilities were actually there. They did not issue patches to correct the vulnerabilities and close these open doors to foreign actors, potentially bad actors. They just said, if you do everything properly and keep the machine locked down, you don't need to worry about that. Well, Professor Halderman and everybody else who's engaged in the election security field took great exception to that, and about 20 of them wrote a public letter saying, you didn't address the problem and you didn't solve the problem. So that's really three things to look at on that report. The original report, which is now public with some minor redactions, the MITRE analysis, and then the rebuttal to the MITRE analysis. The second one that was related to Professor Halderman is a very interesting one because it was one of his PhD students. And so this student, for his dissertation, hacked the driver on a Canon scanner. So when you think about hacking a voting machine, you say, well, there are lots of things we could hack. The software in the tabulation part, the software in the adjudication part, all of these other modules. And the idea that this student came up with was, well, what if I just swap the bubbles on a ballot? So you've got a bubble and a name A, candidate A, and a bubble and a name candidate B. And I just reprogram the scanner to have those bubbles trade places. And now that means if the voter voted for candidate A, that bubble is now in the position to count for candidate B. And it was simply a wraparound to the Canon driver. So, you know, periodically, if you update Windows, it'll say, do you want to update the drivers? Well, if you updated it with this particular driver, then that driver would swap bubbles. That student successfully defended his dissertation, got his PhD, went to work for a left-wing organization called Voting Works, and is now working for an organization called Enhanced Voting. So that's another thing. It was not written by Professor Halderman, it was written by his PhD student, but it is, to me, a matter of concern that simply by replacing the scanner driver, you can change the order of votes on a ballot. The third one that I'd like to let you know more about is related to the cast vote records. So one of the important points that we always make is that the cast vote record is, by federal definition, an electronic record of a voter's selections. So it's equivalent to a spreadsheet where the first row is who did the first ballot vote for, the second row is who did the second ballot vote for, and so forth. There's no connection to a voter, voter ID, name, address, or anything like that. It's completely anonymous. However, there is a very small concern that you might be able to tell how somebody voted in certain very rare circumstances. So let's say you were driving into the parking lot at 6:59 a.m. when the polls opened at 7, and there were 3 people in line, and you recognized the first person in line. Now, after the election and the cast vote record report is released, you look at the cast vote record and you say, aha, I know how my friend that was the first one in line voted. They're the first one in the cast vote record. No, you don't. Because the standard software that all of the vendors support is to shuffle the votes in blocks of typically 100 or 200. So basically, they'll take the first 100 lines of the spreadsheet, shuffle them, take the second 100 lines, shuffle them, and so forth. And that does not destroy the sequence information that enabled us to detect manipulation in so many counties across the country. But it does protect privacy because that person that you recognized, all you know is that that person's ballot is one of the first 100 ballots. In other words, you don't know which ballot is theirs. So there is that very small concern about privacy, which is addressed, as I said, by the vendors by shuffling within a block of 100 or 200. What Professor Halderman's students discovered is that they used a very mathematically weak random number generator. And that means, and followed by a substitution cipher. So this is mathematical cryptography, but the bottom line is his students were able to unshuffle them and recover the original order. And so he published something and said, this is a vulnerability. It could invade a person's privacy. His example was he saw he was number 73 to check in and his wife was right behind him. Then he knew she was 74, and even if she didn't tell him how she voted, he could figure it out by unshuffling them and looking at ballot number 74. Well, as a computer scientist, I would say the right solution is a stronger random number generator. So shuffle them a little better, and then this won't happen. Professor Halderman's solution was to completely cripple the cast vote record by saying that you should shuffle the entire list of votes. So in Maricopa County in 2020, I got the cast vote record, and it showed strong evidence of manipulation in all the races that I looked at, because a cast vote record lets you look at the sequence of votes. Recounts are great, risk-limiting audits are great. They only look at the final total. They don't look at the sequence of how you got there. And that's what you need the cast vote record for. So in 2020, I was able to see that evidence of manipulation. In 2022, Maricopa County deleted the sequence number column and shuffled all 2 million ballots. In other words, they crippled the cast vote record to make it impossible for us to look for the same kind of manipulation they'd done in 2020. So I really think this is kind of a cat and mouse game, is that when they figure out what we're looking for, then they say, we'll fix it so you can't look for that next time. And so we have to be careful in what we do. All right, the next thing I want to do is call up Clay Parikh, whom you have seen before. Come on up, Clay. Now, I know it's small print and you can't read it up there on the screen unless you've got eyes in the back of your head, so I'm going to give you a piece of paper here that's what's up on the screen. This is the SLI Compliance Certificate of Accreditation. So accreditation of voting machines is a complicated process, but if we boiled it down to 2 steps, the first step would be that the vendor submits a system to the EAC, the Election Assistance Commission, and then the Election Assistance Commission has a certified laboratory test the machine. And so then if it passes the test from the certified laboratory, then EAC certifies it. And it depends on the state, but in the state of Texas, where I'm from, it's actually in state law that no system may be used unless it complies with EAC standards and is certified for them. Here is another certificate. So now I'm going to give you 2. And here's the second one. This is from ProVNV. So tell us about how you got involved in testing voting machines and what you know about the background of these 2 companies, and then we'll talk about these certificates.
All right. So the first thing is, I started off in the VSTLs, the Voting System Test Labs, in 2008, right, for a time span to 2017, 9 years. So the very first thing I had to do was look over all the election requirements, the standards and everything. This included going back to the FEC, right, the Federal Elections Commission, which had the VSS standards, and then looking and reading over HAVA, the 2002 Act, right, which basically started this chaos and formed the EAC. And then I had to look over the voluntary voting system guidelines. And At the time, they were version 1.0, which, by the way, is the only version anything. Well, no, there is one now that's accredited under the newer version, right? Even though they've had reiterations that went up to 2.0, right? So one of the things is they have a requirement. The EAC is co-chaired by NIST. They do the laboratory inspections and do that part. The EAC checks all the steps and all the processes, procedures to make sure the requirements are met, how their testing procedures are done. Together, they review their thing, they give the lab a certificate that says they're qualified. Now, the EAC, as Walter just said, it went through, there's a process, a project plan, boom, 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 everything gets submitted. The final test report gets submitted, and the EAC does a certificate of conformance. This is the very first top part of it, because this is the actual certificate, and then there's the report that follows. Now, the EAC has guidelines for itself and the requirements. The things that are incorrect here is that they say the executive director and the active executive director, right? The chairman of the EAC is the one that's supposed to sign the certificate, right? So in their formal certification process, if the person with the authority to sign does not sign, that certificate and that certification is basically void.
That's exactly right. So here is the Voting System Test Laboratory Program Manual, and section 3.6.1 says a certificate of accreditation will be issued to each accredited laboratory. The certificate will be signed by the chair of the commission. So the first certificate I showed you was signed by the executive director. It was not signed by the chairman. The second certificate, which is up on the screen right now, was signed by the acting executive director. It was not signed by the chairman. That means that the laboratory's certification is invalid. That means that EAC cannot certify that these systems meet their requirements because the lab that tested them wasn't certified. So let me ask you a question, Clay. Suppose a friend of mine said, hey, we're getting married. Walter, would you perform the ceremony? And I say, sure, you're my friend. I'd be glad to perform the ceremony and I'll sign the marriage license. Are they married?
Not according to the state you're in legally, right? Personally, I believe marriage is between God and your spouse, right? That's the thing. The government should not be involved. But as our current laws state, you do have to have it certified, right? And by a legal pastor or somebody ordained, a magistrate or whatever. Not any Joe Schmuck off the street can sign it, right? And we've all seen this in plenty of TV shows and all that. So the marriage is invalid. And if you went to court, it would say, hey, you're not married.
That's right, because I'm not an authorized signature. Well, now, in Texas law, it says that you can be a priest or rabbi or ordained minister or a member of a religious organization which authorized you to perform marriages. And so suppose that I sent in $5 and 3 box tops and I got a certificate of ordination signed by Yogi Bear. Then I can say, okay, I met the requirements. You know, I'm authorized by the state of Texas to perform marriage licenses, and I signed the license. What do you think is going to happen when one of those two people turns 62 or 66 and files for Social Security for spousal benefits? Social Security is going to say, give us a certified copy of the signed marriage license from your county courthouse, and it wasn't signed by an authorized signature. So what else can you tell us about these testing labs that people need to know when they go in to talk to their county officials?
Well, the one thing I want everybody to know as far as these testing labs, right, is that besides the project plan that has to be approved by the voting system test labs, they run through the project plan, they do a test report. There are requirements in their test report that should be done, right? I've recently helped with you do not file your paperwork, you do not follow your rules and processes, you violated. So how are you certifying systems to say that they meet certain requirements? And so the point I want to make is that at this level, it's flawed. We won't get into the technical discussions that we both agree on, that the requirements, I've always referred to them as substandard because they're not at the level they should be. And so that's, to me, that's one of the most important things, that a certification authority doesn't follow its own processes and procedures.
That's exactly right. And so when you go to talk to your county officials and you get the copy of the certification from the lab and the copy of the regulations that say it must be signed by the chairman, then the question, most counties now are doing their budget workshop meetings to plan the next fiscal year. You can say, in the case of Texas, election code 122.001A3 says a voting system may not be used in an election unless the system operates safely, efficiently, and accurately and complies with the voting system standards adopted by the Election Assistance Commission. Dear commissioners, our system does not comply with the EAC rules, and I would ask that you not spend any of our taxpayer money on these machines.
One more.
Yes.
One more important point. So we're talking the EAC, and we pointed out a lot of things. Notice, anybody and their mother can go to the EAC site and see test reports, the appendices that are attached to the test reports, and the certificate of conformance, which contains the certificate. You also see the approval letters. So if the federal government is saying their federally certified labs can provide all this publicly and free, and you go to your county or your state because your state requires the Secretary of State to do the certification or whatever the thing is, they should provide you their test reports, their certification letter, copies of all this to you with no hassle and no charge. If they're not, you definitely need to pin and question them on that. So I just want to get that point out because a lot of states block their citizens from this information or try to make them pay for it.
So just go to eac.gov. It's a little difficult to maneuver around the site, but you can navigate it and find what you're looking for at eac.gov. Thank you, Clay.
All right, anytime.
Appreciate it. Next, machines can be trusted? No, they can't. Dr. Charles Bernardin. All right, some of you, probably most of you, have not heard of Dr. Charles Bernardin unless you happen to see his poster in the hospitality suite or read the Gateway Pundit article by Professor Clements and Aaron Clements on Monday. So how do all of you know Dr. Charles Bernardin if you don't know Dr. Charles Bernardin? Can you explain that to me on Telegram?
I'm also known as Guy Smith.
Oh, you're Guy Smith. All right. Now you know where to go on Telegram.
And the spam bot refers to me as aggressive spam.
I guess that's suppression of some kind or another. What Dr. Bernardin has a PhD and has worked for many years as a cellular engineer. So that means working on things like the mathematical theory and the chips. In fact, he has 7 patents, has worked on companies that make the equipment that serves cellular data over the cell phone towers. So in this first picture that he has supplied, this first slide, this is a very simplified diagram of the network connections in a typical voting system. So, Dr. Bernardin, would you go through this slide and explain what's going on in the polling place and what the connections are between these different devices?
Absolutely. I'd like to thank Mike Lindell for giving us this opportunity to share this research with you. And I'd also like to thank Sophie Anderson and Calvin Boydston, who were colleagues in discovering this. So thank you. So basically, you all heard Patrick Colbeck so eloquently speak about how our elections are actually connected to the internet. In fact, it's worse than that. They're connected to an AT&T private network called FirstNet, which is 100% opaque. And this diagram is sort of a very simple summary of it. And some of you may have read the Gateway Pundit article that came out. Thank you. Those of you who haven't, I'll just read the title. The title is an abstract in itself, and it was posted by Joe Hoff and co-written by the Clemens family, who are great patriots in our movement. So the title is Engineers Discover Nationwide Cellular Network Connects Election Equipment and Gives Federal Government Access to Election Systems at the Precinct Level. And that's basically what we found out. So this diagram shows everything going from the precinct to the cell tower, and that's really the function of this research, or the summary of this research, and it's all being done through LTE. Basically, the cellular modem at the precinct connects to the cell tower, and we have evidence, at least in Dallas and other places, that the cellular modem is also connected to the tabulators. And so this gives bad actors, we don't know who they are, the opportunity of actually changing our vote in real time. Think of a voice call to your grandmother. You're in New York, you're calling LA. There's no delay. And that's exactly the same system that we have hooked up in our precincts. And it gives bad actors the capability of actually changing our votes, manipulating our votes, and we have some, not extensive, but some evidence that that is going on. So I also want to make the point that there are other connections in the system. The county, for example, we discovered in Denver that the county election center has actually got a web EOC portal, and it connects to the DPS, the Department of Public Safety. And the Secretary of State office also has connections. And in many cases, Albert sensors are located right with the voter registration database, and we believe that the Albert sensors may have something to do with phantom voters. We don't really know because we're not allowed to really look at that. But
let's talk about Albert sensors for a moment.
Okay.
So several people have requested made a public records request for the Memorandum of Agreement, the MOA, between their county and CIS, the Center for Internet Security. And they've discovered that this agreement, the county allows CIS to put the Albert sensor, which is just another computer, inside the county firewall. And it also requires the county to notify all their employees that they have no expectation of privacy. And it also states that all of the network traffic will be viewed unencrypted. Now, the purpose of this is to monitor for attacks and malware in the system. Well, if you have a tunnel through the firewall, is that just one way, or could that be a two-way connection?
Oh, I think they're all two-way, but we really don't know a whole lot about it. There's no blueprint, but I worked in Nortel Networks for about 10 years designing networks, and this is the best blueprint that I've been able to come up with after studying the system at various levels. So I believe it's fairly accurate, but we don't, for example, have any Wireshark or any traces like that going on.
Well, if you look at the upper left-hand corner of this diagram, there's something called FirstNet up there.
Yeah.
What was the origin of FirstNet, and what is its purpose?
Yeah. Well, FirstNet is a private-public partnership between AT&T and the government, basically, for the purpose of public safety. And public safety is kind of the Trojan horse, you know, police, firemen, medical, and so forth. We all want public safety, right? But in addition to that, it had several other features which I think favored some of the processes that the federal government wants to put in place. And so on the left-hand side of this plot, for example, we have the FirstNet networks, and they can be all mobility. It's really designed for mobility, but it's perfect also for pop-up vote centers or pop-up precincts. So what we basically found was anywhere you could make a phone call, the government has the capability now of setting up a precinct, putting voting hardware in that precinct, and being able to penetrate and manipulate the data across that cellular link. So that's obviously very dangerous. Look at some of the other things on the enterprise side, on the right-hand side of that chart. Basically, all those red areas are the ISACs that Patrick Colbeck talked about this morning. Health ISACs, electric ISACs, water ISACs. Notice you'll never find the election infrastructure ISAC. You won't find that anywhere. You have to really dig. But they're also hooked up to the election infrastructure ISAC. And obviously the way to control a nation is to keep a really good view of what's going on with their critical infrastructure. And I believe that that was part of the purpose. So these connections are secured via VPNs, maybe through an IPsec type tunnel. And so basically that's the whole purpose of it.
So this is now implemented on the 5G network. The way I understand it, and tell me if this is correct, is that you got one set of hardware, the cell towers and the equipment, but you got two ways of using it. The ordinary customer like me can make a phone call or download data, but if I'm congesting the bandwidth, they'll throttle me or even drop my call. But the first responders, all of these ISACs, including now the election ISAC, get priority. And so their interface says, always give them service, and if necessary, drop other people's calls. So is that a fair way to describe it?
It is, but if you're trying to discuss it or describe it to someone less technical, just say that FirstNet is Deep State's internet service provider, and you know, it's basically 5G rebranded. A very simple way to look at it.
Okay, so we've got the 5G network, and ordinary people can use it one way.
Where the
and
government has
agencies
priority
can use it.
over you. And what's interesting is when it actually got created. Does everyone remember when Devin Nunes revealed that Trump was being wiretapped? That was, I think, March 22nd. Well, like 9 days later, the very last day of March, how many ever days that is, basically FirstNet was was created and given this preemption authority. So the question is, the day before that, when they were in our cellular spectrum, what were they doing? Were they preempting us? There was no such thing as preemption. So this was something, this was an artifact. They had a public emergency, and his name was Donald Trump, and they had to get rid of him.
There you have it, Dr. Charles Bernardin. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with this information and all of the other information you've been collecting these 2 days, what are some steps that you can take that may help in the effort to get rid of machines and go back to hand-marked, hand-counted paper ballots? Well, the first one that I already alluded to is ask questions. So if the approach that you take is to state facts and ask questions, they really can't take exception to that and say, oh, you're bothering me too much, go away. They have a responsibility to respond to their citizens. Start out with basic questions. So how many precincts do we have? What's the range of size? Then get more technical, like, do you use Verizon MiFi modems at the polling place, or do you use ClearPoint FirstNet modems? So you can drill down a little deeper once you get basic information. Many election officials rely on information from colleagues and vendors, and that information may not be correct. And so that has been part of the theme of today, is that election officials say our machines aren't connected to the internet, and there will be a way provided, as has been described, that you can indeed show them that their machines are connected to the internet. Write everything down that you discuss, and when they say, I don't know the answer to that, then you say, well, would you please find out, and can I come back next Monday and discuss what you found out? There you go. With permission. Inform people. So causeofamerica.org will soon have a link to a list of machine vulnerabilities, and this will be divided up by particular kinds of voting systems. So you'll be able to look for, if you're in Colorado, you can look for Dominion voting systems and see what the vulnerabilities we know about there, for example, the Halderman report. If you're in Alabama and you're using ES&S, then you'll be able to look at what the vulnerabilities are on ES&S. To get you started on that, Patrick Kolbeck has a website, letsfixstuff.org, where he has a list called What Evidence Do We Have of Electronic Voting System Vulnerabilities? So that's a good place to start, to say, were you aware that our machines have these vulnerabilities, and what steps do you plan to take to address them? So that is another bit of information that you can use to share with your county officials to improve things. Obviously, with the plan that was revealed a couple of hours ago, we now have the capability of giving them a list of internet connections in their jurisdiction. And so I'm going to ask Jeff O'Donnell to come back up, and I want to see this video again. So while he's coming up, let's watch this video again.
System, designed specifically with election security in mind. We have been told that our election computers are never connected to the internet. The WMD will put that to the test, by detecting and reporting, in real time, Wi-Fi connections in county and state election offices. All internet routers and access points will be reported, as well as any devices to which they connect. The WMD incorporates many years of research and state-of-the-art development. It is a low-weight, low-power device that uses only passive signal detection to detect online systems, and it will never interfere with any normal network operations. When an online connection is detected, the Election Crime Bureau Master Alert system will be quickly notified, and the alert will be displayed on the alert web page. You will note that there are two boxes located to the right of the screen. These boxes display the information about the access points at the top and the wireless clients at the bottom box. The sheer amount of devices can make analyzing the map difficult, so this website gives you the opportunity to deselect any of the different kinds of devices. Note that the points on the map are color-coded to simplify identification. As we deselect and update, those types of devices are removed from the map. Clicking on a device shown on the map displays additional information about that device in the bottom information window. Currently, the MAC address, the hardware vendor, and the first time the device was detected displays. Additional information will be continually added. The nearby checkbox allows you to view only the devices with the strongest signal, which in most cases means that they are nearest to the WMD detection device. This allows you to filter out devices outside of the immediate area. All information is securely archived for later analysis. The wireless monitoring device is ready to be deployed in any election, from local to presidential.
All right, fade out. So Jeff, tell us what we need to know about this magic box. Where did it come from? What's it good for? How's it going to help us?
Well, first thing I'd like to do is just thank all of you for being here. I know so many of you, and it's absolutely stunning. Anybody who can't get enough of that video, like me, if you follow me on Telegram, I did post that video to my channel, A Lone Raccoon. And those of you who do know me know that usually my videos are a lot funnier than that one. So I do apologize for that. Mike made me cut all the jokes out of that video. You know, what can I do?
Like a loop-de-loop when the drone came in.
Yeah,
that would have been
exactly,
cool.
exactly. And there was like a shot of Janet Griswold going, you know, and then all that went away. But yeah, thank you. She's gonna look so good in that orange jumpsuit. I mean, seriously, isn't she? But back to the matter at hand. This box is the result of actually years of development. It really went on the front burner after last year's event. When, if you're like me, when I first heard the concept of it and realized that it could be a real thing, a very near thought was, this is so obvious, why didn't we think of this before? Okay? I mean, it should be, I mean, the idea is going to take a little time to sink in, and all the different, but the point is, it's a box that, a magic box, I like that, which when you combine it with the software that we developed that will centrally archive all of the data from all the places around the country and alert instantly when there's, and you know, you can even decide what you want to be alerted on. You know, it's really not news if a cell phone fires up in an election office. That's probably somebody walked into the election office with a cell phone. But if a new computer that hasn't been on the internet before suddenly fires up at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night or 2 in the morning, that's news, and you want that. And this is really all about transparency. I mean, isn't that ultimately, it's what we ask for, because we know if there's transparency, there will be fair elections. There's no way around it. So this device can be within 500-600 feet of the actual office, meaning they don't want you in the office, fine, go stand outside the window. If it's close to the road, go, find a parking place and sit in your car and turn up the air conditioning and just let the device do its work. It's going to be so simple to use. It's just basically an on-off switch. On and you're recording, and off you're done recording. I mean, that's what it is, and it will take care of everything else. And it will. Look, we've if you think of this whole thing as a chess game we've been playing, this puts them in check, and I'm very happy that we're on the offense for a change. We are on the offense for a change, absolutely. And they have to do something. They can't just sit back, because if they proceed business as usual, they know that now they're in for a lot more trouble even than they already were. If they have to make changes, then they're panicking, and when they panic, they make mistakes. We already know that. Look at every report I've ever written. It's a result, really, of them just messing up because they had to react to something unexpected.
So how much does it cost, and how do I get one?
The cost is still being determined because of the price of the components in here and the chips and that is always fluctuating. It depends on volume runs and a lot of things, and also we're trying to make sure that we're not putting any more expensive hardware than we need to. If it gets the job done and takes $30 out of the box, we will do that. So, but it's not going to be cripplingly expensive. I would look, and don't quote me exactly. Because I'm not entirely in charge of pricing this thing, but I would, it's going to be in the under $500 range. It's not going to be a $1,000 device. It's going to be at most half $1,000 device, which I think with as many patriots as we have in each county and everybody else, I don't think that's going to be a problem. The people who get these devices and take them into or around the election offices, the Secretary of State's offices, precincts, if that's what they want to do. The other side has ballot mules, right? Well, we're going to have truth mules. They are going to be our truth mules, because what they're doing, we will know the truth. And as you all know, I've done a lot of research and studying and writing on the fraud. And I can say that this removes a significant vector, attack vector for that fraud. Even some of the other ways that they commit fraud, in a lot of places, I think they still had to do some, connection. They had to even, some may have a lot, some may have had a little. But
well, if you saw the diagram that Dr. Bernardin had up, he had tabulators connected with a modem. I can think of no legitimate reason that a tabulator should ever have a modem in it. If you can think of one, then let me know and I'll revise my remarks. But let's thank Jeff. Appreciate your coming out.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I got to do my Roger Stone.
I'll take you gonna leave this here for me? Oh, you're gonna take it? Okay. All right. Obviously, the main point is to give you information that you can use to inform other people. And so we had a little network attack when we tried to do this earlier this morning, but I'd like to ask Renee Ralph to come back out and show you when you do find something to report, how you can report it, and we'll see how it goes this time. Renee? That's right. Let's do this again.
Do it again. You know what I say? I think that everybody now knows that Mike Lindell was dangerous. He's even more dangerous now that he has an army of people who can report election crime on Frank's Social. And so we were able to, we identified the attack, we got the network back up and fortified, and I'm excited to take you through it again if you want to actually see if we can do this again. All right. So when you log on to Frank's Social, the first place that you end is going to be in the Frank feed, and you'll see that there's a For You tab. That is where the influencers that Mike has promoted that week will show up. Next to that is the Elections tab, and that's where the Cause of America, boots on the ground, you are the Army. General Flynn said it last night. We're going to take back America, one city, one school board, one state at a time, and then we're taking back the mountain of our government, our media, our social media, and our voices will not be silenced. So the Cause of America, 50 states all are on Frank's Social now. They have the ability to, and as Mike said, in real time, report election crimes. If you, as citizens, are reporting things, you can post things on the app. I just suggest that you tag your Cause of America state. We're also going to be putting in counties so that you'll be able to just narrow it down closer and closer to where these are happening. And then that data is going to go on to the Election Crime Bureau and light things up in the moment. But the great thing is that you're going to be able to see what is being reported by the Cause of America folks live. I want to go to the Elections tab. That's where you will find all 50 Cause of Americas. They're not in alphabetical order. They're there based on what they're posting. So if they're actively posting things, you're going to be able to see them quickly. I'll go to Cause of America for Missouri, and you'll see that if you want to follow Missouri, because you think, great things are happening there, or it's a show me state, they may know something that the rest of us need to know, you just hit the follow button, and then they'll be in your feed. But you can see the things that they're posting and just staying connected. And I think one of the greatest tools of Frank Social is that your connections that are happening here are things that can go on, and it is the voice of free speech. It is the opportunity for you to stay connected, to not fear censorship, to not be worried that you're going to be shadow banned. The news feed is chronological, so on the other platforms, they'll mix up the timestamp so you don't know where you are. Everything is in chronological order on Frank Social. So we want you to stay connected. We want the Cause of Americas of each state to create that community awareness. It's not just for reporting election crimes. There's a lot of things going on before you get there. Educating, connecting, staying engaged with what's going on in your community so that we are the Army that is the threat to the current status quo of our country.
Thank you, Renee. Appreciate it very much. Anything else we need to know?
It's back up. So if you had any troubles downloading the app, I'll be here. I'm happy to help with any questions that you guys have. You can find me out there in the hospitality. I do have one other thing. We have lots of these cards. They're in the hospitality suite. Take as many as you want. This is an easy way for you to engage with your community, get them to follow you on the app. There is one other thing we didn't get to show you, is when you have the app downloaded and you get on your profile, see that little black square with the arrow up? That's how you share your profile. You can copy the link, you can post it on all of your social platforms, text message it, email it, and when you do that, the person that you sent it to just taps that link and it brings them right back to your profile where they can set up their account and they can follow you and stay connected and get involved. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
And connection is what it's all about. The last item here in the call for action is there will be a petition for removal of machines. I've already mentioned that one thing you can do is to remove the funding from the budget in your county or your school board or whatever the jurisdiction is, and inform them about the invalid lab test certificates, which in Texas and many other states will make them invalid, and work toward implementing hand counts. So we've had lots of calls for action, some very general, some very specific. Find one that you can do and do it. The next section is going to be another obstacle. When you walk in and talk to them and say, we can't trust the machines and here's why, we need to go to hand counts, they will say, oh, but that's not possible. Our county is too big. We have too many precincts. We can't get enough volunteers. So the next segment is going to talk about how to address and overcome this obstacle when they say hand counts are not possible. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Linda Rance.
Hey there. Okay, I hope you don't mind. I went out and bought new shoes, literally, for today, but it's the last few hours of day 2, and I'm wearing my pillow slide. There you go. Yeah. It's time. I hope you're all getting comfy. And you know, Mike was not able to bring an election machine on stage. He talked about that earlier. But when you're talking hand counting, you can take your election machine with you anywhere. Sharpies are our best friend. So, we're going to talk about obstacles for hand counting. They try to tell us it's not possible, and I'm going to tell you that it is. So, let's get started. The obstacles to hand counting are their objections. You go to talk to someone and they have like a routine, a narrative that they come out with. And so what we want to do, there we go, is debunk those objections. We're going to do some fact checking. Now, the ones I'm going to look at today, there's a bunch of them, and if you want to know more, you can get hold of us through Cause of America, or for those of you here, come and see us at our booth. But I'm going to talk about people are less accurate than machines. There's too long. It takes too long, the delay in getting the results. Hand counting costs too much. And I've been hearing that even people have been coming up asking me, they tell us you can't afford it. We're going to look at that. And how about the one that there's not enough people to count? Now again, I talked about it when I spoke yesterday in our booth. We have a demo. I hope you've all been there. Hand counting's easy, and we're going to bring that up. When you're debunking these arguments, you're going to get out and gather some information, whether that's a public records request, we call it a sunshine request here in Missouri. You're going to be able to utilize causeofamerica.org and Frank Speech for some of that. And then you're going to want to fact check that objection. And then you're going to have to figure out how to present or publish those findings. And depending on what you found, depending on who you're trying to present it to, you're going to look at a lot of different tools. And Renee was just here to show you what they have for Frank Social. Frank Speech is where we post news, and we've been posting there from Cause of America, Missouri for quite a while. Cause of America as a national organization on their website, causeofamerica.org, is putting up a special section that is called Hand Counting Simplified. Causeofamerica.org. When you go there, you're going to be able to access things like the manual. So the e-manual that I worked on that our Missouri team uses, There's a link right there that you can see for it. That's where we had put it on FrankSpeech. It's always been a free download on FrankSpeech. The forms are going to be available, other resources, and we're working on instructional videos. I'm going to touch on that later. And the things I'm going to show you today, we're going to create the templates to help you. So don't worry too much about when I show you some of the forms or some of the layouts. You'll be able to look at those and say, yep, I'm going to go and gather that information, figure it out for my township, my county, my state, whatever it is, and then put it together to take it out and make it an effective tool. Now, the first one, whoop, that jumped ahead there, let's just go back, that they say to us are that people are less accurate than machines. I'm sorry about the layout there, but it says people are less accurate machines. I love these old pictures. I found them at the Library of Congress, and it's pictures of what it did look like when we used to do the elections ourselves. So these are all great shots. You'll see those throughout. Now, the articles that you'll see that'll come up, oh, there we go. This first one from NPR is just an example for you. And you see right in the headline, first word, research. Research finds that hand counting ballots will be less accurate and more expensive, based on research. Because most people only read the headlines, right? They're headline readers. But if you were to scroll through that article, and it was actually the transcript of an interview, you're going to find out that their so-called expert said there have been very few studies that actually confirm that people are slower than, or that the people are less accurate. Very few studies. Really, but it was based on research, and again, maybe it was. Maybe they found one study. We don't know who did it. They don't cite the source. They don't tell you anything about it, but they know most people are going to scroll through just to find that headline and say, I already know it can't be done because research showed. Okay, how about this one, the Washington Post? I bet everybody here reads the Washington Post. Their article had a thing in it that having people hand count ballots, well, it opens up the process to more errors. Okay, well, again, you see how they did a nice little subtitle on that one? But if you were to scroll through that article, even the Washington Post comes out and says there aren't many studies about the accuracy of hand counting. They haven't done the studies. Okay, we are looking at that, and we have people that have been here. You may have spoken with some of them or heard some of them speak. Some of the groups, South Dakota, California, some of these states that are out there doing the hand counting, and we're putting together actual real studies. And even out of Osage County, where we did a hand count an election, it wasn't a study, it was real life. It was a real election, and we have, yes, thank you, real numbers for it, yeah. So in the solution, we are going to show that hand counting is more accurate compared to the machines, to having machine counting. So you're going to look for those articles. They're out there. Gather them. And here's where you take it and you start posting them on Frank's social. Let's start sharing together. In the e-manual that I created, there is a whole section I call the newsroom. And over time, I had collected article after article about everything that they were trying to say to us about whether it was election fraud, election crimes, hand counting, and I put that together. But what a better resource to take that, get it into Frank's social or Frank's speech, or into the Cause of America site where we can put that, and now we're working together. That's what Mike's talking about, right? We're all gathering that and putting it together. And if you have studies that you've done, or if you're working on a manual for your state, a hand counting manual, they actually, when Cause of America team, we want to take that. Because as you look at your state and whether you can hand count or not, I will tell you, the Missouri model is really super easy because it's paper, it's pen, and it's adaptable. But your statutes might have something in it that's a little bit different that you have to change. Well, maybe we go over to Texas and we look at their model and we think, okay, well, you can use this piece and this piece of Texas, and then somebody else put together a form. we're going to be able to work together. We don't want to create something new that we have to get past a legislature or past a commission. We just need the permission to hand count. And so we can take those pieces and put them together. And then grab those reports, grab those studies, we'll put them on where we can all see it. And then we're going to be able to get hand counting into more areas. Okay, they tell you that there's going to be long delays for the results. You know, you've already heard this weekend, in Osage County, we had the election. We're allowed to start counting 1 hour after the polls open. So some states can do that, not all can. But 1 after the polls open, our counters, the earliest they showed up on April 4th was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It wasn't a big election. We didn't need them to be there all day. So based on voter turnout, we anticipated the need and had them out there. So they want to say that there's long delays for results, and they have no basis for these claims because they're not looking at it and they haven't studied it the way all of us have. And they tell you, you've heard it, I was in a election official, I'll just tell you, I was at St. Louis County here in Missouri, and they have 600,000, thank you, registered voters. And somebody who was with me looked at him and said, you got to get rid of these machines and go to hand counting. And he goes, you're not going to get the results for months. And I just laughed and I thought, and this was November, right? I started writing that e-manual in October and didn't finish it until we showed it to Mike Lindell on December 29th of 2022. So right smack in the middle of it, when I'm right into writing, I'm thinking, you're so far off base. But that's what they believe. So then they say that nobody's going to want to wait for those results, no matter what they take. Even, let's say you can't start counting until after the polls close. And they close at 7 o'clock here. So you can't start counting until the last voter's out, the door is locked. And if it takes 6 hours, or you have to kind of decide on who, you know, how many teams you need, maybe it's midnight, maybe it's 2 in the morning, maybe it's the next morning at 6. But I believe that our citizens, that our voters, that all of us would rather wait till 2 o'clock in the morning, or let's say 6 o'clock in the morning the next day to know the truth, rather than have them put some stuff into a machine and then tell us, the machine jammed, we'll pause, or we've stopped counting because of a leak. Yeah, so, yeah, not doing that. So I don't believe this claim anyway, and then they also tell us it's critical to have fast results because the media needs it. Yeah, they're our friend. And we have good media here, okay. But they still all want it. Well, here's the thing. You can schedule enough hand counters to get it done in a reasonable time like we did in Osage. We were only behind the machines in the biggest county by about a half hour or so. And we were done. They were just bringing back the little USB drives and letting the machine run its little engines, okay? And then they're posting these results. We were done. Those election results, when you finish them according to our model, unofficial results because they still have military and overseas to count, but the results at the polling places were signed and certified by those election judges. When they were sealed and taken back to the clerk, they were done. They didn't have to do whatever they do back at the office. So in this one, we can produce the same-day results if you do the scheduling right and if you look at it, and depending on when you're allowed to start. If you can't start until after the polls close, it may be the next day. So when we talk about hand counting, we will say, in Missouri, you can have election day results. In other states, you may have to say same-day results based on when you're allowed to start, but it's still that you can get them done. So when they come to you and say, can't be done, takes too long, ask them which hand count process they based it on. Because they'll look at you and say, and they have said this, I don't know of any processes, we just know you can't do it. Okay? Then you're going to create voter turnout charts for your county. I'm going to show those to you. For your county, your township, whether it's have a city, whatever your voting jurisdiction is, you're going to create these turnout charts. And you're going to do it for 3 different elections. So you're going to be gathering that information, and then you're going to go to Cause of America, template not up today, which is August 17th of 2023 for if you're watching this recorded, but those templates will be up. And here's what you're going to get, and then you're going to share the charts. But this, first of all, is a report. It's usually called an SOVC, Statement of Votes Cast, Statement of Votes Cast. It's a report from the machines, but it does list by polling place, because sometimes they combine precincts, and we need to know which precincts were combined into a polling place so we can look at the turnout. And the first columns show that, how many registered voters and how many turned out. That's really important to be able to plan. And then I take that information for 3 different elections, and if you look at this chart, the vertical lines are the turnout for each polling place, and they're in color. So red would be a municipal election, the light blue is a primary, and the dark blue is a presidential, and that one was the 2020. And you can see this county, St. Charles County, same one where they cut the wires, just a little side note, has about 290,000 registered voters. Now, the horizontal line, the purple one, 600 votes cast. If you look at the red vertical coming up to it, in that municipal election, even in a big county like that, not a single polling place got 600 ballots, and that's our threshold for one counting team. 4 people at every polling place, and they can be the judges who are already there, at least in Missouri, they could easily count one team. You've got 290,000 voters who are eligible to be election judges, and you only need in the hundreds. That's a small percentage. Next line, the gold line, is 1,200 voters, 1,200 votes, 1,200 votes cast. Okay, 2 counting teams. In the municipal and in the presidential, it was the midterm primary, none of them went above 2 counting teams. And the top line, the green line, is 1,800 ballots. Now you can see they have some polling places that pass that. So you're going to plan more teams at those. Once every 4 years, do they have a need to have way more people out counting? And we know that we can get the word out and we can help to show that those people will step up and do it. But the long delays, it's not true, because you're going to put in enough teams to get in there and count those ballots. If you had to put in 3 teams that started in St. Charles County in that presidential election, and they could start at 7 o'clock in the morning. No, I'm sorry, polls open at 7? Okay, I've lost my numbers. They open at 6 here in Missouri. You can start counting at 7 in the morning. Okay, 7 until 7 at night when they close is 12 hours. You would have St. Charles County voted in one day, and they would still post at the same time as they do from the machines. Okay, this is the big one. Hand counting costs too much. So, here's what they won't say. Here's what they won't tell you. How much it costs to use a machine. It is nearly impossible to find out the big picture total for using a counting machine. They just won't. I don't know if they don't pull it out or if they don't know how, but there's so many costs that go into running those machines, and there's no full budget that I've seen. Now, I did meet some gentlemen, I'm sorry, I don't remember the state, and they said, yes, we have it, because they have been pounding on the elected officials and asking for very specific items. But for the most part, we just can't get like the big number. So they won't tell you how much it costs. But what they will tell you is that whatever it costs, hand counting costs more. Okay? It doesn't matter, hand counting costs more. And they'll come up with some really crazy numbers, like this. Oh, I'm sorry. So I actually already jumped ahead of my slide. It is nearly impossible to do a comparative cost analysis of hand counting fully encompassed to voting machines fully encompassed. We haven't been able to do it, and I haven't found anybody yet who's done it completely. Okay, so here's some examples. This is The Guardian, another newspaper I know that we're all avidly reading. This is about Shasta County, California, and Kevin Cry and the group out there, and I actually spoke to their task force last March when they were first talking about getting rid of their Dominion machines. And after I left, this lovely article came out, and it said, far-right California counties bid to hand count the votes will cost millions. And at the bottom, you could see an experimental, that was us, because we hadn't hand counted Osage yet, but an experimental hand count system could cost an additional $4 million over 2 years. Wow, wow. And I had the honor to go and answer this claim on Steve Bannon's show. So there's a clip out there. Yeah, thank you. Because War Room stays on top of this stuff. Okay, so this is the document the clerk in Shasta County put out that generated that article. It's a 27-page document. There's a little tiny link down at the bottom. If you see that, you can read it. In this document is all of the reasons why hand counting won't work in Shasta County. And part of it being why it's so expensive. But one thing, at no time does this clerk say, it's going to cost all this money, but here's how much we'll save if we get rid of the machines. They never offset it. The other thing missing, there's no detailed cost analysis in this report. You flip through the pages and it says $4 million, but it doesn't show how they got that number. Now, this one is near and dear to my heart because it's Missouri. Our senator, State Senator Bill Eigel, introduced a bill this last session that was get rid of machines. Flat out, just get rid of the machines. And so, yeah, he was great. Let's applaud. It was a great bill. And I think, as we mentioned in our report, they're going to reintroduce it because, of course, it barely even got to committee, if it did. But they have to do this fiscal note about it. And the fiscal note, they come out and they tell you how much it's going to cost. Now, I circled in red the part where it says, our assumption. Means they don't even know. Their assumption is how many teams it will take and how long it will take them. And it was like 2 teams of judges to process 1 ballot every 5 minutes. I'm telling you what, if it was 5 minutes per ballot, our team could do a ballot, go outside, have a coffee break, and come back in and do the next ballot. I mean, honestly, yeah, we have some great counters. That's ridiculous. But they ran that number up at $125 per election judge and said, $15.7 million per election across the entire state of Missouri if you go to hand counting. And down at the bottom in the little yellow, if there's 3 elections in the year, you're talking $47 million. So what did the state Senate go? Whew, too expensive, too expensive. This is a real fiscal note. This is on the Secretary of State's website if you want to go find it from last session. Okay, so I, of course, actually used a real hand count method to calculate what it would cost. 3 million some odd ballots at 50 ballots per hour. That is our most conservative estimate for counting ballots, 50 ballots per hour. I think most of the systems out there are in that range, 50 to 100. So when I estimate, I go with the most conservative, 50 ballots per hour. I show you how many shifts that will take. I divide the number of shifts, multiply it by 4 judges per shift. That means across the state of Missouri, you would need 30,000 judges. And if we use their number and pay everybody $125 for the day, let's round it up to 8. $3.8 million of their method is what it would cost, not 15.7. Okay, not 15.7. And where's the offset for not using the machines? Their $15 million number never says, oh, but here's what Missouri spends on machines. It's not there. They won't do that. So how do we take that down? How do we debunk that one? So what I found that we were capable of doing was limiting the comparison. Instead of trying to do the great big number of hand counting cost and machine cost, instead we pulled out some very specific, we wanted to try to bring it down to, it costs this much to pay an election judge. What part of the machine cost could we tie to that to be really conservative with our number? So the example was a 5-year analysis of specific machine costs compared to 5 years of paying election judges for those elections. And so it kept it conservative, and yet it showed how much money could be saved. Saved, not cost the state, but save the state. So first of all, we gathered 5 years of invoices from election vendors. And the only ones we got, this is Osage County now, the one that we hand counted. And the only election bills we got were the ones that were the ballot preparation. Now, you need ballots for hand counting or for machine counting, so we took those costs out, right? We didn't try to pad our numbers. We took just the things to program the machines, the maintenance on the machines, and then we asked for the vendor invoices for that part of it, for those equipment. And so we had also like the Dominion, Osage uses Dominion, and so we got the annual license fee for Dominion. Okay, then we asked for the report of election cost. Now, interestingly, we were told we don't have anything. You know how when you send in a request for records and they say there's nothing that responds to your request? We're like, well, you put in the newspaper how much the election cost. So we just wrote back and said, we're probably calling it the wrong thing. Would you tell us, give us whatever it is that told you how much the election cost? And we got an answer back that said, well, we didn't make a report. We just went through the expense sheets, our dailies, and we just added it up and said, well, that's what the election cost. So again, they're not really tracking on it. I am telling you, some of these clerks who inherited or grandfathered into this job, they've been taught by the clerk before them, who was taught by the clerk before them, and it's watered down. They're not looking at it as closely as we do. We know more. We know more about this because we're really digging into it. So instead, we got these invoice things that are sent out to what they call the political subdivisions, like, here's how much the election cost, and here's the share that you have to pay. I won't go into that one. That gets really confusing. And then you have to know your hand count process. So I'm using the Missouri method, but a different method might have different costs involved, but you're going to look at that. Okay, so then you put together an Excel sheet. You look for errors or omissions. For instance, we asked for 5 years of invoices, and after I laid everything out in Excel, I realized some of these numbers are missing. Some of the invoices were missing, so I was able to estimate. Then you splice it in. We got a very conservative number, and I was able to put together a chart. Okay, 5 years, let's see, counting teams. Okay, oh, I think my chart got lost on that one. Okay, well, there was a chart there. But you take the 5 years of hand counting cost now. So we did voter turnout for every single election. And when we found out how many people turned out, we knew how many teams we needed. Remember, I did that for Missouri as a whole for the state. So we found this out, and that will be another template that we'll put together, and it gives us a chart that shows us how many hand counting. Okay, so this is the chart. I'm not going to go through it. When you look at it online again later, you'll see some of the numbers. It'll be up on Cause of America, but across the bottom, there's a green row, and that is what it would have cost to hand count each of those elections in the last 5 years. So that's 5 years of actual elections. And below that, in a red row, is what the county either paid or we estimated they paid based on missing invoices. So those are the differences. And you'll notice in the third column from the right, you'll see hand counting was more expensive than machine because we hand counted the election and left the machines in the closet. And that's the only reason the machine cost was less, because they weren't used. But otherwise, this is your number, so you get it. And what we were able to determine is our 5 years there in our Osage County, less than 10,000 registered voters. If we had hand counted the last 5 years, it would have cost the county $47,400. The machines cost them $114,000, so $66,000, which is $13,000 a year. If you're from a big town or a big county, you're like, that's not a lot of money. When you're in a small county where your clerk is a class 3 clerk who makes about $30,000 a year, 13 is like a part-time person, right? It's an extra person. That's big money in a small county. Now, I extrapolated because those costs should have included the cost of actually buying the machines. But in Osage, our machines were bought 12 years ago and they're paid off. So there was no monthly payment or annual payment on the machines, but I wanted to capture that. So I went back and just decided, I think, they have like 13 machines or something. 12 years ago, maybe that cost $60,000. And how much is it if we have to buy them going forward in, say, 2025? And that, I figured, was maybe, because they're way more expensive, like $150,000 or something. If I'm right on my estimates, this is the 15-year number for a small county. $161,000 if we would hand count for over 15 years. $567,000 to use machines in a small county, a difference of $406,000. That's $27,000 a year. Now, thank you. Oh, I'm going to go back to that just for a second. Thank you. Yeah, that's a big chunk of change. And here's the thing about this. If every county in Missouri saved just $27,000, even the big one like St. Louis, Missouri would save $3.4 million a year if the entire state went to hand counting. Yeah, it would not cost $16 million, it would save 3.4, which means that fiscal note was overstated by nearly $20 million and more because they did it for each election. Okay, so that's the hand counting comparison. Now, what about there's not enough people to count? This is their fallback. If they can't get you on anything else, they just say, there's not enough people working the polls right now. We'll never find enough people to go out and hand count. And what do we say? We'll teach them. And we did. We did it for Osage. We taught every single person that got out there and hand counted. And we are now working with the demo tally. So most of you who have been here have gone in, and if you haven't, our team is still going to be there. We haven't taken our booth down, I think. So the booth is still there. Do the demo tally. What it does is it teaches what we call dabbing with my favorite voting machine, my little Sharpie here. You go through and you dab the votes. This is just a small piece of the actual tally form, and it teaches the people that you're showing, you can do this. So they go through, they tally 15 votes. It takes less than 2 minutes. I've done it in rooms, in groups that are meeting, and when they're done, they've all done it, and they look up and they go, oh my gosh, hand counting's easy. And you've changed the narrative. And that's what we need to do, because all those other headlines go out. You have people who will see that headline, and if they've done just this little tally, it's my opinion that they're going to look and go, well, that doesn't make sense. I hand counted, and it's easy, just because they did this demo. It's available. We've got a video on it. That's the first video up on Cause of America, how to do this for people. You show it to them, you teach them, you get them going. There's the tiny URL tally practice with an instruction video, and you're going to use, again, my favorite tool. So that's what you want to do, is get out there and change, whoops, and there we go, and change the narrative. Do the tally demo. Go and visit us out there. Let us know. Our people who hand counted in Osage were amazing, and they're the ones who are out there working the booth because they learn this. And once you do that and you replicate it, it's going to spread, and hand counting is one of the ways we are going to get rid of machines. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Dr. Douglas Frank.
Testing 1, 2. All right, so you can hear me. Can't believe what a day. So my task is to answer the question, well, Dr. Frank, sure, we're not connected to the internet, and sure, we can't do hand counting, but there's no fraud here anyway. No fraud in our county. Yeah, there's lots of fraud over there in Wisconsin and lots of fraud in Washington, but not in our county. How many of you heard that? Yeah, everything's good here. In fact, people always say, oh yeah, there's no fraud here, Dr. Frank. We're the gold standard. How many of you heard that? Do you know how many Secretary of States have told me that? Oh no, Dr. Frank, we're the gold standard. And so all I do is I just say, well, you don't even know how many people voted in your election. How do you even know whether you have fraud or not? And so that's usually how I start with them. And that's an interesting thing. But I also tell them we find fraud everywhere we look. Everywhere we look, we find it. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes a little, but we always find it. Because guess what? There's always been fraud in elections. That's not something new. What's new is now you can have widespread fraud sitting from your basement hacking into another state. That's the difference. And so that's what I find everywhere I go. Now, if those of you who've been following me know that I've been doing this all over the country. I've done 46 states now worth of data, right down to the precinct level. It's about 3,000 counties. And I do all sorts of different kind of analyses. I look at the election history. I do a reconciliation. What do I mean by reconciliation? You saw me doing election history earlier. Reconciliation is when you say, well, how many people do you think voted? And then how many ballots do you have? Oh, gee, it doesn't agree. Oh, that's interesting. And so you show county clerks that they're out of control of their own election. So when you have a clerk that says to you, some people call them ROVs, some call them, election officials, whatever. Whenever you have an election official that says to you, there's no fraud here, just ask them a simple question. How many people voted in our election? Can you give us a list of everybody who voted in our election? And they give you a list. And then you just go onto the Secretary of State website and look at the number that's there, and it never agrees. How do I know? I've done this 3,000 times. They never agree, okay? And so then you go back to your county clerk, your election official, and you say, I asked you for a list of everybody who voted in our election. You gave me this list. It has 1,000 names in it, but the Secretary of State says 1,100 people voted in our election. Who are the other 100 people? It's so simple. You don't have to argue. You just say, wait a minute, you don't know who the other 100 people are. How do you even know whether there's fraud or not in your election when you don't even know who voted in your election? See the problem? It's a very simple thing. So that's one of my first favorite answers to that I give people, because none of them reconcile. Then also there's voter roll manipulation, and you saw me showing you some of that earlier today with Mike. And then I do a county level analysis. Oh man, I just love sitting down with an election official. Please invite me to your county if you haven't already. I just love sitting there in front of the election official who says, oh yeah, our elections are perfectly clean, Dr. Frank. And I just show them their own data. You should see the looks on their faces when they see their own data for the first time. Why? Because most of these election officials are not computer geeks. They're not data analysts. They've never even they don't have the ability to actually graph out their own data and look at their own data. And when you show it to them, they're like, that's us? Yeah. Try this. This is a fun one. Ask your county election official, what percentage of our voting age people are registered? Just ask that question. I've done it all over the country. The typical answer, oh yeah, 60 to 70%. Oh yeah? Wait till they see it's like 80, 90, or sometimes, like I said this morning, they've got 105% of their people registered. It blows them out of the water. You know why they make that mistake? Because they forget when they just compare the number in their rolls versus their total population, and they forget to subtract out the 0 to 18-year-olds. It's a very interesting situation. So anyway, I do that, and then of course down to the precinct level, and I do those analyses because that's how we know which neighborhoods to knock on doors. So I do all these different kinds of analyses. So we have lots of ways to expose fraud, and it's fun to just take them through. Now, since I've been doing this all over the country, like Mike mentioned, I've got a new nickname. I'm the Johnny Appleseed of election integrity. And I love that. Sean Smith is the one who suggested that, and the newspapers picked it up. I just love that. But this Johnny Appleseed, the LA Times, the Johnny Appleseed of election fraud wants to upend voting in America. I don't want to upend voting. I want it to be free and fair for everybody is what I want. Exactly. But they point out that I've given more than 50 speeches in California. We are kicking butt in California. I'm telling you, that place is coming alive there. So that's pretty fun. And then they did a follow-up piece where they say, meet the man trying to upend voting. So I'm not trying to upend voting. I just want it to be free and fair on one day. I mean, how hard is that? You know, that's what I want to do. This is one way you could try to fix elections. You could try to fix elections this way, but that's not working in it. So Mike already tried that plan. Obviously it didn't. He's got a new plan today. That's not going to work. I love that. What is the plan that works? I had to learn the hard way, the school of hard knocks. And it's because I've been traveling the country for almost 3 years now. And I've learned from the grassroots how to fix this. And it isn't smarty pants coming to town with evidence. It's always local. Education is key, and we play a big role in that. And I come in and I help a lot. But guess what? The fix is local, as Tony taught me. She's right on the money. She's awesome. I just have to tell you this story because this is the problem. This is what you have to do. So I was in the state of Wisconsin recently, and I was talking in a tavern because that's where all the action is, in the taverns, yes? And so about 2 hours later, they form a line to do selfies with me and ask questions. That's normal. And this lovely couple comes up to me and they say, Dr. Frank, may we pray for you? I said, well, sure. And so they laid hands on me and they started praying. And little did I know that this old lady, she's a prayer. And she was working up a lather. And I mean, she was getting louder and louder and louder. And pretty soon people started gathering around and they joined in laying hands on me. And it got really loud. And it got to one point and she got a really loud volume. And she says, and thank you, Lord, for giving us Dr. Frank and that he's fighting in front of Goliath. And he's standing for truth, Lord. And we just thank you for giving him such a big slingshot, Lord. And we just pray that you'll give him really big stones. And everybody in the you can tell everybody in the tavern starts like snickering a little bit because that's pretty funny. And But she was praying it for real, okay? And so we were all holding back. And so she finishes up her prayer, in Jesus' name, amen. And she opens her eyes, and we all have funny looks on our face, trying not to laugh, right? And so she looks up at me and she says, Doctor, she's Bill Wilder. And I just said, ma'am, you just ask God to give me really big stones. And she goes, oh. And she turns all red, and the whole place just bursts into laughter. It's a wonderful story. It's a true story. But this is the best thing about it. As I'm driving home, I'm thinking about this, and I'm realizing she's right. That's the problem. When David showed up at the battlefield to fight, he didn't go there to fight Goliath. He went there to take his brother's lunch. And what did he find? He found this big oaf in the battlefield insulting our God. And so he went to his brothers and he says, what are you doing? Get out there and take care of business. And what happened? They said, go back to the hills, take care of the sheep. But he stood his ground. He stood up and he said, the battle is the Lord's. And he took on Goliath. He slew Goliath. And then the children of Israel chased the Philistines out of the land. That's the solution. You have to be David. You have to have stones. Okay? You have to have stones. Okay? 5 of them is a lot. Okay? All right. So as I've been traveling the country, I've learned this wisdom. Like you just heard me learn some wisdom from this lovely lady in Wisconsin, northern Wisconsin, and you heard me learn some lovely wisdom from Tony Shoup. I've got some other wisdom in here I'm going to pass along to you. But I've distilled it all down to 7 steps. And the 7 steps is basically what you're going to do. You're going to answer the question, hey, there's no fraud here. We're going to help you with that. So follow the data with Dr. Frankus where you can find these 7 steps. I've outlined it a lot. I don't want to give you the whole thing tonight because it's too long. I want to teach you just a couple of the gists of it and a couple of the principles. I put together a little trifold at the recommendation of the John Birch Society, who's now picked this up. I just got a message earlier from John Schrock. He's one of the regional directors, and the JBS Society is joining our fight. I just learned today. Isn't that awesome? It's awesome. So good stuff. But it was their recommendation. So you can download this on my social media pages. Feel free to do so and use it. But basically, the 7 steps go like this. You got to get connected. Here you are, getting connected. How do you get connected? Cause of America. Frank's speech, just like Mark was talking. You got to get organized. Here's the thing. You need a team. You need a team in your community. It can't just be one person. There's too much to do. How do I know this? I've been watching grassroots teams fail all over the country for a couple of years now. You need a team, okay? You got a team. You got to formulate a plan, and that plan is tailored to your community. What's going on in your community? I was just up in Wisconsin in one county. All I had to do was talk to a couple of the supervisors, and they're all like, we're on board. And we got 21 out of 22 supervisors that are getting rid of the machines. I think they're voting next week, okay? I mean, it's that. So our strategy there was not very complicated, was it? But other places, like in Shasta County, that's a year's worth of work for us in Northern California. A year, we had to formulate a plan and implement a plan. So you need a plan that fits your community. You got to implement the plan, of course. That's a lot of work. This is not a silver bullet. You're not going to fix it in one day. It took us decades to get into this mess. It's going to take us some time to get out. You've got to build a movement. You know what? That's basically what Mike is doing here. Mike is basically building a national movement. You're becoming part of that. Well, you have to do the same thing in your own local community. The way we got Shasta County to flip, for example, is not because some smarty pants came in and talked to the county commissioners. What happened was they built a local movement which pressured the local supervisors to take the appropriate action. So you got to build a movement, as you're doing all this work, you're collecting data and organizing and finding fraud, you need peer review. I just have to say this. This is super important you hear this. A lot of people think they find fraud and they run to the sheriff and they say, see, we found fraud. Or they run to their county clerk, see, we found fraud. Or they go to the Secretary of State. Most of the time they're wrong. It's not fraud. You need to have somebody with experienced eyes to look. Because if you do that, you actually diminish your credibility, diminish the credibility of our movement. So don't do that. Before you go to the authorities, bring somebody in who's got a lot of experience, and I'm happy to do it. I don't charge. So you need to have peer review, and that's just, I learned that from science, but I've also learned the hard way. I can't tell you how many clerks I've sat down with, or county officials. I sit down with them and they say, oh yeah, somebody came in here last month and they said they had a whole bunch of fraud and they gave us a big pile. We looked into it, none of it was fraud. That's horrible. You've damaged the credibility of your movement. You gotta have some peer review. And then the last, of course, is you have local empowerment. Because once you've done a peer review, you actually have real fraud cases. Then you can actually get local validation. What would be a real fraud case? I'll explain that here in a minute. You get the point, though, I think. What's the basic problem with our elections? I love this. This is from the Capitol building of Wisconsin. Spent a lot of time up in Wisconsin. This is in their Capitol. It's a picture of Lady Liberty. And with Lady Liberty, she's got one hand pointed towards heaven, because that's the source of our unalienable rights. And with her other hand, she's protecting the ballot box, because that's how we protect our liberty. And that's what's wrong. She's got one hand there, and it's interesting, yeah, a little problem with the problem is we no longer control the ballot box. And so we're steadily and incrementally losing our liberty. 20 years ago, you were running your election in your own community. You voted at the corner store. You voted at the elementary school. You voted at somebody's garage. You policed it. You counted it. Now it's all centrally controlled. Remember my graphs from this morning? Every state is completely centrally controlled. They're all like that. Because of that, we're out of control of the ballot box. And like Liberty says, Lady Liberty says, without control of the ballot box, we're going to lose our liberty. And that's what's happening. In every state in America, elections are now controlled centrally by the state. There's not one exception. I've studied every state in depth, the 46 I've done so far, and they're centrally controlled. And you remember, those who vote decide nothing. Stalin said, those who count the votes decide everything. If you're not counting the ballots, then you're not in control of your election. If somebody else or some machine is counting your ballots, you're not in control of election. You have to take that back. Now, to take it back, you just can't go charging in there and say, oh, we want to count our own elections. They'll just tell you to jump in the lake. But if you have fraud in your hands, you are empowered. They can't ignore you, because there's no statute of limitations on fraud, and you can get official validation of fraud. I'll give you examples of what that is here in a second. Remember, folks, it doesn't matter how many times you count the cash in a cash register. What matters is how many of the bills are counterfeit. And it's the same way in our elections. It doesn't matter how you count the ballots if a bunch of them are counterfeit, if they're not from who you really think they are. I love Linda Wrench. She's doing a great job teaching hand counting, but that's only half the problem. What if the ballots coming in are not real ballots? What if they got stuffed in drop boxes? What if they're mailed in from non-real people? So in other words, this is only half the problem. And I'm going to explain why that's important here in a second. Take our country back. We got to get rid of the machines and perform our elections with our own two hands and our own 2 feet. We have to do it. We've given that away. And like I said this morning, we got to vote Amish, all paper, no machines. And the reason I bring that up is because in Ohio, 60,000 Amish people came out to vote for the very first time in 2020. 60,000 of them. The reason they did that is because our rhino governor was imposing COVID restrictions on their community. Okay, and so they said, we can't deal with this. I guess we're going to have to get engaged. So they did, 60,000 of them. And guess what? They all voted on one day, on paper, okay? And that's voting Amish. Show up in person, vote on one day, on paper. And you're in control of the process. How can Doug Frank hack that from his basement over the internet? I can't. 60,000 people showed up and voted on paper. But if they put those ballots into a machine, I could hack that. If it wasn't people showing up in person, if it was being stuffed in boxes, I could hack that. But I can't hack people showing up in person. And you remember I showed this morning from Montana, I can't predict who shows up in person. That's what I can't predict. I can predict everything else so far I've tried, except for that. That's amazing. All right, and remember, when they tell you, oh, no, we can't do that here, you know, it take too long. I remember Bob Evnen, the Secretary of State of Nebraska, he says, oh, no, we'll be counting till Easter. He said, yeah, right. No, we just reminded him that all of Europe does it in a single day. Paper poll books, paper ballots, everything's transparent. They count it in one day. And Linda's technique is a great technique. I like it. But I think I have another. This is my favorite one, though, although Linda's in this video, too. Even though this isn't the way we're recommending, I just love this. I love this technique. We spent $47 at the hardware store, and they load the ballot on there. You can read both sides. And the reason I love this is because everything is online. Isn't that beautiful? Everything is online. Everybody gets to watch it happening. You can play a video of this online so everybody can watch. And it restores faith in the community, because right now, people don't trust this opaque system that nobody sees what's happening. You could be watching your election being counted. Now, I already said it, like the cash register example, this doesn't solve all the problems, but at least it could restore faith in the counting process. People can actually watch it. Same with Linda, but I love this one because they're all online, of course. So, but the problem is we become apathetic and complacent, right? And we're steadily, gradually, incrementally losing our liberty. We got to take back our elections. How do you know we're upside down? I always use this example. How do I know we're upside down? Well, Trevor Loudon, I was with him last month. He says we're in the midst of a Marxist revolution that is 80% complete. Okay? This is it. It's now or never. And that's what Mike said earlier today. We must do this now. We can't wait. You can't wait till 2024. We're upside down. How do you know we're upside down? Well, we're upside down because when Antifa comes to town, if your instinct is to call the sheriff, you're wrong. You need to grab your rifle and you need to meet the people on the street with your neighbors, right? If you need to call the sheriff, you call him the next day to clean up the mess. You're supposed to be defending yourselves. Our country is based upon this idea. And why am I making this analogy? Because you're supposed to be counting your ballots yourselves too. And you're supposed to be running your own local government. We're supposed to be being the government. So that's why all this frog can get in. And you're going to see why I'm teaching you this. You need to be the government. That's really the solution here. America is an experiment in self-government. And no one is coming to save us, because we're the people we're waiting for. It's got to be us, okay? All right, that's the 7 steps. So it's one thing to say we got to fix it, but what are the 7 steps? I reviewed them briefly. Here's an important thing for you to realize. It's not about evidence. I love what Mike said earlier. He said, we've already had mountains of evidence. We've had mountains of evidence since the beginning. How's that doing for us? Not much, huh? It's not about evidence. We have to have evidence, and then we have to build a movement upon that evidence. And that's where we come in with the fraud. You need to have the right kind of evidence. The right evidence, the right strategy gives you a credible movement. Let's talk about that movement. It's actual election fraud is the evidence we're looking for. I picked that for a reason, because it's something you can verify. Dirty voter rolls is not fraud. If you go in and say, look how dirty our voter rolls are, anything happen? They might clean the rolls. Anything change? No. It's not gross incompetence. People come, oh man, you should have seen they didn't follow any of the procedures. What are they going to do next time? Oh, we need to hire more people. We need to spend more money because we need to do better training. Did anything change? No. You know how many times I hear that story? Not illegal procedures. Oh, we hear illegal procedures all the time. Not all the anecdotal stories. Well, yeah, you know, I got a ballot for my son and I complained and they didn't do anything. All these stories, nothing happens when you do that. You need actual election fraud. What is actual? Even when you can prove, and I love this, I just added this slide today, even when you can prove the machines are online, which we did in Lake County, Ohio, they said, oh, we don't want to get rid of our Dominion machines. And I said, they're online. They said, no, they're not. Well, we hacked in live right in front of them. It made the newspapers that they were online, okay? Right in front of them. It doesn't change anything, even though you have that evidence. Even though we proved they were liars. They'll just simply say, well, yeah, okay, they're online, but prove that any fraud took place. In other words, it doesn't matter even if you have that evidence. You have to prove that there was a consequence. It's like a lawsuit. You can't file a lawsuit unless you can prove damages. It's the same way. You have to prove something bad happened because of this. So that's where we're going. That's what the fraud's all about. So here's some examples of actual voter fraud. Ballots received from somebody that is dead. In San Joaquin County, there are these two lovely ladies who sit there. They sat there for about a month. And we did them a favor. We sorted the voter rolls from oldest to youngest. Actually, I didn't do it. Somebody named Dave back here did it in San Joaquin County. And they sorted from oldest to youngest. And all these two ladies do is look them all up, starting each one. Okay, this person voted and they're 110 years old. Let's look them up, okay? And you started from the oldest to the youngest, and they found 49 dead people who voted in 2020, okay? And out of the first 2,700 they look up, that's 49 cases of fraud. And all we do is we get copies of the death certificates, proves they've been dead for a long time, and yet they're somehow voting. Those are fraud cases, right? It's unassailable. Another example of fraud is ballots for people that don't exist. You go to a door, you knock on somebody's door, and it says, hey, in the voter rolls it says 6 people live here, and then 5 of them voted. And you show it to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and they say, we've lived here for 10 years. We don't even know who these other people are. That's the cases of people that don't exist, or people that didn't vote. You've probably met people who say, I never vote, the whole thing's rigged, I never get involved in that. Yeah, okay, well, they'll sign an affidavit swearing they didn't vote, but yet you got a ballot from them. See how that works? All right, so those are actual voter fraud. Now I'm going to teach you something. I haven't talked about this a lot in public yet. So here's what I'm doing is I'm teaching you how to find fraud right now. You ready? Okay, so imagine that you have a county, and this is the population in that county. And then, of course, there's a certain percentage of that population that's underage, so they're too young to vote. And then there's a certain percentage that are not eligible to vote, even though they may be of age. You know, and then I've done some statistics. Around the country, it's about 4% of the people in a county are not eligible to vote. So, you know, they're illegal aliens, or maybe they're legal aliens, or maybe they're felons, so they're not eligible to vote. Then every year, about 1% of people die. Round numbers. So after a 4-year election cycle, you expect the rolls to have about 4% dead people in them. Okay, that's pretty normal. Also, every year, about 9% of people move in the United States, and about 60% of them stay in their own county. So in other words, under natural phenomena, under just a natural thing, every 4 years, you're expecting to see about 20% of the people in your rolls shouldn't be in your rolls. They're dead or they moved away. That's natural, 20% every 4 years. But we also find people that are in the rolls that are not real. We also find people like in Wisconsin that are removed, but they're still in the rolls. They just list them as inactive. It just makes them immediately available. So my point is, you can see what's happening is the rolls are getting smaller and smaller. Then let's say you have an election, not everybody votes. And this is a high turnout. I said, let's say you have about 60% of the eligible population turns out. That would be a good turnout. Well, there's a bunch of people that are legal, but they didn't vote. Notice what's happening. Look at the green region. These would be real ballots, and all these would be unreal ballots. And what's happening in our elections, I mean, if it's a clean election, you know, I gave you an example, 55 to 45%. And let's say that this was a clean election, and person A wins with a 10% margin. That's pretty good. That'd be a good, clean election. But not everybody cheats. I mean, but sometimes they're illegal. And all you have to do is find some voters in here and stuff ballots for them. And look at this huge reservoir you have to pull from. And stuff ballots. And as it turns out, you only need to stuff about 8% more ballots. And you can flip that 10% win to a 4% loss. It doesn't take a lot of stuffing. Tell me, are the turnouts in our elections going up or down? They're ridiculously high, aren't they? So that suggests, and all we needed was an increase of 8%, and you can flip an election that was a clear win into a clear loss, okay? So cheaters could also suppress ballots, like the postman could throw them in the ditch on the way from the post office box, or maybe the person working the polls is crooked and they're spoiling ballots. So there's ways to suppress. But look, in order to flip the election the same amount, from a 10% win to a 4% loss, you had to reduce the turnout by 15%. That's a lot of ballots to spoil. That's a lot of ballots to lose. That's a big job. And that also would reduce the turnout. Are our turnouts going down? No, our turnouts are going up. So that's probably not the major way of stealing, right? So we shouldn't be looking there. Cheaters could also flip ballots. You could not change the turnout, you could just flip. And we have several cases of those around the country where ballots were flipped. And they had to do a recount, and the recount showed that the ballots were flipped. But that's rare. Most of the time the recounts come out the same, and they don't help us. They make us look bad. So back to the way, what do we have? Canvassing is our really best way of finding fraud, because this is what you're going to be looking for. You're going to be looking for people who didn't really vote, but we counted a ballot from them. Guess what? Are you going to be able to go open the machine and look at it at the polling place? No, they're not going to let you. They're not going to give you. Look how hard some of you had to fight to get the CVRs. I heard Walter earlier saying, Walter Doherty, he was saying, yeah, they scrambled the CVRs they gave us so we couldn't even do the analysis. So in other words, what do you, as a citizen, have at your disposal that you can find fraud? Are you a computer expert? Maybe not. But what can you do? You can knock on doors, and you can do this canvassing. And what I mean by canvassing is you knock on the door, you have a list of supposedly who voted. And you don't just go randomly door to door, you pick likely suspects. And when you pick likely suspects, you can get the list down to maybe 1 in every 3 doors you knock on, you find fraud. It's pretty good. We got this worked out pretty good. And so when you receive the objection from people, oh, I love this. I sit down with county clerks all the time, and they say, oh no, Dr. Frank, it's gold standard here. And I say, well, this is what we're going to do. I show them their future. We're going to go knock on a few doors, and we're going to find fraud, and we're going to bring it back, and we're going to present it to you. We're not going to ask you to investigate it. We're not going to ask you to prosecute anybody. We're going to show you real fraud. People who are dead, who voted in your election. People who signed an affidavit swearing they didn't vote, but you counted a ballot from them. And you're going to have to explain to the public why you're counting those ballots and how those are getting into your system. And they say, oh, no, you're not, bring it. When you bring it, we'll believe it. And then we bring it. And I got to tell you, there's like a little, I shouldn't feel this way. I should be more gracious and loving and forgiving. But when I'm sitting in that meeting and I'm watching the county clerks squirming in their chairs when we're going case after case of fraud, there's just a little bit of like, it feels good. Fraud after fraud after fraud. It's like they're squirming in their chairs like they got pinworms. It's awesome. All right. So anyway, you got to do canvassing. So step 1 of the 7 steps. You got to get connected. I already talked about that. Of course, you got to get connected to Cause of America. This is super important because a smart man learns from his mistakes, my dad always used to say, but wise men learn from the mistakes of others. I have made so many mistakes. And I was talking with Tony last night. We were sitting there talking about the first event I ever did was with Tony in Pennsylvania. Tony from Audit the Vote PA. We have made so many mistakes together. We have learned so much together. Please don't repeat our mistakes. Instead, please call us and ask us for help, and we will help you miss all those potholes that we discovered. You get my point? So that's why you got to get connected. And of course, here we are promoting Cause of America, of course, and you got to watch Lindell TV. I just can't tell you how many people, they don't know anything's happening because they're watching Fox or they're watching some other news network. They have no idea. Stuff is happening here every day. And Mike can hardly wait to get on his program every night and tell everybody about it. It's like, you can tell he likes to talk. I'm the same. Okay, so you got to tune in weeknights at 6, right? That's super important. Now, the other thing, getting connected, and I just want to feature a couple. I've done a lot of work with Patriot Force CA, California. That's Urson, you're back there somewhere, and G3. This is Guns of Government. My point is, and I know Kim Yater's back here. There are a lot of organizations that are community organizations. You need to rope them in. Don't just do this yourself. Talk at the Rotary Club. Talk at the Lions Club, especially the churches. If you can rope in the churches, that's a huge advantage. There's a group I'm going to be speaking there next month in the state of Washington, in Clark County. I saw you over here, Bill. I'm going to be in Clark County. And in Clark County, they in the primary, they got 70,000 more people to turn out than anybody planned. The church is organized, and they swept the primary. They swept every race. And that's because the church is organized. In other words, don't do this yourself. And this is why it takes a team. You have to have people that are organizing and recruiting. So anyway, there are lots of good organizations to get connected to. You saw Shiloh Kilber up here, Sons of Liberty in North Dakota. I just learned last night that their precinct strategy, which you're going to hear about after me from Dan Schultz, their precinct strategy, they've taken over the GOP in their state. And I mean, that's a lot. That's big. I mean, Nebraska is now taken over by the grassroots, and South Dakota, North Dakota, and Georgia, and Kansas. A lot of these states are starting to win because of the precinct strategy, and I love that. So anyway, you got to get connected, and that's the first step. Second one is you got to get organized, and like I said, you got to have teams. This is my summary of teams you need. You need a leader, somebody who's got the drive and is going to push everybody. You need a data person, because we're going to give you a lot of data, and sometimes it's too much for the average person to work with big data sets. So you need somebody who's comfortable working with large data sets, can help you sort things, get them organized for walking. Somebody who can promote events. You need to have events. You know what a great event? I think it's my next slide. Did I get to this next slide? No. It's coming. I'll come back to that. Okay. You need to have an event every month. You need to have an event every month because you're recruiting your community members when you do that. And bring people in. I'm free. Bring in Tina Peters. Bring in Seth Keshel. Bring in a professor. Mike doesn't do it as much, but you can invite him. Okay, he's usually with the president or something, but he does the big things. But in your local community, get the events. Have an event every month. And there's something about bringing in somebody. Jesus went home to Nazareth and nobody turned out. Right? Prophets without honor in their own village. So bring somebody in from the outside, promote an event, make a deal out of it. That's a big deal. So you need a promoter, you need recruiters, because you're going to be recruiting people to do the work and organizing, researching. Oh, I underestimated researching. This is so important. You need somebody who's going to look up what the contracts look like. You just heard Linda Rance talking about looking up into the contracts. How much did they spend in Osage County? How much do you spend in your county? Find out. How much are your elections costing you? When we found out that they were going to save $250,000 out of this year's budget in Shasta County, they were delighted to get rid of the machines because they were having budget issues, and they saved $250,000 in their first year because we also learned that their Dominion contract was up for renewal. How do you know that? You did the research. So you need somebody on your team that just loves to do research and legal research. You got to read the laws. By the way, the Patriot Force CA, for example, in California, they've got people that have researched the laws in California, and we needed to know that information to know what to do. So there's a lot of research. Strategists, I can't emphasize how important that is. You need people who like to play chess. You need to figure out the strategy that's going to work in your county. This is a war. We're fighting a war. You don't just grab your machine gun and run out and fight the enemy. They'll just blow you out of the water. You need to sit back in that room with a team of level-headed people and make a strategy and do your research and your plan of attack and then execute your plan of attack. It takes strategy. And there are people that love to do that. And I've run into them all over the country, and they're good at it. It's not me, but they're good at it. So you need somebody. And then you need somebody on your team who's an archivist, somebody that can collect and organize your progress and how you're doing, because that's going to be important later. And then, of course, you're going to be getting coaching during this time from resources. And that's why you're here, obviously, getting coaching from Mike and all of us. You're going to make that local plan. Yes, because we already said education keys fixes local. I said that already. I guess I put that in twice, sorry. But anyway, Dan Schultz is going to be on after me, and he's going to talk about the precinct strategy. That's super important. The precinct strategy is awesome. It's been working all over the country. I mentioned it already. All right, step 3, you got to implement the plan. Oh, boy. If you've been in this movement long, you know what I'm about to say. It seems like our biggest obstacle, I cannot even tell you. We form teams, we get going, and they have a divorce. And they fight. And I have a rule. The rule is, if your gun is aimed at the enemy, I'm not shooting at you. okay? But that doesn't mean I'll invite you in the foxhole with me, but I'm not shooting at you. You need to work together. We're in a war, and you need to keep your guns aimed at the enemy. And John Matthews, who's sitting back there, he's a brilliant strategist. He's taught me this. He says, keep the main thing the main thing. Don't divert. So when you got this committee working, stay on task. Don't get distracted. There are other important issues, like, for example, school choice is an important issue, or abortion is an important choice. There are a lot of other issues. Keep those to the side. Stay on task. Keep the main thing the main thing. All you're doing is getting into trouble. And I recommend that you have a small team. At the beginning, I thought, let's get these big teams and go out, canvass the neighborhoods, and we're going to change the world. I was wrong. You only need 10 people and you can change your county at first. Later, you build a big movement, but at first, you only need 10. In fact, at the first several stages, I think 10 is plenty. You can do a lot during that time with just a smaller group, and that also helps you keep the drama down. So that's an important thing I'm teaching right now. The data person's going to be getting data, employing the data tools. You've heard several data tools today, exploring different data strategies. The promoter's going to be selecting dates and booking venues and speakers. You're going to be rekindling the patriotism in our local churches. See, this is a movement you're building, yes? This is a movement. All right. That takes a team. All right, let's see. I think I've already covered this stuff. Here's another big problem people who are looking for fraud have. They start working in the voter rolls, and they're like, wow, these voter rolls are dirty. And they are. Every state, they are dirty, really dirty. And so what happens is people start gathering all the dirt, and they start getting focused on cleaning the voter rolls. Don't do that. Cleaning the voter rolls isn't fraud. Also, Judicial Watch is already doing that for you. They're going around the country suing state after state, county after county. For example, in Los Angeles, they sued Los Angeles and won the lawsuit. They win everywhere they go because they only go to counties where they have more people in the rolls than they have people. It's pretty obvious the rolls are dirty, yeah? And so they win. Los Angeles had to remove 1.2 million people from their voter rolls in February, and within 2 months, the rolls were all full again. 2 weeks, somebody says, the problem isn't that the rolls are dirty. The problem is they're out of your control. When you get them back under your control, then clean them. But right now, let Judicial Watch do it for you. Good guys. All right, do the work. There's a lot of work to do. Urson, I'm going to quote Urson now. We need to reintegrate our civic duties into our normal lifestyle. In December of 2020, I told my wife, honey, I'm going to give up my income for 6 months and save the country. Mike says we're going to have President Trump back in office by August, and then I'll go back to work. Whoa. Was I wrong? But the thing was, I gave up my income. This is all I do now, every day. And I got to tell you, thanks. I'm not asking for a clap. I don't have a mortgage and she works, so I can do this. That doesn't sound good, but it works. Okay. Don't burn yourself out. Not everybody can do what I'm doing. You need to make this part of your regular lifestyle. Okay, and what I've noticed is people get all gung-ho at first and then they just burn themselves out. And over we see that. That's why you need a team, you need a plan, you make a step at a time, you reintegrate your normal lifestyle. You're just doing your civic duties, which is what you were supposed to be doing all along anyway. You're being the government again. So that's super important, doing the work. Your team leaders are going to be meeting in person. I can't stress how important this is, to meet in person with your local officials. Put them on notice. Show them their future. I love this. You show them, this is what we're going to be doing. This is what we're going to be finding. Watch them sweat. Now you have something new to add. By the way, we're going to be detecting all your machines going online in the next election. Put them on notice, right? This is a big deal. And you scare them, but it also gives you credibility. That's important. You continue your training. We don't want you to go knocking on doors willy-nilly. We want you to learn how to do canvassing properly so you don't bring the law down on our backs. You know, before Linda was doing the hand counting stuff, she was one of my top trainers in the country. I was not employing her. I would say, hey, you want to do canvassing? Call Linda Ranch. She's really good at that. The Missouri canvassers did a great job. So you got to get training. You're going to be doing data analysis and test canvassing. Let me talk about this. When you're trying to find fraud, do not send out an army of people. Send out 2 pairs of people at first. Test the water. Dip your toe in the pool before you dive in. Because one of the worst things you can do and the fastest way to kill your movement is to do a big canvassing effort and come back with nothing. You got to make sure your strategy's working. Do some small tests first. That's super important. Two pair of door knockers at first, and some of your inner team, make sure it's working right. Of course, your event promotion and planning people, all this stuff is going on. Sometimes when you find dead people that are voted, there's a lot of work after that. You have to find the death certificate, Ancestry.com, and find a graver. Great ways to find people who have died. It works great, and you can find a lot of there's research to do after you've done canvassing as well. All right, got to build the movement, holding regular events. Inviting local officials, holding private meetings before and after. Typically what I'll do is I'll go in a couple of nights, I'll do evening events in a community or in multiple counties, and then we'll do an all-day training session. I learned that in Wyoming with Patty Jurek over there. You taught me that, wherever you are, Patty, there you are. You taught me that strategy. I've been implementing it everywhere now. In other words, I didn't just sit back one day with my pipe and figure this out. This is you guys teaching me. I've collected it, organized, and I'm teaching it back to you. This is how we're finding fraud everywhere. Okay, we got to create public awareness. Once you're building the movement, now you're beyond the early stages, and you want everybody to know what you're doing. 2 weeks ago, there's a team in San Joaquin, California, amazing team. They've done amazing research, found tons of evidence. In fact, their report was just given publicly on YouTube on August 10th recently. Great team, but they did everything under the radar. Now they're making it a public movement. And one of the first steps they did is they held a big Freedom Fest, and Sharona Bishop hosted it. And then we had Carrie Lake come in to speak, and I came in to speak. And they had a sold-out community event. It was a great event. You got to build community awareness. That's a great idea. Movements are about relationships. This is another big deal. I have learned so much. This is one of the biggest things. You need to meet with each other. You need to break bread together. This is not all online Zoom calls. You have to be together. You don't fight the war over the internet. You need to be with each other. It's so important. Build your relationships. Here I am. I know everybody here practically. All right? Maybe 9 out of 10 of you. You're my buddies for life. You're my foxhole buddies for life. I throw myself on a sword for you. And that's the way we are, right? And we are a movement because of that. That's super important. So you're building the movement. I was suggesting this. Tina Peters, has now been allowed out of the state of Colorado. She just has to give 72 hours notice. This is a great event while you're building your movement. You invite her in, you play the movie selection code, and then you let her talk about what's going on in her life afterwards, and maybe pass the hat to help her pay for her legal expenses. But you get the point where I'm talking about. This is a great event with Tina Peters. That's an awesome one. Okay? Yeah, after that came out, I just couldn't resist showing you this. After that movie came out, New Yorker did a hit piece on us. You can see Mike and Sharona and Tina Peters and me. And they got it right? The bow tie and the bald head. I just don't think my butt's that big. But they're right about this. So the reason I brought it up, though, is I want you to know something. As soon as you start being successful in your community, expect it. There are going to be hit pieces on you, big time. They come out and they're going to say, oh yeah, these people are racist, and these people are they're trying to undermine our elections and whatnot. You can expect that. Be ready for it. So get ready for that. All right. Step number 6, reviewing progress. This is where, after you think you've got all your data together and you're ready to go, to get official validation, invite somebody at a national level, has had a lot of experience, to come in and work with you. I just did this in Texas about a month ago, and 3 counties had done a bunch of canvassing, and I met with them, and they rented a local meeting room for a whole day, and we went over their data, and only about 1/3 of their data were actually fraud. 2/3 of it was illegal. Let me talk about what I mean. There's a difference between an illegal ballot and a fraudulent ballot. For example, let's say I'm an illegal alien and I come in and I get my driver's license and I'm added to the voter roll and I vote. That's not a fraudulent ballot. That's me voting. That's an illegal ballot. let's say I leave a state and move to another state, and I'm too lazy to get registered in the new state, and in my old state there's a 30-day residency requirement. I have to live there within 30 days of the election to vote there. But I'm too lazy, so while I'm living over there, I order an absentee ballot from here and vote from over there. That's an illegal ballot. That's not a fraudulent ballot. It was still me voting. So you have to distinguish between an illegal ballot and a fraudulent ballot. That's a very important distinction. And so that's why you need somebody to come in and look. We made some huge mistakes in the early days. Please don't repeat them. Accept the mistakes. For example, here in Missouri, the team of Missouri canvassers turned in about 250, something in that neighborhood, cases to John Ashcroft. Turns out half of them were people that used to live in Missouri and now live overseas. But Missouri law says if you ever intend to come back, you can vote here the rest of your life. And they don't live here. Does your state have that law? Multiple states I've seen have that law. So you think you found somebody who's moved to another country, they don't live here anymore, they're still voting here, or somebody's sticking a ballot in for them here, and it's not an illegal ballot. If it's them, you have to research it and find them and make sure it's not them voting from overseas, or you need to prove it's somebody else that used their name in the rolls to vote. So that's a big deal. That's why you need reviewing progress. So when you're reviewing progress, that's one of the things we do. We filter out the legal from the fraud. You got to organize your documentation. Keep in mind, and this is another big mistake we made in the early days, we thought we could go out and make these big reports. About a dozen states did this. Really wonderful reports. I've read some from Pennsylvania, from Colorado, from New York, from several states, where somebody did a lot of canvassing work, a lot of energy, a lot of research in the rolls, and then write these big, beautiful reports, and then they make copies. In Montana, a gal named Jane Rechtenwald, she printed 400 copies and spread them. All the legislators got them and everything. Nothing happens when you do that. How do I know? I've seen it dozen times. Don't do that. You're not, when you're organizing your data, you're not trying to prepare a big report or an all-inclusive report. What you want to have is a small pile. And in every one of those sheets of paper, that's a dead person. That's a person who signed an affidavit. Just clear cases of fraud, unassailable. And then what we do is we go meet with your local sheriff. And we bring another sheriff with us. Because Dr. Frank isn't from that community. The sheriff doesn't have to listen to him. You're a local person. They might listen to you. Your sheriff might listen to you. But you bring another sheriff in with you, and they really sit up and listen then. Because your sheriff is the one who can protect your constitutional rights. You go in and you say, look, here's 100 cases of fraud in our county. 100 cases of fraud. 100 of us had our constitutional rights disenfranchised from us. We want you to certify that what we found is real, and we want you to assign a case number to it. Now, you're not asking him to prosecute anybody. He doesn't understand this stuff. You're not asking him to do any research. Just confirm what you found and assign a case number. Why is that important? Because now when you go to the county commissioner meeting every week or every month, however often you have, and you have 3 minutes, you spend your 3 minutes reading in those cases one after another that have been validated by the sheriff or validated by the county clerk or however you got official validation of it. And then the person coming after you reads for 3 minutes all the cases. And you just keep doing that. Every weekly meeting, you're reading into fraud and you're saying, this fraud is happening in our county. We don't accept it anymore. We want to get rid of these electronic systems. We want to control our own elections. We want them back in our own hand. And then they say, oh yeah, but you've only given us 50 cases of fraud. And then you say, yeah, okay. Then that means you and 49 other county officials have to give up your ballots in the next election because that's what you're asking us to do. And that's not okay. Every case of fraud is a case of fraud that is not allowed. But you see where I'm going? And you're building a movement. And when you're not just showing up and saying, well, Mr. Lindell said this, or Dr. Frank said that, or so-and-so said this, when you come in with actual fraud actually happening in your county, that is powerful. Very powerful. And there's no statute of limitations on fraud. Remember, Sidney Powell said, fraud vitiates all former decisions. So if you had a tight election recently and you find more fraud than the margins, you can actually vitiate that election. I'm not encouraging you to do that, but I'm just saying that's a possibility. So if you've got a local person who's unhappy with their election and wants to go down that road, this is a good way to go. So you plan your public strategy like we planned with San Joaquin, going public, and a legal strategy. Now, I'm not necessarily encouraging you to do a legal strategy. I have a love-hate relationship with lawsuits because I do a lot of lawsuits, and we put a lot of evidence in, but as you've seen, they don't always turn out very well. In fact, 99 out of 100 of them don't turn out the way we want. So I don't want you to spend a lot of your resources and energy on planning for a legal strategy at this point. At this point, I mean, we didn't need a lawsuit in Shasta County. All we needed was actual fraud and start pressuring the people on the commissioner's board that there's fraud in there and we want to make a change. And so you see the point there. And so please consult with us on this. You need unassailable cases of fraud. And of course, that's how we won in Los Angeles. LA Times talked about it. Don't you love the way the media reports this? Public tirades, recall threats as Shasta County roils from decision to dump voting machines. I just want to stress something. I've been in a lot of counties, and the counties that are winning are not the ones that I went in and gave some rip-tearing speech, rip-roaring speech and made everybody all whipped up. The counties where we're winning is where we've got locals that have formed good teams and they have implemented a good strategy. That's where we're winning. It's not about me. I'm a good catalyst. It's about you. Are you making a good team and are you implementing a good plan and fighting a good war? That's what it's about. All right, so that's what that's about. Local empowerment, you've got validation by local officials. You've got the sheriff validation and participation. In a lot of states, you have strong sheriffs. Not every state, but sheriffs have a lot of power. And so we like to bring in the CSPOA, that Sheriff Mack's organization. Mike featured them at the conference last year. You bring in Sheriff Mack. You bring in other good sheriffs. It helps to stiffen up the spine of your local sheriff. And of course you're creating public awareness. But in the end, what does it all depend on? You gotta have stones. You gotta be willing to stand up. Yeah, and when you do, you build a movement. And what is that movement? The children of Israel chased the Philistines out of the land. And that's what we're looking for, yes? Good, thank you. So I'm just gonna pray and then I'm gonna invite Dan Schultz up here. I'm gonna pray. Heavenly Father, please forgive us for our apathy and our depravity, and for squandering your amazing gift of America. Empower us with your Spirit to reclaim the country that chose you. Kyrie eleison, Lord have mercy. And that's it. Thank you. And Dan, where are you up there, Dan? Dan Schultz? There he is. Dan Schultz is going to talk to us about the precinct strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. So, of course, we didn't have a dry run, so I got to kind of look at this monitor and look at my slides. So, yeah, my slides up there. Terrific. So, I'm Dan Schultz. I started the precinct committeeman strategy. I started in 2009. I've got about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go kind of fast. But that's what my site looks like. So if you go to precinctstrategy.com, that's what you're going to see. At the top, there's 3 buttons. First button says, watch the 1-minute promo video that explains the precinct committeeman strategy in a minute. It's not difficult. I learned it in 7th grade civics back in 1968 and 1969, which tells you how ancient I am. Second button, connect with other conservatives in your state. I'm going to show you that in a few slides. It's a communications and collaboration platform that Robert Beadles, he gave the Nevada talk. He interviewed me in a podcast after he saw me on War Room, and I told him, I said, the RNC doesn't give us a communications and collaboration platform for precinct committee. And he goes, really? And I go, yeah. He goes, well, I can build that for you. And I said, hey, that's cool. How much would that cost? And he goes, I'll do it for free. And I went, that's a really good price. And in 6 weeks, it was up and running, and it's just been revamped, and I'm going to show you some screenshots from that. Third button is another election integrity tool called Votify Now. It's an app, and click on that button. It'll take you to the site, and you can learn about it. It's been operating for about 2 years now. So, and then just scroll down on my site. There's a tutorial video link for the communications and collaboration platform, and there's a link to saveyourrepublic.org if you want to become a poll worker. But I want you to I'm out here to recruit all of you to save the republic, and I'm going to teach you how to do that. So this is my last slide, but it's also my first slide after the one I just showed you. Because I got to cut to the chase. I have a 3-step strategy for saving the Republic. Step 1, pray. I recommend 2 Chronicles 7:14. I'm not going to read it for time right now. Step 2, recruit precinct committeemen. Step 3, repeat. Pray, recruit, repeat. And that's what I've been doing since 2009. So I was reading this biography about Douglas MacArthur, an alumnus of mine. And he was asked right before Pearl Harbor was invaded by a journalist, tell us what what causes you to fail in war? Because you've heard people say, we're in a war, and we're in a political war. And he said, 2 words sums it up, too late. Too late in comprehending the deadly purpose of a potential enemy. In realizing the mortal danger, in preparedness, in uniting all possible forces for resistance, and standing with one's friends. Folks, it's getting late, okay? And I'm going to try to recruit every single one of you who is not already in the party to become one. Because the Republican Party is just an organizational tool. I don't love the party. I love the fact that it's an organizational tool, and it's ours. So, coincidentally, Michael Luttig, I saw him on a CNN interview on August 9th, state there is no Republican Party, and he's right, and I'm going to show you why. He said, American democracy simply cannot function without 2 equally healthy and equally strong political parties. So today, in my view, there is no Republican Party to counter the Democratic Party in the country. And in a sense, he's right. And for that reason, American democracy is in grave peril, and he's right about that. Then he gave a definition of a political party. It's a collection and assemblage of individuals who share a set of beliefs and principles and policy views about the United States of America. That's a good definition. And then he said, today there's no such shared set of beliefs and values and principles or even policy views as within the Republican Party for America. Well, he's wrong about that because we have a great party platform. A great party platform. The problem is we're not electing very good Republicans, and they don't follow it. So then he said, until or unless the Republican Party can pull itself together into a credible Republican political party, we simply don't have 2 competing parties in America. And he's right about that, and I'm going to show you that. But see, he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to a CNN audience full of anti-Trump Republicans. And so think about this. What if they do what I'm about to tell you? So what is the Republican Party? Well, it's not a building, it's not a pile of money, and it's not the elected Republican office holders. So remember the movie Soylent Green? The Republican Party is people. It's people. And that's what it is. It's a collection of people, like he defined it. So precinct committeemen are the Republican Party. And half of the slots are vacant, more than half. And the current RNC hopes, and I'm going to explain this to you, hopes you never figure this out. So that's why I'm telling you. So one of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics, this is Plato, eons ago, is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. Well, think of the yin-yangs that we have in the U.S. House and the U.S. Senate. Just think of those Republicans that we have. They're atrocious. Well, whose fault is that? It's ours. Okay? So this is the Republican Party right now and how it's been since 2008. I got involved in 2007, and this hasn't changed. There's about 400,000 slots. 200,000 are filled or thereabouts. Half are moderates, half are conservatives, so they're at war with one another. But there's been 200,000 vacancies since 2008. Now look what happens when you fill up all those vacancies. The party gets doubled in size. It goes to a 75% voting majority. And then we run it. And the moderates, they'll all quit and go home. So see the difference? Half strength, ideologically split currently. Full strength, 75% at least majority. We can make that happen, but you have to do it. You have to do it. So will you make a difference? Because the missing ingredient in the precinct committeeman strategy is we don't have enough conservatives in our party. And I want it to look like this, a line out the door. A line out the door every month of conservatives going to volunteer to fill a vacant precinct committeeman slot. So here's another way to look at it. Here's the problem. Up at the top are the precinct committeemen. The precinct committeemen are the party. They elect everybody in the party. No precinct committeeman, no party. Right now, with that 50-50 split at the local level, the county level, the state level, and all the way to the RNC, there's a split. Well, look what happens when we fill up those 200,000 vacancies. Now, when we elect the officers for the local committees, the county committees, the state committee, all the way up to the RNC, we can get somebody like Mike Lindell elected to be the RNC chairman. You want to make that happen? I do. So see the difference? On the left, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, mishmash. On the right, solidly red all the way up to the RNC. We got to make this happen. Okay? So precinct committeemen, powers versus voters. And my eyes are bad, so I can't see that, so I'm going to turn this way. Precinct committeemen elect all the party chairs directly, or the electors of the chairs. They elect the electors of state convention delegates. I've been a state convention delegate. I voted for myself to be a state convention delegate. They elect the electors of the state party's 3 RNC members. Precinct committeemen elect those electors. If you're just a voter, you don't get to do that. They get access to the party's Get Out the Vote software. It's clunky, it's not very good, but at least you get access to it for your precinct. And then you elect those who write the party platform, because you elect the state convention delegates, elect the national convention delegates write the platform. So if you're a right-to-lifer, for example, or pro-Second Amendment, do you want our platform getting watered down? I don't. So you got to get into the party. Okay, so here's the goal. You've heard it hour after hour. Hand-counted paper ballots, no machines, mailed ballots, only for military and invalids, small precincts, one-day election, and of course, voter ID, right? How do we get there? Well, let's work backwards from the goal. This is how I think. I'm a trial lawyer, and I was an Army intel officer, and I'm a West Pointer. You set the goal, and then you work backwards from it. So, moving to the left. In order to get that, we have to elect state legislators, because only the state legislators can pass those necessary laws, and governors. So how do we do that? Move to the left. They have to win the primary. You know what turnout was for Kevin McCarthy's primary? 30%. He could have been taken out if Republicans had turned out, but they didn't. Good Republicans, but they didn't. And that's the way it is in all the primaries. They have to win the primary and the general election. America Firsters have to be those winners. To the left, well, how do you do that? You have to much greater turnout of America First voters. Okay, how do you do that? You fill every Republican precinct committeeman position with an America Firster, and then you boost the turnout of the conservatives in your voting precinct. And I've done it for a candidate. My candidate in 2016 for a state legislative race, his last name was Schmuck. Seriously. And we won in a landslide using the precinct committeeman strategy. The other guy didn't even see us coming. So will you make a difference again? So here's what's not found at GOP.com. Go to GOP.com and see if you can find why and how to become a voting member of one's local Republican committee. See if there's anything on there about how to find your local committee, and see if there's a communications and collaboration platform. You won't find it. And they don't even have a search window for their website. That's how pathetic their website is. The establishment Republican members of the Uniparty, they hope you will stay out of their party. Have you ever gotten a letter from the RNC or your state party saying, hey, there's a vacancy in your precinct, why don't you fill it? You're never going to get that letter, okay? So my site has why and how. First paragraph on my site, if you scroll down from where that is right there, explains why and how to become a voting member of your local committee. And then I have step-by-step directions on how to find your local committee. And then I have a state information page, helpful links, lots of great information. You scroll down, there's videos, okay? And then there's also this. This is the home page of the site that Robert Beadles built for us. That's the tutorial video in the main feed. This is what you're going to see once you sign up for it, okay? 11-minute tutorial video. It's an easy-to-use site. It's much easier than it used to be. It's terrific. And then if you go into the rooms, you can set up private chat rooms or public chat rooms. So this is a room, and off on the right it shows how many files there are. So let's see, there's 43 photos in this public room, 1 video, 7 documents, 1 audio clip, 48 links, and 6, is it GIF or GIF? I don't know. But anyways, and then I changed the view so you could see members. You can change the color scheme to however you like it. We have 15,000, now we have 15,700 something users. Usernames, state, you can search by state, you can search by county. And then you can reach out to people in your county and then set up chat rooms and start getting organized and united. So to summarize, there's the RNC website versus precinct strategy. Why and how to become a precinct committeeman? Nope, not on the RNC site, but it is on mine. How to find your local committee? Nope, not on the RNC site. Online communications and collaboration platform? Nope. Surprise, right? They don't want us. And why don't these people who ought to be recruiting us recruit us? Well, because the incumbent office holders, they like everything to stay just the same. If they go home and recruit conservatives, if they're a conservative, that's the conservative candidates generally. They don't want to do it because if they recruit conservatives and then some other conservative gets in the race for the primary, those people that they recruited might vote for that other person, so they don't do it. And then the RNC officers and the county officers, most of them won't recruit. Now, there are exceptions. My county chair, I think, is in the room. He recruits because he's one of us. See, the conservatives will in the party will recruit. They want your time, they want your money, they want your sweat equity, walk precincts and all that, but they won't spill the beans about getting into the party. But so I don't blame them, and I'm not going to get mad about it. I want to get even. I want to recruit all of you to become a precinct committeeman. Let's save the republic, okay? So here's the key. America First Americans have to take over the Republican Party. And it's our organizational tool for achieving our political goals. Period. End of story. So here's the power chart for Arizona. Registered voters, they elect the precinct committeeman, 1 for every 125 registered voters in a precinct. Follow that blue arrow, that first one. The precinct committeemen every 4 years elect the state convention delegates who elect the national committeeman and the national committeewoman and the national convention delegates. The voters don't get to do that. And then the other arrow shows how they elect legislative district committee chairs, the county chairs, and state committeemen, 1 for every 3. Now, every state's unique. This is how it works in Arizona. And then the state committeemen elect the state chair. So we elect indirectly, precinct committeemen elect indirectly the 3 members of the RNC. That's real political power. So again, will you make a difference? So I'm almost done. Most of the next few slides are easy ones. This is Valley Forge in the winter. I'm not asking you to go to Valley Forge for the winter. I'm asking for 3 hours a month of your time. Half hour to drive to a meeting, 2-hour meeting, half hour to drive home. That's it. That's a start. 3 hours a month. You can do it. I want you to be a new American hero. This is that famous Norman Rockwell painting. Everybody in that room, except the guy standing up, is white collar. This is a blue collar guy. You can be this guy, okay? This is my book. I got about 25 copies left over in the hospitality room. They're selling like hotcakes. And it's short and it's to the point, and you can also order it from my website. Yeah, she's got my book. Yay, woohoo! This is the goal. Every precinct committeeman, this is why I'm here. I want every precinct committeeman slot in the Republican Party to get filled by a conservative, and that means that those of you who aren't. So, now, those who are precinct committeemen, please stand up. Okay, keep standing, keep standing. If you're not standing, eyeball one of these people. That is your new friend for the rest of the day. When I'm done talking at a break, I want you to talk to that person and ask them, is this guy full of you-know-what, or should I become a precinct committeeman, okay? And then ask him how to do it, okay? Donald Trump wants you to become a precinct committeeman. You can sit down now, thank you. Donald Trump wants you to become a precinct committeeman, okay? He endorsed the precinct strategy on February 27th, and that's at my website. And I may be out of time, so I'm racing here. I want you to change the world. I want you to become a precinct committeeman. I can't figure out the clock here, but when I'm done, I'll walk off the stage. So, another meme a friend of mine in Georgia put together. Precinct committeemen swallowing up the existing RNC. That's what we've got to do. So, I always say this at the end of every talk I give. There's no guarantee. I can't guarantee you that if we fill up all the vacant precinct committeeman slots that we're going to save the republic. I can't guarantee you that. But I've studied communism. I got paid to study it. We're going through a soft coup right now. Remember, we're in a war. And I guarantee you that if we don't take that first step, if we don't get control of the Republican Party, because it's not Donald Trump's party, it's the RNC's party, and the state committee's party. And they're stabbing him in the back, and they've been doing it since 2015. I guarantee you, if we don't first take over the Republican Party, we're going to lose the republic. So, back to this slide. Don't let it be too late. Our army is our party. Don't let it be too late. And if anybody wants this PowerPoint, just go to my site, precinctstrategy.com, hit the contact button, send me an email, and I'll send you the PowerPoint. You can extract the slides and use them for whatever you want. And again, I'm going back to the first slide. My 3-step strategy for saving the republic. Number 1, pray. 2, recruit America First Precinct Committeemen. Step 3, repeat. Hashtag become a Trump Precinct Committeeman. He wants you to do that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Patrick Kolbeck.
Thanks. What do you guys think? And then we can play that song, I'm Still Standing. Yeah. All right, guys. One more obstacle that we need to have addressed. Actually, 2 obstacles. The other obstacle is that my clicker isn't moving forward on the slides. There we go. Well, okay, 5 obstacles. So, guys, our goal here to implement the plan is expose that big lie that these machines are not connected to the internet, and we want to use that opportunity to remove these machines. I mean, that's the basic theme of everything we're trying to do. But every time we try to go off and promote that approach, because we've been doing this for almost 3 years, right? We've been going off and highlighting that there's problems with the machines. Now, before November 3rd, 2020, there were a lot of other folks saying the same thing, right? Things didn't change on November 3rd, 2020 from the fact that these machines had vulnerabilities associated with them. That didn't change at all. What changed was controlling the information. You remember that Tucker Carlson clip from his first Twitter Space episode? In that Twitter Space episode, Tucker highlighted how the media chooses what you get to see and what you don't get to see. They choose what information is going to be promoted and which information is going to be quiet. It's going to be very interesting to see how they react to everything that Mike has put out on the plan this weekend, don't you think? You guys are part of our solution to this obstacle around misinformation and disinformation. We are much more powerful than we realize at times. And the key is we got to go off and mobilize and get organized, and that's exactly what we're trying to do over these last 2 days. So you guys are troopers sitting through this for so long here. It's death by PowerPoint, but in some respects, I think it's life by PowerPoint, because there's a lot of information shared by all these speakers that I hope you take to heart, and then we can make a big difference with. All right, so let's get, man, this is, I think our battery is kind of, it's not only my battery that's low on energy now. There we go. All right, so when it comes to misinformation, disinformation, let's review the problem a little bit, shall we? And I think there's this little video that characterizes the problem better than I ever could.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish the same fake stories without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I don't know about you, but it kind of seems like they're coordinated on that, doesn't it? It kind of seems like they're all given the same talking points from somewhere, doesn't it? I find that kind of strange. And so if we feel like we're dealing with this avalanche of folks that are just pushing the people that they're saying are pushing, that are accusing us of providing misinformation, disinformation, I don't know about you guys, but it certainly seems like they're the ones that are guilty of that, doesn't it? And I'll tell you, here's an old political adage, that if somebody's telling a falsehood, if somebody's making a fool out of themselves, you just get out of the way and let them talk. And as long as you've got the opportunity for two-way discussion, they're going to expose themselves. You're going to go off and discern what the truth is. There's a reason why they want to shut us down. There's a reason why they're messing around with our internet connections out here. There's a reason why they're trying to deplatform Mike on all these stations. There's a reason why they cut off the mic whenever he talks about election fraud. It's because they can't handle the truth. And here's the fundamental problem with this concept of misinformation and disinformation. What happens when our government is going off and censoring one of these viewpoints so that they're actually preventing the discovery of their malfeasance? What if they use their bully platform to actually abridge our fundamental First Amendment right to free speech? That's what we're facing right now. And so that's why we've had a lot of discussion today about tools like frank speech and frank social. We have to go around that narrative, and it's pretty significant. And anybody who's posted anything on Facebook, I think that's the most heavily censored platform that's out there right now, because they got this army of fact checkers like this. Just a quick snippet of some of their fact checks, if you will. Usually when they fact check, they don't even quote what somebody actually said. They just try to do a keyword on it and then try to make it seem like they said something that they didn't say. But even when they do quote the full context of it, they lie. You guys, I'm sure each and every one of us here has a short list of all the misinformation, disinformation, fact checks that have been put up against our posts. There's stuff that I've been the firsthand eyewitness to, and I've seen the media reports on it or the fact checks associated with it, and it's a complete lie and fabrication because I saw it myself, and they're lying about it. So how do you get around that? It's so frustrating. You know what it sounds like? How many of you guys have read 1984 by George Orwell? Well, if you haven't read it in a while, please do so again. And by the way, don't watch any of the movies. Read the actual book, because then it's primarily a thought twister, if you will. You got to actually get in that mindset. And I'll tell you right now, in America, it feels like the ministry of truth is alive and well, doesn't it? I like what Rasmussen Report said, though. Here's the modern day equivalent of George Orwell's famous statement. No evidence means there's a huge pile of evidence. Conspiracy theory means that's a cold stone truth. Baseless claims equal legitimate concerns. Election denier means you reasonably suspect election fraud. And election denier fringe is now the majority of voters. That's what's happening now. That's the battle we're facing. And you know, Biden actually tried to establish this ministry of truth. You guys remember Nina Jankowicz? They actually tried to infringe our First Amendment right to free speech in Joe Biden's administration with this little stealth deployment of Nina Jankowicz. Thankfully, we had a bunch of alert patriots that were out there and highlighted what she planned on doing and what her background was. I mean, some of the stuff this lady was talking about, the stuff that she wanted to the stuff she was talking about in the exercise of her free speech was not in mainstream American thought. Yet, you know, she's got every right to go off and say it, but now she's trying to make sure that we can't say what we need to say. The good news is she submitted a resignation letter back in May of 2022. So that's a win for each and every one of us in this room. But it didn't spell the end of the attempt to implement the ministry of truth in America. There's a variety of documents, either at the federal level or even at the state level, that have been designed to control the flow of information. There's been policy paper after policy paper, white paper after white paper, organization after organization, designed to make sure that speech that they don't want to hear is not heard, culminating in an organization called the Election Integrity Partnership. How many of you guys have heard of this organization? All right, I think it's a really important organization to highlight for a variety of reasons. You may recall from one of my earlier talks that my passion is tracking that vote tally chain of custody. And that focus of mine led me to discover an organization called the Center for Internet Security. You guys remember that? That Center for Internet Security is pulling in election data from all 50 states into a data center as a trusted intermediary for all their internet traffic. As it turns out, EIP's been involved in some congressional investigations, and they found out a lot more information. This Election Integrity Partnership is tied in with quite a few, let's just say, progressive organizations, if you will. They're part of an organization called the Election Integrity Isaac Center. Remember, that's what Center for Internet Security was charged with going off and pulling together. This is actually a diagram from their document for the Election Integrity Partnership. And I want you to really take a close look at who they're communicating with to come up with their misinformation, disinformation policy. There's 4 basic stakeholder groups. First, federal government. And I really want to highlight that EI Isaac Center. So here's the important takeaway on it. The same organization that is at the nerve center of access to all of our sensitive election records, the Center for Internet Security, and under the auspices of the EI Isaac Center, is also the organization that's front row and center in the controlling of our free speech. You guys get the significance of that? And you know now why they called it the Albert Censor? That's the pinnacle of their arrogance, is that they think they can tell us what we can talk about and what we can't talk about. They're going to tell us what the truth is, and we're just going to have to sit down and swallow it. That's what these guys are trying to do. That's the attitude that they're pushing. And look at their little stakeholders in government. We've got Mr. Chris Krebs, Most Secure Election in History Organization, CISA. And then we've also got GEC. How many people know what GEC stands for? I didn't either. I looked it up. It's Global Engagement Council. You know who's in charge of that? Our Secretary of State, U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. Why is that important? You remember the biggest disinformation story of the 2020 election, which was that the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. Guess who's the one who coordinated that memo? Anthony Blinken. And now what is he doing? He's serving at the head of our Secretary of State. Nice little quid pro quo there, don't you think? And look else, who else they have up there? A bunch of what they call civil society organizations. Obviously, the folks in this room are not included in that civil society. I don't see the Election Crime Bureau up there, for example. They've got AARP, NAACP. They've got federal government powerhouse or professional contractor organization called MITRE. They were a competitor to the organization I used to work with that had federal contracts. And also those conservative bastions known as our university system, like Harvard and Stanford. Those are what they consider civil society. These are the people that are helping them craft the messaging around their misinformation, disinformation campaign. And then we get into the platforms that they're dealing with, because it's not only is the government involved, not only is the civil society organizations involved, but they are communicating with Facebook, with Twitter, with Google on all their search returns, with TikTok, pretty much all the major social media platforms. So you wonder where you get all those fact check stuff come from? Guess what it comes from? They have a whole incident management process that's out there. And oh, by the way, remember our little video montage of our friends in the media, all getting the same talking points? Guess who else the Election Integrity Partnership communicates with? The media, the traditional media outlets. So there's a little bit of an issue here. You see how there's actually this is a conspiracy, right? They call us conspiracy theorists. Well, they're pretty bold about it. They just throw it out on a public document and let everybody go off and look at it, but they're so confident that they'll be able to throttle any discussion around this that we won't be able to talk about it, and we'll just sit and take it like a good American, right? I don't know about you guys, but I'm sick and tired of my First Amendment right being infringed upon. So this is actually their documented incident management process in that Election Integrity Partnership. And when I talk about an incident, here's an example of an incident. Mike Lindell says the machines are connected to the internet. And now all of a sudden that gets routed through that pachinko game of an organization with all those four stakeholders, and they try to come up with their best messaging against that incident. And then they blast it out to all their quote-unquote fact checkers out on Facebook and Twitter, and also to the media. And that's where you get their incident response team. Do you guys get how this works? It's like a IT help center with a bunch of help tickets, except in this case, it's a bunch of lies. And it's like, all right, somebody's telling the truth over here. We got to squash it. Let's go off and figure out a good lie that we can use to dupe the majority of Americans that aren't doing their homework and doing their research. That's what this is all about. And I was talking to Millie Weaver earlier today. I don't know if Millie's still here, but if you get a chance, please go to millennialmillie.com. She's got some fantastic videos and documentaries regarding the truth about what happened in the 2020 election. In particular, there's one set of Zoom calls that I talk about all the time when I'm back on the road talking about election fraud. And it's an actual Zoom call held between members of what's called the Sunrise Movement and Shut Down DC and a bunch of other progressive organizations that is composed of, in this Zoom call, of a bunch of current federal employees or federal contractors. And what they are talking about is how to storm government buildings, how to take them out, figuring out who's going to break the windows on these government buildings and get inside and storm them. They're talking about how to create a social crisis. They've got a tactical map of where all the police stations are. Sure sounds like they're planning an insurrection, doesn't it? Yet this was before January 6th. This was before November 3rd, 2020. And this information was actually shared with the FBI before the election. How many of you guys heard about this? Yeah, there's just a few of them. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting to the point now when I hear a news story and it comes out immediately, I make sure I got a Control-S twitch so that I save that information as soon as possible because I never know where I'll find it again. Because their misinformation, disinformation campaign is so effective right now because of their ties with all these organizations. Well, the reason I bring this up is that through the Twitter files provided by Elon Musk, hooray to Elon Musk for taking over Twitter here. How about a round of applause for him? When he released the Twitter files, they had a list of all their top incidents, if you will. And guess what was one of the top incidents that they showed? Those Zoom calls. Those Zoom calls were unaltered. Those were those federal contractors and federal employees and members of quote-unquote civil society planning an insurrection. That should have been known to all the public. Everybody should have known about that. Yet they included it, and it's number 8 on our list. You see sunrise Zoom calls here? It's tough to zoom in on the Zoom here, but anyway. Sunrise Zoom calls was one of the specific incidents that they wanted to go off and discredit. Oops. Here's a zoom on the Zoom call. They said, here's their response. They said this incident centered on misleading edited video footage that claimed to show federal employees conspiring with left-leaning environmental activist organization Sunrise Movement. By the way, they're the same ones that protested all the Supreme Court justices' homes, to organize a coup and leak information and shut down Washington, D.C. You know what? I think everybody in this room and everybody in America should be allowed to look at that information for themselves and see if it tells the story of a left-leaning organization going off and plotting a coup against the United States, don't you? I don't think that should have been censored. I think people should be able to make up their own mind because these people were deliberately talking about creating a social crisis and being the architects of that social crisis. That is an insurrection. That is treason. And they need to be held accountable. But you know what? Because of the misinformation, disinformation campaign that's being orchestrated by the Election Integrity Partnership in partnership with their folks out at the Center for Internet Security and the E.I. Isaac Center, that information got squelched. But you can still see it at millennialmillie.com, and I encourage you to go out there and check it out. There's one called the Election Night Coup d'etat. Has a lot of information on it. They got another one on election simulation. They got another one on PSYOPs. She's got a lot of good footage, a lot of good background information. I encourage you to check into that and check it out. So that's the type of information they don't want us to hear. And I'm telling you, those are the people that should be behind bars right now, not the folks that are currently behind bars for January 6th. So there are some really good media outlets that are out there that are providing good information, and one of them is Epic Times. And I want to give them a kudos. In particular, I used to post a recent story by a gentleman by the name of Roman Balmakov. How many of you guys ever watch Roman with Facts Matter? I tell you, constantly looking for examples of good journalists, ones that provide the whole context of every story. He's one of them. He goes out and frames it, says, here's what they said, here's what the other side said, here's the supporting documents, make up your own mind. What a concept. That's called being a reporter. I used it to shame some of the quote-unquote reporters back in my hometown that I finally had to issue cease and desist letters for their putting misinformation that was designed to be maliciously defamatory and hurt my family. Just like they're doing to Mike on a regular basis, just like they're doing to many of you in this audience, just like they're doing to many of the people that are online right now. If you speak out about election fraud, they will try to take you out. And actually, some of the materials in that Zoom call has these conspirators actually doing a simulation of what happens in the election should Donald Trump win or protest the election. And they specifically went out and said, we're going to go off and cut them off financially. We're going to use our connections in the media to make sure that they never get a chance to talk about what they saw. And guess what's happened? We've had Lou Dobbs taken off the air, #1 personality of Fox Business. We've had Tucker Carlson taken off the air at Fox News. Kind of seems like they're executing their plan, doesn't it? Well, thank God for Elon Musk. He called it like it is. And that's the power of having a platform like we're building with Frank's Speech and with Frank's Social to get the word out. Elon Musk is able to use Twitter to go off and say, listen, you put out a propaganda platform because of all the information that they use. They saw the federal government using social media platform to control the flow of information. A direct infringement upon the First Amendment rights of every single American. And I would submit that that costs lives when you look at what happened in COVID. All right, so I'm going to do, just to rehash on this, we could play the next video, please.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling irresponsible, one-sided news stories
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
Actually, cut that video if you could. The whole reason of putting that up there, everybody, was now do you get a better idea where they're getting their talking points? They're not shy about telling us what they're doing. There's pure arrogance out there. I mean, after all, they called their censor the Albert censor. How much more arrogant does it get? All right? They look at us as useless eaters. They really do. It's so tiring. And I, for one, am tired of it. How about you guys? So, how do we get around these guys? Here's what I would submit. There's a lot of folks that have done some hard work already on some of the predecessors to fighting an information war, and that's what we're in, right? We're in an information war. And so one of the first things you need to do in an information war, I would submit, is get informed. You got to collect information. You got to go off and study the election processes. You guys have gotten a lot of that tonight, right? Or today, the last couple days. But most of the people that are in this room, you guys have been doing this for a long time already. We've had a lot of experts that have been sharing what they've been doing. That information's already out there. I know it was the first thing that I did when I started serving as vice chair of the Election and Government Reform Committee in the Michigan Senate, is that in pure geek engineering mode, I diagrammed out all the election processes, everything from voter registration to what happens during a recount to how do you certify the vote. So that gives you a little bit of background knowledge so you can talk intelligently on specific issues. And for me, I wanted to understand it because when bills came up to modify our election system, I wanted to know how it impacted it. So the other thing you can do as a regular citizen to go off and study our election system is to submit FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests. And in cases where you're dealing with this growing number of non-government organizations, which you can't issue a FOIA request for their information, like Center for Internet Security, then you've got to start asking your legislators, both here at the state level and also at the federal level, to start issuing subpoenas for these folks, or leverage the subpoena authority you'll get through a lawsuit and through discovery. So there's a variety of opportunities there. Then the next thing you need to do is go off and analyze the information that you have. And I'll tell you, that's tough. When I came out of the 2020 election, I got pummeled with information and evidence. The more I started talking about election fraud, the more I have these meddling kids from all over the country share me all that information. And just so you guys know, whenever I say meddling kids, you guys know what I'm talking about? Scooby-Doo, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for meddling kids. You know, that's at the end of all those episodes. For me, that's just perfect analogy for all the folks like yourself that are out here still fighting this when we're told not to interfere. All right, then we get into the next part here, which is getting into sharing information. So let's delve into that just a little bit, shall we? And before we do, this kind of frames everything we're dealing with, doesn't it? We know they're lying. They know they're lying. They know that we know that they are lying. We know that they know that we know that they know that they are lying. And still, they continue to lie. Solzhenitsyn was saying this in the good old Gulag Archipelago. This is under communist Russia. Doesn't it seem like that is kind of set up station here in America right now? This is not the America I grew up in. I've been blessed to travel. I was actually overseas. I was actually in Russia at the time, right before Russian Federation came into effect, because I was working on the space station. And we were trying to work with the Russians to integrate their hardware with the American hardware. And so I was sent over on a couple trips over there as part of the delegation. And you got to experience what it's like living under a totalitarian government. I was also in East Germany at the time of reunification. And I saw startling difference between how the East Germans lived and how the West Germans lived. And I'll tell you, I don't want to go there. And we're headed there. But we've got a plan to get around that. All right? And I want you to understand that the tools that we're talking about in context of this plan that Mike has put together are making a difference. And here's the key formula from an engineer perspective, and it's done in a word puzzle. As our voices get bigger, our wins are going to get bigger. How many of you guys have seen this Rasmussen poll that came out recently, about 3 months ago, I think, roughly? Despite that constant diatribe that we've been treated to that says the 2020 elections were the most secure in American history. You guys remember that? Have you heard that anywhere in the media? You know, along with the threat to our democracy. So despite that mantra being pushed by the Ministry of Truth, whether it's an official organization of the federal government or whether or not it's this consortium of stakeholders on the Election Integrity Partnership, it's got the same effect. Despite them doing all that, 62% of Americans understand that the 2020 election was likely impacted by election fraud. That's a big number. How does that happen? That happens because of what you are doing here tonight. That happens what you've been doing up until tonight. That happens because you are getting out and going around their little Ministry of Information censorship blanket, and you're talking to people directly. And now we've got the tools to go off and do it. And by the way, that number, that 62% number, includes 45% of Democrats. And I'm telling you right now, if you want somebody who understands election fraud, talk to a Bernie Sanders supporter. All right, so as we wrap up here, this is one of my favorite questions. Yeah, what's the difference between conspiracy theory and conspiracy fact? I used to say 6 months. That used to be my answer until it's pretty evident. You guys remember this story on Koenig? They were blasting True the Vote, Catherine Engelbrecht and Greg Phillips. By the way, give them a big round of applause. Those guys. Remember how New York Times put out an article blasting them for targeting a poor little company called Koenig, which is based in my home state of Michigan, out in East Lansing, Michigan, because they were accusing them of sharing information with the Chinese government that was sensitive to elections. It was all on poll worker data, and they found it on Chinese servers. And they reported it to the FBI and said, hey, we need to look into this. And remember, I used to think going to the FBI and getting them involved was a really good thing. Now they're just a cleaner outfit to cover up stuff. Well, guess what happened the next day after that story came out in the New York Times? Oops, same guy. And now he has to report on the fact that the person that he said wasn't guilty of anything was actually just arrested by the FBI for the same charges that Catherine and Greg asserted that he had done. So it used to be 6 months. Now I think our timeline's down to 1 day. And I think with the tools we're deploying here in context of the plan, we can shorten that down to a matter of minutes, don't you think? We got to, as our voice gets bigger, our wins are going to get bigger. We still got a long way to go, though. And everybody's frustrated by us and what's going on in the court system sometimes. But I'm telling you, when we win in the court of public opinion, we are going to win across the board in the courts. And I'm telling you, we don't even need that right now. Remember, Jocelyn Benson, Michigan Secretary of State, found guilty of violating the law in 5 separate court cases already. So we are winning on the truth. We're just not getting the consequences. But I'll tell you, we'll get the consequences too as our voices get bigger. So I wish I could say that everything gets rosier before it gets darker, but I'm afraid storm clouds are on the horizon, folks. We all know this. There's a lot of folks that are going to be pushing this misinformation. You think they're just going to give up once we expose them? You think they're going to give up when we show that all these machines are connected to the internet? You think they're going to give up? No, they're going to fight back. But you know what? We're going to have the truth. And they're not going to be able to fight back on that truth because more and more people are going to see it. They're going to see through it. And that 62% is going to seem like our low water mark on the people that believe that the outcome of the election was impacted by fraud. I'm telling you, we got a bright horizon from my perspective. And the key to that bright horizon is to stay rooted in the truth. I don't know how many of you guys ever heard a song by a group called I Am They. It's called My Feet Are on the Rock. And if you want to wonder what keeps me and my wife going and what keeps many of the folks in this room going throughout all these storms of misinformation, character assassination, and fake indictments and fake garbage like that, what keeps me solid, what keeps me focused with my eye on the prize is that my feet are on the rock. And I got news for the bad guys. I am not alone. Thank you guys, everybody. God bless you all. And we're going to have a video now on the big lie and the plan on getting rid of the big lie. God bless everybody. Knock them alive.
Do you swear to tell the truth or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Voting systems are, by design, meant to be used as closed systems that are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet.
Colorado is considered one, if not the safest state in the nation to cast a ballot. None of our voting equipment is connected to the internet.
So, as Secretary Griswold pointed out, voting machines are not connected to the internet for a reason.
On election day in a precinct, are your machines hooked up to the internet?
No, not by any stretch. We go through a number of certifications, government certifications, and the first one is at a federal level. So those standards mandate that election systems, such as ours, are designed to work in a closed system, air-gapped, no internet.
Why would you want to get rid of the machine?
Nobody trusts them. They're tied to the internet, and they work hacked.
Well, ma'am, they're not tied to the internet.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
What is the vehicle for the transmission from the ICP? Is it cellular modem versus VPN?
It is a cellular modem that can be configured in a VPN. Right?
Yeah.
Well, ma'am, they're not tied to the internet.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
Currently in Chicago and Cook County, we work with Verizon to secure that network.
What wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have?
We support a variety.
Well, ma'am, they're not tied to the internet.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
They are.
When people talk about certain things, they're undermining our credibility. As an example, in the state of Wisconsin, the voting machines do not connect to the internet.
Oh, yes, they do.
They do.
Okay?
Yeah.
Absolutely. They do not.
The voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Local election officials, though, they say really a cyber attack's unlikely. Georgia's voting machines are not even connected to the internet.
That it's really hard to
It's almost impossible to hack that machine.
In most cases, voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I have seen concerns raised that even if voting machines are not connected to the internet, that if they have the capability to connect to the internet, they may be able to be accessed remotely. Have you looked into this issue in your machines? No, we have not, because we would never consider connecting them to the internet.
In his conference call this month with state election officials, Johnson, Department of Homeland Security head, urged them to guard against potential intrusions by taking basic precautionary steps, such as ensuring that electronic voting machines are not connected to the internet while voting is taking place.
As you know, the Commonwealth of Kentucky does not allow for the transfer, as we heard earlier, for unofficial election results via modem or other cellular connectivity. And to that end, modem components do not exist in certified fielded equipment in the state, and the ES&S equipment here does not support the ability to modem.
Does having Wi-Fi networks available at polling places mean voting machines are connected to the internet? No, that's not true. An expert told Lead Stories that assuming that the existence of a Wi-Fi network means that nearby voting machines are connected to it is incorrect. The claim appeared in an Instagram post on November 8, 2022.
To be clear, you don't have to actually have hands-on contact with a voting machine to hack it. If it's connected to the internet, you can get into it from anywhere. Although on that front, many election officials insist you have absolutely nothing to worry about.
Our machines are not connected to the internet, and they're not going to be connected to the internet.
No state is on the internet. I find it difficult to hack something that's not on the internet.
Our voting systems are never connected to the internet.
Can you talk about the ways that these devices have been marketed to election officials?
Yeah, one of them you've already mentioned is that the vendors will sell the systems with a wireless modem in them to election officials and tell them that they don't actually connect to the internet, that the wireless modem goes over a cellular network, or it's got a firewall, or it's got some other, it's on a private network, it uses a VPN, it's not the public internet. All of that is untrue.
My colleague just mentioned this very body conducted months of hearings and testimony and took questions about all of the concerns about the 2020 election, including that these machines were hooked up to the internet, and found no evidence to support those claims.
2016, people in positions of trust told us it would be almost impossible for hackers to change the outcome of a national election because voting machines supposedly never connect to the internet.
Those things are not connected to the internet.
Voting systems are controlled state by state and don't fall under the umbrella of the Department of Homeland Security. Typically, voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Voting Machines has denied that their voting machines are connected to the internet.
To an update on the Arizona election audit, the independent investigator charged with looking into Maricopa County's election equipment, confirming that election equipment was not connected to the internet.
The most important thing to know about Georgia's voting system is the voting machines are not interconnected to each other, nor are they connected to the internet in any way.
Our vote counting machines are never connected to the internet.
For remote access software?
Yes.
We no longer install any remote access software. That process was discontinued in 2006 and is not allowed by any of the EAC testing.
Mr. Poulos?
Chairperson, we've never had any kind of remote access in our Dominion products. Capabilities. But okay. I will say that I do want to draw a caveat. Some of our tabulators have are designed around the ability to have an external plug-in modem to transmit unofficial results after polls close.
Our voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Those are not connected. Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
On Twitter, lies about voting machines have been a top midterm narrative, including falsely claiming the voting machines were connected to the internet. And where'd they learn that? The internet.
I've been telling you all, we've been told a lie over years now that the machines are not on the internet. If anybody just watching that just tuned in now to frankspeech.com or any of the other networks that are running this, and this morning we went over the biggest lie we've been told that's blocked all of our cyber evidence and everything. We're not on the internet. 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 I'm sorry, there's nothing to see here. We're not on the internet. This was the lie that's been told to every person in our country. It's also been told around the world to their countries. These electronic voting machines, from routers to printers to polling books to the computers, they're not online. Well, what if I told you that there was a device that's been made for the first time in history that can tell you that that machine was online? Okay? You know when you come into a room and we all got our cell phones and it lists off all the internets in the room? And then you have to have passwords and so on? If you had one of those internets, and what if there was a device that showed you, hey, there's a device on my network. There's a device online. And then you could tell what the device was, where it was at, what the name of it was, ESNS 60503, and you knew the second it went online. Well, this is what we've been working on for over a year, and I'm going to show you, Jeff's going to show you a demo. This isn't a demo. We have it, everybody. We have it, and then I'm going to tell you, and what if and what if I was to tell you, well, we'll save that part. Let's do this part of the plan first. We're going to, okay, so Jeff, why don't you show them what we did? What we did in Florida, with this device, we went in and we did Jeff will show you that. Why don't you show?
Clicker. Is he got the clicker? I think
okay.
Hopefully they have it ready to go.
Okay, you guys in the back, do you have it up there?
The video?
Yeah, they're ready to go?
No, I said the video. Yeah, they need to.
Okay, then what? No, I'm talking in the back.
The Election Crime Bureau is proud to introduce the WMD, or Wireless Monitoring Device. The Wireless Monitoring Device is a sophisticated network connection monitoring system, designed specifically with election security in mind. We have been told that our election computers are never connected to the internet. The WMD will put that to the test, by detecting and reporting, in real time, Wi-Fi connections in county and state election offices. All internet routers and access points will be reported, as well as any devices to which they connect. The WMD incorporates many years of research and state-of-the-art development. It is a low-weight, low-power device that uses only passive signal detection to detect online systems, and it will never interfere with any normal network operations. When an online connection is detected, the Election Crime Bureau Master Alert system will be quickly notified, and the alert will be displayed on the alert web page. You will note that there are two boxes located to the right of the screen. These boxes display the information about the access points at the top and the wireless clients at the bottom box. The sheer amount of devices can make analyzing the map difficult, so this website gives you the opportunity to deselect any of the different kinds of devices. Note that the points on the map are color-coded to simplify identification. As we deselect and update, those types of devices are removed from the map. Clicking on a device shown on the map displays additional information about that device in the bottom information window. Currently, the MAC address, the hardware vendor, and the first time the device was detected displays. Additional information will be continually added. The nearby checkbox allows you to view only the devices with the strongest signal, which in most cases means that they are nearest to the WMD detection device. This allows you to filter out devices outside of the immediate area. All information is securely archived for later analysis. The wireless monitoring device is ready to be deployed in any election, from local to presidential.
let me tell you, everybody, we now can catch them in a lie. Okay? And now they're all, everybody's watching from home going, well, you could have made that video, right? They could all say that, right? Well, how would you like to see it demoed right here in this room? Okay, do we have a camera outside?
We should. I think we're set.
Okay, everybody, if they're ready in the back, you guys need to watch the screen. Here we go. This is coming at you right now, everybody, outside the building.
This is what they came for.
Special delivery, everybody. Special delivery. And what we have here, by the way, under that thing here, you see what was under the black thing before that with the surprise? But here it is. This device.
Mike.
This device. I'm so excited I forget to use a microphone. You guys, this device, as it flew into this building, this wireless monitoring device, it just grabbed all of your cell phones, everybody in this room, every device that's on the internet right now. And let's see, can you put it up on the big screen? Now, what this does, when this gathers information, I have a command center. I'm not even going to say what state, so they don't go after that. But there's a command center where this information goes down. It flashes. It'll go, router online, just went online in Missouri, right? It goes there. It comes back. And now, here's what just came in. As we came into the building here, you see all the cell phones there, all the computers. We've got all these things up there, like you've seen that we pulled off that we did in Florida. Now, can you take? Okay, he's blowing them up a little bit. So if you went there, each one of those. Now, can you tell us? Like you see, they're labeled cell phones, other, and this. Now, can you take out all the cell phones? Now, this is what we would be doing. This is as it goes through this filter. Imagine it's election night. Now, we already filtered this out. We were showing you that there's no device in the world that does what this does. Okay, it does it. It's passively captured, but now it's going to tell you which device. So he just took out all the cell phones. Okay, now let's take all the backstage off.
Yeah, that's hilarious, actually.
Okay. You see these? You can drill it down to anything. Now, when we have, and we've done it before, now we haven't been able to get, we didn't want to take the chance. We could have got some machines in here, some actual election voting machines. We had them. We had access. But you know what? You see what happened in Michigan where they went after Matt DePerno and all of them for having a machine, right? I didn't want to take that chance. This is too important to the world, okay? I'm telling you what we can do now. If you're in a room and you're here in Springfield, Missouri, and you're in this room and this is an election room, beep, 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 the router just went online. This red alert goes out there and boom. And I'll tell you in a minute how you're all going to know in real time, okay? But we catch them in every single lie they've ever told. If they lied about being on the internet, what do you think they're hiding, huh? But now we've got a way to monitor. We've never had this before in history. They can't lie to us anymore. And I want to ask you, Jeff, so if we, when this travels, oh, by the way, you guys, this isn't, we're going to have these devices. We've for this fall's election, we want to get every single parish in Louisiana covered. We're doing this right now, okay? Right now. Mississippi, Kentucky, you have local elections. Anyone that has this, everyone that has an election, I don't care if it's your school board election, you got this device, and you know what? You lied to me. You lied to me. You lied to me. And so Jeff, I want you to explain when you what we're doing with the filtering. So let's say you have let's say it comes down and you have a printer. Mm-hmm. Does it show what does it show exactly? The IP address? What is it all? Tell us what it's going to show to us.
Yeah, it will show the IP address, what is the internal, what's called a MAC address, which is like the hardware identification of it, and will also show what it's named on the internet.
So will we know the brand?
Yeah,
we'll know the brand.
Yeah, we will actually know the brand.
Lied.
Yes. And we will know that. We will know tablets.
Polling books, it doesn't matter.
Polling books.
It will know exactly.
We can identify.
And remember now, so let's say you're all in this room and you're all in there voting, right? We can filter the cell phones, filter it down, and by the way, you can turn it on, turn it back off. It says what's eliminated, what's not. Let's say you had people in there. By the way, if you have people in there where they're doing cell phones and they're using they're tied in with it, it'll detect all this stuff. So you catch them in a lie that they're on the internet, and now we say, what are we going to do with that information, right? How are we going to get that? How are you all going to see that? We've got ours, right, Jeff? I mean, is there anything else you want to show everybody?
Well, I kind of just wanted to, if you don't mind, point out one of the exciting things about this is it is proactive in that it lets us know when new devices come online.
Yep.
And real time.
It's real-time crime.
And this thing can even send out text messages to people saying, hey, a new access point or a new printer came online in such and such a place.
So you get that when you're having this. Let's say you're a county clerk and you have one. Let's say the machine companies have lied to you. And we've all been through that. You go into the county clerks and go, well, my machine, they told me they're not online. If they have one of these, they're going, it just went red. And they're going, hey, our machine just went online. Our router just went online. Our tablet went online. Shut her down, right? So this is and this will show up right away in this red alert, kind of like Ghostbusters. We got one, right? We got one. But it goes. So what I'm going to do, and I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to tie into this because let me tell you there's other kinds of crime out there. There's other that we see all the time, right? And I'm going to tell you in a minute, but that the people out there right now that we have reporting, I guess I got to backtrack here. This is just one alert. This is a red alert, okay? That the machines went online, right? So if you're a clerk or if you're all of us now, all of you at home, you don't want to know this too, right? Well, we've had whistleblower sites. You've had, just like I told you, I think yesterday or today, when Kerry Lake's race was going on and all those machines broke there, they said they were broke down in in Arizona. I'm looking at Kansas going, people are sending me texts going, Mike, these votes are going from Democrats to Republicans. The Uniparty, remember, they show no shame. They don't care who they want, right? Well, the text I was getting was from my team, okay? And we have a thing called Cause of America. We're 250,000 strong in all 50 states. Now, if you had and other affiliated groups. So if you're putting up stuff on, let's say, reporting crime, right? If you're out there reporting things, you know, hey, there's drop boxes here, these machines aren't working here, and they're saying they're doing this and this, or you see anything out there. Well, any whistleblower site, the downfall is that if the public's reporting it, you all know what happens, right? You get false reports. You get the bad guys putting up stuff, so you all look over here instead of where you need to be looking. But what if you had 250,000 people in all 50 states in every county in the country, and you had all these people? They're the ones that you trust to be able to report all this. That's what we've had over the last 2.5 years. We have 250,000 people. It's even bigger than that. I'd have to ask from the affiliate groups, and maybe it might be up to half. It might be 1 million. But it's all of you and all the people that are out there. Well, now, in fact, and why don't I pause there? Unless you want to stay here, Jeff. You want to stay here for this? You go.
I'll
okay. If you guys, I guess if you want to, just go ahead, bring her out here. I want to talk about why Jeff's leaving. With this device now, we all say, oh, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff O'Donnell, he's a hero. Thank you, Jeff. I'm trying. We didn't, believe me, we weren't scripted on this plan, right? I just want to get out there. But this catches them in the lie. And now if you had 250,000 people or 500,000 people, which we do, we needed a way to report back to you the cause of America. So if we, what we have, and now I don't know if I have the thing here. Okay, here we have. So here you see, you're identifying, when we have people out there with the cause of America, my team, they're out there, and I'm going to show you here. Let's say you see houses that have 5 or more registered voters, and you get there, and all of a sudden there's one person living there, and nobody else voted, and there were phantom voters, right? So you have, or let's say over here where houses that have one more person over age of 75. There's all these things where we're out there checking. And this is a different kind of crime, right? This is a different thing. All of a sudden you're going, hey, there's 5 people that says 9 people voted in this house and only one person lives there. And then you go there and it's nobody lives there or that one person, and they might not have even voted. Now they're reporting this stuff at the Cause of America. They're reporting this all the time. So we get this. But what we have now is we have a tool you all downloaded. It's called Frank Social, and I'm going to have Renee come out here. With this app, okay, when Renee comes out with this app that you just all downloaded, if you haven't, get franksocial.com, the Frank Social app at franksocial.com. With this app, you're going to be able to see what she's going to show you, this real-time crime, all the reporting, everything we're out there. You're going to be able to see the red alerts in your own county. You're going to be able to see all this, okay? And so we will now become a policing of our own elections, okay? We will not have to, we instantly are policing our own elections. And is Renee here, you guys in the back? Okay. We're going to head up. We've kind of went through because I want to bundle this for you. What you're going to see when she shows you this Frank Social app, when she shows you this, you're going to see a real-time crime stream, constant crime. All these reports coming in from every device, from every Cause of America person that's out there on the ground. They're out there putting in things they see, taking pictures, and it comes right back to this app. So you're going to be able to sit in your easy chair at home, and you're going to sit there and go, what's happening in my county? They said they're not online. They said there's no crime. And ding, 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 ding. But we'll need one thing for you all to do, and that will be to share it everywhere. You're sharing the real-time crime. You're sharing the lies that they've told us. Okay? That they told us that they weren't online. Okay? So So this is Renee is she's part of the team that developed Frank Social, and what I want to show you here is now. So you got to follow this. So now we have a device for the first time in history can catch them in a lie. Okay, having this device, and then. So this goes back to the command center, right? And this comes back in real-time crime. And then you have all of these other crimes that are out there being reported by our big team at Cause of America. Now they're all going to come into the Frank Social here. And when you get there, why don't you go start as you would get on there, you click elections, right?
Yes. So, can you hear me now?
Yep.
When you land on Frank Social, you'll first, when you sign up for your account, you'll select your state. So you'll automatically be following the Cause of America for your state. But when you get on the app, you'll end up in the Frank feed, and you'll see the tab that says elections.
Right. So here, I'm going to backtrack a little bit on there. So when you there's 50 states with the Cause of America. Everyone, there's all 50 states are on there. So when you get on there, like she says, now you're clicking on elections, right?
Correct.
What that elections is, that's all 50 states reporting. Let's go back to the first square. This actually happened here in Missouri. One of your clerks actually said, no, we're not going to. I met with this guy. I met with them 2 years ago, and I said, you guys, with all these people in Missouri, right? The Secretary of State and all of them. I met with them all. And the guy says, no, our machines are secure. They're not online. Well, then he finds out they are online, so he's trying to cut the wires, right? So this is, so as you go down here, you'll see Colorado, you'll see crime. This is stuff that's going on right now. You guys can find out what's going on right now, today, tomorrow morning. You're going to just go, everyday stuff's reported. This is the real-time crime line stream. It's a real-time crime stream from all 50 states. Now, if you add, you add these to it, you're going to see, because that's going to be the biggest red alert, right? You got election night or even in the early elections, or those machines, when they go online there, you've seen it all today, right? You've seen all the lies. This thing's going to pop up. Now I want to show you, if you go, when you sign up, right, you get whatever state you're in, then you're following say Missouri, correct? So this is if you go, here's all the Cause of America. So if you go to this site and you want to find out what's going on in Hawaii. So there, there's the Hawaii call. Click on Hawaii.
So if I click on Hawaii, it takes me to the Hawaii page. Internet.
Okay, so
I'm trying to get up Missouri.
Okay. Well, what's that? Okay, you know what? So while we're loading here, because this, you guys get the gist of the reporting, right? You're going to sit in your easy chair at home on your phone or whatever, and you're going to see real-time crime coming. You're going to know when a box goes live. You're going to know when a router goes live, a polling book goes live, and everything. Okay? And then it all goes through. It was a good question here, because we're going to take questions on this. What's the range of this box? 100 to 200 yards. But you don't, and it goes through buildings, it doesn't matter. Okay, you've seen it as it came in as a drone. It was collecting that, it's collecting as it's flying. It could fly over the whole city and keep collecting, right? It could collect every single device here in Springfield. It would just keep flying in a stream of those coming online. And then you lose it. The closest you get, which I guess, as Jeff has told me, I didn't, but the closer you get, that's fine. Just put this regular screen back up. The closest you get, obviously you want to be in the polling places, but you could be outside or whatever. But just think of the clerks. Think of if they want, if you wanted one in your own county or your own precinct. I mean, it's every single place. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, it don't matter. This catches them in a lie that they're online. It's us against the machines and the uniparty, everybody. That's it. Do you agree? And so maybe we will take some questions, but so what we have, if you the plan, you guys, when we have these machines catching in real time. By the way, it only takes I think 30 seconds to go from any place in the United States, including Hawaii and Alaska, 30 seconds to a minute, where this thing, just say you just turned it on, that router or they just turned on the Dominion machine or the Smartmatic or whoever it's Heart, Diable, whatever. And it goes bing, back to the command center and back, and your device or you at home sitting there are going to go, we got one. And it's right in your own, and all of you out there that have went to your county commissioners or you've went to your election officials and they've said, well, ours aren't online. Well, think how they're going to feel when their machine's going that they were lied to. My advice to them is get rid of them now. Get rid of them now.
That's all right.
Because you can't lie to us anymore. And maybe some of you guys, maybe some of the clerks really believe it, that they were duped or whatever. You know, maybe we were duped. I was lied to, and they were lied to. The lie goes right down the line. It's a lie line. Lie line, lie, 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 lie. Well, we're not going to take it anymore that if you're fifth in that line of lies. We're not going to take it. You know, there's no excuse if you're an election official in charge of a county or precinct or parish or whatever. There's no excuse anymore. You're going to get caught, so you better, and it's not going to be an excuse that, well, I was lied to, and they lied to them, and they lied to them, and they lied to them. The big lie that they were not online is over, everybody. That's over. And so when these, and not just that, I wanted to make this more powerful than just being online. So then part of this was when we developed the Frank Social app to be able to, and you need the people. We needed 500,000 people. We need a couple million people. All the people, and we've just there's a lot of other groups out there that we're working with, and now we'll all connect with them. So they're the trusted people that are out there in the field, and and they take a picture, right? They take a picture of something going on. Like I get on my phone all the time, text messages during election. But until this time, we didn't have a total centralized location for a real-time crime stream where everybody can see it. I try and put it out with Frank's speech, tell everyone and to tell the world. Now, if everybody's got the Frank Social app and you get in the crime line, and now you go, whoa, this just happened in my county, and you share that out with everybody you know, especially the election officials that tell you they're not online, right? Because we've been lied to, and they are online. And everything they block, and that's fine. They're all downloading. Yeah, that's internet in the building, so it should to pull up the computer. But anyway, we've showed you with the Frank Social app. Now you're sitting at home, and you're sitting there, and you want, I don't care if it's today, tomorrow, during the election, wherever it was, you want to find out what's going on right in your backyard. You can filter it down, everybody, and say, hey, we've got six things going on here at the same time. One of the things too is cool is all of a sudden, let's say it's the device and it catches that this county's online here in Springfield, and now you can see, wow, there's 7 counties just went online. They're popping up like whack-a-mole, right? Which is what's going to happen, you know. Unless I don't know if they get out in front of this and take them all offline. If I was the evil, I don't know what their plan's going to be because we've got them now. And I'll tell you this. So let's say like I had on the election night of 2022 or the morning when you had all that stuff going down in Arizona, and I was getting these reports coming in out of Kansas, right? I couldn't believe it. These are Democrats votes flipped to Republican votes in Kansas. And you all say, well, why? You've kind of been educated today about all that, right? Well, now, if you're living in Kansas, you'll have your Frank Social app, your crime line here, and you're going, whoa, look at look what's happening here in my county in Kansas, and let's see if it's other place in Kansas. They're going to pop up, you know, just like little lights. And the ones that are, you know, you'll be able to tell too if the common, they filter it out. So the common crime, we'll call it common crime. So there's common crime. You know, these are all online. These are all flipping Democrats to this. These all have people that are in there, and they're not letting people get in, like you've seen other stuff, like Republicans not being let in the door or putting paper over the walls, right? You'll be able to find if it's going on in other places immediately, in real time, everybody. So and now you'll be able to report that, you know, or send it out on all your social media and everything. I'm going to tell you that right now, too. The way we get around the media and the way we communicate, the communication hub, and when you have Frank Social there and you got your real-time crime and filter it to your counties, you need to share that out on every platform you have, which right now, when you get home, don't just have one Suckabucks Facebook or Twitter or Truth Social or Gab or Getter or Instagram or Telegram or Cloud Hub. Frank, you know, you got to get an account on all, because even if you have 10 friends or 20 friends, it doesn't matter. You need to share it on all the platforms and just get the word out there. You know what I'm saying? We got to communicate that. Now, once that's all out there, everybody, here's what this is going to manifest to. I'm going to take you through an election night. So let's say it's election night this fall, and I'm sitting down in Louisiana, and I'm sitting in my easy chair going, wow, this is going to be good if we can finally catch him. And all of a sudden, bam, my own county, red alert pops up on my phone. I'm going, okay, let's see where else it's happening. Well, these machines are going online, right? And now I'm taking it and I'm sharing that out, right? And I'm sharing that out. You get all that going on, and we're reporting all that. Now I'm going to bring you back what the manifestation of this is. Everyone in this room, and a lot of people, over 250,000 that at home, which are part of this Cause of America and part of these other groups, that have went out there and they have tried. Over the last 2.5 years, they've went to their legislatures and their politicians, and they want law changes or to bring us back to, you know, a fair election with paper ballots, hand counted, same day voting, precinct level, signature required. When we go out to them, they say, oh no, these machines are great, or this is great, or whatever. Or we go to our county officials, they say, oh, their machines aren't online. Now we're going to have the tools to say, you lied. You lied. That's a big lie. And when we have the elections this fall, we're going to have, that'll be the prototype to the world. Just like Osage County here, right here in Missouri, showed the world that paper ballots hand counted could be done this last spring. And it was done beautifully between Democrats and Republicans working together. They got done within 20 minutes of all the machines, which, by the way, sometimes take months to get the count, right? So this will give show the world that they lied. Okay? And then you know how much easier it's going to be for all of you to go to your official in your city who controls the elections, and we want the machines gone. We want them gone. We don't want to have selections. We want elections. Period. Right? Is that what we want? And I'm telling you, everything you've all been doing just got a lot easier, because now when I can see going up to even officials I've dealt with and say, okay, do you want to take a chance? Like the guys in Missouri that said they weren't online, they realized we're going to start cutting wires. Why don't you just get rid of them now? In every single county that everyone lives in, you need to go there and say, you know what? Have you heard the plan? We're going to be watching you. We're going to be watching you. You can't lie to us anymore. We know, well, that you could have been part of the lie, the stream of lies, the string of lies. We're not going to, but that's no excuse anymore, is it? It's not an excuse. We have a complete way to get the real-time crime in now. And then also, one of the things this works too is you're out there and all the people that now are in the cause of America and that are in all these groups. We have tools now where we're going to be out there. And by the way, all that stuff that goes into a reporting tool, you know, it would be worthless if we didn't trust the people that were reporting it. You guys need to understand that. This is so important. I had all these groups I call every Monday night. I talk to the whole country, which goes out to 250,000. But I talk to all the leaders, and we're going, and we sit there and we have fought. We have fought with lawsuits. We have fought with canvassing. We've fought with petitions. You name it. We've done it all because we love our country. But when we get there, we get blocked or it's slow, and we're running out of time because our country's getting destroyed. For the future of the American dream and our kids, our grandchildren, everybody will embrace this. And the people now that are out there that are going, well, maybe they won't be watching me. Wrong. We will be watching. Okay. I guess they did. I just got a note here. The reason, which is great, everybody's logging on to Frank Social, so from the building, which is good. You all listen,
good.
right?
Keep downloading.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Okay, you're good then. Thanks, Renee.
And I think the important thing is that you can post on Frank Social the truth about the elections, the crimes that are happening, and your voice won't get canceled and you won't be shadow banned.
Right. No, that's right. That's right. And everybody, yeah, and that's all of you too. Let's go back. I'm gonna validate, like when you see all this stuff on Frank Social, I can't say enough. You're gonna know that it came from real people we trust. These people, I filtered them for the last 2.5 years. They're the most hard. A lot of you are here, probably most of the audience here, you know. And all of you, so the information coming in is real. It's true. It's real-time crime. And so what we need to do with everybody at home, now talking to everybody at home across this country and across the world for that matter. Now imagine sitting there at any time and want to go, you know what? I'm going to just check on them. We are now the police of our own elections. All you have one thing to do in the comfort of your own home, and I'm not talking to the hard work, people running around out there that are that want to do the physical. They want to get out there. They want to take the pictures. They want to feed the real-time crime in. They want to be out there and a lot of the ones that have our monitoring devices that they're online. I'm talking to the people at home. We all need everybody now. I don't care who you are. You get to sit at home and you get to your own county, your own town. You're going, I'm going to pull it up. When you download the Frank Social app, I pull it up and I see stuff happening right in my own town, right in my backyard. And you can make comments on there. Hey, is anybody doing anything about this? You can talk maybe it's your neighbor that's the